Chapter 1. Saiyan Shaya. In an expanse of boundless darkness devoid of any glimmer of light, Shaya found himself lost in the void, unable to ascertain how long he had lingered. There was it a year, two, or perhaps even longer. The passage of time had become an elusive memory. Ever since his arrival in this limitless abyss, he had aimlessly drifted, devoid of purpose. Fleeting orbs of light, some dim and others radiant, floated past him, and Shaya exerted himself to draw closer to these luminous entities. Yet, each time he neared one, it would vanish abruptly into the surrounding gloom. He could not comprehend why he felt compelled to chase these lights. It was merely an instinctive yearning to escape the oppressive darkness that enveloped him. In his previous life, Shaya had been an ordinary office worker, adhering to a monotonous 9-to-5 routine, bustling through the city like countless others. One fateful day, as he finished work and passed by a market, he contemplated purchasing a treat for himself to indulge in that evening. Just then, a sheet of tempered glass fell from above, striking him directly and rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this alien, dark realm. Avid reader of novels, Shaya was no stranger to the myriad predicaments faced by protagonists. So upon realizing his sudden appearance in this vast void, he felt a surge of excitement. Had he perhaps been whisked away to the legendary Chaos era? Should he not seek out Pangu, align himself with a powerful ally, and confront gods and Buddhas alike? However, as time passed, Shaya discovered the harsh truth. The tales he had read were mere fabrications. He encountered neither legendary deities nor treasures, nor even a single ray of tangible light. Gradually, he came to understand his predicament. This was not the fabled Chaos era brimming with celestial treasures, but rather a dismal, hope-stripped cage one from which he was firmly ensnared. Despair washed over him as he pondered how long it would take to escape. If I calculate correctly, a new light orb should soon appear. This time, I must muster all my strength. Surely I can break free. Shaya motivated himself, fixing his gaze on the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a brilliant point of light emerged, gradually expanding into an enormous orb. Shaya was certain he had never encountered such a vast and luminous entity before. What immense light! This isn't my chance to escape. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of his strength and propelled himself toward the colossal orb. The stinging winds lashed against him, and an agonizing pain surged from the depths of his soul. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just a little further, I will reach it soon, he thought, his twisted visage fixated on the orb ahead, determination glimmering in his eyes as he braved the onslaught of the winds, inching closer to the light. As he approached, he realized the orb was astonishingly vast, rendering him as insignificant as an ant in its presence. At last I have arrived. I can finally leave this wretched place. A surge of exhilaration crossed Shaya's face as he inched nearer. Finally, upon making contact with the orb, an overwhelming current surged through him, binding him to its surface. Intense pain scorched his very soul, and the murky energies of the darkness rushed toward him. As two excruciating forces collided within him, Shaya's countenance contorted in agony, and he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he slipped into oblivion, two powerful streams of gray energy began to intertwine and merge, meticulously refining his soul, enhancing it at an astonishing pace. Then, with a sudden whoosh, Shaya vanished, absorbed into the heart of the colossal light. The dim, shadowy expanse fell silent once more, save for the occasional flickering of tiny lights that sporadically appeared and swiftly faded away. Planet Vegeta, Infant Incubation Chamber. This was a facility of remarkable technological advancement, where all newly born Saiyan infants would spend a period of time before being assigned to different planets based on their capabilities. Due to its significance, King Vegeta deployed a substantial force to guard it, alongside the most sophisticated computers for monitoring. Suddenly, a slight disturbance occurred at one of the incubator stations, prompting the computer to detect an unusual energy signature, and alarms blared ominously. What is happening? Inquired a middle-aged Saiyan, rushing to the side of the infant chamber. A group of extraterrestrial beings with crocodilian features swiftly checked the computer, then hurried to the alarmed incubator, scrutinizing the displayed data. It's nothing. It seems there was a minor glitch in the incubator's data detection that triggered a false alarm. A replacement incubator should suffice. How alarming. Your Dadar Star technology is rather unreliable. Hurry and replace this child's incubator. The station's Saiyan scoffed derisively, chiding the extraterrestrials to expedite their work before striding away with a flourish. The Dadar Star beings exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. The leading extraterrestrial exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Replace the incubator swiftly. We shall face dire consequences if we provoke the Saiyans. The remaining Dadar beings shivered at his words and hastily brought a new incubator, carefully transferring the Saiyan infant before retreating from the chamber, continuing to monitor all data without daring to relax their vigilance. Such was the lamentable fate of the weak. These Dadar beings were representatives of a diminished cosmic civilization. After their home planet was conquered by the Saiyans, they were spared extinction due to their advanced technology, remaining to care for the newborn Saiyan infants. Given the Saiyans' ruthless dominance, this fate was fortunate compared to that of other planets, where the natives were invariably annihilated and their worlds sold off. Once the station's Saiyan and Dadar beings departed, the Saiyan infant in the new incubator opened his eyes, a spark of incredulity shining within his youthful gaze. "So, this is Planet Vegeta. I have become a Saiyan infant?" Shaya exclaimed in astonishment, astonished to find himself transported from the dark void into the world of Dragon Ball, reborn as a Saiyan. Even more astonishingly, he realized he could comprehend the language of these extraterrestrial beings. I wonder what era it is now. How many years until the story begins? This was the burning question in Shaya's mind. However, as long as Planet Vegeta had not yet met its demise, it signified that the narrative had not commenced. Yet, an overwhelming sense of urgency soon flooded his thoughts. This was the world of Dragon Ball, inhabited by formidable beings capable of plucking stars from the sky and annihilating planets with ease. Shaya quickly regained his composure, contemplating his next steps. First, I must ascertain the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. I need to know how much time remains before Planet Vegeta's destruction. If there is ample time, then perhaps I shall be fine. Otherwise, I may be in grave danger. Under the looming threat of planetary annihilation, Shaya could not guarantee he would possess the same fortune as Son Goku to escape unscathed. He silently hoped that time would be on his side. Then, Shaya's gaze fell upon the transparent display screen of the incubator, which exhibited some basic information about the Saiyan infant. ID, 11,379. Name, Shaya. Parents, Brent, Beatrice. Potential, intermediate. Battle power, 89. Evaluation, above average intermediate. Recommended training on Planet Vegeta for 3 years before assignment to a lower tier planet. P.S. New book uploaded. I humbly request your support through collections and recommendations. Chapter 2. Becoming Powerful. In the following month, Shaya resided quietly within the infant incubator, thriving under its care and gradually growing stronger. Despite the Saiyans' innate coldness, their nurturing of newborns was exemplary. These incubators employed the latest technology from Dadar Star, featuring plush, silk-like mattresses and a gentle, nurturing environment. The incubators provided infants with specially formulated nutrient solutions at regular intervals, ensuring optimal growth. After a month, Shaya gazed at the transparent monitor before him, which indicated that his battle power had reached 95, an increase of 6 points from the previous month. Though modest, this improvement was commendable for a newborn Saiyan. Shaya recognized that he was among the elite of intermediate fighters. While he could not compete with those whose battle power exceeded 100 at birth, he was certainly remarkable among the newly born. In the expanse of Planet Vegeta, the yearly birth of Saiyan infants amounts to approximately 10,000. Yet among these, the number of elite warriors constitutes merely a fraction, falling below 100. The overwhelming majority comprises low-class warriors, accompanied by a scant few mid-class fighters. Upon the conclusion of their training period, these low-class warriors are dispatched to undertake missions on lesser planets, while the mid-class warriors remain on Planet Vegeta for an extensive training regimen lasting 3 years before being assigned to their respective tasks. As for the elite warriors, they hail from distinguished noble families on Planet Vegeta, regarded as treasures to be cherished. They receive the finest training and utmost care until they ascend to become the most exceptional warriors among the Saiyans. Though it may seem harsh, this is the method by which the Saiyans cultivate the next generation. Following the training period, the hierarchical perception among Saiyans starkly manifests, with elite warriors receiving the best of care, while low-class warriors are sent forth to grapple with life and death until they possess sufficient strength to return to Planet Vegeta. The Saiyans adhere to a merciless survival of the fittest doctrine. They're a race of natural fighters, with no need for the weak. Only the strong can secure their place on Planet Vegeta. During this month, Shaya encountered his parents, a quintessential Saiyan couple, whose deeply ingrained belief in the survival of the fittest was evident. After a brief reunion with Shaya, they swiftly departed to fulfill their missions. Shaya merely observed in silence, closing his eyes quietly after their departure. To his astonishment, Shaya unexpectedly met Bardock. At this moment, Bardock appeared remarkably youthful, likely not yet 20 years of age, visiting alongside comrades to see their friend's newly born child. Bardock's youth suggested that there remained a considerable span of time before Frieza would annihilate Planet Vegeta, at least a decade more, a duration ample for Shaya to mature and ultimately leave Planet Vegeta. This realization filled Shaya with exuberance. There are still over 10 years until the destruction of Planet Vegeta. This time is sufficient for me to evolve into a formidable warrior. Shaya's youthful visage radiated with a delighted smile, confidence glimmering in his eyes. Next, I will undergo 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta, followed by deployment to some remote planets for missions. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to stealthily venture to Earth, Shaya contemplated, only to subsequently shake his head, dismissing the notion of an immediate journey to Earth. For now, it was too premature. He resolved to wait a few more years until his body had matured slightly. More importantly, each Saiyan spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that an early trip to Earth might attract Frieza's attention, thus heightening the risk of exposing Earth. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and fortuitously become a Saiyan, Shaya harbored no intention of remaining complacent, living a mundane existence and perishing alongside Planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands. He aspired to be a powerful warrior, one who masters his own destiny. Frieza, the androids, Majin Buth's formidable foes would serve as stepping stones on his path to greatness, obstacles to be vanquished. He intended to surpass the original narrative, becoming mightier than Son Goku and Vegeta. At present, Shaya needed to carefully devise a strategy to ensure his growth continued steadily and successfully. Among Saiyans, those born with a battle power below 30 are classified as low-class warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-class warriors, and those exceeding 100 as elite warriors. A Saiyan's birth largely dictates their potential future capabilities. Low-class warriors typically grow to possess battle powers below 2,000, while mid-class warriors range from 2,000 to 5,000, with only elite warriors reaching or surpassing a battle power of 5,000. Thus, the status of elite warriors within the Saiyan community is particularly esteemed, as they represent the pinnacle of Saiyan might. Currently, there are fewer than 20 warriors on Planet Vegeta with battle powers exceeding 10,000, all of whom are indisputably the Creme de la Creme of the Saiyan race. Shaya does not deny the significance of innate talent. Exceptional qualities can yield disproportionately favorable results in training. Under equivalent exertion, those with superior talent will reap rewards that far outstrip those of their lesser counterparts. Without proper guidance, relying solely on primal instincts can become the greatest hindrance on the path to strength, as those with better talent will inevitably surpass those with poorer talent. Yet, he also comprehends that talent is by no means the sole metric of an individual's future achievements, especially among Saiyans. Numerous examples abound. Bardock, Son Goku's father, was a low-class warrior, yet his displayed battle power during the destruction of Planet Vegeta far exceeded that of other elite warriors, a testament to the limits he shattered through years of relentless combat. Then, there is Son Goku, a mere low-class warrior, who time and again transcended his limits, ultimately becoming one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Could this merely be attributed to talent? No. While talent may gauge the accomplishments of the average individual, it is not the determining factor. The environment in which one grows plays a pivotal role. Why was Son Goku able to consistently break through his limits? Certainly, the Saiyan bloodline contributed, but it is worth noting that there are other beings in the universe that surpass Saiyan blood. Before Son Goku, although Saiyans were regarded as a warrior race, how many could truly be deemed cosmic-level super warriors? Without Frieza's intervention, even Captain Ginyu alone could have obliterated the entire Saiyan race. It is not merely the possession of Saiyan blood that guarantees dominance over the universe, it ultimately hinges on one's foundation. Shaya believes that Earthlings possess remarkably advanced training methodologies. Unlike the crude energy attacks common among many races in the universe, the training techniques on Earth are more subdued, better suited for the cultivation of powerful warriors. The combination of Saiyan blood and Earth's training methods may prove even more advantageous, allowing for profound accumulations that lead to consistent breakthroughs. Once my body has fully matured, I shall seek an opportunity to acquire the training methods from Earth. Lost in thought, Shaya gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Shaya was finally ready to depart the infant cultivation chamber. He was lifted from the incubation pod, yet to his surprise, the individuals cradling him were not his parents, but rather 2 unfamiliar Saiyan couples. Little Shaya, your parents fell in battle while on a mission. From today onward, Aunt Rebecca will take care of you, a fair-featured female Saiyan gently announced as she held Shaya. Rebecca's husband then took hold of another Scion infant and placed both children together on a movable cot, departing the infant cultivation chamber. At that moment, Rebecca's husband, Edry, remarked, "Though Brent and the others have fallen, as comrades, we shall take good care of their children. This way, Shieling will have a companion, and in the future, we can arrange for them to undertake missions together." Rebecca gazed at the two little ones in the beds, a smile gracing her face. "It turned out that my parents had perished during a mission, and now, the ones caring for me are their former comrades," Shaya observed silently. The loss of his parents did not evoke much sorrow within him, for beyond the bond of blood, there was little affection to speak of. Instead, he felt a deeper connection to the Scion couple who had adopted him. Turning to the other child lying beside him, he noticed the little one sucking on her pinky finger, her bright eyes fixed upon him. Upon noticing his gaze, she let out a few coos, released her pinky from her mouth, and pressed it against Shaya's lips, beginning to fuss playfully. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shaya gently pried open the fingers of the young Scion girl, yet the little one seemed to revel in the moment, reaching out her hand once more. "Rebecca, look. Shieling seems to take quite a liking to little Shaya. I believe they will get along splendidly," chuckled Edry. Indeed, Rebecca beamed at the sight of the two children frolicking together, unable to suppress her smile. "What makes you think we get along so well?" Shaya silently protested within. Rebecca's residence was situated in the bustling district of Planet Vegeta, not far from the royal city, an area predominantly inhabited by families of mid-level warriors and above. Both Rebecca and her husband were elite warriors, and their home was the most opulent in the vicinity. For the sake of operational convenience, members of the same squad typically resided in close proximity, and Shaya's former home was also in this area, merely a few streets away from Rebecca's abode. During their last mission, Edry's squad had been ambushed by hostile forces on a distant planet. After a fierce battle, the squad of 13 suffered devastating losses, with 7 killed and 4 severely injured. Among the fallen were Shaya's parents, leading to the squad's near obliteration. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta and delivering condolence funds to the families of the deceased comrades, Edry disbanded the squad and took up a position as an instructor at a training camp. It was then that they learned of Shaya's existence and brought him home to care for him alongside their daughter, Shieling. Life in the home of Rebecca and her husband proved quite comfortable for Shaya, though it would have been even better without the little Scion trailing closely behind him. For reasons unknown, since their first encounter, the girl named Shieling seemed to have found a delightful new plaything in Shaya, following him incessantly, even during meals and sleep, prompting Rebecca to frequently remark on their remarkable affinity. Before long, the time came for Shaya and Shieling to commence their training. Under Edry's guidance, the pair entered the training camp. Except for elite Scions who had the privilege of exclusive training grounds, all mid-level warriors were required to share a common training area. Shaya and Shieling possessed the qualifications of intermediate warriors, thus they have been assigned to the same training camp. This camp houses a total of 100 Scions, all of whom are intermediate-level children, with combat powers generally ranging between 60 and 70. There are few children like Shaya, who are nearing a combat power of 100. These youngsters will undergo training under the guidance of adult Scions, and the conditions within the camp are exceedingly harsh. After a period of rigorous training, Shaya immediately perceives the stark contrast between the Scion training methods and those of Earthlings. What is presented as training is merely a brutal ordeal. Each day consists solely of enduring beatings. The adult Scions exhibit no understanding of mercy, regardless of one's status. They commence with a relentless assault, providing no targeted guidance. Is this truly the training regimen of a warrior race? Were it not for the Scions' robust physiques, such training would yield no results whatsoever. In the training grounds, Shaya helplessly shook his head. During this time, his combat power had not seen significant improvement, though his resilience to blows had markedly increased. As a warrior race, the Scions undoubtedly possess their own methods of growth. Although this training method is not without merit, it starkly contrasts with Shaya's initial expectations. He perceives it as a complete waste of time, and a sense of regret washes over him. Is it possible that all cultivation methods in the universe are this direct and unrefined? No wonder they cannot even harness energy. Unfortunately, such a life must endure for 3 years, an exasperating waste of existence for Shaya, who is fervently eager to grow stronger. On several occasions, Shaya inquired with Edry about alternative training methods, only to receive astonished glances followed by the assertion that this is indeed the most effective growth method for Scions, a process through which many life forms in the universe ascend. This response left Shaya momentarily speechless. Consequently, Shaya began to discern the disparity in cultivation practices between Saiyans and Earthlings. Saiyan training methods are clumsy and remain in a primitive state. Yet they are currently the most popular form of training in the universe. In contrast, the cultivation practices of Earthlings could truly be deemed as such. The strong refine their prowess while the weak rely on intellect. The Earthling training methods, born from prolonged struggle on a lower-tier planet, are imbued with profound wisdom, setting them apart from their cosmic counterparts. It is no wonder that the vast majority of extraterrestrial beings cannot manipulate energy. In his predicament, Shaya resorted to relying on his past experiences from watching Dragon Ball animations, experimenting on his own. He strapped weights onto himself, for he knew no more sophisticated methods. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, the results were immediate, and he soon surpassed his fellow intermediate warriors. Meanwhile, the ever-adoring Shieling, witnessing Shaya's antics with the weights, found it amusing and decided to bind several onto herself, quickly rendering her unable to walk. With tears welling in her eyes, she cast an indignant glare at Shaya, who protested that this was not his fault. At long last, the 3 years of training elapsed. Now nearly 4 years old, Shaya had reached a height of nearly 1 meter, with his combat power soaring to 410 points. A remarkable feat in a training camp where most intermediate warriors barely surpassed 200. It is worth noting that 410 is significantly greater than Goku's combat power when he defeated the second generation of the Demon King Piccolo during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. And Shaya had only just turned 4. This achievement is attributable to his intermediate warrior potential, as well as his relentless efforts. Following closely behind him is Shieling, boasting a combat power of 370, also far exceeding her peers. The accomplishments of both have surpassed those of many advanced warriors. As the 3-year term drew to a close, Shaya and Shieling received their assignments. Through Edri's influence, they were tasked together. Their objective was to eliminate the primitive species inhabiting the remote planet Selma, located in the southern region of the northern galaxy, and subsequently hand over the planet to Frieza's forces for exploitation. To put it bluntly, the Saiyan race serves merely as Frieza's enforcers, the kind that can be discarded at any moment. Legend has it that every 1,000 years, a golden-haired Super Saiyan is born among their ranks. However, this rumor is often met with skepticism, even among the Saiyans themselves. Nevertheless, Frieza harbors such concerns. Hence, the best strategy is to keep the Saiyans under surveillance while studying their habits. Thus far, no Saiyan has emerged who has captured Frieza's interest. Otherwise, it is likely that he would have sought to eliminate them first. As the impending mission loomed, Shaya felt a surge of exhilaration, for he was soon to depart from Planet Vegeta, marking the inaugural step on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. Regarding the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he felt no urgency, as he knew he could manage the timing of his report at his discretion once he left the planet. Perhaps he can spend some time honing his skills on Selma before venturing to other corners of the universe. Whether he should first visit Earth or Namek seemed equally enticing. Zaya's heart bubbled with joy as she began to contemplate the arrangement of her upcoming time. Soon, the day arrived for Zaya and Shieling to set forth on their journey. On this day, Rebecca and her husband personally escorted Zaya and Shieling to the spaceport of Vegeta, located on the opposite side of the Imperial City. This modern spaceport spans several kilometers and served as the primary gateway for Vegeta to the cosmos. Towering structures, resembling lighthouses, were scattered across the vast expanse of land surrounding the spaceport. Within the open spaces encircled by these lighthouse-like buildings, numerous Rubbermaid depressions were arranged, each serving as a landing point for spacecraft. As Zaya and her companions entered the spaceport, dozens of spherical flying vessels began to descend or ascend from the landing points in quick succession. Zaya, once you arrive at Selma, exercise caution. Do not let your guard down simply because it is a lower-tier planet. If danger arises, flee rather than confront it head-on, Edri advised with a serious expression. Since the devastating loss of Edri's team, his perspective on missions and life had profoundly shifted. Noticing Zaya's nod, he turned to his daughter, Shieling, and cautioned. Your abilities do not match Zaya's. During critical moments, refrain from mischief and heed her guidance. Understood. Shieling replied with a playful blink, her face beaming with delight. Take good care of Shieling and return swiftly after completing your mission, Rebecca said, her face etched with reluctance as she embraced both Zaya and Shieling tightly. I will look after Shieling, Zaya assured. Shaya nodded earnestly and then stepped into his personal spacecraft. It was a small, spherical vessel, and once Shaya reclined within, the hatch sealed itself automatically. Through the azure glass, Shaya could see the Rebecca couple standing nearby, waving their arms in farewell. A twinge of melancholy welled up in Shaya's heart, causing his eyes to become slightly misty. He waved farewell to the expanse outside the spacecraft and pressed the ignition button within. Instantly, a forceful downward pressure enveloped him, propelling the vessel skyward with remarkable velocity. Before long, they had breached the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, ascending into the vast and shadowy cosmos. The spherical craft, moving at an astonishing speed, left a long, luminous trail of white in its wake. Gazing through the ship's glass, Shaya observed the dark crimson hue of Planet Vegeta receding rapidly, soon vanishing into a mere speck of light within his field of vision. Not far behind, another spherical craft pursued closely, Wesling's ship. At that moment, Westling was pressed against the glass, her small face darting about, her gaze inevitably drawn towards him. It seemed this little girl was feeling a bit anxious. Char smiled softly and sent a message to Shieling through the ship's communicator before entering a state of hibernation. The distance from Selma Star to Vegeta Star was vast, necessitating a journey of 7 months. For context, the journey from Earth to Namek Star only took a month. Selma Star was classified as a low-level planet. According to the cosmic classification of celestial bodies, planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 were deemed low-level, those with combat power between 1,000 and 10,000 were classified as mid-level, while those exceeding 10,000 were considered high-level. Therefore, the combat capabilities of the beings on Selma Star were likely all below 1,000. Given Char and Shieling's current combat powers of 410 and 370 respectively, as long as they exercised caution, they would encounter little danger. Estimates suggested that within a few years, Char's combat power would vastly surpass that of the highest combatant on Selma Star. In the boundless expanse of the universe, countless stars twinkled, adorning the pitch-black sky like a magnificent tapestry unfurling. Amidst the night, 2 bright beams of light streaked swiftly across the void, soon vanishing from sight. These were 2 pearly spherical spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed since Char and his companions departed from Vegeta Star, and their destination, Selma Star, was now within close reach. With a beep, the ship automatically exited hibernation mode, and Char gradually awakened from his slumber. Before him lay a vast azure planet. Was that Selma Star? Shaya gazed in wonder, contemplating the elegance of Selma's hues, which stood in stark contrast to the deep crimson of Planet Vegeta. Nestled within a binary star system, Selma boasts 2 suns, bathing the planet in daylight for the majority of each day. This unique celestial positioning bestows upon Selma an extraordinary landscape. The atmosphere is a serene azure, with oceans comprising less than 40% of the planet's surface, the remainder dominated by land. Aside from the icy polar regions, the land teems with verdant vegetation, making it a breathtakingly green world. On this particular day, a sudden roar shattered the tranquility of Selma's sky. 2 spherical objects, radiating a reddish glow, plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous cacophony that sent clouds of dust and debris swirling, quickly obscuring the view. Vast tracts of forest were obliterated in the collision, as a powerful shockwave radiated from the impact site, bending tall trees to the ground and uprooting them entirely. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing a stark expanse of exposed stone and sand, nearly 100 meters square. At the center lay 2 circular impact craters, each approximately 30 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep. Within these craters, 2 spherical spacecraft were partially buried in the sand, emitting tendrils of smoke. With a sharp crack, the hatch of one spacecraft swung open, and a young child, clad in battle attire and sporting a tail, emerged, brushing off the grit that clung to him. Shaya coughed lightly, then moved to the other spacecraft, knocking on its compartment. He soon discovered that Shiling's vessel had landed upside down, the hatch trapped beneath. With effort, he flipped the craft, exposing the entrance. With a click, the hatch opened, and Shiling climbed out. "Brother Shaya, is this our destination?" she asked, covering her mouth to disperse the lingering dust, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Chapter 5. Rising difficulty indeed. This is Selma. Our mission is to eradicate the indigenous species here. Now, let me ascertain the strength of these primitive beings. Shaya smiled and nodded at Shiling, then soared into the sky, ascending to a height of over 300 meters above the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, a lush expanse of primordial forest came into view, enveloped by towering, rugged mountains. After taking a moment to observe, Shaya descended onto a prominent rock ledge. He tapped the lens-like energy detector affixed to his ear and activated the device, which emitted a series of electronic beeps, while a stream of data representing location and energy appeared on the lens. 456, 289, 358, 985, 650. The numbers danced before his eyes, and with each flicker of data, Shaya's brow furrowed tighter, particularly when the figure 985 flashed across the screen, prompting an involuntary gasp from him. Could the indigenous combat prowess of Selma be so formidable? A grave expression settled on Shaya's face. He had presumed that, as a lower-tier planet, the natives would possess a combat strength of 600 or 700 at most. Yet, he was confronted with beings nearing the threshold of 1,000, a standard akin to that of a mid-tier planet. After deactivating the detector, Shaya regarded Shieling with a serious demeanor and remarked with a wry smile. It seems this mission will prove quite challenging. According to the data I just gathered, there are over 100 energy sources on this planet with combat strength exceeding 400. Nearly 20 with strength above 800, and several approaching 1,000. In summary, the difficulty of this task is exceedingly high, and any misstep could result in grave danger. Damn it. This is clearly a mission meant for advanced warriors. How could it possibly be assigned to us? Shaya inwardly cursed. Yet he understood why the mission had been assigned to him by Planet Vegeta. It was primarily due to their exceptional performance in the training camp, where they outshone even the average elite warriors. Alas, what shall we do? If this continues, we may never accomplish the task. Upon hearing this, Shieling felt disheartened, her spirits plummeting. The current difficulty of the mission was escalating rapidly. Failure to complete it would mean they could not return to Planet Vegeta, implying she would be separated from her parents for an extended period. For an ordinary intermediate warrior, achieving a battle power of 1,000 could take at least 6 to 7 years. However, our training methods are more effective than those of the average Saiyan. Perhaps 2 to 3 years will suffice, Shaya stated calmly. When he departed from Planet Vegeta, his battle power had reached 410, while Shieling's was 370. After more than 7 months of long-distance travel, although they spent the time in slumber, the natural growth of their Saiyan bodies had afforded them some enhancement in battle power. Just a moment ago, Shaya had assessed their current strengths. His battle power had increased to 460, and Shieling's had risen to 420. It is noteworthy that they are merely a little over 4 years old, while other Saiyans their age typically possess battle powers just over 200. Yet, it will still require a significant amount of time. Shieling's voice was tinged with gloom, but she soon rallied her spirits, exclaiming energetically, "Shaya brother, I will no longer be lazy. I promise to train diligently." Shaya observed Shiling's spirited demeanor and nodded with a smile, realizing that pressure indeed fuels motivation. Finally, Shiling had taken the initiative to request training. However, the subsequent words from Shiling made him aware that his elation had been premature. Shiling declared, thus, "Shaya brother, you must exert yourself even more. I need you to achieve a combat power of 1,000 within 2 years, no, within a year, so that I can return home sooner." Shaya pondered, "Do you think combat power can merely be enhanced at will? Even 2 years may not suffice to attain such a breakthrough." Shaya, in a fit of annoyance, pressed his palm onto Xieying's petite head, incessantly tousling her soft, delicate hair into a disheveled mess. "How infuriating. Don't mess up my hair," Xieying exclaimed, her face twisting into a fierce glare, filled with discontent. Char observed his surroundings and remarked, "Well, let us set the task aside for now. It appears we may be here for quite some time. First, we should relocate the spacecraft to a secure location and then address our needs for sustenance and shelter. To be honest, my stomach is already growling with hunger." Indeed. I have been famished for quite a while," Shieling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the mere mention of food, momentarily casting aside all her worries. With a resigned shake of his head, Shaya joined Shieling in their search among the nearby mountains and eventually discovered a tranquil canyon nestled beside a towering cliff, not too distant from a serene pool of water. The environment was quite pleasant, making it an ideal temporary dwelling. Observing the peaceful surroundings, Shaya's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He summoned a surge of energy within him, and a sphere of ethereal blue energy coalesced within his palm, which he then casually hurled toward the cliff face. A thunderous explosion resonated as a cloud of smoke billowed forth, creating a spacious cavity approximately 5 meters deep in the steep cliff. Subsequently, Shaya and Shieling returned to the site of their fallen spacecraft, retrieving the 2 spherical craft and carefully concealing them within the cavern of the cliff. These flying vessels were crucial to their escape from the planet Selma, necessitating their secure storage. Once the spacecraft were hidden away, Shaya soared through the primordial forest, gathering some dry vegetation to fashion a makeshift shelter within the cave. After completing this task, he clapped his hands, admiring their new abode. Though modest, it resembled a livable space, and he marveled at having unwittingly embarked on a genuine wilderness survival adventure. Now, it was time to seek sustenance. "Shieling, come with me to hunt. Today, I shall let you sample your brother's culinary skills. Mm. Shieling eagerly nodded at the prospect of food. Shaya then activated the energy detector. And after a series of beeps, they swiftly flew southeast. 5 kilometers in that direction lay an energy source with a combat power of merely 67 points, clearly indicating a potential source of nourishment. Before long, Shaya spotted the energy source, which turned out to be a 10-meter-tall, earth-toned dinosaur. A ground dragon. This promised a hearty meal. A smile crept across Shaya's face as he thought, this should suffice. The ground dragon, having noticed Shaya and Shieling soaring above, emitted a tremendous roar as if perceiving them as prey. As the dominant creature of the vicinity, its thunderous bellows startled a flock of birds into flight. Chapter 6. Fury. The ground dragon, thoroughly enraged, reared its formidable head, its massive form towering above the forest canopy. With a furious roar, it lunged at Shaya, revealing a maw lined with razor-sharp fangs. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flickered in Shaya's eyes as a surge of blue energy crackled in his hand, coalescing into a fist-sized orb. Let me handle this. Just as Shaya was preparing to strike, Shieling eagerly leaped before the ground dragon, her diminutive figure starkly contrasting with the creature's colossal size. Observing Shieling's enthusiastic demeanor, Shaya nodded, dispersing the energy sphere, intrigued as he stepped aside. I leave it to you. Act swiftly. Understood. Shieling looked up, her small face adorned with a bloodthirsty grin as she gazed at the dinosaur, exclaiming, Be a good meal for me. Her youthful voice carried an unsettling chill. In an instant, amidst Shieling's gleeful laughter, countless brilliant energy projectiles cascaded from above, relentlessly bombarding the ground dragon. The moment the energy projectile struck the ground dragon, a cacophonous explosion erupted, accompanied by its anguished howls and the violent tremors of the earth. As clouds of smoke enveloped the scene, when the haze finally dissipated, the area within a radius of hundreds of square meters lay utterly ravaged, marred by fissures and debris. The unfortunate ground dragon, having endured Shieling's direct assault, now lay battered and smoldering on the ground, its wounds half-cooked by the intense heat. You only needed to kill that ground dragon. Was such a ruckus truly necessary? Look at the meat. It's been ruined. Shaya seized Shieling's head and reprimanded her fiercely, his tone laced with concern solely for the ruined meat, devoid of any sympathy for the demise of the Earth Dragon. This exemplifies the Saiyan nature of survival of the fittest. Even with the remnants of his past life's memories, Shaya was, to some extent, influenced by the Saiyan ethos. Shieling, managing to break free, nonchalantly remarked, all right, brother Shaya, you should hurry and tend to the food. You're the one who's greedy. Shaya playfully struck her head, eliciting an irate glare from Shieling, before he concentrated on the carcass of the Earth Dragon. With a swift, hissing motion, he unleashed several energy slashes as sharp as blades, cleaving the dragon's body into multiple segments. Picking up a piece of the dragon meat, he examined it closely, selecting several prime cuts to bring back to their temporary abode in the canyon. After rinsing the meat in the pond, he erected a fire pit, securing the meat on a branch for roasting. The crimson flesh gradually transformed to a golden hue under the searing flames, translucent fat dripping down the wooden frame. And soon the canyon was enveloped in a rich, savory aroma. Shieling's eyes widened as she fixated on the roasting meat, her throat occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Her lovely eyes darting toward Shaya with a yearning gaze akin to that of a kitten. All right, it's ready to eat. Shaya rolled his eyes, waving his hand in exasperation. At his command, Shieling's figure darted like a shadow to the side of the roast, where she grasped a piece of meat larger than herself and began to devour it voraciously. Delicious. It's been ages since I've tasted something so exquisite, she exclaimed, her face smeared with grease, her mouth stuffed with meat as she spoke indistinctly. In no time, several pieces of the roasted meat had vanished into their stomachs, a testament to the formidable digestive prowess of the Saiyans, as the food was nearly fully processed shortly after consumption. After their meal, Shieling reclined on the grass, her small belly protruding, a look of utter contentment gracing her face, utterly unwilling to move a muscle. With a gentle smile, Shaya shook his head and approached, lifting Shieling into his arms and carrying her to the nearby pool. He then removed her combat attire, preparing to give her a bath. However, a mischievous child is still a mischievous child, even if she is a Saiyan. As Shaya tenderly washed her, Shieling consistently displayed her playful nature, transforming what should have been a simple bath into an hour-long escapade. Zaya could not help but ponder how the days ahead would unfold. Gradually, the sky darkened, and he lay alongside Shieling on the hay within the cave. Before long, he was serenaded by the gentle sound of the girl's breathing. A glance downward revealed that Shieling was clutching his arm, her little nose gently rising and falling as she succumbed to slumber. Observing her contented expression, Zaya found himself secretly amused. This little foodie was indeed easy to care for, adorable in her youth and bound to be even more delightful as she matured. Ah, could this be considered the cultivation of a young girl? A night passed in silence. The following day, the dawn's brilliance gradually unveiled itself, heralding yet another vibrant morning. Due to Selma's position within a binary star system, its nights were fleeting, lasting merely 3 hours, insufficient for the rest required by living beings, particularly children. Thus, after the sun had risen for 5 hours, Zaya finally coaxed the drowsy Shieling to the edge of the pond, ready to embark on a new day's adventures. After a simple breakfast, he secured the cave's entrance before activating the energy detector, which instantly revealed a multitude of energy sources shimmering before him. Shaya scanned for the target and then addressed Shieling. Let us commence our hunt with the targets of lesser combat power. Being cautious to steer clear of those potent energy sources during the battle. Brother Shaya, there is an energy source with a combat power of 243 moving over 100 kilometers to the northwest, with no other energy sources in proximity. Then it shall be our choice. Shaya also detected the target. During the upcoming battle, he advised not to rush into killing the opponent and to avoid using energy detectors to observe them. Why? Shieling inquired, puzzled. In the cosmos, there exist numerous life forms possessing peculiar abilities, some of which cannot be detected by energy sensors. If they conceal their combat power, the detectors will fail to register anything. Thus, I wish to take this opportunity to hone our combat skills and our ability to sense energy, which will prove invaluable for our future endeavors in the universe. Ah? Shieling tilted her head, still appearing confused. After all, she was merely a child of just over 4 years. And the concepts Shaya spoke of were far too intricate for her understanding. You need only to obey, Shaya replied earnestly, his sharp gaze fixed on the distant horizon. For him, Selma Star represented a rare training ground, teeming with formidable prey that was not overwhelmingly stronger than himself, making it an ideal locale for his cultivation. He consciously sought to refine both his and Shieling's combat techniques, for the battles here were true life-and-death confrontations, unlike the carefully safeguarded training at the Vegeta Star Training Camp. Simultaneously, he aimed to enhance his sensitivity to energy. Although he could not attain the acute perception of ki that Earthlings possessed, he hoped to establish a foundational understanding at the very least. At this moment, Shaya wished for his energy growth to decelerate slightly, allowing him to gradually grasp the essence of ki. However, this was evidently improbable, as both Shaya and Shieling were intermediate warriors, destined to reach combat powers of 2,000 to 3,000 points in adulthood. This was in stark contrast to the situation on Earth, where martial artists like Master Rashi required decades of relentless training to cultivate ki due to the scarcity and slow generation of ki within them, leading to a more profound understanding of it. Each fragment of ki was meticulously studied by them, embodying the adage of losing something in one place while gaining it in another. Saiyans, and indeed the vast majority of beings in the universe, endowed with innate strength and rapid growth, often overlooked many essential aspects, treating ki merely as a form of energy. Their methods of attack and application were exceedingly crude. What Shaya must do now is to establish a solid foundation, enabling him to master the application of chi in the future. Chapter 7. Growth. After setting their sights on the target, Shaya and Xieying soared into the sky, transforming into 2 beams of light that darted towards the northwest. Soon, they arrived at a vast expanse of forested plains. Unlike the previously rugged, mountainous primal forests, this woodland was far more orderly, with rows of verdant trunks arranged in a harmonious manner, as if meticulously groomed. There, Shaya swept his gaze around and spotted the objective beneath a grand tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger, its sharp fangs glistening, its size tenfold that of a typical saber-toothed tiger. Beneath its sleek black fur lay explosive muscles, and at that moment, it lay in slumber under the tree's shade, with a nearby accumulation of bones forming a small mountain. As Shaya and his companion flew overhead, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly awakened, its muscles tensing in an instant. Its fierce eyes scanned the surroundings, locking onto Shaya and his friend, and a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the vicinity. With a roar, the saber-toothed tiger unleashed a ferocious growl, its sharp claws glinting ominously. In a flash, it vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. The sound of rustling echoed as the tiger darted swiftly through the trees. Suddenly, its dark form materialized behind Shaya, its razor-sharp claws carving a tragic arc through the air. With a thud, Shaya swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch backward without turning his head. A mournful cry escaped the saber-toothed tiger as it was sent flying. Boom! In an instant upon landing, the tiger sprang back up, its pupils constricting abruptly, a more brutal aura flickering within its golden eyes. With a sudden roar, the saber-toothed tiger reared its head and unleashed a crimson shockwave from its mouth. Shaya remained silent, yet beside him, Saiyan had already taken action. Her petite hand curved slightly into a palm, striking boldly against the oncoming crimson shockwave. With a resounding bang, the shockwave dispersed into a swirling mass of red energy. Ouch! That hurts. Saiyan belatedly touched her reddened palm, only to discover that her entire arm had grown somewhat numb. Brother, I crave tiger soup. As you wish, Shaya shrugged. Consequently, a pair of eyes filled with lethal intent fixated menacingly on the perpetrator of this chaos. Under Saiyan's fierce gaze, the saber-toothed tiger felt an immediate drop in the surrounding temperature. Its primal instincts quaked in trepidation, causing it to shudder and retreat incessantly. Kill. A crisp whisper escaped Saiyan's lips as she lunged toward the saber-toothed tiger. Thus, a cacophony of strikes resounded through the forest, accompanied by the beast's low, mournful howls. Sturdy trees were cleaved in two, while the ground bore witness to deep, gaping craters. Swift beams of radiant energy darted through the woods, piercing trees that ignited into flames, sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling upwards. Amidst the chaos, joyous laughter rang out in the forest as Saiyan unleashed her full strength, reveling in the fray. The saber-toothed tiger, in its desperate attempts to evade her relentless assault, leapt and bounded yet found no escape from her onslaught. While Saiyan frolicked in her playful melee, Shaya meticulously observed their movements, gently closing his eyes in an attempt to sense their actions without external aids. However, he found himself unable to replicate the Earthling's ability to engage in combat with closed eyes. How do Earthlings perceive the existence of energy? Lacking a specific cultivation method, he realized he could not achieve this feat. A visit to Earth seemed imperative in the future. After several attempts, Shaya reluctantly conceded defeat. In the original narrative, Vegeta merely observed Goku and the others a few times, swiftly grasping the use of energy. It should not be inherently difficult. Why then could he not master it? Was Vegeta's talent truly so exceptional that he could learn merely by watching? No, there must be some secret he had yet to uncover. Although Vegeta was indeed a genius, Shaya considered his own understanding to be equally formidable. At this moment, the battle on Saiyan's side had concluded. Under her relentless onslaught, the hapless saber-toothed tiger stood no chance and was swiftly dispatched. With her face smeared in blood, yet sporting an innocent smile, she felt an exhilarating satisfaction from the unabashed combat. Shaya furrowed his brow, sensing the inherent brutality of the Saiyans, as even a child barely 4 years old fought with such ferocity. First, wash your face. You look as if you've crawled out from a heap of corpses, he remarked. However, Shilling merely chuckled, allowing Shaya to lead her to the riverbank for a cleansing. For a considerable time thereafter, Shaya took Shilling out daily to hunt for prey. Initially, their quarry possessed a combat power of merely 1 or 200, but it steadily escalated to a level comparable to their own. Yet, beyond the hunt, in the fulfillment of their tasks, Shaya placed greater emphasis on his own training. Regardless of Shilling's pleas, he steadfastly insisted that they both engage in weight-laden exercises for no less than half a day. In the evenings, he would sit in quiet contemplation for over an hour, recalling the training methods imparted by Bobo when Sun Wukong ascended to the temple. He sought to embrace the tranquility of the sky and the swiftness of lightning. This, perhaps, was a means of attuning oneself to the flow of energy. Though arduous, each day's growth and strength filled him with profound joy. The effects of his training soon became glaringly apparent. Not only had Shaya made significant strides in combat power, but he also seemed to be awakening to an understanding of energy, faintly sensing the flow of energy within others. 2 months later, in a vast expanse, the sounds of clashing echoed ceaselessly as Shaya and Shilling engaged in a relentless exchange, their movements swift as the wind, both suspended in midair, their expressions grave as they scrutinized one another. With a sudden flourish, Shaya assumed an attacking stance, his palm trembling as the energy within him surged like a mighty wave. A resonant hum filled the air as a powerful current of energy formed between his palms, compressing the surrounding air, and in an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted, dazzling in its intensity. Kick-ha! As Shaya thrust his palms forward, a surge of searing energy erupted explosively, a cerulean light swirling forth like a colossal wave. An unstoppable force rushing into the distance, creating a sudden vacuum in the air. A thunderous roar resounded through the vacuum, echoing with deafening blasts. The energy wave spiraled through the sky like a celestial dragon, its terrifying power radiating outward, striking forth toward the horizon. Energy slash! Came a commanding shout. As the diminutive figure of Shilling appeared before the energy wave, Facing the oncoming shockwave, her small visage broke into a maniacal grin. As the two shockwaves collided, the air crackled, and a blinding radiance erupted, engulfing all like the rising sun. In an instant, a massive sphere of energy expanded, followed by a resounding boom that reverberated through the heavens and earth, the cataclysmic force threatening to devour everything in its path. When the dust settled and the smoke cleared, a landscape marred by explosive devastation lay before them, pockmarked with craters as if struck by artillery, the parched earth riddled with fissures. At this moment, Shaya's combat power had surged to 550, a remarkable increase of 90 points since 2 months prior, while shielding had also made rapid progress, reaching a combat power of 520. Chapter 8. The Transformation of the Great Ape Under the Deep Night Sky. A subtle luminescence flickered, reminiscent of a tranquil sea, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Time passed swiftly, and it had been over a year since Shaya and his companions arrived on Selma Planet. Not long ago, the one-eyed giant, the strongest being on Selma, had perished under their combined might. The mission assigned by Vegeta had nearly reached completion. However, Shaya had no intention of returning to Vegeta immediately, as he discerned the potential ramifications of such a return. For years, Vegeta had not witnessed a mid-level warrior like Shaya, whose remarkable prowess at such a young age could easily attract the attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza forces. This was a scenario Shaya wished to avoid. He recognized that his current strength was insufficient to confront the might of King Vegeta and his allies. Fame can be a double-edged sword. To evade the scrutiny of King Vegeta and Frieza, Shaya resolved to remain low-key for a few more years, planning to depart once the planet was inevitably destroyed. "Brother Shaya, I need to use the restroom," Shilling murmured sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Shaya turned over, leading her out of the cave. At that moment, the night was shrouded in a delicate haze, and the dense forest was alive with the soft murmurs of insects. In the distance, a full moon rose, resembling a luminous lantern, suspended high in the celestial expanse. "What a beautiful moon!" Shilling exclaimed, gazing at the radiant orb on the horizon. But as soon as the words left her lips, she fell into a state of stupor. "Shilling?" Sensing an unusual stillness, Shaya softly called out the girl's name. Yet she received no response. Shilling remained entranced, her gaze fixed on the distance. What could be amiss? A flicker of concern crossed Shaya's mind, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Could it be that? Shaya's heart quivered suddenly. He turned his gaze resolutely, only to behold a radiant full moon suspended amidst the night sky. The crystalline moonlight filtered through the leaves, intertwining with the freshly arisen mist, rendering the night particularly hazy. "This is bad. How could there be a full moon here?" As Shaya opened his mouth, his expression suddenly transformed. The Selma planet is situated within a binary star system, where the duration of night is a mere 3 hours. Although there exists a moon, Shaya and his companions had not witnessed a full moon for over a year. Yet, tonight marked the occurrence of a perfect full moon. Shaya's expression grew increasingly anxious. He was uncertain whether he could retain his sanity after transforming into a colossal ape. However, based on his previous encounters with the original manga, it appeared that only advanced warriors and a select few intermediate warriors could maintain their composure during such a transformation. Thump, thump, his heart raced wildly, and it felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling over in an instant. Shaya's eyes became bloodshot, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Turning to glance at Shilling, he noticed that she had already sprouted brown fur. "No, I cannot afford to lose my sanity at this moment." Shaya gritted his teeth, fervently suppressing his true nature. However, the primal instincts of a Saiyan proved overwhelmingly potent, and he found himself unable to contain them any longer. In a critical moment, Shaya decisively seized the tail behind him. With a flash of blue arc light, a segment of his brown tail fell to the ground. He chose to sever his own tail. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, for he was on the brink of losing his sanity. Indeed, the Saiyan tail was the greatest variable in this scenario. He gasped for breath, feeling intense pain radiating from his rear. Yet he managed to avert the transformation into a great ape. He could scarcely fathom the horrific consequences that would ensue if both he and Shilling were to transform into mindless giants at that moment. The transformation into a great ape could amplify a Scion's strength nearly tenfold, but it also harbored tremendous risks. Aside from a select few elite warriors and royal Scions, most lower and mid-level warriors would succumb to madness upon transforming, becoming brutal, destructive killing machines that showcase the Scion's inherent savagery. A deafening roar echoed, followed by a thunderous rumble. In the distance, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, distorting the light around it. The immense explosion jolted him back to reality, revealing a gigantic ape. Towering over 20 meters, furiously bellowing as it swung a massive tree in wild abandon. Energy erupted from its mouth, followed by yet another mushroom cloud slowly rising into the sky. Indeed, it had lost all reason. Shaya sighed at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. A brilliant light surged on the horizon, resembling a blazing sun crashing down upon the earth. The ground trembled violently, and the shockwave from the explosion followed closely behind, bending the trees and shattering rocks into gravel. The scene was so catastrophic that it felt as if the apocalypse had descended in the haze. He could no longer distinguish between sky and earth. A tempestuous wind bore down upon him, and Shaya pressed his hands against his forehead. His black hair whipped about chaotically. Shaya sensed a tremendous surge in Xiuling's combat power, which had astonishingly increased by more than tenfold. Upon employing his detector, a shocking number swiftly appeared on the lens, a combat power of 9,370. Shaya was utterly astounded, muttering to himself. The sheer magnitude of Xiuling's strength after transforming into a giant ape was beyond his capacity to withstand. Over the course of a year, under Shaya's diligent supervision, both of their powers had seen remarkable advancements, each surpassing the formidable threshold of 900. Yet, in the face of Xiuling's monstrous combat power nearing 10,000, Shaya could only manage a wry smile. The disparity was staggering. Confronted by such a terrifying foe, he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, the giant ape spotted him, unleashing a torrent of energy waves from its maw. Alarmingly, Shaya realized he had been targeted. His expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered his body, the searing heat scorching his face as he narrowly evaded the attack. The energy wave collided forcefully with a mountain peak, producing a resounding explosion that sent a mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The small valley reverberated with the sound of destruction, debris cascading to the ground. Upon witnessing Shaya's evasion, the giant ape became infuriated, hopping in place while brandishing a massive tree before charging at Shaya once more. "Oh, Xiuling, you ungrateful child." Shaya cursed under his breath, acutely aware of the devastation that would ensue from a battle in the valley, potentially endangering the aircraft hidden within a cave. Thus, he began to engage the giant ape, skillfully maneuvering to lure it toward the outer forest. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed behind him, and the scorching winds ignited the atmosphere, causing the entire forest to erupt into flames. With all his strength, Shaya finally lured the colossal ape into a vast, untamed forest. Thud. A flicker of rage ignited in the giant ape's ferocious eyes as it stamped its foot with immense force, driving it deep into the ground. The sheer power of its stomp caused the subterranean rocks to shatter violently, and the earth itself seemed to bear the impact of hundreds of tons plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters, creating a tremendous depression and fissures that spread like veins across the terrain. The chaotic jumble of stones erupted in a cacophony, with smaller rocks disintegrating into dust, forming a vast crater in the process. In an unfortunate moment of distraction, Shaya was struck in the chest by a flying stone. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood as searing pain radiated through his upper body, causing his movements to grow sluggish. Witnessing his prey suffering grievously, the giant ape unleashed a deafening roar, its powerful arms creating a howling wind that dispersed the clouds, sending shockwaves rippling outward. With a crack, the ape swung its arm, its brutal claws arcing through the air with unstoppable momentum, reaching Shaya in an instant and sending him flying. Coughing, Shaya collided with a bare rock, creating a deep crater upon impact. Despite his grievous injuries, his gaze remained fixed on the giant ape, contemplating how to seize an opportunity for retaliation. Defeating me so easily is no simple feat, as Shaya laughed maniacally. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The only course of action was to find a way to sever Xiuling's tail, yet approaching her proved to be no simple task. Chapter 9. The Azure Realm? Whoosh. Shaya and the colossal ape exchanged distant gazes as a gentle breeze stirred, lifting dust and causing withered branches and fallen leaves to dance in the wind. Suddenly, the gentle breeze transformed into a tempest, and the once tranquil battlefield was enveloped in an eerie dread reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. As Shaya gazed intently into the distance, a chilling glint flickered in his bright eyes. His mind raced, seeking any opportunity to approach the colossal ape. He quietly summoned the energy within him, ready to unleash a fierce counterattack at the slightest chance. The air crackled with an overwhelming force, surging like a tidal wave, tousling the dark hair on his forehead. With a sharp crack, leaves were torn to shreds beneath the tumultuous gusts, producing a faint sound that resonated in the stillness. Shaya suddenly sprang into action. His movements were as swift as a gale, launching a fierce assault on the colossal ape in an instant. Illusory afterimages scattered in every direction, and the relentless sounds of fists and feet striking filled the air. A blurred figure danced continuously, unleashing an onslaught with the ferocity of a tempest. The giant ape emitted a roar, a mix of pain and, predominantly, rage, as the energy from its indiscriminate attacks began to surge forth once more. In response to the nearly frenzied assault of the giant ape, Shaya's expression shifted, and he swiftly regained his composure. A vortex of swirling wind surged from his feet, propelling his diminutive form upward into the heavens, the rushing wind roaring in his ears. In midair, Shaya suspended himself, his fingers splayed like claws, and then gently positioned his hands before his chest. In the next moment, a resplendent blue light ignited between his palms, gradually intensifying, akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the darkness, brimming with vitality and vigor. The pressure of the air between his hands continued to escalate as the searing energy was relentlessly compressed, transforming the blue radiance into a blinding white. The luminous glow grew larger and more brilliant, gathering the heat of a newborn sun. Energy sphere, he uttered in a low voice, thrusting his palms forward with force. The bright white energy sphere shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing crack. Sensing the imminent danger, the colossal ape emitted a guttural roar, unleashing a torrent of blood-red energy from its throat. Boom! The two forces collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the earth. Shaya's energy sphere encapsulated nearly all of his power, yet the energy wave expelled by the giant ape was equally formidable. The terrifying spectacle of their clash was reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. The sky was torn asunder, fragments scattered like shards of a shattered mirror, creating pockets of vacuum. A fortuitous opportunity. Amidst the chaos unleashed by the explosion, Shaya seized the moment and lunged towards the ape's tail, conjuring a thin blade in his hand, poised to sever it. However, at that instant, a shadowy form loomed into view. Sending a chill down his spine, it was the giant ape's hand. Crisis. Realizing the peril, Shaya attempted to escape, but the ape's combat prowess far surpassed his own, its speed overwhelming. Before he could alter his course, the massive brown claw ensnared him like a vice. The giant ape scrutinized Shaya closely, its mouth curling into a sinister grin, blood-red pupils gleaming with a frenzied bloodlust, before forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth split open, and Shaya was engulfed by the rocky layers beneath, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth. An excruciating pain surged through his brain, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. That strike had surely broken several bones. Grimacing, he clawed his way out from the rubble, the agony twisting his features. The disparity in combat power, over 900 against 9,000, was akin to an insurmountable chasm, a divide that could not be bridged by sheer will alone. Even though the giant ape, transformed by shielding, was merely a mindless creature of destruction, that tenfold difference was beyond Shaya's capacity to confront. Moreover, Shaya was already gravely injured. As misfortune would have it, just as Shaya found himself in dire straits, the giant ape prepared to deliver another blow. Lifting its colossal paw to stomp down with tremendous force. Should he be caught beneath it, he would surely meet his demise. Yet, in that moment, Shaya had no time to evade. The massive foot loomed ever closer, and it seemed that Shaya was destined for doom. At that crucial juncture, something extraordinary occurred. A blue luminescence began to emanate from Shaya's dark eyes, a delicate glow enveloping his form, transforming the world around him into a hue of blue. Strangely, everything seemed to freeze in place, motionless. The falling leaves, swirling dust, and even the giant ape itself stood still in this azure realm. What was happening? Shaya found himself in a race against time, as the scant energy remaining within him began to deplete at an alarming rate. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he realized he could no longer afford to delay. He felt a profound sense of foreboding. When the last vestiges of energy were extinguished, this azure world would inevitably collapse. With urgency, Shaya sprang into action, disregarding the pain coursing through his battered body as he swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the colossal ape. At that moment, the fragile blue realm finally succumbed to its own instability, fracturing into disarray, yet an opportunity had emerged for Shaya. Shieling, upon your awakening, you shall receive a thorough reprimand. With the last remnants of his strength, Shaya conjured a delicate blade of energy, its gossamer edge tracing an elegant arc through the air. With a resounding thud, it struck as a massive tail descended, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the atmosphere. A mournful cry erupted from the giant ape, whose form gradually diminished until it reverted to shieling. The little creature now sprawled on the ground, blissfully slumbering. Oh, it is finally over. Shaya collapsed onto the earth, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had endured an unwarranted calamity. How could such chaos unfold on an otherwise peaceful evening? The planet Selma had experienced a 3-hour night, yet a full moon had appeared, coincidentally witnessed by both him and Shieling, an event that occurred only once a year. Truly, it was a dreadful turn of events. There was no medical pod in sight, and with injuries of this magnitude, recovery would require months of rest. Shaya forced a bitter smile, his mouth twisted in discomfort, as waves of pain radiated from his body. He was acutely aware that at least 6 or 7 bones were fractured. The recent violent encounter with Shieling, who had forcefully slammed him to the ground, had inflicted internal injuries. Even the slightest movement tugged at the wounds that marred his entire being. Were it not for his robust physique, any other individual would likely have succumbed to the grim embrace of death by now. Reflecting on the perilous moment, Shaya felt a tightness in his nerves, suddenly realizing his back was drenched. However, what exactly transpired in that cerulean realm? It seemed as if everything had come to a standstill. Could it be something related to time? Following the crisis, Shaya finally had the opportunity to ponder the bizarre occurrences that had unfolded. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had been suspended. Had it not been for the brief interruption caused by the appearance of the blue world, he might not have had the fortune to stand here alive. When that azure realm manifested, the energy within him began to dissipate rapidly, pausing for a mere 2 seconds before he exited. This was a form of temporal superpower, and Shaya was now convinced, akin to Guldo of the Jinyu Force, who could manipulate time through sheer will. Yet, why did he possess such an ability? The only distinction he held from the Saiyans was that he had traversed dimensions, having lingered in a nebulous and eerie dark space for an extended period prior to his arrival. Could it be a consequence of that shadowy realm? Shaya murmured softly, still unable to unravel the mystery of that enigmatic space and how he had found himself within it. Nevertheless, it was futile to dwell on such matters. This newfound temporal ability could serve as a strategic advantage, but if time was a gift, might there be other latent powers yet to be discovered? It would be worth exploring when the opportunity arose. Zaya's spirits soared, akin to a suffocating individual who suddenly inhales the freshness of air. At that moment, not far away, Shieling, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by a sudden chill, rubbing her eyes as she rose. She was instantly stunned by the scene around her. As if a fierce battle had taken place, debris scattered everywhere, ruins and desolation enveloping the landscape. Chapter 10. Healing. Shieling, now fully awake, caught sight of Zaya, his body marred with wounds as he lay prostrate upon the cracked ground. With a gasp, she rushed over. "Brother, what has happened to you? Who has done this?" Her face was etched with concern, her hands hovering uncertainly as she longed to touch him but feared causing him further pain. Cough, cough. "Do not worry, I am fine." "Shieling, please help me back to the cave," Zaya reassured her, feeling warmth in his heart at the sight of her anxious expression. He gently patted her arm. Upon hearing his words, Shieling nodded obediently and carefully assisted Zaya, moving him step by step toward their dwelling. Upon returning to their former valley, they found it unrecognizable, ravaged beyond belief. The forest and the water pool had vanished, and fallen rocks had created massive craters upon impact, while fissures snaked across the ground like black dragons, tearing at one another in a swirling dance. Reaching the cave's entrance, they found it blocked by a pile of collapsed rocks. Shieling began to clear the debris, allowing Zaya to venture inside to assess the situation. To his relief, although the cave was littered with rubble, the farthest corner where the flying vehicles were stored showed no signs of collapse. After inspecting the 2 spherical flying devices, he confirmed that everything was functioning normally, and a wave of relaxation washed over him. Thank goodness the vehicles are unharmed. Otherwise, we would be stranded here. In that moment, he profoundly understood the constraints posed by the absence of a flying device, feeling an envious longing for the instantaneous teleportation abilities of Sun Wukong from the original tale. If he too could teleport, many of his limitations would vanish. After all, the world of Dragon Ball is vast. Even the northern galaxy, governed by King Kai, is immense, not to mention the entirety of the galaxy and even larger cosmic realms beyond. Relying solely on flying vehicles as a means of transportation would render the time spent traveling a significant hindrance. It seemed that the superpower he possessed was somehow related to the manipulation of time. As time and space are often intertwined, he pondered whether his abilities, acquired during his traversal through different worlds, might also harbor potential spatial capabilities. This is something I must explore further. If it proves true, it would be splendid. As Shaya gazed at the 2 spherical flying vessels, his mind began to wander. The previous battle had revealed to him that numerous hidden secrets lay dormant within him, waiting to be unearthed. However, the ability of instantaneous movement was essential to his plans. Even if he ultimately failed to master spatial abilities, he intended to journey to the planet Attendant to learn. Shilling, please gather some hay and fruit. I require a period of recuperation, he instructed. Obediently, Shilling set off to procure the necessary provisions. Once she had completed her tasks and helped Shaya lean against the rocky wall, her curiosity could no longer be contained. Brother, what transpired? Why has our home transformed in such a manner? Who could have inflicted such injuries upon you? Shilling's heart brimmed with questions. Yet she had held her tongue out of concern for Shaya until now. She struggled to comprehend how the lush, primordial forest had become a scene of utter devastation, as if ravaged by a relentless bombardment. Who had so grievously wounded her brother? Could there be an undiscovered master lurking on the Selma planet? In response to Shilling's inquiries, Shaya could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. It was not her fault, he murmured inwardly, though he refrained from voicing that sentiment directly. After a moment of silence, he resolved to share the truth with Shilling, to prepare her for the future and to ensure that such an incident would never recur. To speak of the true culprit, it was all due to the full moon. Shaya bit into a piece of fruit as he spoke. Shilling tilted her head, her eyes wide with confusion. What does the full moon have to do with this? The Saiyans possess an innate transformation ability. When exposed to the light reflected by the moon during a full moon, the cells within a Saiyan's body undergo mutation, allowing them to transform into a giant ape. In this form, a Saiyan's combat power is multiplied tenfold. Shilling's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "Then, doesn't that make the Saiyans invincible?" Shaya shook his head, saying, "It's not that simple." Without even discussing the maximum combat power a Saiyan can achieve when transformed into a great ape, there is a singular weakness that limits the majority of Saiyans. What weakness? In truth, the Saiyans are a warrior race. Yet aside from the elite fighters and a select few mid-tier warriors, the potential of most Saiyans is rather modest. Thus, upon transforming into a great ape, they inevitably succumb to the primal instincts within, losing their rationality. Unfortunately, today happens to be a full moon. Observing his brother's serious demeanor, Shilling quickly considered a possibility, covering her mouth in disbelief. "So, brother, were you harmed by my transformation into a great ape?" Indeed, with a combat power of 9370, it was quite exhausting. Upon seeing Shaya nod, Shilling could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. "Oh, brother, I am so sorry. It is all my fault." Shaya gently reached out to stroke the glossy black hair of the little one, offering solace. There, do not be disheartened. As you can see, I am perfectly fine. Moreover, I have severed your tail. As long as it is absent, you shall not transform even upon witnessing the full moon. Is it truly not my fault?" Shilling inquired cautiously. "Of course not, for you are my beloved sister," Shaya softly reassured, saying, "Although the tails of Saiyans enable one to transform into a great ape, thereby gaining tenfold combat power, they also represent a significant instability for an ordinary Saiyan. It would be prudent to remove it if the opportunity arises." Indeed, Shilling nodded vigorously. While she felt a twinge of regret, she believed Shaya's words held merit. "I must focus on recuperating over the next few months, so I entrust the subsequent tasks to you. However, you must remain vigilant. Although Selma Star no longer harbors any creatures capable of threatening you, caution is still paramount. This world is home to many beings, akin to Saiyans, possessing transformation abilities. While they may appear weak in their normal state, they can become exceedingly formidable once they transform." Shaya advised with a serious expression. In the cosmos, numerous races possess the capacity for transformation. These entities often suppress their combat capabilities for various reasons until they are confronted with genuine peril, at which point they unleash devastating power. Individuals such as Frieza and his subordinate, Shampa, exemplify such extraterrestrial beings. Frieza, in particular, is a fearsome entity, endowed with 3 transformation stages that instill dread in those who hear of him. Selma Star, a planet of notably low rank, raises Shaya's concerns that it may conceal unknown threats. "Rest assured, I will exercise caution," Shilling declared, puffing out her chest with renewed confidence as she embraced her responsibilities ahead. Char gave a slight nod and picked up the fruit, eating it with ease. Shilling's current combat prowess was already among the highest on this planet. As long as she remained cautious, there would be no major issues. In the coming days, Char would quietly focus on recuperating from his injuries while also taking this time to thoroughly reflect on the battles he had fought. Chapter 11. Two superpowers. Time flowed like a river, swift and unrelenting. In the blink of an eye, for months had passed. The power of time could reshape all things, turning vast oceans into fertile fields, towering mountains into muddy swamps, and barren valleys into lush greenery once more. Though not as dense as the original forest, the land now teemed with vibrant life. Over these 4 months, thanks to the Saiyans' formidable vitality and rapid healing, Char's injuries had fully mended. His broken bones had knit back together, and his body had grown even stronger. After narrowly surviving a near-fatal battle 4 months prior, Char's strength had surged dramatically. In just this short span, his combat power had skyrocketed to a staggering 700, an almost inconceivable feat for a Saiyan not yet 6 years old. Yet, the greatest reward of these 4 months was not the increase in power, but the development of 2 new super abilities. Through persistent research, Char had confirmed that he possessed 2 distinct powers. The first was the previously discovered time ability, Time Freeze. When activated, it could halt time within a designated area for up to 3 seconds. The larger the range or the stronger the opponent, the greater the energy consumed. At his current peak, Char estimated that his Time Freeze could immobilize any target with a combat power below 10,000 for the full 3 seconds, though it would drain him of all energy afterward. This would remain his ultimate trump card, to be used only in direst need. The second ability, as he had suspected, was spatial in nature. After months of refinement, he could now perform instant transmission within a 10-kilometer radius. However, as it was still in its early stages, there were many aspects yet to perfect. On this particular day, as Char trained his instant transmission, Shieling came soaring from the distant horizon. She held aloft a wild boar dozens of times her size, her cheerful laughter ringing through the air. With a heavy thud, the boar crashed onto the ground. "Brother Char, I caught this just now, today. I want roast pork." Shieling bounded over, tugging at his arm. Fine, as you wish." Char relented with a chuckle. "But afterward, you must train properly. If you don't meet your goals, no more delicious food for you." At the threat of losing her treats, Shieling puffed out her cheeks, eyes flashing with indignation. "I know." Shaya smiled indulgently, then skillfully gutted the wild boar, removing its entrails and skin, and cleaned it before securing it on a wooden frame. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast from his fingertips, igniting the kindling in the hearth. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasted boar began to waft through the air. As it neared perfection, he sprinkled it with the unique spices from Selma, and soon a delectable roasted pig emerged from the flames. Shieling watched with bright eyes, unable to resist the temptation. She reached out, disregarding the heat, and tore off a generous chunk of the succulent meat. "Brother Shaya, when shall we return to Vegeta?" Shieling inquired between bites, her heart longing for their parents back on Vegeta. Char wiped his mouth and set down his food, saying, "Initially, according to the mission plan, we merely needed to eliminate the primitive natives of Selma before returning to Planet Vegeta. However, I fear that if we were to return prematurely, it might provoke certain unfavorable consequences for us." "What could possibly be unfavorable?" Westling inquired, her expression one of perplexity. Sighing, Shaya remarked, "Consider our age and the extent of our combat prowess. As Saiyans, we are a warrior race. However, greater strength does not necessarily equate to greater safety. Numerous political complications lie beneath the surface. If we stand out too prominently, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry would be unable to shield us." At this moment, Shaya's combat power had reached 700, while Xiling possessed 1080, despite still being in their youth. Remarkably, they had not yet entered the rapid growth phase of Saiyan strength, yet their capabilities were already formidable. One can only imagine the magnitude of their power upon reaching adulthood, undoubtedly exceeding 10,000. They had only just begun to enter the golden period of the Saiyans, and the potential for growth beyond that was incalculable. Is this scenario one that King Vegeta would welcome? With his own power barely surpassing 10,000, such a reality would undeniably threaten his reign. Among the elite warriors on Planet Vegeta with combat abilities over 10,000, most achieve such levels only after the age of 30, their potential largely exhausted. These are the individuals King Vegeta finds most agreeable. Should one's strength pose a significant threat to him, he would not hesitate to reveal his fangs and eliminate them swiftly. King Vegeta, upon recognizing the immense potential of Broly as a danger to his authority, decisively ordered the execution of Broly and his father. It is not unfathomable that he might resort to similar measures against Shaya and Xiling. even if he cannot act overtly. Orchestrating special assignments to discreetly remove them would be all too simple. Saiyan wholeheartedly believed Shaya's words, her youthful visage creased in concern upon hearing them. Yet, my true apprehension does not lie with King Vegeta. My greatest fear is Frieza. Frieza? Saiyan pondered, finally recalling that this Frieza was indeed the overlord to whom their Saiyan race pledged allegiance. Brother, why are we worried about Frieza? Could he pose a threat to us? A hint of ferocity flickered in Saiyan's eyes as she spoke. Shaya's expression turned grave as he nodded, saying, indeed, that Frieza is both sinister and cold-blooded. And he is most wary of us Saiyans, fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among our ranks. Were it not for his desire to study the Super Saiyan phenomenon, he would not have permitted the survival of the Saiyan race until now. Therefore, upon our return, we will likely face Frieza first, rather than King Vegeta, who will certainly be pleased with the situation. What shall we do? Frieza proclaims himself the Emperor of the universe. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. You need not worry too much, Shaya said, ruffling the girl's hair with a smile. Brother knows of a place where we can learn to control the energy within us. Once we master the art of concealing our energy, we shall remain undetected. Really? Absolutely. Furthermore, we should minimize our use of energy detectors, as they may be equipped with listening devices by Frieza. Seeing Shilling nod earnestly, Shaya smiled, knowing she had absorbed his words. For over 5 years, Shaya has resided in the Dragon Ball world, yet he harbors not an ounce of affinity for the Saiyans. His sole concern lies with the couple, Rebecca and Xiling. After their meal, at Shaya's insistence, Xiling engaged in training. Despite the rudimentary nature of the training methods they devised independently, the refinement of their strength proved to be notably effective, perhaps sensing the weight of expectation. Xiling trained with an intensity surpassing her usual efforts. Char Aznable devoted himself to the development of spatial superpowers, aspiring to perfect the ability of instantaneous movement at the earliest opportunity. This would allow him to avoid the use of spacecraft and elude the watchful eyes of Frieza as he ventured to a cerulean planet known as Earth. Located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, referred to as Harmony, his instantaneous movement differed significantly from the secret technique employed on Planet Vegeta. The former relying entirely on superpowers, while the latter drew from a rich tapestry of cosmology, chaos theory, and the evolution of spatial structures. Thus, Char understood that only through relentless training of his superpowers could he gradually refine this technique, somewhat akin to the instantaneous movement of Jebet, a subordinate of the East Kaioshin. However, unlike Jebet's method, Char's instantaneous movement bore a considerable flaw. It required precise knowledge of the coordinates between the point of departure and the destination. A minor miscalculation could result in becoming lost in the vastness of space. Scientifically speaking, his superpower essentially involved the instantaneous creation of a wormhole tunnel between 2 points in the universe, facilitating swift transit. In the future, he hoped to integrate the instantaneous movement of Planet Vegeta, which possessed the advantage of utilizing chi to ascertain direction. While it was limited by the sensitivity to one's life force, it consumed no energy upon activation, a feat Char's spatial superpower could not achieve, thus illustrating the merits and drawbacks of each technique. Chapter 12. Arrival on Earth on a desolate plateau of the Selma planet, which bore the scars of weathering and cracked rock formations. A young girl, appearing no older than 6 or 7, was diligently practicing her martial arts. Atop a nearby peak, a diminutive figure hovered 3 meters above the ground, surrounded by fragments of stone that rhythmically rose and fell. Suddenly, the air pressure at the summit surged, creating a violent tremor that sent a series of high-pitched sounds echoing through the atmosphere. The stones quaked, revealing fine fissures across their surfaces. With a resounding explosion, the stones disintegrated into a cloud of dust, and in their stead appeared a menacing dark red crack, pulsating with a chilling light reminiscent of a ferocious beast-scaping maw, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. This crack represented a rupture in space, filled with the destructive force of thunder. Disperse, came a firm command, causing the terrifying fissure to shudder and reluctantly vanish. Char furrowed his brow as he gazed at the spot where the crack had been, attempting to channel the energy within him. Suddenly, a faint golden aura enveloped his form, and a tremendous force whipped up a whirlwind, scattering the surrounding dust. Beeping electronic sounds filled the air, and a series of data materialized before him. 2530 combat power. Over 2,500 combat power, comparable to that of an average adult intermediate warrior. Shaya's lips curled slightly upwards as he exhaled a long breath of stale air. After years of relentless effort and countless hardships, his combat prowess had increased to over 5 times what it had been upon his arrival on Selma. However, what rendered him truly formidable now was not merely his fighting strength, but rather the two enigmatic superpowers he possessed. Through prolonged development, Shaya had mastered the manipulation of spatial super abilities and had innovatively devised a new technique called spatial slash, building upon the foundation of instant teleportation. This terrifying maneuver was nearly impossible to defend against, its practicality rivaling that of time pause. Turning off the energy detector, he gazed at the vast, desolate plateau before him. Located on the edge of the Gobi Desert in the western region of Selma, the yellowish gravel blanketed the ground, and as the wind stirred, it swept up clouds of yellow sand, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of grandeur akin to the vastness of the heavens. Having spent over 3 years on the planet Selma, the time had come for him to depart. As Shaya focused his thoughts, he abruptly vanished from the mountaintop. On the plateau, Shilling continued to flail her limbs, her energy radiating outward and compressing the atmosphere, producing a hissing sound. Beads of sweat trickled down her hair, falling to the ground and rising in wisps of steam. Her beautiful tresses danced in the wind, bound by a ribbon, while several strands clung to her small face, dampened by perspiration. Suddenly, waves of air surged violently, centered around Shilling, causing the atmospheric pressure to plummet. Clouds of dust swept across the landscape as if a desert storm had descended. As Shilling accelerated the rhythm of her punches and kicks, a series of muffled thuds echoed, and the surrounding area of several hundred meters resembled a pot of boiling water. With a thunderous roar, a figure appeared high in the atmosphere, then descended gracefully. The individual extended a hand, and in an instant, the tempest was abruptly dispersed. The fierce wind ceased, and the swirling sand and stones, now subject to gravity, fell gently to the ground. Shaya landed on one foot and approached Shilling. "Brother," Shilling exclaimed with an irritated expression, clearly displeased by Shaya's interruption of her training. Char smiled lightly, brushing off the dust from his attire, and remarked, "All right, no need to be upset. I have come to inform you that we are about to depart from this planet." Upon hearing this, Shiling's expression immediately brightened somewhat, and she promptly inquired, "Brother Shaya, have you mastered your superpowers? Do we not require a spaceship?" At this moment, Shiling's maturity was evident. She understood the necessity of holding sufficient cards close to her chest and could not fully place her trust in King Vegeta and Frieza. The means to conceal King Vegeta's intentions lay in masking their combat abilities, necessitating their journey to the distant Earth. Char nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed. If I harness my full powers with you, we should be able to reach Earth swiftly. When shall we embark?" "Once we have positioned the spacecraft. We can depart at any moment." Shilling nodded in agreement, then with a graceful leap, she soared into the air, heading towards the valley they called home. As Shaya followed behind, observing the decisive actions of the young girl, he stood there, shaking his head in lament. Shilling has grown up, no longer clingy. How is it that she has lost the charm of her childhood? Logically, he usually indulged Shiling's wishes, so she ought to be more attached to him. Why had she become increasingly independent? Was it his upbringing that led her astray, or was it the pronounced individuality of the Saiyan nature? Upon returning to the small valley where they had resided for 3 years, and after confirming that the 2 flying vehicles were securely positioned, Shaya sought out a massive stone to seal the cave's entrance. After completing these tasks, he took Shiling's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I am about to activate instant transmission." Shilling responded with a soft affirmation, stepping forward to embrace Shaya, burying her head in his chest. With arms outstretched, Shaya embraced Shiling's waist, his other hand forming a delicate point pressed against his brow. His demeanor was exceptionally grave, and with a mere flicker of thought, an extraordinary ripple enveloped the two of them. In a fleeting moment, they vanished into the serene depths of the valley. Within the vast cosmos, a gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars that illuminated the night sky, each one sparkling with a diamond-like brilliance. Earth, a cerulean orb nestled in the southern sector of the northern galaxy, was regarded as a lesser planet, overlooked by all civilizations. The inhabitants of Earth, despite wielding firearms, possessed a fighting capability barely exceeding a mere 10. Yet, within this inconspicuous sphere lay the most profound martial arts. At this moment, in a hilly region of the northern hemisphere, a resplendent radiance flickered in midair like a celestial body. Following this brilliance, 2 figures abruptly materialized in the sky, only to plummet straight down in an unexpected descent. "Wow!" Shaya exclaimed as he landed, sprawling on the ground, greedily inhaling the vital energy permeating the air. "Alas, I miscalculated. I almost lost my way in the void. I must refrain from such recklessness in the future." Shaya felt a pang of regret. Although he had pinpointed Earth's coordinates from the spacecraft, he had underestimated the challenges of interstellar travel. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, They might have become lost in the vastness of the cosmos. Along the way, Shaya made several stops at different planets for transit, and at last, they reached their destination. The immense energy required for such large-scale teleportation was staggering. Even though he had traversed from one planet to another, the entire journey nearly depleted all of his strength, leaving him on the verge of collapse before their mission had even begun. Brother Shaya must think carefully before initiating another teleportation, Westling remarked softly, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the surrounding environment. Is this truly the Earth my brother spoke of? The gravity here is but a tenth of that on Vegeta, and it is even inferior to Selma's sphere. Is there really a remarkable martial arts training method here? After a brief respite, Shaya rose to his feet, his strength revitalized. He replied, do not underestimate Earth. Although it is merely a primitive planet, the martial philosophies it harbors are quite profound. If we can fully comprehend them, we would not only stand a chance against King Vegeta, but even Frieza would be easily vanquished. Shiling's eyes flickered with surprise. She had never witnessed her brother Shaya hold such admiration for a planet before. It seemed that this world indeed possessed remarkable qualities worthy of recognition. Shaya cast a glance around and remarked, let us first find a populated area to don suitable attire, and then seek a place for cultivation. Chapter 13. The sanctuary of Kalen. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, with a gentle breeze caressing the face. The azure expanse above was as flawless as a mirror, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled spots of brilliance upon the forest floor. The dense, dark green thicket rustled with sounds, as slender creatures, startled, scurried deeper into the woods. Approximately 10 kilometers from where Shaya and his companions had descended, beyond several towering snow-capped mountains, lay a small human settlement. Though merely a short distance from the forest, the town remained isolated by the formidable peaks. Only the hunters who ventured into the mountains frequently crossed the snowy barriers. The inhabitants of the town led lives of tranquility and peace. As the warm sunlight poured down, the ice and snow began to gradually melt. At that moment, from the opposite side of the mountain, 2 straight beams of light sliced through the sky as Shaya and Shilling entered the realm of human activity within the small town. Upon landing, Shaya beheld the familiar sights of tractors clattering in the fields, farmers toiling with their hoes. As he observed this scene, a wave of nostalgia surged within him, as if he were glimpsing a past life. Despite the changes in the world, humanity continued its age-old rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Yet, such a life felt increasingly distant to him. With a gentle smile, Shaya shook his head and declared, this way of life is not what I aspire to. Having endured the monotony of existence and felt the helplessness of weakness, Shaya's conviction grew ever clearer. He resolved to seize his own destiny, refusing to succumb to the world's turmoil. The path of the strong was fraught with challenges, yet he would persevere. As Shaya gazed into the distance, his resolve unwavering, he found himself captivated by the vast, majestic expanse of the starry sky, which represented the true realm he sought. To his astonishment, the humans on this planet bore such resemblance to Saiyans. If not for the absence of tails, they could almost be mistaken for one another. Shilling was somewhat taken aback by the boundless wonders of the universe, realizing that in the southern reaches of this distant cosmos, there existed a race strikingly similar to the Saiyans. She promptly retrieved her energy detector to assess the humans in the distance, only to find that the displayed data amounted to a mere single digit, prompting a furrowed brow from Shilling. After a second measurement yielded the same paltry result, revealing a maximum combat power of no more than 7 points. She switched off the device and remarked disdainfully, I never imagined their combat power would be so feeble. It seems merely superficial. Truly a worthless race. Brother Shaya, I now question whether we will find what we are seeking on this planet. Do not be deceived by their low combat power, he replied with a chuckle. Humans are an exceedingly intelligent race, and among them, some martial artists possess a plethora of extraordinary techniques, precisely what we require. Come, let us first change into more suitable attire. Char, casting a glance at the somewhat tattered battle suits adorning the 2 individuals, spoke with a faint smile. Although these uniforms were crafted from the advanced technology of Dadar Star and possessed a degree of flexibility to accommodate growth, it was evident that they were no longer suitable for wear. As they conversed, the pair ventured into the quaint town. Despite its remote location, quite a distance from the bustling metropolis, the streets were lined with shops brimming with an array of goods, showcasing an impressive variety. Shilling had never encountered such items before. She was momentarily dazzled, wandering from one stall to another like a naive street urchin entering a marketplace for the first time, marveling at everything and yearning to possess it all. Just as Shilling became entranced and contemplated resorting to theft, Char intervened to halt her actions. "What are you doing stopping me?" Shilling exclaimed, her face a mask of displeasure. Shaya grasped her arm and said, "If you desire something, you must procure it with money, rather than resorting to theft. However, I do not possess such a thing as money. No matter, leave it to me. But you must also learn how to integrate into civilized society," Shaya replied, casting her a sidelong glance. As a warrior race, the Saiyans were inherently brutal and fierce, adhering to the law of the jungle where the strong prey upon the weak. Yet, Shaya harbored no desire for Shilling to adopt the malevolent deeds of Frieza. Senseless slaughter and ruthless pillaging were not in alignment with his values, nor were they a pathway to survival in the cosmos. Since Shilling had chosen to accompany him, he felt a profound responsibility to guide her properly. Subsequently, Shaya utilized instantaneous movement to venture into the primordial forest, where he hunted several rare beasts. He then traded their pelts for currency on Earth and used this money to purchase the necessities of their daily lives. Given that the Universal Capsule Corporation had yet to flourish in this era, they could not fit large quantities of goods into the compact capsules. Thus, their acquisitions were modest, sufficient only to replace their entire attire, followed by a tidying of their hair. Remarkably, after this grooming, the two indeed resembled children just entering elementary school. Were it not for the brown tail trailing behind them, Shaya donned a white short-sleeved shirt complemented by a black jacket, while Shilling wore a neutral-toned t-shirt beneath a gray coat, paired with petite denim trousers. Her long, ebony hair was elegantly tied into a ponytail, adding a touch of femininity to her appearance. It was indeed exasperating. The option to seize the moment and take action was apparent, yet the situation had become unnecessarily complicated. Pouting in displeasure, Shilling tugged at her sleeve and remarked, "Why must we be dressed in such a manner? These garments lack resilience and would easily tear during combat." Char revealed a bright smile. Despite Shilling's seemingly dissatisfied expression, he knew that deep down, she was actually quite pleased, though she would never admit it. Shaya glanced at the sky, ascertaining a direction, and stated, "Enough of the complaints. Our next destination is the sacred land of Kylan, the birthplace of martial arts in the Northern Hemisphere. There stands the Kylan Tower, and our objective lies atop it." With that, the two ascended into the air, transforming into two radiant beams, swiftly soaring towards the sacred land of Kylan. On this journey, Shaya heads to the sacred land of Korin not only to learn the art of energy manipulation from the cat sage, but also to acquire the mystical healing herb, the Senza Bean. In the early chapters of Dragon Ball, the Senza Bean does not reveal much of its worth, merely alleviating hunger. However, as the story progresses, it transforms into a miraculous treasure, capable of swiftly restoring stamina and instantaneously healing any injury. Regrettably, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, the production of Senza Beans diminishes significantly, with their scarcity becoming pronounced. Goku and his companions would rather divide a single bean into halves to share. Fortunately, at this moment, the Senza Beans have not yet fallen victim to the ravages of Yuki-rope, suggesting that a substantial quantity still remains. The sacred land of Korin is situated on the vast plains on the opposite side of the earth, vigilantly protected by the indigenous tribes for generations. Historically, it served as the cradle of martial arts on Earth. For ages, warriors have flocked to the sacred land to challenge the Korin Tower. Although the advancement of martial arts has stagnated in recent centuries, and a catastrophic event struck 300 years ago, the indomitable spirit of Earth's martial artists endures, with individuals periodically arriving to test their mettle against the Korin Tower. Today, the tower is poised to welcome two new visitors. In a fleeting shimmer, the smooth skyline comes into view. As Shaya and another soared above the holy land of Kyran, they beheld a slender tower rising majestically from the earth, piercing the clouds and vanishing into the layers of mist above. This was the Kyran Tower, and its towering height left Shilling utterly astonished. Char's gaze was filled with astonishment as he beheld the towering structure. According to legend, the pinnacle of the Kyran Tower could only be reached through unassisted climbing, a notion he had previously dismissed. Yet, as he observed the seemingly endless edifice fading into the heavens, he could not help but admire the ingenuity of the ancients of Earth. Such an accomplishment seemed to be the domain of the divine alone. Chapter 14. Upon the Temple. Shaya and Skaying made only a brief stop beneath the Kylan Tower before accelerating along the ivory-colored structure toward its pinnacle. At the summit of the tower, within a spherical edifice, the cat sage stood gravely beside a water tank, leaning on a staff. The tank displayed the swift ascent of Shaya and Skaying. Their speed was astonishing, creating a whirlwind that dispersed the clouds surrounding the tower, and they were rapidly nearing the top. Oh dear, from where did these extraordinary beings emerge? They are about to reach the summit so swiftly. In comparison, the Demon King Big from 300 years ago seems utterly insignificant. Beads of sweat formed on the cat sage's forehead as it paced back and forth, stroking its whiskers. Filled with unease, the sudden arrival of such formidable beings on Earth could herald either fortune or disaster. Shaya and Saiyan emitted an overwhelming aura that could not be concealed, drawing the attention of the cat sage and the celestial beings above upon their arrival. For those radiating such immense power, the cat sage and the celestial beings were not only stunned but also helpless. They had never encountered, nor even heard of, such terrifying energy that was nearly suffocating. They could only hope that these beings would not pose a threat to Earth. Considering the combat prowess of Shaya and Saiyan, rated at 2530 and 1980 respectively, it was inconceivable for the celestial beings and the cat sage, who barely exceeded a power level of 260, to fathom such strength. The impact they felt was akin to the very heavens and earth collapsing. Suddenly, the cat sage jolted, shifting its gaze from the tank to see two youthful figures hovering outside the tower's summit. It was astonishing that they had passed the trials of Kalan Tower so swiftly. Their strength was almost beyond belief. Trembling slightly, the cat sage steeled itself and approached Shaya and Saiyan. At that moment, Shaya was also scrutinizing the plump white cat before him, silently acknowledging that this was indeed the cat sage, just as described in the original text. It was said to be over 800 years old. "May I inquire what brings you here?" the cat sage asked cautiously. Meanwhile, in the temple above Kalan Tower, the celestial beings gazed solemnly downwards, with Bobo attentively at their side. "Cat sage, I have heard that the Kalan Sanctuary is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. We have come today to seek your guidance on the methods of cultivation," Shaya replied with a smile, getting straight to the point. The cat sage visibly relaxed and replied, "Your strength far surpasses mine by countless measures. I fear I have little to teach you." "That is not how one should speak," Shaya countered. "As the saying goes, a master is recognized by their accomplishments. Due to certain innate factors, our clan possesses great power from birth. However, this very strength renders us unable to properly control our aura. Thus, we wish to learn the ways of mastering our energy." Shaya continued to elucidate the situation. He would not underestimate his opponent merely because the cat sage possessed a combat power of less than 200. As a being who had lived for over 800 years, the Chiron sage had far more experience than celestial beings. Upon hearing this, the cat sage let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Well then, allow me to witness your true strength." Although one could infer a general sense of power from the aura inadvertently emanating from the opponent, only through genuine experience could one comprehend the extent of their might. "I shall go first," Shaya declared, immediately channeling the energy within him. A formidable aura surged forth, transforming into a tempest that swept through the surroundings, causing items atop Chiron Tower to tumble chaotically. The cat sage was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming presence Shaya exuded. When Shaya truly unleashed his power, the previous energy paled in comparison. The cat sage had never encountered such a formidable aura before, rendering its body momentarily immobile. "That should suffice," Shaya remarked as he reined in his energy, only to find that many of the objects around had been thrown askew by the forceful winds. "Now it is my turn," Shilling softly stated. Although she harbored doubts about the abilities of the plump, white cat before her, she nevertheless unleashed her energy with all her might. Instantly, another powerful and ferocious aura manifested atop Chiron Tower. While her aura was considerably weaker than Shaya's, it was still sufficient to astonish the cat sage. "Enough, enough. I truly cannot fathom where you all come from. Each of you is simply terrifyingly strong." The cat sage wiped the cold sweat from its brow and circled around in place, saying, "I do possess some methods of cultivation, but they all require you to start from scratch. However, considering the immense energy you already wield, suppressing it is no simple task. The greater the energy, the more domineering it becomes. Mastering it entirely grows increasingly challenging. Especially the cultivation methods I possess, which necessitate starting anew, poses a great dilemma. Allow me to resolve this issue." An ancient voice interjected from the side. The cat sage turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, two figures had appeared outside Chiron Tower, the celestial being leaning on a staff and Bobo, standing on a flying carpet suspended in midair. The celestial being cleared his throat. Indeed, such powerful individuals had emerged on Earth, compelling the celestial being to reveal himself. "Greetings, esteemed friends from afar. I am the celestial being of Earth, and perhaps we in the celestial realm may possess ways to assist you with your difficulties." A benevolent smile graced the aged visage of the celestial being. A smile adorned Shaya's face as he spoke. In that case, I shall trouble the deity. No trouble at all. I kindly request both of you to visit the temple. The deity nodded, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. As long as the other party was not of malevolent intent, forging a benevolent connection with Earth would be advantageous. The deity then addressed the cat sage. Kylan, this matter is of great importance. You should accompany us as well. Certainly, the cat sage replied, leaning on his staff as he stepped onto the flying carpet. The temple was situated directly above Kylan Tower. Would the two join us? Or would we ascend on our own? Shaya was in high spirits. With the guidance of the cat sage, the deity, and Bobo, he was confident that he would soon grasp the mysteries of Chi. Shieling, let us proceed together. He took Shieling's hand, soaring into the sky, heading toward the temple. They traversed through layers of stormy clouds crackling with electricity, ultimately arriving at the hemispherical temple perched high in the heavens, its structure predominantly crimson. The air here was thin, the pressure remarkably low, and the temperature cooler than below. Is such a place truly here? Shieling began to appreciate the wonders of Earth. Though the life force on this planet was considerably feeble, both Kylan Tower and the temple they now occupied were not edifices that ordinary mortals could construct. Perhaps extraordinary martial arts indeed resided here. Soon after, the deity and the cat sage arrived. Please wait a moment, the deity said courteously, before turning to Bobo and instructing. Bobo, please fetch the weighted garments. Bobo acknowledged the request and entered the temple, returning shortly with 2 sets of orange martial arts attire in hand. The deity elaborated. These garments were prepared long ago for warriors challenging the temple. They possess remarkable weight-enhancing properties, approximately 15 times the normal gravitational effect. I had thought I would never need them again. Shaya looked on in astonishment as he donned the martial arts uniform, instantly feeling an overwhelming force of gravity pressing down on him, rendering even the act of walking a formidable challenge. The intensity of the gravitational pull was remarkable. It felt as though his body were laden with lead. His expression shifted to one of surprise, and after taking just a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his breath becoming labored. It is worth noting that Saiyans are naturally adapted to the 10-fold gravity of Planet Vegeta. Yet the 15-fold gravity proved to be somewhat excessive for them. In the original narrative, Son Goku began acclimatizing to 20-fold gravity only when he embarked on his journey to Namek, at which point his battle power was already over 8,000, far superior to Shaya's current power of 2,530. Thus, the 15-fold gravity posed a significant challenge for both Shaya and Saiyan at this moment. Meanwhile, Saiyan also found her movements hindered upon wearing the weighted clothing. In Chapter 15, Training, after donning the extraordinary weighted attire, Shaya's body felt as though it were enveloped by a mysterious gravitational field, necessitating a greater expenditure of energy to counteract the weight imposed upon every cell within. Consequently, his capacity to wield his strength at will was severely diminished, and his previously surging battle power swiftly waned. Much like Frieza, who suppressed his uncontrolled inner strength through transformation, Shaya found that after shedding the majority of his energy, the amount he could truly manipulate had become minimal. Controlling this energy was significantly easier than before. Observing the duo, although their movements were labored, their formidable battle power remained evident. The deity's expression softened, a hint of surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes. He had never contemplated taking advantage of their diminished powers to eliminate them, for he understood such a notion was utterly implausible. While their strength was currently being utilized to counterbalance the weight of the attire, it did not mean that their powers had vanished. They merely lay dormant deeper within their beings. Furthermore, the deity's sense of righteousness prevented him from committing such a despicable act. Let this be a favorable connection for Earth. Perhaps one day it may require their assistance. The deity mused quietly, leaning on his staff as his voice drifted through the air. Dear guests, from this point forward, Bobo and Kellen will oversee your training, and I hope it proves beneficial to you. Just call me Shaya. This little one beside me is Saiyan. We shall be in your care. Shaya replied courteously to Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful face adorned with a confident smile. Although the power within him had diminished significantly, this reduction meant he could manage it with greater ease. No trouble at all, the cat sage remarked, licking his paw and stroking his whiskers, secretly pondering the origins of these two youngsters. It had been several centuries since he had encountered beings capable of withstanding such a burden under 15-fold weight. At that moment, Bobo, who had remained silent at the side, stepped forward. His eyes, devoid of emotion, regarded Shaya and Saiyan as he spoke. you will first train with Kellen for a time. Once you have grasped the essence of your energy and understood what Ki truly is, I shall take over your training. Very well. Indeed. Kellen, I leave the rest to you. The deity said, supporting himself with his staff, a smile gracing his aged, wrinkled face. After exchanging pleasantries with Shaya and Saiyan, he retreated into the temple. Once the deity had departed, the cat sage observed the two seemingly youthful yet undeniably powerful children before him, contemplating how to proceed with their training. Before long, the cat sage produced two bells from seemingly nowhere, fastening them to Shaya and Saiyan. He then hung a water bottle from his staff. Having completed these tasks, the cat sage, smoothing his fur, stated earnestly, "What you must do next is to seize the water bottle from my staff. You may do this while I am asleep or distracted. Any means are permissible as long as you can obtain the bottle from me. However, I have one condition. You must keep these bells attached at all times, and you must not allow them to make a sound. Otherwise, you will not succeed." After listening, Shaya nodded. This training method is essentially the same as that employed by the cat sage when training Sun Wukong. However, compared to Sun Wukong, the cat sage's current approach is significantly more stringent. The mere presence of a tiny bell has escalated the difficulty of the training manifold. To execute movements without causing the bell to emit even the slightest sound, one must achieve a state of tranquility akin to still water or the serenity of the sky. A feat of considerable challenge. Through such training, one can subtly grasp the essence of Qi. In fact, Shaya has also practiced this method. Yet he remains oblivious to the aspect he has failed to master, as any movement inadvertently disturbs the bell, leaving him perpetually at a loss. It seems that guidance from someone well-versed in Qi is essential. Qi is, in essence, a form of energy, a latent power within a living being. Yet, the majority of individuals are unable to discern its true nature, often employing it in a crude and unrefined manner. The cat sage's training method, though seemingly simple, embodies profound principles, which is precisely where Earthlings surpass their cosmic counterparts. This is what Shaya seeks to acquire during his visit to Earth. Highland Sage, let us commence. Shaya nodded at the cat sage, and together with Shieling, they began their endeavor to seize the water bottle. Although the cat sage's training appeared simple, the true challenge revealed itself upon commencement. With each attempt, Shaya either missed entirely or caused the bell to jingle loudly. To prevent the bell from ringing, they had to exercise meticulous control over their movements, coupled with the thin air at the temple's height and the immense weight they bore. It wasn't long before both were left breathless and fatigued. After a brief respite to regain their strength, the duo resumed their attempts to snatch the water bottle that hung from the cat sage's staff. Yet, time and again, they faltered on several occasions. They were mere moments away from success, only to have the cat sage shift and thwart their efforts. Days passed, 6 or 7 in total, within the temple's monotonous existence. However, both Shaya and Shieling possessed a remarkable capacity for patience, remaining unperturbed by the tedium. During these days, they resembled sponges, continuously absorbing the martial teachings imparted by the cat sage, reshaping their understanding and control of power, transitioning from instinctual, rough manipulation to a more refined precision. On the 9th day, while they continued to vie for the water bottle, they had markedly improved. Compared to their initial attempts, they could now prevent the bell from ringing. The cat sage observed in astonishment, thoroughly impressed by their almost superhuman progress. Despite his own commendable martial background, he found himself profoundly impacted by their advancement. He recognized that his training method surpassed previous challenges. Typically, those who ascended the Kylan Tower underwent water bottle training, which generally took challengers 2 to 3 years to master. However, this added restriction of silence was unprecedented, as it was usually a test set forth by the celestial realm for temple challengers. This will not suffice. You must learn to adjust your breathing, the cat sage admonished. Any disruption in your breath will throw off your rhythm and expose your weaknesses. As he shook the water bottle in his hand, his feline eyes narrowed into slits. Suddenly, the cat sage launched an attack towards Shaya and Shieling, his soft paws landing upon them with a flurry of sound, propelling their figures several meters away, leaving them to skid across the ground. To truly master breath control, one must first attain a tranquil heart. The air in the celestial realm is exceedingly thin. Any extraneous movement increases the burden on the body, thereby affecting one's breath. When you can achieve a state of serene stillness, akin to the calm sky, you will gain command over every action of your being, he instructed, waddling over with his cumbersome form, his staff in tow. Remarkably, the water bottle atop his staff remained perfectly still, spilling not a single drop. Char, standing there in contemplation for a moment, suddenly had a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Ignoring the beads of sweat trickling down his face, he let out a light exclamation, drenched in perspiration. Once more, Shaya initiated the assault, moving with the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of lightning. An orange flicker danced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the cat sage. Swiftly, he shifted his position to strike at the target on the sage's staff. The cat sage's gaze sharpened, eyes narrowing as he prepared to evade. Suddenly, the expression of the cat sage shifted, his white fur bristled slightly. At a mere step's distance from him, Shaya astonishingly altered his stance once more, leaving behind a lingering afterimage suspended in midair, while his figure inexplicably materialized behind the cat sage. A slender hand lunged toward the intended target. In that critical moment, the staff was swiftly retracted, causing Shaya's hand to grasp nothing but air. Immediately following, a resounding thud echoed as the cat sage's ample form was propelled upward. One foot aimed squarely at Shaya in retaliation. Shaya's body was uncontrollably flung away. After repelling Shaya, the cat sage patted its chest and let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the still swaying water bottle, from which beads of cold sweat began to trickle down its back. Oh dear, that was truly unexpected. Had it not reacted swiftly, the water bottle would have been snatched away. The cat sage's gaze toward Shaya turned rather obscure. What a remarkable little rascal. He almost succeeded. When the celestial being ascended to the divine temple, it took decades to wrest the bell from Bobo. These two fellows are certainly no ordinary adversaries. Meanwhile, Shieling meticulously observed Shaya's every movement. Just as it seemed Shaya was on the verge of success, he faltered at the last moment, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Simultaneously, she earnestly pondered the profound words spoken by the cat sage. The more she contemplated, the more she felt the depth of those words, far surpassing the teachings imparted on Vegeta Star. Earth is truly an extraordinary place. A spark of joy illuminated Shieling's bright eyes. Perhaps accompanying Shaya to Earth was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 16. The fragile Earth time, like fine sand, slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Shaya and the others began their training under the cat sage. Under the sage's guidance, both Shaya and Shieling experienced rapid growth. Continuously addressing their foundational inadequacies, they grasped the essence of chi and learned to harness it within themselves. After half a month, their auras had become more contained, no longer radiating the same brilliance as when they first arrived on Earth. On the 16th day, having mastered the intricate use of chi, Shaya was the first to seize the water bottle from the cat sage. By the 19th day, Shieling also managed to claim a bottle. Thus, the training under the cat sage came to an end. Well, your rate of progress has truly exceeded my expectations. It is remarkable that you have reached this stage of training in just a few days. By the way, you may now remove your weighted clothing. Demonstrate your full strength so I may witness your power. After the training concluded, the cat sage waddled over, its rotund body swaying. Absolutely, Shaya replied with enthusiasm, swiftly removing the weighted clothing. As the garments were shed, the peculiar gravitational field enveloping him dissipated, and the power that had been suppressed within him began to stir restlessly. Crackle, crackle. Shaya's entire being resonated with a crisp sound reminiscent of frying beans. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted as if it had found an outlet, gushing forth like a torrential flood. In that moment, an overwhelming momentum rapidly enveloped the entire temple, transforming the tranquil sky into a tempestuous scene as if a bomb had been detonated. The temple began to tremble slightly. Sensing the surging energy coursing through every cell in his body, Shaya could not help but laugh heartily, a broad and satisfied smile gracing his face. Yet, he soon composed himself, and the rolling waves of energy intensified once more. In an instant, that momentum materialized, the howling winds bearing down with an unparalleled pressure akin to that of Mount Tai. The cat sage, positioned not far from Shaya, was the first to feel the brunt of this force. Faced with the imminent pressure, his expression stiffened, his body turned cold, as if the blood coursing through his veins had congealed in an instant. Enough, enough. Quickly, rein in your aura, the cat sage exclaimed, propping himself with his staff, one hand shielding his forehead against the oncoming gusts. In a mere 20 days, Shaya's combat prowess had surged once again, surpassing the levels he had exhibited upon arriving on Earth, and it was roughly estimated to have exceeded 3,000. Having started his cultivation anew, Shaya distinctly felt his foundation becoming increasingly solid. Although his previous strength had been formidable, he suddenly experienced a profound realization. The strength he once possessed was but an illusory facade, akin to a massive sponge that, despite its imposing appearance, occupied little space when compressed. That former power was superficial. While it sufficed against the weak, It crumbled when confronted by true strength, akin to a balloon that deflates with a mere prick. Now, with a grounded sense of power, Shaya felt an invigorating solidity in his progress. This sensation was delightful, as he took firm steps forward on the path of the strong. Shaya, tell me honestly, how many beings of your caliber exist in the universe? The cat sage, intrigued by Shaya and Xieling's remarkable cultivation talents, suddenly inquired. Someone like me? Shaya was momentarily taken aback, and candidly replied, to be honest, my strength is hardly noteworthy in the vastness of the universe. Xiling and I hail from a planet known as Vegeta, inhabited by a warrior race known as the Saiyans. We are merely juvenile mid-tier warriors among the Saiyans, and there are at least several 100,000 who surpass us in strength. Although we Saiyans are often labeled as a warrior race, our influence in the universe can only be deemed moderate, and we are certainly no match for those cosmic overlords who can effortlessly bring about cataclysmic destruction. Unbeknownst to him, the words struck a chord with the cat sage, who involuntarily drew a sharp breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. The prowess of Shaya is remarkably insignificant even among his own kind. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. Their physique resembles that of mere children, naturally inferior to the adults. This fact, however, piqued the interest of the cat sage even further. The sheer strength of a child from a cosmic race far surpasses that of the deities on Earth. Moreover, from his words, it appears that the Saiyan race's influence in the universe is merely moderate. How many formidable civilizations must exist within this vast cosmos? At that moment, the immense and overwhelming nature of the universe left the cat sage speechless, casting a profound shadow over his heart. If what Shaya claims about the beings in the universe holds true, then Earth is indeed perilously vulnerable. Sensing the cat sage's trepidation, Shaya remarked with a smile, however. You need not worry excessively. Earth is merely a forgotten low-tier planet, and typically, extraterrestrials do not venture here. The cat sage, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. The designation of Earth as a lowly planet, while disdained, was unexpectedly a piece of good news. How ironic. Chapter 17, The Room of Spirit and Time Well. I have learned all I need to know. You should seek out Bobo. He will guide you in your training. I must tell you. Do not be deceived by Bobo's seemingly dull exterior. His abilities far surpass my own. The cat sage, somewhat disheartened, waved his hand dismissively. After being struck down by Shaya's revelations, he no longer felt inclined to assess Xilin's progress. Nevertheless, one could assume Xilin's advancement would not lag far behind Shaya's, as both possess remarkable talents. Thank you, Kalen Sage. We shall now seek Mr. Bobo. With a smile, Shaya cast a glance at Xiaoying, who nodded in understanding and followed suit, both making their way towards the inner sanctum of the temple. Observing their retreating figures, the cat sage stood silently in place. Murmuring softly to himself, I must relay this information to the celestial being to ensure he is prepared. Alas, the cosmos is rife with formidable beings. Let us hope none set their sights upon Earth. It is worth noting that the martial arts on Earth have significantly waned over the past few centuries. The cat sage stretched languidly, yawning as he ambled towards the residence of the celestial being. In the temple's corridor, Bobo sat quietly in a meditative pose, resembling a venerable monk in deep contemplation. Upon seeing Shaya and his companion enter from the temple's exterior, Bobo rose, his copper-like eyes devoid of emotion, yet radiating an air of innocence as he regarded them. I have witnessed your earlier performance. Conventional methods are beyond my instruction. Now, follow me as we delve deeper into the temple, he instructed, turning to lead the way into the temple's inner sanctum. As Shaya and Xiaoying exchanged glances, they promptly followed suit, trailing behind Bobo as he navigated through numerous corridors and diverging paths, delving deeper into the heart of the temple. When Shaya glanced back, he realized the route they had traversed had become a tangled web, reminiscent of a labyrinth, where one could easily lose their sense of direction. Where's Bobo leading us? It has been quite a while. We must be nearing our destination, Shaya pondered, recognizing that they had already reached the temple's depths. Just as Shaya contemplated, Bobo halted before a grand golden door. As he pushed the door open, he remarked, inside lies a time chamber. One day outside equates to a year within, and the conditions are exceedingly harsh. Bobo will remain with you for an entire year inside. A time chamber indeed. Shaya was taken aback, contemplating numerous possible methods for their training, such as transporting them to other worlds using machines as depicted in the original work, or to valleys crackling with lightning. However, he never expected that Bobo would directly lead them to the hyperbolic time chamber. It is crucial to note that the air inside the chamber is thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times that of Earth. While such conditions might be deemed harsh for others, they are hardly adverse for formidable individuals like them. The true trial lies in their psychological resilience. Spending a year in an expansive yet desolate environment poses a significant challenge to the psyche. Those with weak wills or scattered minds are prone to hallucinations. In the original narrative, the hyperbolic time chamber was primarily designed to gain time before confronting adversaries and held little intrinsic value for training. Yet, at this moment, Shaya felt an overwhelming urge to proceed, for what he desperately lacked was indeed time. Shaya has resided in the Dragon Ball universe for over 7 years. According to the unfolding narrative, it is likely that Frieza will soon lose his patience and initiate the destruction of Planet Vegeta, although he remains uncertain of the precise time remaining before this cataclysm. In any case, it cannot be long. He must possess sufficient strength by then. While he does not aim to thwart Frieza, he at least intends to rescue Rebecca and Edri in advance. Brother Shaya, what is the hyperbolic time chamber? Shilling inquired, her expression one of confusion. The hyperbolic time chamber is an otherworldly space constructed by the deities, where time flows at a considerably accelerated rate compared to the outside world. One day outside equates to an entire year within, making it exceedingly suitable for urgent breakthroughs in training. However, a person may only enter the chamber twice in their lifetime, and no more than 2 individuals may enter at once. Before Shaya could respond, Bobo, who had been standing nearby, interjected with the answer. What a remarkable place. At that moment, Bobo had already opened the golden door, revealing the hyperbolic time chamber. From the outside, it appeared as a dark, indistinct void, as if some energy were obscuring the view. Bobo turned to Shaya and the others, saying, "Since only 2 can enter at a time, you will need to enter in 2 separate groups. I'll go first," Shilling declared, leaping to the forefront. Char shrugged, considering it inconsequential whether it was 1 day or 2. Since Shilling was so eager to enter, he decided to let her go first. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Mr. Bobo, did you not mention that an individual can only enter twice in their lifetime? Pray tell, how many times have you ventured in before?" As Bobo had been present during the construction of the Spirit Time House, he was not bound by this limitation. Bobo replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Shaya felt his pupils constrict involuntarily. From Bobo's words, he discerned a multitude of implications. Bobo had been present when the deity constructed the time chamber, which suggested that Bobo had lived for several millennia, perhaps even longer. Such an extended lifespan must have afforded him profound insights into existence. However, this revelation raised a new question. If Bobo could enter and exit the time chamber without restriction, why did his combat power remain so minimal? Was it perhaps due to Bobo's status as a servant of the gods? Unable to fathom the answer, Shaya shook his head and decided to abandon these musings. His gaze settled on Shilling as he said, "You should hurry inside. It will be my turn in a day." Shilling nodded, her curiosity piqued, and followed Bobo into the time chamber. As they entered, the golden door of the chamber thunderously closed behind them. Shaya understood that time within the time chamber flowed differently. While a day passed outside, a year transpired within. With little else to occupy his time, Shaya sat alone in the corridor of the temple for an extended period, before wandering along the circular staircase of white jade. The exact date of the temple's construction was lost to history. It could have been built several thousand years ago, or even longer. Yet, time had not left many marks upon the temple, which perhaps was its most enchanting quality. On either side of the spiraling corridor, half-meter-high golden patterns adorned the walls. These intricate carvings were vividly lifelike, reminiscent of Incan murals, primarily depicting ancient scenes of humanity's struggle with nature, including the cultivation of land and hunting. Moreover, Shaya noticed that interspersed throughout the labyrinthine corridor were resplendent doors, each leading to various chambers. Some were ordinary storage rooms, while others were special spaces imbued with magical enhancements. Much like the time chamber, after wandering for quite some time and navigating the complex pathways, he finally returned to the entrance of the temple. At that moment, the deity approached, leaning on a staff. "Shaya, there you are. Chiron has just informed me of your circumstances. I had no idea there were so many formidable beings in the universe. In comparison, Earth truly seems insignificant." A hint of helplessness flickered across the deity's aged visage. After learning from the cat sage about the might of other life forms in the cosmos, a sense of dread regarding the relationship between the strong and the weak lingered in the deity's heart, fearing that extraterrestrial beings might one day invade Earth, leading to devastation. Seeing the deity bring up the topic, Shaya did not beat around the bush, stating plainly, indeed, the overall strength of Earth is quite low. It is likely one of the most primitive planets in the universe. However, you need not underestimate yourselves. While the individual strength of Earthlings may not be high, you possess advantages that are difficult for beings from other planets to match. Your martial philosophies are far more advanced than those of the cosmic entities. If you capitalize on your strengths, I believe Earthlings need not fear comparison with the denizens of the universe. Shaya's words were not merely intended to comfort the deity. In truth, the frailty of Earthlings is not a permanent state. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly ascend, pure-blooded Earthlings like Krillin will surpass the vast majority of beings in the universe by leaps and bounds. Of course, this requires fortuitous circumstances. The deity was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Shaya's optimistic view of martial arts on Earth. Nevertheless, the scarcity of formidable warriors on the planet is indeed alarming. Over the past few centuries, true martial artists have been dwindling, with few worthy of cultivation, alas. The deity could not help but sigh at this thought. Among the martial arts of the lower realms, the Turtle School and Crane School are renowned, their reputations echoing across the world. Yet, a generational gap has emerged among the younger martial artists. A disconnection that poses a significant disadvantage for Earth, which may soon face an invasion from extraterrestrial beings. Upon realizing Earth's precarious situation, the deity began contemplating ways to enhance the strength of its inhabitants. By the way, I've heard that you possess numerous wondrous spells. I require your assistance. Shaya suddenly recalled something and said with a smile, indeed, I have some knowledge of magic, but I am curious about what you need my help with, the deity inquired. Not perceiving any unreasonable request in Shaya's plea, the universe operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, a law of the jungle that bestows upon the strong an abundance of innate privileges. For instance, the weak serve the strong, a notion that many strong individuals, and even the weak themselves, find entirely natural and justifiable. As Shaya turned, a brown, fluffy tail detached from his waist, swaying in the air. After being severed on the night of the full moon on Selma Star, it had regrown over the course of several months. This is the tale of my Saiyan heritage, and I fervently wish to harness the powers of the deity to prevent its regrowth. The deity, having never encountered a human with a tail, observed it intently for a moment, contemplating that this tail might indeed be a characteristic of the Saiyan race. However, at that moment, a furious, roaring giant ape suddenly manifested in the recesses of his mind. A surge of violent and ferocious energy crashed over him, relentlessly assaulting his psyche. The deity's eyes widened in horror as he quickly averted his gaze. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he spoke with lingering trepidation. What a terrifying mental assault. What on earth is that giant ape? That ominous presence nearly shattered my spirit. First, sever the tail, and then I shall cast a spell to ensure it does not regrow. Very well. Shaya nodded, demonstrating remarkable cooperation as he concentrated to manifest a blade of energy. With a swift stroke, his tail severed and blood trickled from the wound. Observing Shaya's decisiveness, the deity nodded in approval, ready to invoke his magic. He extended his arm from the flowing white robe, fingers poised as he intoned an incantation. A glimmering light flickered briefly before soaring toward Shaya's injury. With a soft sound, the magic enveloped Shaya's form, imparting a warm, soothing sensation upon his flesh. The radiant green luminescence pulsed rhythmically, gradually dimming until it vanished completely, and the wound at his rear had healed. After moving about, Shaya immediately sensed a change, to his astonishment. He discovered that the absence of his Saiyan tail had bestowed upon him a slight enhancement in control. Thank you, Divine One. Should Earth encounter any troubles in the future, simply call upon me, and I shall gladly extend my assistance. Zaya was in high spirits, readily accepting the promise he made, though whether this promise would come to fruition depended on his presence on Earth at the appropriate time. He was confident that at least before the onset of Dragon Ball Z, Earth would not face any significant crises, and by the time Dragon Ball Z commenced, Goku and his companions would have undoubtedly matured. However, the Supreme Kai was unaware of these details. Upon receiving Zaya's assurance, a smile inevitably graced his face. You will be of assistance to us in the future, he remarked. In a silent yet pleasant transaction, Zaya alleviated the potential instability brought about by his tail, while the Supreme Kai secured a promise of aid should Earth be threatened, thus fulfilling each other's needs. After exchanging pleasantries, Zaya presented numerous inquiries regarding his training, to which the Supreme Kai responded thoroughly. Although the Supreme Kai's strength paled in comparison to Bobo's, his martial wisdom was exceptionally vast, surpassing Xayah's understanding significantly, proving to be immensely beneficial to him. With the Supreme Kai's guidance, Xayah's mind became remarkably clear, dispelling many of his previous uncertainties. By this time, much of the day had already elapsed. Noticing that there was still ample time before Shieling and the others exited the hyperbolic time chamber, Xayah contemplated his next move and departed from the temple, soaring directly towards the summit of Korin Tower below. His purpose in visiting Korin Tower was to procure the healing artifact, the Sins of Beings, from the Cat Sage. Previously, he had been preoccupied with his training and had not requested the Sins of Beings from the Cat Sage, yet they were an indispensable goal for this journey. The combination of a Saiyan's physique with the healing properties of the Sins of Beings was an anticipation beyond compare. At the top of Korin Tower, which resembled a flattened sphere, the Cat Sage was leisurely reclining on a bench when suddenly he sensed a formidable energy approaching. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xayah had appeared before him without his notice. The Cat Sage, accustomed to his presence, yawned and rose from the bench, rubbing his eyes as he inquired, "Xayah, why have you come here instead of training up there?" After spending several days together, the Cat Sage felt he had come to understand Xayah's nature and spoke with a newfound casualness. Without preamble, Shaya directly inquired, "Master Kalen, I have heard that you possess something known as the Divine Being. Might I trouble you for a few?" "The Divine Being?" The Cat Sage squinted slightly, his eyes opening just a fraction as he nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, I do have such a thing. Consuming a single Divine Being allows one to forego sustenance for 10 days. If you desire some, I can certainly provide you with a few. Just a moment, let me see if I can locate them. I believe they are nearby." As he spoke, the Cat Sage began to rummage through various containers, unearthing a plethora of miscellaneous items. Eventually, he uncovered 5 sealed ceramic jars, each adorned with the characters for Divine Being in crimson ink. Upon opening them, a wealth of vibrant green, dried beans was revealed. Chapter 19. An abundance of Divine Beings, such an abundance. Upon seeing the 5 jars brimming with Divine Beings, Shaya's eyes sparkled with an intense fervor, akin to a destitute wretch stumbling upon a room filled with gold. His gaze was imbued with an insatiable yearning. The jars contained no less than 70 or 80,000 beans. In the earlier stages of the Dragon Ball saga, Divine Beings were not particularly valued, merely regarded as a luxury food to stave off hunger. However, as the tale progressed, they transformed into a veritable lifesaver, capable of swiftly restoring stamina and instantaneously healing various injuries. Reflecting upon the latter parts of Dragon Ball, one could observe Goku and his companions desperately splitting a single bean in half to share, a truly poignant sight. Thus, when Shaya beheld the multitude of Divine Beings before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to hoard them all, lest that gluttonous fatso, Yachirobe, squander them in the future. Then, the Cat Sage plucked a single Divine Being from the jar and tossed it in Shaya's direction. Shaya extended his hand to catch the mysterious bean, tossing it into his mouth where he chewed it into fragments. A crisp crack echoed as it crumbled, resembling fried beans in texture, yet lacking distinct flavor. However, as he crushed the bean, a miraculous energy suddenly enveloped his mouth, followed by a warm sensation flowing throughout his body. The gnawing hunger within him vanished inexplicably, and the mental fatigue dissipated entirely, invigorating him with newfound strength. He exerted himself slightly and found everything to be in optimal condition. The effects of the magical bean were indeed extraordinary. Having personally experienced the wonders of the magical bean, Shaya felt an even greater yearning for it. He gazed at the jars of beans with fervent eyes, wondering if the immortal Chiron might grant him a few. "Oh, certainly no problem." The cat immortal nonchalantly waved his hand, tossing several jars of the magical beans toward him. Shaya was momentarily stunned. His intention had merely been to request a few beans. Perhaps a few thousand would suffice. He did not anticipate the cat immortal's generosity in bestowing upon him all 5 jars, which must contain around 70 to 80,000 beans. It appeared that this item was indeed fated to be his. Overjoyed, Shaya immediately gathered the beans. With a swift gesture, he created a smooth rift in space that resembled a thin sheet of crimson paper, carefully placing the 5 jars of magical beans into the dimensional space. This new technique had been developed during his training in the temple. Though lacking offensive capabilities, it was perfect for storage. The cat immortal, observing the floating rift, expressed surprise, then chuckled. "Oh, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. This technique, if used wisely, could indeed be a formidable weapon." Merely a trivial skill. "I must thank you. These magical beans are of immense benefit to me." Shaya laughed heartily, radiating joy. Receiving such a bounty of beans was a delightful surprise, significantly enhancing his resources for cultivation, much like a seasoned racer on Aquino's mountain acquiring multiple high-value insurance policies. Now, he could attempt many training methods he had previously dared not try. The cat immortal waved dismissively. These beans were originally intended to restore the vigor and quell the hunger of those challengers who ascend Chiron Tower. However, as no one has managed to climb it for many years, they would serve no purpose sitting idle. It's better to give them to you. Thus, you were squandering them. Shaya chuckled, curiously inquiring, I wonder what the yield of these magical beans is like? Even with such an abundance, he found himself yearning for more. The cat immortal seemed to anticipate his thoughts, shaking his head as he replied, the cultivation of magical beans requires divine water for irrigation. I have cultivated a small patch atop Chiron Tower, yielding merely about 100 beans per year. In recent years, the yield has diminished further. The beans you possess are the result of several centuries of accumulation. Shaya nodded with a hint of regret. Yet his spirits lifted upon recalling that he had already stocked thousands of divine beans in his space. After a moment's contemplation, he kindly remarked, Kylan, these divine beans are truly remarkable. Their benefits extend far beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring energy. I believe their most significant virtue lies in their healing properties. I suggest you consider expanding their cultivation, as they may prove invaluable in the future. The cat sage stroked his beard and nodded thoughtfully. Shaya's words awakening a realization within him. In the past, the importance of divine beings had not been fully appreciated on Earth, primarily due to the absence of formidable adversaries. However, just because they were deemed unnecessary before does not imply they will remain so, particularly as Earth becomes exposed to the cosmos, potentially attracting the attention of countless powerful beings. As a sacred remedy for wounds, divine beings are indeed essential. I understand, he replied. I will endeavor to expand the cultivation of divine beings. However, the planting requires divine water for irrigation, and the condensation of such water is no simple task. Thus, the extent to which we can increase the yield remains uncertain. Nonetheless, we can certainly begin with a trial cultivation. Char appeared with a radiant smile, enticingly stating that as long as the cat sage is willing to expand the cultivation area of the magical beans, the yield would inevitably see an enhancement. Moreover, once the cat sage recognizes the significance of these enchanted beans, it is likely that in the future, even if Yachirobe desires to partake, the cat sage would not relinquish the beans to him for wasteful indulgence as depicted in the original narrative. Shaya's acquisition of such a plethora of divine beans was, in truth, a fortunate consequence of the cat immortal's ignorance regarding their significance. It is common knowledge that such treasures are not bestowed lightly. After bidding farewell to the cat immortal, Shaya departed from Chiron Tower and returned to the temple. Upon his return, an epiphany struck him. He realized he had neglected to inquire about the super divine water, a substance capable of unlocking one's potential. Would it not be a lamentable oversight to miss such an opportunity? He then shook his head, dismissing the thought. The super divine water appeared to be anything but safe. For an ordinary individual, it could indeed be likened to poison. Its capacity to unleash potential was exceedingly formidable. In the original tale, Sun Wukong faced near demise, only to survive due to his Saiyan lineage. Shaya harbored doubts, pondering whether it was the consumption of the super divine water, compounded by the excessive use of the Kaioken technique, that led to Sun Wukong's premature cardiac distress, ultimately resulting in viral heart disease. In truth, how could a warrior race like the Saiyans experience such vulnerabilities in their cardiac systems? Individuals with extraordinary combat prowess are typically impervious to ordinary pathogens. Their immune systems are remarkably robust. The moment a pathogen enters their bodies, it is swiftly engulfed by immune cells present in their bodily fluids. Yet, the fact that Sun Wukong succumbed to viral heart disease suggests that there must have been some underlying weakness. While this remains mere speculation, Shaya deemed it prudent to exercise caution. The universe is replete with various methods to unlock potential, perhaps in the future. He could seek the wisdom of the Elder on Namek to explore his capabilities and endeavor devoid of adverse effects. Might the super divine water be the sacred liquid employed by the cat immortal to nourish the divine beings? In the temple, Shaya became lost in a reverie. Chapter 20. A year later, and Saiyan had yet to emerge from the room of spirit and time. Meanwhile, Shaya floated in the air, sitting cross-legged, striving to grasp a state of clarity akin to the vast sky, as swift as lightning. Legend has it that the temple's location has transcended the Earth's atmosphere, existing in a unique subspace. This area, imbued with divine energy, is accessible only through genuine prowess. In the vast, boundless void, a hemispherical structure, Resplendent in crimson and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated solitary. Positioned at an extraordinary altitude, the surroundings were bereft of clouds, and the air was exceedingly thin. At the heart of the temple lay a row of opulent and majestic halls, flanked by modest plantings that seemed somewhat austere in comparison to the grandeur of the structures. With a spacious plaza at the center. At this moment, Shaya hung suspended in the air, his eyes closed, exuding tranquility, his countenance devoid of any turmoil. There was no breeze, yet the distant plants appeared to be swayed by an unseen force, tilting in a singular direction. Shaya exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of pent-up frustration. He opened his eyes, his toes gently touching the ground, and mused, I intended to emulate Bobo's essence to elevate my martial arts realm. Yet the profundity of his realm only grows more complex the more I ponder it. It is worth noting that the divine attendants in the Dragon Ball universe seem to far surpass the deities they serve. Aside from the East Kai's attendant, Jebet, both Bobo and the angel Whis eclipse their divine masters in strength, and in a certain sense, they have also taken on the role of mentors. The Supreme Kai received guidance from Bobo upon first entering the divine realm, while the god of destruction, Beerus, was meticulously trained by Whis. What manner of beings are these divine attendants? If they are so powerful, why do they remain mere servants? As these thoughts swirled in Shaya's mind, he felt a twinge of headache. He quickly composed himself, chuckling softly. What purpose does it serve to dwell on such matters, regardless of their existence? It seems irrelevant to me. Perhaps I shall resume my training. However, at that moment, the atmosphere around him suddenly stilled, followed by a sound akin to silk being torn asunder. Shaya paused, momentarily taken aback, as a tumultuous and terrifying aura descended upon him, akin to colossal mountains crashing down from the heavens. The very ground trembled, and the entire temple was engulfed by this overwhelming force. In the face of such might, Shaya's once proud strength felt diminutive, and his combative bloodline quivered in trepidation. He was momentarily stunned by this power, for the aura was eerily familiar. Shieling had emerged, and her presence had grown astonishingly formidable. It felt as if he were once again confronted by the colossal ape form of Shieling. And the disparity had widened to an unimaginable extent. Shaya's expression was one of astonishment, yet it was predominantly infused with exhilaration. As the blood coursing through his veins surged with fervor, it was remarkable. The training in the hyperbolic time chamber proved to be extraordinarily effective. No, it was certainly the guidance of Bopo that made the difference. Shaya, a voice called from the corridor, and a petite girl emerged from the side of the temple. Her hair, reminiscent of clouds, danced gently in the air, while her elegantly arched brows framed a pair of bright eyes that sparkled like stars and shone as brightly as the moon, perfectly accentuating her delicate features. Her face, as radiant as jade, bore the blossoming beauty of youth, though her body had yet to fully mature. Nevertheless, she already exhibited the graceful lines of a young girl. Is this Shieling? Gazing at the diminutive figure standing before him, Shaya found himself momentarily entranced. The girl who once trailed closely behind him had unknowingly blossomed into a young lady. Reflecting on their ages, it was indeed about time. They were over 7 years old when they arrived on Earth, and considering the years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shieling was now more than 8. Given that Saiyan females typically mature earlier, her development was hardly surprising. Shieling, your power has surged to such heights. Standing beside her, Shaya felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the energy emanating from her approached a staggering battle power of nearly 10,000. Even within the context of Planet Vegeta, this would be considered peak strength. Upon hearing this, Shieling proudly lifted her chin, her fair visage brimming with self-satisfaction. Of course, I am now far more formidable than you, Shaya. Revel in your triumph while you can. When I emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Shaya retorted nonchalantly, unfazed by Shieling's boast. He was well aware of his abundant supply of senzu beans, which would allow him to train without restraint. In the original tale, Son Goku managed to elevate his battle power to 180,000 in the mere span of a month while en route to Namek. Though Shaya did not consider himself to possess such extraordinary luck, he was confident in his ability to multiply his strength several times over. We shall see. Shieling huffed indignantly, turning her face away when she felt her progress went unacknowledged. How increasingly unendearing she has become. The once adorable little Shieling seemed a distant memory. Shaya playfully tugged at a strand of her hair and whispered softly in her ear. Saya's actions provoked her ire, and she retorted loudly, What do you mean by adorable? Speak only after you've surpassed me. This fellow, Shieling, was increasingly embodying the traits of a Saiyan. However, compared to other Saiyans, she had improved significantly. He chuckled to himself, realizing that the influence of recent years had indeed borne fruit. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he ceased to tease her further and remarked, "Xiling, I have procured some remarkable items from Master Cat. Allow me to share a portion with you, but to use them sparingly." As he spoke, Shaya produced a small pouch, securely tied with a string containing dozens of mystical beans. "What is this?" Xiling inquired as she opened the pouch. Discovering the desiccated beans within, "These are called Senza beans. No matter how grievously one is injured, as long as life remains. A single bean can restore one to peak condition, and one can go 10 days without sustenance." "Really?" Xiling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she snatched the pouch and gleefully tucked it into her pocket. Then, with a hint of concern, she questioned, "If you've given me all these Senza beans, do you still have some left for yourself?" After acquiring the beans, she hesitated, realizing the value of such a precious item that could save a life in dire circumstances. Should she return some to Shaya, lest he be left without? Observing her indecision and the pang of concern etched on her face, Shaya smiled reassuringly. "Don't fret. I have kept some for myself. Take care of those beans. They are exceedingly valuable." How could they not be valuable? He possessed merely 70 to 80,000 of them. With a firm nod, Xiling's expression radiated gratitude. Shaya smiled, clearly pleased. He refrained from revealing the exact number of divine beans he possessed to Xiling. If she were to discover that he had been hoarding so many, the young girl would undoubtedly turn against him, demanding the return of her heartfelt sentiments. "Well then, let us discuss this once I emerge from the room of spirit and time. At that point, we shall see how you dare to be so arrogant before me." Xiling furrowed her brow, playfully sticking out her tongue, as she gazed at Zaya's departing figure, her small face revealing a hint of anticipation. Chapter 21. A Great Breakthrough. "Mr. Bobo, it is now my turn to enter, is it not?" Upon reaching the entrance of the room of spirit and time, Zaya addressed Bobo, who stood by the door with an endearing demeanor, and simultaneously retrieved a number of divine beans from his spatial realm to prepare for himself. "Well, since you are ready, Mr. Zaya, please follow me inside. However, I must clarify one point. Bobo will only provide guidance. The intricacies of your cultivation must be discovered through your own exploration." As Zaya approached the door, Bobo suddenly reminded him, "I understand that the master opens the door, but the practice is up to the individual." Zaya replied with a dismissive smile. As they conversed, the two stepped through the grand entrance of the room of spirit and time. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them, completely severing the two spaces. Possessing the dual abilities of time and space, Zaya was particularly attuned to the fluctuations of time and space. Just as the door to the room of spirit and time sealed, he keenly sensed a subtle shift in the temporal atmosphere. The reason this place is referred to as the room of spirit and time, rather than merely a time room, likely pertains to its connection with the human spirit. The original builders of the room may have drawn inspiration from the disparity in the flow of time experienced at the mental level compared to reality, ultimately crafting this unique sanctuary by integrating the application of temporal energy. Could it be that ancient deities once possessed mastery over the realms of time and space? Shaya contemplated silently. Indeed, the temporal structure of the hyperbolic time chamber is not without its flaws. Although the chamber stipulates that an individual may enter only twice in their lifetime, this rule is applicable to the majority, and holds little significance for those formidable enough to transcend the barriers of time and space. For beings of immense power, such as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the regulations of the chamber appear rather insipid, as their might is sufficient to dismantle the confines of spatial limitations. This exemplifies the principle of overpowering all methodologies through sheer strength. Yet, does a realm exist that even a Super Saiyan 3 cannot breach? A sudden thought struck Shaya. He possessed unwavering confidence in his temporal abilities, believing that with relentless study, he would inevitably devise an infallible temporal prison, perfectly suited to imprison or seal adversaries in the future. However, he deemed it premature to dwell on such notions, shaking his head to dismiss the idea. As Shaya and his companions ventured deeper, traversing a narrow corridor, they emerged into a vast expanse of stark white space. This was a scorching, low-pressure environment, characterized by tenfold gravity. They found themselves within a grand two-story edifice, a sanctuary for practitioners to dine and rest. Yet, even this seemingly majestic structure appeared minuscule within the immense void surrounding it. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, sustenance typically consisted of mere water and dry flour, stored in a designated pantry, as Bobo reminded them. Upon hearing Bobo mention food, Shaya was struck by a sudden realization. The most arduous aspect of training in this chamber was not the fluctuation of temperature between day and night, nor the oppressive solitude, but rather the torment of hunger. The only provisions available were water and dry flour. As a Saiyan, how could one endure a life devoid of fish and meat? It was no wonder that Goku had only lasted a few months during his initial experience in the chamber, had it not been for the insurmountable threat posed by the androids. He would have never returned. Food is indeed of paramount importance. Perhaps the deity responsible for constructing the hyperbolic time chamber, facing challenges in food preservation, opted to provide only a meager supply of water and flour. This is what is colloquially referred to as dry rations. In the days that followed, Shaya commenced his training under Bobo's guidance. At that moment, in the expansive plaza, an expanse of white enveloped two figures standing at its center. "I have gleaned insights into your previous training methods from Shieling," one remarked. "Although rudimentary, they do yield some results. I believe Kellen has instructed you on maintaining rhythm in combat, minimizing unnecessary movements." Shaya nodded, acknowledging that Master Kalen believed they had sufficiently grasped the essentials. Then, for the time being, continue to acclimate to this space. Before that, let me elaborate on the spirit of martial arts, he added. Bobo, as always, exhibited a lack of expression, yet Shaya could sense his goodwill. With a slight bow, he observed Bobo elucidating his understanding of chi and mental state, resembling a martial arts master. Shaya felt deep admiration for Bobo, recognizing him as a formidable philosopher. Bobo's guidance was remarkably comprehensive, addressing each of Shaya's shortcomings step by step. The significant temperature fluctuations, thin air, and gravity 10 times that of the outside world in the time chamber made the impact of wearing weighted clothing particularly pronounced for Shaya. Movements he once deemed flawless now revealed unavoidable flaws. Here, and here, he noted, identifying redundancies. His punches lacked precision. The application of chi should be more restrained. One must remain calm and composed, even as the body moves. The flow of chi must be seamless. Bobo observed Shaya's movements, offering intermittent guidance. Shaya grasped the insights readily, continually adjusting his actions, striving to achieve a state of effortless weightlessness and tranquil mind. In truth, Shaya was already an accomplished martial artist, yet he lacked direction for the future. With Bobo's mentorship, he rapidly assimilated knowledge to rectify his deficiencies. Time passed swiftly. Each day, Shaya experienced growth, and soon, a year had elapsed within the confines of the time chamber. Shaya remained clad in his orange-red weighted attire, his legs straightened as he floated in the air. Arms crossed over his chest, his head bowed in deep contemplation, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. A luminous aura emanated in concentric circles around him, reminiscent of a mirage, causing subtle distortions in the surrounding space. Suddenly, a powerful surge of white energy erupted, a chilling wind sweeping through, stirring the dust that floated nearby and creating a whirlwind of force. Dark crimson rifts in space appeared abruptly, extending ominously in all directions, resembling serpents of bloodlust. Their sinister tongues flickering menacingly, the gory hue sending shivers down one's spine. Nearby, Bobo watched in a daze, his calm demeanor momentarily shattered by the emergence of these spatial fissures. Taking a deep breath, Shaya opened himself to the exhilarating new power, satisfied as he reigned in his energy. As he withdrew his aura, the deep rifts began to vanish, gradually mending themselves under the spatial restoration, soon reverting to their former state. The vast, tranquil void regained its serenity after Shaya's power receded. The previous scene faded like an illusion, swift to manifest and equally swift to dissipate, leaving no significant trace within the time chamber. The origin of the spirit time chamber is lost to time. Aside from the dual storage structures for habitation, it remained eerily empty, enveloped in a blanket of white, with harsh living conditions. While it cannot compare to the extreme environments of the universe, it serves as a commendable place for cultivation, particularly during critical moments when every second of training counts. In the center of the arid, expansive plaza, Shaya stood motionless, eyes closed, acclimating to his newfound strength, his breathing simple and natural. Much like a tender sprout ready to break through the soil, it required just a hint of sunlight and a sprinkle of dew to flourish. Chapter 22. 12,000 Battle Power. Noticing Shaya in his meditative state, Bobo refrained from interrupting and instead settled at a respectful distance. The spirit time chamber was vast, and although Shaya's earlier actions had caused localized ruptures, they did not compromise the overall stability of the space. Truth be told, to genuinely breach the structural integrity of the spirit time chamber, Shaya would need to ascend to the level of Super Saiyan 3. The earlier display of rifts, though seemingly grand, was merely an illusion created by spatial abilities, resulting in the formation of a minor dimensional layer within the time chamber. not a true rupture of the void to establish new rules. After all, his current strength was still far from the caliber of Majin Buu. In Shaya's perception, the Dragon Ball universe was a realm brimming with formidable beings. While it may not be teeming with deities, the abundance of powerful warriors was an undeniable reality. The criteria for being deemed strong varied across different eras, but one thing remained certain: the top-tier deities could emerge from the enigmatic corners of the universe at any moment, with no indication of their presence. Though deities were few, the threat posed by even one could be fatal. The world of Dragon Ball was perilous. Falling behind even slightly could lead to one's elimination. Thus, Shaya detested the notion of being forced into training by adversaries. It was contrary to his nature. He preferred to seize the initiative, surpassing all before the enemies appeared. Some might interpret this as a form of psychological inferiority, a manifestation of insecurity leading to a victim mentality. However, it had little to do with confidence. Recognizing the inherent dangers of the Dragon Ball universe, waiting until the flames were at his heels to exert effort would be foolish. To thrive in this world, strength was an absolute necessity, a self-imposed truth. The strongest foes in Dragon Ball, in succession, included Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, with the likes of Beerus and the Omni King possibly following. Acknowledging the might of his opponents left Shaya no reason to remain passive. His immediate challenge was the impending battle of Planet Vegeta's destruction, where he would confront the first major boss of the Dragon Ball universe, Frieza. Of course, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to gain time for growth, Shaya could opt to postpone this confrontation by a few years. With knowledge of his enemy's strengths and his own strategy, every move could be orchestrated at his discretion, allowing him the freedom to advance or retreat as he pleased. At this moment, he dismissed the likes of King Vegeta as inconsequential. The sky above the temple remained as serene as ever, the azure expanse appearing immaculate as if freshly washed by rain, with wisps of white mist gracefully swirling in the distance around the crimson temple. The plaza, paved with white stone slabs, was flanked by solitary rows of palm trees on either side. Not far off, a young girl tirelessly honed her skills, her fierce movements slicing through the air with explosive sounds, the leaves rustling as the swirling winds momentarily overpowered the trees. Suddenly, Shiling's expression shifted as she sensed a change. Her eyebrows arched slightly, her silky black hair dancing in the breeze. "This energy Shaya has emerged," she murmured to herself, a smile creeping onto her face. Indeed. As she glanced toward the temple entrance, she spotted a familiar orange figure approaching with a radiant smile. However, as he drew closer, Shilling furrowed her brow, realizing that his height had once again surpassed her own. "You're covered in sweat. Your hair is all matted." As Shaya smiled and gently caressed her cheek, one hand naturally draped over her shoulder, drawing her into a half-embrace. Shilling, momentarily displeased, parted her lips to voice her discontent, yet was suddenly struck by the overwhelming surge of energy emanating from within Shaya, akin to tumultuous waves. Her expression shifted to one of complexity as she coolly remarked, "Shaya, unleash all your power. I wish to witness just how much stronger you have become." Shaya was momentarily taken aback as he gazed upon the young girl's delicate yet earnest countenance. He couldn't help but marvel at Shiling's unexpectedly competitive spirit, prompting a resigned shake of his head. After stepping back a few paces to maintain a certain distance from Shilling, he began to unleash his power. As Shaya suddenly unleashed his power, a suffocating aura abruptly filled the temple, causing the entire structure, including the Chiron Tower below, to tremble slightly, teetering as if it might collapse at any moment. A white glow lingered just inches from his skin, enveloped by a faint golden light. The stone slabs beneath quaked audibly, seemingly liberated from the constraints of gravity, as if they could float away at any moment. "Enough," Shilling exclaimed, sensing that Shaya's momentum had entirely surpassed her own. She donned an energy detector, pressing the activation button, and soon the energy manifested as a series of data before her eyes. 12,862. Over 12,000 battle power. Shilling gasped inwardly, astonished that Shaya, after merely 1 year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, had surpassed her by such a margin. She had prided herself on her own battle power of merely 9,600, and now felt a sudden pang of embarrassment. It was rumored that King Vegeta's battle power was just above 10,000. Did this mean Shaya was now on par with him? Her brother had become the strongest among the Saiyans. A wave of confusion washed over Shilling, accompanied by a surge of inexplicable pride. Yet, in a bid to conceal her inner thoughts, she cleared her throat and feigned aloofness, declaring, "Humph, while your energy has certainly increased significantly, I wonder how you will fare in actual combat. Don't let your words outstrip your abilities. Shall we spar? Shaya teased. Not a chance. Who would want to practice with you? Shilling retorted, her tone faltering, a hint of anxiety creeping in, prompting Shaya to burst into laughter. Oh, come now. You too. No need to bicker. Honestly, that aura you both exuded a moment ago sent chills down my spine. Your progress is truly remarkable, the Supreme Kai remarked, leaning on his staff as he approached, smiling gently at Shaya and Shilling. Despite their bickering, the bond between them was undeniably strong. Chapter 23. A culinary adventure. The Supreme Kai couldn't help but reflect on the rapid advancement of their powers. In just a few days, their strength had grown beyond comparison. Was the innate talent of extraterrestrials truly so exceptional? It was astonishing how swiftly their abilities had escalated, almost terrifying. Thanks to Mr. Popo and the others for their guidance over these past few days, or else we wouldn't have progressed so swiftly, Shaya cheerfully acknowledged, glancing at Shilling beside him. By the way, Shilling's tail also needs the Supreme Kai's assistance. Tail. Upon hearing Shaya mention the tail, Shilling shifted her gaze to Shaya's back, astonished to discover that his tail had vanished without her noticing. Shaya elucidated that the magic of the celestial deity is wondrous, akin to a switch, capable of sealing away one's tail. Moreover, in alignment with our current philosophy of simplicity in all things, possessing a tail is more of a burden than an asset. It is preferable to seal it away. Shilling blinked, indicating her understanding, yet she wondered if the removal of the tail might be somewhat painful. With a smile, Shaya seized her fluffy tail and effortlessly severed it. This action caused Shilling to furrow her brow slightly as she shot him an indignant glare. Subsequently, the deity, mimicking the way he had sealed Shaya, wielded his magic to likewise confine Shiling's Saiyan tail. The deity was more than willing to perform this task, as it required little effort on his part. Moreover, he understood that the more assistance he provided now, the more likely she would be to lend aid when the Earth faced future tribulations. The Earth would inevitably rely on them in various instances. After sealing the Saiyan tails, Shilling curiously tested her movements and discovered that her strength remained unaffected. In fact, her techniques felt even more agile, prompting her to smile contentedly. All right. It is time for us to depart. With his aura reined in and combat power compressed to around 800 or 900, Shaya bid farewell to the deity and Bobo, then took Shiling's hand, leaping down from the temple. They pierced through the dense clouds below, and upon reaching the Korin Tower, Shaya greeted the cat sage before they continued their descent down the slender tower. Soon, a vast expanse of the Korin sacred land unfolded before their eyes along the horizon. Where are we headed now? Are we not returning to the Selma planet? Shilling inquired, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed at the seemingly endless dense forest. Shaya gazed into the distance with his pitch-black eyes, a unique spark gleaming in his far-off gaze. He shook his head and remarked, "No, life necessitates a balance of work and leisure. Solely engaging in rigorous training does not yield profound insights. Having devoted many years to solitary cultivation, it is time we experience the communal life of humanity. It might just aid in our understanding of energy. Furthermore, I have heard that the cuisine on Earth is exceptionally delectable. I intend to reside here for a while. What do you think?" Of course, since Shaya had expressed his thoughts, Shilling naturally had no objections. After all, they had lived on Selma for so many years without any interaction with civilization. It was only fitting to seize this opportunity to fully immerse themselves in life on Earth and indulge in its exquisite food. In truth, the latter was of utmost importance. However, prior to their culinary adventures, they needed to acquire some financial resources for their daily needs. Fortunately, Shaya was aware of a location brimming with hidden treasures, an underground pirate treasury that Sun Wukong had once entered alongside General Blue while confronting the Red Ribbon Army. Although that event had transpired years ago, the treasures should have accumulated by now. Without delay, he took Shilling's hand and activated his teleportation ability, and the two vanished from the holy land of Kalen. After significantly enhancing his powers, Shaya found his spatial abilities greatly improved, making teleportation a seamless endeavor. However, despite awakening his temporal abilities earlier, they had yet to experience any breakthroughs. Perhaps the enigmatic nature of time was the reason for this stagnation. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, amidst an expanse of azure ocean, Shaya and Shilling appeared suspended in midair. Is this truly where the treasure lies? Shilling inquired skeptically, gazing at the roaring waves and the vast ocean before them. Indeed, I observed it clearly from the temple. It should be in this vicinity, Shaya nonchalantly replied, drawing upon his memories to begin the search. After circling the vast sea for several moments, He estimated the general location and then dove downwards, plunging into the depths of the ocean. Guided by his recollections, he swiftly located the entrance to the treasure trove. Upon entering the pirates' underground treasury, they encountered various rudimentary traps set by the pirates. After deftly avoiding these obstacles, they soon arrived at a chamber filled with gleaming chests of gold and silver, ill-gotten gains from the pirates' numerous plunders. Beholding the mountain of riches before him, Shaya grinned widely, and with a sweeping gesture, he opened a rift in the air, drawing all the treasures into it. After completing this task, he clapped his hands together and declared, "Let us proceed to the city and exchange these treasures for currency. I shall treat you to the finest delicacies, I tell you. No one in this entire universe understands gastronomy better than the people of Earth. The food here is simply exquisite. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once." The allure of culinary delights instantly captivated the young girl, urging her to leave. From that moment on, a legend circulated within the culinary circles of Earth about a pair of young adventurers who voraciously ravaged numerous eateries, only leaving when the exhausted chefs collapsed from exhaustion, leading many restaurants to refrain from offering buffet-style promotions for years to come. Yet, the two instigators of this tale were currently seated with expressions of sheer contentment, devouring an abundance of food. The sounds of clashing chopsticks and clattering dishes resonated continuously as their table piled high with two towering stacks of plates. "Boss, another portion of roasted pig, please. Bring me another serving of mixed sauce noodles. I want a leg of roasted lamb as well." Shaya extended his platter and called out loudly, but upon hearing their shouts, the restaurant owner trembled, stepping forward with beads of cold sweat on his brow and said, "Dear guests, we truly have run out of ingredients. Perhaps you might consider exploring other establishments." "So soon? Everything is gone." As Shaya's expression darkened upon witnessing the restaurant owner's drenched visage, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Enough, enough. How can you run a business without even preparing your ingredients?" "Yes, yes," the restaurant owner replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and bowing in acquiescence, silently lamenting, "What you have consumed could sustain our establishment for a week." After settling the bill, Shaya and Shieling exited the venue. The owner, gazing after their departing figures, could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto the floor. A nearby server hurried over to assist him, but the owner brushed aside the server's hand and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and clean up. Close the restaurant. I want it shut for a week. No, for a month. I beseech these two little deities to leave swiftly." For over 10 days, Shaya and his companions lingered in this city, savoring every restaurant it had to offer. Each time they entered, the staff wore expressions of despair, as if mourning a loss. It was not that they were unwilling to earn money. Rather, attending to such demanding customers proved exceedingly exhausting. Moreover, their presence deterred other patrons, jeopardizing the establishment's livelihood in the long run. "Shieling, do you not agree? The cuisine on Earth is truly unparalleled," Shaya mused. "Indeed," the girl replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. The recent indulgence in food had been the most delightful experience of her life. "Shaya, since you possess the ability to store items in your dimensional space, why not attempt to preserve food?" This suggestion sparked a realization in Shaya. His spatial powers could indeed be utilized for food storage. "Let us hasten to procure provisions. For once we leave Earth, such delectable meals will elude us." Thus, they embarked on a fervent quest for sustenance. It soon became evident that Shaya's abilities could effectively preserve food, with time seemingly suspended within the confines of his space. No matter how long items remained stored, they would not spoil. This revelation only intensified their cravings, leading to a rapid depletion of their finances. Ultimately, after 2 months, all the riches acquired from pirate treasure were expended in purchasing provisions, resulting in a stockpile sufficient to sustain their gluttony for 3 to 4 years. Considering the Saiyans' immense appetites, the quantity of food amassed was truly staggering. Chapter 24. Wutai Do. One day, on a picturesque island, majestic mountains rose in the center, surrounded by a tapestry of lower hills. This island boasted a modern city, where the ocean breeze carried the unique moisture of the sea, nurturing its landscape. The pristine waters melded seamlessly with the sky, creating a shimmering vista of azure. Here, one could behold the cerulean sea and sky while listening to the rhythmic crash of waves. Along a stone path adorned with blooming peach blossoms, vibrant petals mirrored the smile of a youthful maiden, exuding a subtle, fragrant allure. As Shieling strolled along this tranquil and enchanting path, a joyful smile graced her face. She exclaimed to her companion, "Look at the beauty of this place. Shall we not consider making it our home? After completing our missions, we could dwell here for a while." Her affection for this locale was undoubtedly fueled by the exquisite earthly cuisine and the captivating scenery before her. Then let us establish a home here, Shaya replied with a chuckle. Shaya shrugged his shoulders, conceding that it was fine as long as she was happy. Ever since Saiyan matured, she had increasingly disregarded his words, no longer calling him brother, but addressing him by his name instead. Oh, children grow up and become ever more independent, Shaya mused. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed down upon the entire island and suddenly felt an uncanny familiarity with this place, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. However, this was his first visit to Earth. Any sense of recognition could only stem from the original work. Shaya discovered a bookstore and purchased a guide to the coastal city, finally uncovering the pertinent information about this island. Wasn't this the very isle where Sun Wukong trained under Master Roshi? He was taken aback. Though referred to as an island, it was merely a peninsula, partially connected to the mainland. In the original narrative, there were not many renowned islands. The first was Master Roshi's Came House. The second was the small island where Sun Wukong and Krillin cultivated their skills under Master Roshi's guidance, followed by Papaya Island, the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Southeast Island, the location for the 23rd tournament. Lastly, there was the southern city island that emerged later in the Android saga. If this were the island where Sun Wukong and the others would eventually train, then Came House must be nearby. What a remarkable coincidence. Shaya inadvertently revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, surprised that a casual stroll brought him to the vicinity of the island inhabited by the turtle hermit. However, he had no intention of disturbing the old master. Firstly, his purpose for visiting Earth had been largely fulfilled. He had acquired ample senza beans and training methods, making a meeting with the turtle hermit unnecessary. Secondly, even if he did encounter the turtle hermit, the frail old man's meager power would not provide him with any substantial benefit, so he chose to disregard him altogether. To satisfy Xiaoling's request, Shaya carved out a piece of land on a hillside of the small island and constructed a simple wooden cabin using timber. As the sun rose, casting its warm and gentle rays upon the verdant stones and blades of grass, mist swirled and shimmered in the light, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. The vibrant peach blossoms resembled the smiles of young maidens, infusing the entire island with enchanting splendor. A low, green hill rose gently, with a winding path of stone meandering down its slopes. A stream trickled from the rocks of the mountains, nourishing the water plants along its banks before merging into a babbling, crystal-clear spring. It had been many years since he last visited Earth, and he was astonished at how advanced technology had become. In a shaded nook on the hillside, beside a stone bench, sat an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard, dressed in a white martial arts uniform. With a smile upon his face, he gazed down at the vibrant life below. A red character for martial was emblazoned on the upper left corner of his uniform. Strangely, a golden halo floated above the old man's head, a sign of a soul from the underworld. This halo indicated that he was indeed a spirit who had ventured from the realm of the dead. The underworld is a wondrous place, connecting heaven and hell, with a mysterious serpent path leading to the higher dimensional realm of King Kai. Souls that arrive in the underworld, regardless of their prominence in life, must face the judgment of Yin Wang. Those deemed virtuous may ascend to heaven, while the wicked are cast into hell, and those of neutral morality are immediately reincarnated. Only those who achieved great deeds or exhibited noble character in life are granted a halo, signifying their eligibility for ascension to heaven. This silver-haired elder was no ordinary being. He was the revered martial arts master Wu Taidu, who, 3 centuries prior, vanquished the demon king Piccolo and saved the world. He was also the master of both the turtle hermit and the crane hermit. After sealing the demon king, Wu Taidu perished from exhaustion. Given his accomplishments, he could have ascended directly to heaven, yet he chose to linger in the underworld. Today marked Wu Taidu's return to the mortal realm, after which he would undergo reincarnation. Upon his return, Wu Taidu did not seek out his 2 disciples, the turtle hermit and the crane hermit, but instead wandered silently between cities, eventually arriving at this coastal island city. Observing the prosperity and peace of the world 3 centuries later filled Wu Taidu with joy, especially upon learning that his 2 disciples had established their own schools and become eminent martial artists. At that moment, 2 figures on the other side of the mountain path caught his attention, a young boy and girl. From them, Wu Taidu sensed a stirring aura that ignited his blood. Young friends, may I inquire as to which school you belong? At such a tender age, how is it that you possess such remarkable power? Following the voice, Shaya turned in surprise to find an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard smiling at them. Who was this venerable figure? whose internal energy surpassed even that of the celestial beings. Sensing the profound strength emanating from him, Shaya was taken aback. This aura was nearly 6,000 in battle power. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable master on Earth. Upon noticing the large character for martial on the Elder's uniform and the ethereal golden halo above his head, Shaya's expression shifted as he began to deduce the old man's identity. Could it be the Turtle Hermit's master, Wutaidu? Indeed, only Wutaidu could possess such power, indicating that he had not forsaken his training even in the underworld. Shaya felt assured. Those who achieved great deeds in life had the opportunity to cultivate in their physical forms after death, albeit this was rare. Based on Wutaidu's current circumstances, Shaya concluded that he indeed retained a physical body. It was not unusual for someone to attain 6,000 battle power after cultivating for 300 years in heaven. Is this venerable elder truly Wutaidu? At this, Wutaidu himself was astonished, not expecting anyone to recognize his name in this age. My young friend. You know my name? Chapter 25, Time to Return. Shaya offered no response, merely chuckling softly as he pointed towards the heavens, leaving it to the other party to decipher whether he was alluding to the celestial realm or the vastness of outer space. Indeed, Wutaidu, with an understanding nod, mistakenly believed that Shaya and his companion hailed from the divine realm. If they were indeed from the temple, then their knowledge of his name would seem entirely plausible, presumably acquired from the gods themselves. Observing the youthful countenance of the two before him, Wutaidu couldn't help but express his astonishment. Who would have thought that in this era, such exceptional talents were still training within the temple? It appeared that the martial arts on Earth had yet to decline. Wutaidu was aware that the legendary deity residing above the Kylan Tower was an exceedingly enigmatic being. 3 centuries prior, in his quest to vanquish the formidable demon King Piccolo, he had ascended the Kylan Tower and heard the cat sage mention that even higher deities dwelled within the temple above. At that time, Wutaidu had firmly believed that the celestial being was immensely powerful, completely oblivious to the fact that he had surpassed that deity by a considerable margin. Noticing Wutaidu's misunderstanding of his origins, Shaya smiled and refrained from clarifying the matter. After exchanging a few words with Wutaidu, they bid each other farewell. Both were profoundly skilled martial artists, having sensed the depth of each other's abilities through their interaction. Given his overwhelming strength, Shaya felt only a mild surprise at Wutaidu's prowess, lacking any desire for combat. For Wutaidu, having faced countless battles, he was not inclined to engage further. Moreover, knowing that such formidable individuals still existed on Earth was sufficient for him. As Wutaidu departed, Xiling retrieved some snacks from her backpack, munching as she remarked, "That old man is quite peculiar. Not only does he possess a presence far stronger than that of an Earthling, but he also sports a strange halo atop his head." Shaya cast her a sidelong glance and elucidated, "That is simply because he is not a living being at all. He is a figure from 3 centuries ago, who has merely returned to the earthly realm today by coincidence." "Wait, are you implying that the old man has come from the underworld?" Xiling exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, so taken aback that she even forgot to indulge in her snacks. "Is there any doubt about it? That elder is Wutaidu, a grand martial artist who saved the earth 300 years ago. Just consider how many years he has spent cultivating in the underworld. How could he possibly be weak?" With a smile, Shaya gazed at Xiling and proceeded to elucidate the matter of mortal souls entering the underworld after death, explaining the judgment they would face from King Yen. He elaborated particularly on the criteria for the righteous ascending to heaven and the wicked descending to hell. The notion that death is not the end and that souls must indeed undergo King Yan's scrutiny was quite astonishing. Well, what fate awaits our Saiyan brethren after death? Most likely, they would all descend into hell, Shaya remarked with a shrug. The Saiyans, serving Frieza, had committed numerous acts of arson, robbery, and plunder. According to the rules of the underworld, such individuals would surely find themselves condemned. Xiling's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. However, considering the actions of the Saiyans, it was evident that if a true judgment were to be made on their souls, most would indeed face damnation. Thus, if one wishes to avoid hell in the future, one must either strive for a balance of good and evil, leading to reincarnation, or ensure they never die, rendering King Yin incapable of passing judgment, Shaya humorously suggested. Then I must refrain from committing too many wicked acts. Xiling pondered briefly. For her future, she resolved to engage in less senseless killing, though the thought of restraint made her hands itch. As for Shaya's just about guaranteeing eternal life, she chose to dismiss it lightly. What puzzled her was Shaya's apparent omniscience, despite being just a child like herself. Regarding Xiling's curiosity, Shaya chose not to elaborate excessively. His origins from another world were a secret best kept until he possessed sufficient power to reveal it. He then shifted the topic. By the way, We have spent over half a year on Earth. We have accomplished all that we set out to do. It is time to return to Planet Vegeta. Are we going back? Shieling exclaimed with excitement. Having been away from Planet Vegeta for so long, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return. Indeed. This change of subject immediately captured Shieling's attention, allowing Shaya to breathe a sigh of relief internally. He realized he must refrain from appearing as though he knew everything, as it could raise suspicions. Yes, after being away for so long, it is indeed time to return. However, once back on Planet Vegeta, remember to conceal your fighting power to avoid drawing unwanted attention, Shaya cautioned. Shieling nodded in agreement. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Having spent so much time alongside Shaya, she had absorbed the wisdom that those who stand out are often subjected to the harsh winds of envy. Yet, the thought of leaving Earth filled her with a sense of reluctance, primarily due to the myriad of delectable delights it offered, while other aspects held little weight in her heart. Thus, she leaned slightly closer to Shaya, resting a hand upon his shoulder. Shaya gently placed his hand on her slender waist, the sensation of the young girl's form coursing through his palm, accompanied by a delicate fragrance of lilies that lingered at the tip of his nose. He held his breath and focused, activating his spatial abilities. A fleeting shimmer of light flickered in place, and in an instant, the two had departed from Earth. Unlike the disarray he had experienced upon his arrival on Earth 6 months prior, Shaya now exhibited a remarkable composure, displaying a noticeably refined proficiency in the art of teleportation. With immense energy as his foundation, the execution of instantaneous travel had become far less daunting. He leaped back through the planets he had traversed, and after half an hour, Shaya and Shieling's figures materialized on the distant Selma planet. Returning to the familiar landscape of Selma, Shaya inhaled deeply. Although his superpower of teleportation was undeniably convenient, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of the Atlantean method, and it was certainly not on par with that of Jebet. He pondered silently. His teleportation ability required prior knowledge of the target location and demanded a significant amount of energy for spatial transfer. This was a considerable drawback when compared to the Atlanteans, who merely needed to lock onto the target's essence. However, he was confident that once his strength reached a certain level, he would surpass that of the Atlanteans. Perhaps in the future, he could integrate the Atlantean teleportation technique, and the fusion of the two might achieve a level akin to that of Jebet's instantaneous travel. Shieling, let us return and retrieve the spacecraft. Shieling nodded in agreement. With a swift teleportation, Shaya returned to the very spot where they had initially landed. The familiar little valley was still present, yet the vegetation had flourished far more than it had when they departed. It would not be long before this place could regain its former lush forest appearance. Upon returning to the valley after a separation of more than 6 months, Shaya couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Although their absence was merely half a year, accounting for the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had actually experienced a year and a half. In terms of power, from the over 2,000 battle points when they left Selma Star, he now boasted nearly 13,000 battle points, a remarkable increase in strength. Chapter 26, Return to Planet Vegeta, opening the cave entrance. Shaya carefully extracted 2 large spherical spacecraft from within. Upon pressing a button, the hatch of the spacecraft opened with a soft hiss. The quality of the Saiyan spacecraft was undeniably impressive. Even after many years, the interior appeared as pristine as ever. He adjusted the navigation system to return to Planet Vegeta, prompting the ship's alarm to emit a series of beeps, followed by the machine commencing its self-check. Shieling, set your energy to a battle power of 850. Once we arrive at Planet Vegeta, adjust it to over 900, Shaya instructed. Understood. Shieling replied earnestly, nodding her head. Controlling her battle power was exceedingly simple for her at this stage, and she quickly managed to stabilize her energy at around 850 battle points. Shaya observed her movements and nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently adjusting his own combat capabilities. At present, they were both 8 years old, and by the time they reached Planet Vegeta, they would be nearly 9. Attaining a combat power of 900 as a mid-tier warrior at that age would be commendable, yet it would not draw excessive attention from others. All right, let us return now. Until we meet again on Planet Vegeta. The two of them swiftly entered their respective spacecraft. These vessels were of a standard design among Saiyans, ensuring ample space even for adult occupants. As Shaya pressed the launch button, the doors of the spacecraft gently sealed shut, followed by a slight tremor as a tremendous force propelled them downward, swiftly launching the craft beyond the atmosphere of Selma Star. Gazing at the receding azure planet, Shaya slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber, knowing he would awaken only upon their arrival at Planet Vegeta. 7 months later, surrounding them was an expansive void of darkness. punctuated by the enchanting pale luminescence of distant stars. These celestial bodies gleamed like tiny diamonds scattered across a black canvas, embodying an exquisite tranquility. Within a vast stellar system, a colossal crimson planet traversed its orbit languidly. This dark red orb was Planet Vegeta, originally named Planet Zephyr, which had been seized from the Zephyrans by the Saiyans. Renamed Planet Vegeta, it had since become a formidable stronghold for the Saiyans, renowned throughout the cosmos. The spaceport of Planet Vegeta remained a hive of activity, with spherical spacecraft continually departing and arriving. Suddenly, 2 more vessels pierced through the crimson atmosphere, landing deftly under the guidance of ground personnel, who ensured their precise arrival at the designated landing spots. As the hatches opened, 2 figures emerged from within. After many years, Shaya and Xiling had returned to Planet Vegeta. At that moment, the spaceport was bustling with a throng of people, among the Saiyans returning from missions and those awaiting their assignments. There were also numerous extraterrestrials with peculiar long noses and large eyes. Most of these aliens were slaves captured like the Dodoras, while others were subordinates sent by Frieza from the headquarters to assist the Saiyans in their daily management. Given that the technological prowess of the Saiyans was relatively rudimentary, they relied heavily on these aliens to operate many of the sophisticated devices, akin to savages confronting the creations of an advanced civilization. However, it remained uncertain how many of these extraterrestrials were dispatched by Frieza to monitor the Saiyans. Shaya, I just contacted my parents through the communicator. They are waiting for us at home. By the edge of the spaceport platform, Xiling pressed the button on her energy detector, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only gauged the energy intensity of living beings but also functioned as a communicator. All right, let's head back at once. Shaya cast a glance at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips, fully aware of Xiling's excitement at the prospect of reuniting with her parents. In truth, he too felt a surge of exhilaration. As he reflected, it had been over 5 years since they departed from Planet Vegeta, and although a year and a half of that time was consumed by interstellar travel, they had indeed been separated from Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry for more than 5 years. Thus, the duo traversed the platform, making their way towards the spaceport's exit. Xiling's residence was situated in a bustling area of Planet Vegeta, an affluent neighborhood not far from the royal city. However, the journey from the spaceport to Xiling's home would require some time to conceal their combat abilities. Shaya and his companions could not fly at full capacity nor utilize instantaneous movement to hasten their journey, navigating at a standard flying speed. They crossed a significant portion of the city before landing amidst a vibrant residential complex. As they meandered along the verdant pathways, entwined with creeping vines and swaying trees, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, stirring memories of their childhood within their minds. Before long, they arrived at a spacious 2-story residence, which was Xiling's home. Compared to the neighboring houses, Xiling's abode was considerably larger. Knock, knock, knock. After a few raps on the door, a cheerful sound emanated from the electronic panel, and the door swung open. A figure darted out swiftly, enveloping Shaya in a tight embrace before he could even react. Oh my! Xiling, Shaya, you have finally returned. Let Mama have a look at you. Oh, you have grown so much. Mama has missed you dearly. Aunt Rebecca, though seemingly at a loss for words, expressed her emotions through her firm embrace. As a member of the warrior race, the strength of female Saiyans is by no means inferior to that of their male counterparts. When roused, they can be fiercely formidable. Especially someone like Rebecca, a seasoned warrior and once a member of Edry's team. Her formidable strength was not to be underestimated. Even though she had not undertaken missions in recent years, caught in Rebecca's embrace felt akin to being ensnared by countless resilient ropes, rendering Shaya and Xiling momentarily motionless. Naturally, given their current prowess, they could easily break free if they wished, yet they had no intention of doing so. Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you really ought to release us now. If you hold us any longer, we may suffocate. Shaya rolled his eyes, expressing a hint of exasperation. Indeed, Mother, please release us. Oh, right, look at me. Come, let us discuss this inside, Rebecca responded, realizing her oversight and somewhat sheepishly loosening her grip while ushering them indoors. Once inside, Rebecca began to inquire warmly about the children's lives over the past few years, to which Xiling selectively responded with highlights. Whenever she reached a pivotal moment in her narrative, Xiling would animate her gestures, which, although somewhat clumsy and amusing in Shaya's eyes, elicited occasional gasps of astonishment from Rebecca. Despite her daughter's somewhat lackluster and uninspired descriptions, Rebecca listened intently. P.S. A request for recommendations. Chapter 27. Vegeta has been born. Shaya remained beside her, attentively listening, his expression serene. perpetually adorned with a faint smile. The account recounted by Shieling had been deliberately abridged. She refrained from mentioning the details of their training on Earth. This was a prearranged agreement between them. For after so many years away from Planet Vegeta, much of the current circumstances remained unclear. They decided it prudent to first ascertain the situation on Planet Vegeta before divulging it to others. Mother, you cannot imagine, on Selma, there exists a moon. That night, a magnificent full moon traversed the clouds, and upon stepping outside, I beheld its brilliance, only to transform into a colossal ape. Oh dear, did you lose your sanity? Hee hee. Indeed, I did, Shieling exclaimed, spreading her hands innocently. Fortunately, Shaya reacted swiftly, severing his own tail before cutting mine as well, though he ultimately sustained severe injuries. According to Shaya, my battle power surged tenfold at that moment. With a chuckle, Shieling recounted the events of that time. Had it not been for Shaya's decisive action, the consequences could have been dire, Rebecca said, cradling Shieling in her arms, her palm playfully kneading the little girl's cheek, prompting Shieling to squirm and protest. My dear Shieling, it must have been quite arduous for you to fight after your transformation. Rebecca released Shieling and turned to her with genuine concern. Shaya nodded involuntarily, recalling the circumstances of that time with a lingering sense of trepidation. He sighed. Indeed, that battle was the most arduous I've faced upon my arrival at Selma Star. Had I not seized a fleeting opportunity at the critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, even so, I was injured and laid up for several months. Rebecca nodded in agreement, reflecting on the Saiyan transformation into giant apes, which could be likened to a double-edged sword. While it proved advantageous against foes, it also posed a risk of inadvertently harming one's own allies. Hence, during assaults on advanced planets, high-ranking warriors typically led the charge, transforming into giant apes to engage the enemy when the situation demanded it. At such times, lower-ranking and mid-tier warriors were required to withdraw, lest they become mere fodder. By the way, what of Uncle Edry? I was under the impression he was also at home. It seems peculiar that I have not seen him since our return. Shaya inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Oh, there are still a few matters to attend to with the training group. He will return shortly, Rebecca replied. Shaya nodded in understanding. Since the dissolution of the Adley squad, Adley had taken on the role of an instructor at the training camp, primarily responsible for training young children with the potential to become elite warriors. He frequently took these youngsters on simple missions. Naturally, it was the Saiyan children who engaged in combat, while Adley merely supervised their safety. This distinction highlights the different treatment of intermediate and advanced warriors. Unlike Shaya and his friends, who spent 3 years in the training camp before being dispatched for missions, these children enjoyed a more privileged experience. After a lengthy conversation, Rebecca began preparing dinner, and soon after, Adley returned from work. Upon seeing his long-lost daughter and nephew, a broad smile illuminated Adley's somewhat weathered face as he approached them warmly, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, my little ones, it has been ages. You've both grown so strong. Shaya, you are increasingly resembling your father." "Daddy," cried Sailing joyfully. "Uncle Adley, good, good, good. Ha ha ha, you've finally returned, and safe at that." Adley laughed heartily, his voice resounding. He was aware that missions on planet Selma were perilous, and he had assumed the children would take much longer to complete their tasks. Their swift return after merely 5 years filled him with immense joy, indicating they had passed the trials successfully. The initial trials for Saiyan warriors are critical, significantly impacting their future development. After all, Adley himself had excelled in his trials, eventually becoming the captain of the Adley squad. He patted Shaya and Sailing on the shoulders and retrieved a simple energy detector from his pocket, placing it to his ear. "Let me see how much your combat power has reached," he said, a smile gracing his face as he activated the device. Beep, beep. The data appeared. 962. 987. Adley was momentarily stunned by the readings on the detector, then erupted into laughter. "Oh, this is remarkable. Your combat power is impressively high. It rivals that of advanced warriors. Excellent, excellent. Who knows, perhaps our family will produce 2 exceptional individuals in the future." While he had surmised that Shaya and Sailing's combat power would be considerable upon their safe return to Planet Vegeta, seeing the precise figures filled him with astonishment. It was astonishing that his daughter and nephew, both under 9 years of age, had nearly reached a combat power of 1,000. Their futures appeared boundless. They were destined to become formidable warriors. I've been so engrossed in conversation that I've worked up quite an appetite. A full belly is a prerequisite for Saiyan combat. Rebecca, please bring out the food," Adley proclaimed, assuming the role of the family patriarch as he invited everyone to dine. The dining table of the Saiyans was a battleground of extraordinary intensity. During dinner, the four Saiyans engaged in fierce competition for food, leading to an exhilarating struggle. The clattering of plates resonated as dishes rapidly vanished from the table, creating a scene that would move any onlooker. The speed of their contest was so swift that faint afterimages flickered. Any martial artist from Earth witnessing this would surely regard it as a form of training. The amount of food consumed by a Saiyan family in a day is staggering. Without a dedicated food supply system, Planet Vegeta would quickly descend into chaos due to scarcity. Which is why there are specialized extraterrestrials responsible for food distribution. After dinner, in the living room, the family of four gathered on the sofa. Adley perused the day's information on a data receiver resembling a tablet, planning the upcoming training schedule while listening to Saiyan enthusiastically recount her accomplishments. Meanwhile, Rebecca sat quietly beside them, occasionally updating Shaya on the current state of Planet Vegeta. Zaya listened intently, for he needed to comprehend the current circumstances on Planet Vegeta, which would enable him to devise more effective plans. Through his subtle inquiries, Edry and Rebecca recounted the events that had transpired on Planet Vegeta over the past few years to him and Saiyan. From Edry's descriptions, Zaya discerned that the overall situation on Planet Vegeta had not changed significantly. It continued to assist Frieza in his conquest of various planets. Although their misdeeds could not be deemed egregious, they had nonetheless instilled a pervasive atmosphere of fear among their targets. However, significant events had indeed unfolded during these years. Notably, the son of King Vegeta, the first prince of the Saiyans, had been born over a year ago. Although Zaya was not particularly surprised by this news, his expression grew grave as he realized that with Vegeta's birth, the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza drew nearer. Edry spoke with a hint of envy, mentioning that when Vegeta was born, the scouter detected an astonishing battle power of 280, marking him as a remarkably gifted high-class warrior. Consequently, King Vegeta was elated, naming his child after their planet and hosting several days of feasts in celebration of Vegeta's arrival. Remarkably, just over a year had passed since his birth, and Vegeta's battle power had surged to an astounding 420. Such prodigious talent was rare in Saiyan history. Prince Vegeta was indeed an exceptional genius, and it was likely he would reach a battle power of 1,000 within a few years. Edry expressed his admiration, having never encountered a Saiyan with such exceptional potential, particularly one of royal lineage. He glanced at his daughter and nephew. Although both children were outstanding, they paled in comparison to Prince Vegeta. Zaya and Saiyan would only reach a battle power of 1,000 by the age of 9, while Vegeta would likely achieve that milestone by 5 or 6. A mere 3-year difference could yield vastly different futures. Nevertheless, despite his reflections, Edry maintained a smile, recognizing that, compared to their contemporaries, his children were indeed remarkable. He could not reasonably compare them to a prince. The disparity in their statuses was immense. If Zaya and his peers were to surpass him and attain a battle power of 10,000 in the future, he would be profoundly grateful. At this moment, Edry remained blissfully unaware that Zaya and his companions possessed strength far beyond his imagination. The ultimate goals he envisioned for his children were destined to be misguided. If he were to learn of their true capabilities now, one could only wonder what expression would grace his face. Chapter 28. The Future of the Saiyans Vegeta. Upon hearing Edry's sentiments, Zaya's eyes narrowed. The birth of Vegeta signified that the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza was no longer distant, perhaps just 2 or 3 years away. He recalled the original narrative, where Vegeta was approximately 5 or 6 years old at the time of the planet's obliteration. Moreover, Zaya needed to pay attention to the circumstances of Bardock's family. According to his deductions, Goku's older brother, Raditz, was likely already born around this time. Goku's birth coincided with Frieza's attack on Planet Vegeta, but Zaya found himself troubled by the fact that Bardock's family resided outside the area where he currently was, rendering it difficult for him to ascertain their situation promptly. Furthermore, Vegeta, demonstrating his elite Saiyan lineage, exhibited an impressive battle power at birth, which would likely exceed 500 within a few months. At just over 2 years of age, attaining a battle power of 500 was remarkable. If this trajectory continued, he might reach 1,000 before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It was no wonder Frieza considered him a valuable asset for his experiments on Super Saiyans. Shaya quietly pondered the unfolding narrative. Should the story progress in this manner, by the time Vegeta reaches adulthood, his power level is certain to surpass 10,000, which bears little deviation from the original tale. In other words, this butterfly effect has yet to stir any significant alteration in the plot. This outcome is, of course, predictable, given that his humble origins among the Saiyan populace render him inconsequential. Moreover, he departed from Planet Vegeta at a tender age, thus his capacity for influence remains limited. Reflecting on his own training, Shaya felt a tinge of wistfulness. Vegeta's starting point far exceeds his own. However, their respective timelines for attaining a power level of 1,000 are remarkably similar. Shaya transcended the 1,000 mark at just over 5 years of age, while in the original narrative, Vegeta also vanquished the Cybermen at a comparable age. The difference in their breakthrough moments is negligible, yet in truth, Shaya has forged ahead, having cultivated his strength from a base of under 100. In the ensuing journey, however, the disparity between them became starkly pronounced. Thanks to his experiences on Earth and the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya's power level has surged past 10,000 at an early stage, an achievement that Vegeta would not attain until his adulthood. Had Shaya opted to return directly to Planet Vegeta instead of venturing to Earth, he might have found himself under the watchful eye of King Vegeta and his court by now. Shaya pondered in silence, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his foresight. Life is not filled with countless hypotheticals, even if King Vegeta wished to deal with him, aiming to eliminate him to secure his rule. It remained to be seen whether he possessed the capability to do so. By the way, Uncle Edry, what is your opinion on Frieza's attitude toward his Saiyans? Shaya inquired deliberately. Edry was evidently taken aback by Shaya's question, casting him a surprised glance. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and replied, Lord Frieza is truly the emperor of the universe. The Saiyans have always prospered while serving under him, yet his demeanor toward us is remarkably indifferent, even tinged with disdain. Edry was a perceptive individual. He understood that the alliance between the Saiyans and Frieza was largely driven by mutual necessity. The Saiyans, being warlike, required the intricate networks woven by Frieza's formidable presence, while Frieza valued the Saiyans' insatiable thirst for battle, employing them as mere tools. To suggest that there existed any genuine affection between the two parties would be utterly unrealistic. Edry had long recognized Frieza's true nature and was acutely aware that, in the eyes of the cosmic sovereign, the Saiyans were but insignificant pests. However, he could not have anticipated that Frieza's disdain for the Saiyans extended beyond mere contempt. It was a fervent and malevolent desire to annihilate them. What troubles me is that King Vegeta has consistently harbored dissatisfaction with the oppressive Frieza. I fear that he may ultimately lead the Saiyans in a rebellion. Edry abruptly halted his discourse, realizing that this topic was no longer suitable for further discussion. Shaya gazed in astonishment at Uncle Edry, utterly surprised that this seemingly rugged man could so deftly unravel the essence of the problem. Such talent is indeed a rarity among the Saiyans. What if King Vegeta truly instigates a rebellion? Rebecca inquired with a hint of concern, questioning whether the so-called Cosmic Emperor could truly secure victory with the might of the Saiyans. A triumph would be favorable, but what if they were to fail? Would there still be a place for the Saiyans to exist? If we cannot win, we can always escape. Shieling remarked nonchalantly. What foolishness! How could a Saiyan flee without a fight? Is that still a Saiyan? Edry scolded, furrowing his brow. Yet, Shaya found merit in Shieling's words. Preserving their lives would indeed allow for future endeavors. Thus, after some contemplation, he suggested, however, I have heard that Frieza has always harbored malevolent intentions toward the Saiyans. The only reason he keeps us close is due to his fear of the legendary Super Saiyan emerging among us, which could pose a threat to his reign. The legendary Super Saiyan, that is merely a myth. Edry chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Although such tales have circulated among the Saiyans, no one has ever witnessed a Super Saiyan, and over time, belief in the legend has waned. Nonetheless, you were correct. The Saiyans and Frieza ultimately cannot coexist. King Vegeta must have been preparing for this moment for quite some time, Edry murmured. Regrettably, they remain oblivious to Frieza's true strength, and this impending rebellion shall ultimately falter, leading to the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Shaya's mind. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After a restful slumber in the comfort of his bed, Shaya rose early and commenced his exercises in the backyard. Although this low-intensity workout offered him little in the way of benefit, he diligently performed each movement as if it were a well-ingrained habit. Soon, Shieling joined him, and the two engaged in a lively exchange of playful sparring, reveling in their merriment. A vigorous whirlwind swept through the backyard, bending the surrounding foliage with gentle grace. Moments later, as the sun ascended high in the sky, they paused, standing still, their breaths calm and prolonged, their faces unflushed and breaths unlabored, as if they had not engaged in any strenuous activity at all. The brief exertion they had undertaken hardly qualified as a warm-up. Rebecca was still inside, preparing breakfast, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Shieling, captivated by the delightful scent, could not resist and dashed toward the kitchen, leaving Shaya behind. What a glutton! He murmured softly as he settled down alone on a stone bench in the backyard, closing his eyes to meditate in tranquility. Suddenly, the sound of jingling bells pierced the air. "Hey, you there. I ask you, is Master Edry at home?" A haughty voice rang out. As Shaya opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within his dark pupils. Before him stood a diminutive figure clad in a petite combat suit. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" The figure's voice sharpened with impatience. "Should you wish to engage in conversation, it would be prudent to adopt a more courteous demeanor. I shall not entertain you otherwise." Shaya replied, closing his eyes once more, dismissing the presence entirely. The figure faltered momentarily, then let out a scoff, exuding an air of arrogance. "Humph, I see now. You are the intermediate warrior from Master Edry's household. Allow me to inform you that I am a senior warrior, not someone you can afford to offend. If it weren't for your presence, Master Edry would have taken me out on a mission today." Thus, it was revealed that she was but a child of the Saiyan clan, under the tutelage of Uncle Edry, a mere brat. Chapter 29. Shaya scrutinized the figure before him, a very young girl, approximately 2 years of age. Her long hair was haphazardly tied back, cascading down her back, and her delicate little face wore an expression of haughty disdain as she gazed at him. Is this child among the Saiyans with the potential of a high-level warrior? Truly. Such precociousness. He shook his head, disinterested in engaging in frivolities with such a child, and remarked, "Uncle Edry is inside the house. You may find him yourself." "Humph." The little girl coldly huffed, her proud visage nearly reaching for the skies, then she disdainfully walked past him, completely disregarding Shaya's presence. Dumbfounded, Shaya gaped at her retreating figure, a bemused sound escaping his lips. Whose child is this? Her self-regard is astonishing. After lingering in the courtyard for a while, the sun's rays began to induce a sense of discomfort, prompting Shaya to rise and make his way indoors. In the kitchen, Rebecca had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast spread. Silently seated at the dining table was Shieling, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal, bowl and chopsticks in hand. Upon noticing Shaya's entrance, she glanced up briefly before returning her focus to the food before her. In no time, the mountain of food had been devoured. "Where is Uncle Edry? Why hasn't he emerged?" Shaya casually inquired as he took a seat and picked up a piece of roasted meat. Rebecca approached with a platter of food and explained, "The previously scheduled task has been delayed by a few days. Therefore, his student has come to find him, and he is currently busy assigning tasks to them." Student? Char realized that the arrogant little girl Rebecca had referred to must indeed be the one he was thinking of. Having just returned to Planet Vegeta after completing a mission on Selma, he found that Edry had postponed the training schedule for the coming days, intending to spend quality time with his children during this interval. That seemingly self-important individual is a student of my father? How unimpressive. What is there to be so proud of? After finishing her breakfast, Shieling wiped the grease from her mouth with a napkin, her eyes filled with disdain. It was evident that she had encountered the little girl before and held a strong aversion towards her. Though she too possessed a sense of pride, she merely refrained from expressing it in front of those around her. However, her innate arrogance made it intolerable for her to accept such an attitude from anyone, especially from someone whose strength paled in comparison to her own. To be candid, with Shieling's current prowess, she could only look down on others. It was inconceivable for anyone to regard her in such a manner. The little girl's gaze had undeniably irked her. Hop Melis is quite the prodigy. Having been born with a battle power significantly surpassing that of her peers, and her evaluation is just slightly below that of Prince Vegeta, she is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. What is more, she is exceptionally diligent in her training, which pleases Edry immensely. Despite her somewhat haughty demeanor, she is, in fact, quite a good person. Rebecca remarked with a smile. The strong possess privileges. Naturally, the powerful stand above the weak, and Rebecca firmly believed in this notion. Thus Melis's attitude towards others seemed entirely normal to her. Melis? Shaya murmured softly, finding the name quite melodious. After listening to Rebecca's description, he gradually gained some understanding of the little girl named Mars. She was indeed a prodigious talent, and if she did not falter midway, her future accomplishments could be significant. It was unfortunate, however, that she was born at a time destined for destruction on Planet Vegeta. Should she fall, she would be rendered inconsequential. A genius, to be remembered and celebrated, must ultimately become a formidable force. After pondering for a moment, he resumed his breakfast, casting the potentially forgotten name aside. Shortly thereafter, Mars emerged from Edry's room, her dark eyes glaring fiercely at Shaya as she passed by, before leaving with a sulky expression. What was the matter? It seemed he had not provoked her. Shaya rolled his eyes in bemusement. What a lack of decorum, sighed Shieling, her tone tinged with irritation. Ah, Do not hold it against her, Edry chuckled, taking a seat at the dining table, clearly in high spirits. The child is merely upset about the postponement of her training schedule. She is sulking. With two exceptionally gifted children and a remarkably talented student, Edry had little reason to feel downcast. Regardless, she should not direct her anger at me, Shieling exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. This elicited hearty laughter from the entire family, a rare scene of warmth among the Saiyans. After breakfast, Shieling assisted Rebecca in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes. Though Shaya perceived her efforts as somewhat counterproductive. In the living room, Edry reclined on the sofa with one leg crossed, holding a pot of warm beverage, and said with a smile, Shaya, it has been many years since you lived on Planet Vegeta. Coincidentally, my training tasks have been postponed as well. How about I take you around the nearby city? Soon enough, when new missions arrive, you will have little time for leisure. Nodding in agreement, Shaya inquired, Uncle Edry, do you know what our next mission entails? Edry pondered briefly before replying, according to custom, following the completion of your first mission, you will undertake a series of scattered extermination tasks. The higher-ups will assign a few more Saiyans to form a new task force with you. Given your performance, you might even be appointed as the team leader. By the way, have you submitted your previous mission report? If not, you should stop by the administration office to do so shortly. Not yet. Char shook his head. Upon their return to Planet Vegeta, they went straight home and did not submit their mission to the task management office. The Saiyan mission system had operated for many years, with a well-structured management system in place. Even the spacecraft left at the spaceport would be handled by specialized extraterrestrials, requiring no concern from them. Edry nodded and stated, the first mission for a Saiyan is the ultimate test of one's character. Many low-ranking and mid-ranking warriors never return from this initial task, which is why it is referred to as the survival mission, a brutal trial by blood. Only those who successfully complete this first survival mission are deemed worthy of the title warrior. Even those with the qualifications of high-ranking warriors must endure the crucible of bloodshed, albeit under the guidance of instructors like us who have stepped back from the front lines. As he spoke, Edry's voice was imbued with an air of cold detachment. Shaya listened intently, gaining a more vivid understanding of the brutality among the Saiyans through Adley's description. The principle of survival of the fittest was ingrained in their very bones. Before the downfall of Adley's team, both Adley and Rebecca adhered strictly to this doctrine. However, following the team's demise, particularly after Shieling and Shaya became part of this family, their indifference began to gradually dissolve. Chapter 30. The Taji people Planet Vegeta, situated in the southern region of the North Galaxy, was originally named Planet Plant. It was later renamed Zephyr and, after being conquered by the Saiyans, ultimately became known as Planet Vegeta. This massive, dark red rocky planet is divided into several sectors, with the most prosperous being the one housing the royal city. The Saiyans are a minority race, with the total number of native Saiyans and those on missions not exceeding 1 million. The district where Shaya and his companions resided is renowned for its vibrant prosperity, attracting a multitude of Saiyans. Over the next few days, under the guidance of Edry, Shaya and Shieling roamed various locales within the bustling city. A nostalgic experience he had not indulged in for several years, reminiscent of his childhood. The azure sea and sky harmonized to the soothing sounds of waves crashing against the shore. The radiant sunlight pierced through the dark red atmosphere, enveloping him in an almost oppressive warmth. As he tread upon the multicolored shell sand, it emitted a soft rustling sound, the delicate and somewhat prickly texture granting a long-lost sense of comfort to his weary body. This secluded beach, situated in the southern part of the city, remained untouched by heavy foot traffic, preserving the pristine essence of nature. On this day, Shaya took the opportunity to visit the nearby task management office to submit his completed mission from the Selma planet. The structure was a 3-story hemispherical building, supported by 12 snow-white stone pillars that resembled mighty warriors, while between each pair of pillars stood a large, glassy door. 12 such doors encircled the building, through which the bustling activity within could be glimpsed through the pristine glass. Given the limited number of Saiyans and the existence of several task management offices, Shaya encountered only a short line upon his arrival, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. A series of rhythmic knocks echoed against the wooden surface. No need to knock, we can hear you. A somewhat irritable alien in charge of registration poked his head out, his green eyes glimmering like precious gems, radiating an intense and profound light. This alien possessed a long, pterodactyl-like beak, with green irises devoid of any sclera, and 6 slender arms that demonstrated remarkable flexibility, almost as if they were devoid of bones. Without turning his head, he deftly manipulated the high-tech equipment behind him, his movements fluid and mesmerizing, yet perfectly organized. The aliens at the task management office were Tajians dispatched from Frieza's headquarters, masters of advanced technology. However, their unpleasant demeanor and abrasive communication style rendered them unpopular among the Saiyans on Vegeta. "Hey, I wish to submit my mission. Name, mission number?" The Tajian inquired in a mechanical, buzzing tone, his harsh voice reminiscent of a rooster with its neck grasped. The Tajian's attitude was less than amiable, his tone stiff, seemingly looking down upon them. Shaya furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, "Executor, Shaya, Shieling, task number XL85661, extermination mission on Selma planet." Upon hearing Shaya's response, the six-armed creature swiftly began tapping the instruments, quickly retrieving their task details from the database. The task details displayed on the screen elicited a cacophony of mocking laughter from the Tajian alien. "Hee, an ultra-restricted extermination mission. I must say, you were rather impressive. Managing to survive and return." With a condescending tone, the Tajian declared, "Well then, Saiyan brat, your mission has been successfully logged, and someone will verify it shortly. Oh. And remember to collect your new task records in 5 days, or else it will be your own misfortune." The Tajian waved its tentacles, exuding an air of arrogance that was decidedly unpleasant. "How dare you speak like that?" Shieling, incensed by the Tajian's demeanor, shot back with an icy glare, her eyes glinting with a lethal intensity as a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from her. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted several degrees. "Shieling, do not act recklessly." A gentle hand rested on her head, tempering her ferocity. "Why?" Shieling gazed at Shaya in astonishment, only to see him shake his head, prompting her to reluctantly restrain her anger. "Damn Saiyan monkeys," the Tajian muttered inwardly, its bravado faltering. Compared to the other extraterrestrials captured by the Saiyans, these Tajians felt far more secure, knowing they were under the auspices of the formidable Frieza. They were dispatched by Frieza to manage affairs on Planet Vegeta, and in their minds, they considered themselves the rightful subordinates of Frieza, rather than those arrogant Saiyans. In fact, the Tajians viewed the Saiyans as nothing more than uncivilized barbarians, serving merely as muscle. The Tajians believed their standing in Frieza's eyes far surpassed that of the Saiyans. Yet, when faced with the wrath of the Saiyans, the Tajians could only relent, for their own strength paled in comparison. Even if they were to be killed, it would be in vain. Frieza would not punish the Saiyans for the actions of one. "Let us return in 5 days, Shaya stated as he exited the task management office. Shieling snorted softly, casting a fierce glare back at the Tajian before following suit. Once the oppressive aura surrounding them dissipated, the Tajian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the dampness on its back as it cursed under its breath. "Damn Saiyan monkeys, Frieza will ensure you pay for this." It resolved to remember this incident, vowing to reclaim every ounce of retribution in the future. With a sense of malicious glee, it envisioned the savage Saiyans meeting their demise under Frieza's terrifying power. After leaving the office, Shaya no longer needed to worry about the ensuing matters. Although the Tajians held an air of superiority over the Saiyans, they dared not openly defy Frieza's directives. The office personnel would verify the completion of the mission themselves. The clear sea waves lapped against the shore, and the warm sunlight enveloped them in comfort. Yet Shaya's good mood was abruptly disrupted. "Shaya, why did you stop me?" Those aliens were utterly revolting. They deserved to be exterminated, Shieling exclaimed, her fists clenched in confusion. Had Shaya not intervened, she would have certainly resorted to violence. On Planet Vegeta, she had encountered many extraterrestrials, but none had ever been as insufferable as these. Shaya exhaled, shifting his mood, and remarked, "There is no need. They are ultimately just weaklings." The Tajian people looked down upon the savagery of the Saiyans, yet he held them in disdain for their own frailty. When Planet Vegeta met its demise, they would not escape unscathed. P.S. The setting regarding the number of Saiyans in the Galactic Patrol SGAC has not been adopted in this book. This is a special notice. Chapter 31. Edri's vigilance. So, have you been disgusted by the Tajian's demeanor? Shaya felt a gentle pat on his shoulder and turned to find Uncle Edri approaching. With a smile, Edri said, "You need not concern yourselves with the words of those Tajians. Their mouths are perpetually foul. If it weren't for their affiliation with Frieza's headquarters, they would have met their demise countless times on Planet Vegeta due to their unreasonable attitude towards Saiyans. Well, it's better to limit contact and avoid bad luck." Edri expressed his disdain for the Tajians. Yet, given their backing from Frieza and their control over the communication channels between Planet Vegeta and Frieza's planet, the Saiyans had no choice but to tolerate the Tajians' arrogance for the time being. However, the accumulating grievances would inevitably lead to reckoning. Though the Tajians remained blissfully unaware that they were digging their own graves, continuing to exhibit their condescending demeanor towards the Saiyans. You are aware of the Tajian style, after all. Shaya thought to himself, rolling his eyes at Uncle Edry's words. No wonder they sent us to submit tasks while they went off swimming. They clearly wished to avoid them. Oh, by the way, I will be taking Melis out on a mission tomorrow, and I fear I won't be back for quite some time. If you have any task-related questions in my absence, feel free to consult Rebecca. She has completed many challenging missions in Edry's team and can offer you valuable insights. Edry meticulously explained. Understood. Don't worry. If we have any questions, we will ask Mother, Shaya and Shieling replied, naturally. In truth, Edry had often led them on training missions when they were younger, often being away for several months, so they had grown accustomed to it. Which planet are you heading to this time, and how long will you be gone? Shaya inquired. Edry assessed the situation and replied. The mission site is relatively close to Planet Vegeta, on the adjacent Red Rock planet. The round trip should take about a month. A month isn't too long, Shaya mused. The Red Rock planet is situated quite near to Planet Vegeta, requiring only a few days of travel by spacecraft. It is the closest habitable planet to Vegeta and therefore one of the few training grounds for young Saiyans. Of course, these training facilities are designed for elite warriors. Ordinary low-level and mid-level fighters do not receive such privileges. Uncle Edry, I have something for you. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya retrieved a small brown pouch from his pocket and, under Edry's curious gaze, placed several dried Sinza beans into it. Shieling watched quietly, and upon seeing Shaya produce the Sinza beans, a captivating smile blossomed on her delicate face. What are these? Edry asked, examining the small pouch with confusion. At this moment, Shieling eagerly urged Edry to accept the Sinza beans, exclaiming, Dad, you must take these. They can save your life in critical moments. Edry was even more puzzled now, gazing at the seemingly dried and flat items. Could these little things truly be treasures that prompted his daughter to insist he take them? Shieling explained, these are called Sinza beans. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one still draws breath, consuming one will immediately restore them to peak condition. They are invaluable. She then elaborated on their specific effects. Such miraculous items exist in this world, Edry exclaimed in astonishment, contemplating the beans in his hand. He did not doubt Shieling's words, but rather recognized the significance contained within those unassuming little beans. As a seasoned Saiyan warrior, he had faced countless life and death situations. He understood all too well the worth of a medicine capable of swiftly healing injuries. It could be akin to gaining an extra life, and could very well dictate the outcome of a battle. Without hesitation, he accepted the small pouch of Sinza beans and carefully stored it away. Turning serious, Edry said, we must keep the existence of these Sinzu beans to ourselves, revealing it could lead to endless troubles. Wealth can stir greed, especially for something that can save lives in critical moments. The fewer who know this secret, the better. Shaya understood this principle without needing to be told. His intention in offering the Sinza beans was to consider those close to him, and he had no intention of disclosing it on a large scale. Though it seemed he possessed many beans, they would deplete quickly. He had to be cautious with their use. He would not hesitate to provide for his loved ones, but others would not receive the same privilege. Yes, the matter of the Sinzu beans will remain between the three of us. I do not intend to disclose it. However, I feel the Saiyans are in a perilous situation. King Vegeta's actions will only exacerbate Frieza's impatience with us, and when that time comes, the Saiyans may find themselves truly in danger. This was not the first time Shaya had expressed concerns about Frieza's malice towards the Saiyans. Upon hearing his words, Edry's demeanor grew serious. It was better to be cautious than to dismiss such concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, if Frieza indeed intends to take action against the Saiyans, our strength would be insufficient to contend with him. It seems we must find a reliable escape route. Moreover, those energy detectors have been installed with listening devices. They are clearly intended to spy on the Saiyans. Shieling interjected after listening for a while. As for the detectors, any individual with a modicum of technological knowledge could easily uncover such devices with a thorough examination. What did you say? They installed listening devices on the detectors? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Edry's expression darkened. Frieza truly harbored no trust in the Saiyans. Edry's countenance turned grim, his energy surging uncontrollably, resembling the eye of a hurricane as it stirred up waves around him, transforming the previously tranquil sea into a tempestuous expanse. Waves crashed against his face, and his long black hair danced wildly in the wind. Shaya gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. The formidable aura emanating from Edry suggested that his combat power had surpassed 8,000, a rarity indeed. After a prolonged moment, Edry exhaled deeply, dissipating the overwhelming energy, and tranquility returned as if the previous spectacle had been nothing but a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. A new mission. If Frieza has indeed installed surveillance devices on our detectors, then his animosity towards us Saiyans is likely long-standing. Every move we make may be under his scrutiny. With a grim expression, Edri gestured to Shaya and Shieling, indicating that he understood the gravity of the situation. You two youngsters need not involve yourselves further. I will verify this matter with Rebecca. The journey continued in silence as Edri's thoughts were consumed by the future of the Saiyan race, neglecting to inquire about the origin of Shaya's sins of beans. Upon returning home, Edri and Rebecca retreated into a room, emerging only late in the evening, their faces marked by concern. The following day, as dawn broke, Edri had already departed Planet Vegeta aboard a spacecraft with a student named Myers, en route to Red Rock Planet for training. His ulterior motive was to connect with some rational-minded Saiyans to discuss their future, first considering his former comrades. They needed to ascertain the true extent of Frieza's power. A reckless rebellion akin to King Vegeta's, without a clear understanding of their adversary's strength, would surely lead to grim consequences. A war concerning survival must be waged with a comprehensive understanding of both oneself and the enemy. In this regard, Shaya could indeed provide assistance. Yet he could not disclose his insights directly. The prideful nature of the Saiyans often rendered them obstinate. If he were to reveal that Frieza's strength was such that he could annihilate their entire race with a mere gesture, they would be unlikely to accept it, preferring to fight to the bitter end rather than prepare for retreat. Furthermore, even if Shaya clarified the source of his information, they would likely dismiss it, believing that a true Saiyan warrior should meet death on the battlefield rather than retreat. The wisdom of preserving the Green Mountains ensures the availability of firewood might only resonate with them once they personally sought the truth and witnessed Frieza's overwhelming power, at which point Shaya could offer subtle guidance to help them arrive at a decisive resolution. In the distance, the undulating mountains stretched endlessly. The sun timidly peeked over the horizon, its rays piercing through the dense mist of the forest, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the land. After a light rain the previous night, droplets clung to the leaves, cascading to the ground with the breeze, creating a fine mist as the vibrant green foliage unfurled in the lush woods, shimmering with life amidst the ethereal atmosphere. At Shieling's residence, within a hemispherical training venue, Saiyans typically honed their skills. Measuring over 10 meters in both length and width, the curved walls were constructed from the most advanced alloy materials, coated with a special energy-absorbing substance designed to capture excess energy released during training. The facility gleamed with a modern luster, yet it was not at all blinding. This training room was quite ordinary, lacking advanced air, temperature, or gravity control systems, typical of cosmic life forms training spaces, which had yet to recognize the significance of seemingly trivial factors on training efficacy. At that moment, biomechanical robots had fully activated on either side of the arched training hall. Their crimson, single eyes flickered ominously, while energy emitters on their chests brimmed with power, radiating a ghostly blue glow. In the center of the training arena, two diminutive figures darted about, engaging in intense combat while simultaneously evading sudden attacks from the biomechanical robots. Their movements were so swift that afterimages flickered around them, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. The biomechanical robots operated in a systematic pattern, firing beams of azure energy that intertwined in midair, forming a vast net akin to a fishing trap closing in on the two combatants. As Shaya momentarily paused mid-flight, he elegantly altered his trajectory, skillfully evading the energy streams at astonishing angles, his gaze brimming with amusement as he observed the girl before him. Shiling's exquisite countenance was marked by seriousness. Despite the ordinary sparring session, Shaya's demeanor revealed a different kind of martial artist, graceful and commanding, an overwhelming presence that enveloped her. In a flash, Shaya vanished from Shiling's sight. Her eyes darted, tracking his elusive figure. Suddenly, a fist appeared at her waist. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned away just in time to evade the blow. The force of the wind struck the ground, producing a series of resonant thuds. With a nimble flick, she evaded a barrage of attacks that came at her like a relentless storm. After retreating several meters, she regained her stance and charged towards Shaya with determination. Shaya's gaze flickered as he keenly observed Shiling's movements. Bang! Shiling's fist lunged forward, but regrettably, Shaya intercepted it with his elbows, witnessing Shiling's unpretentious and decisive assault. Shaya couldn't help but nod, then swiftly launched his own counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. A series of urgent chimes resonated throughout the training ground, as dozens of biorobots seemingly received a simultaneous command, instinctively retreating towards the walls of the training arena. A silver arc suddenly revealed an opening, allowing several biorobots to vanish into the shimmering wall. Rebecca quietly watched from the sidelines as Shaya and Shieling concluded their training and emerged from the field. She handed them 2 towels, smiling as she said, "Here, take these to wipe off your sweat. I never expected you both could manage to engage in combat while handling 32 biorobots simultaneously. It's worth noting that each of these machines possesses over 800 points of energy. Achieving this indicates that your combat prowess is nearing 1,000. Yet, merely reaching a combat power of 1,000 is still a long way to go." Shaya wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked that, had he not been suppressing the energy within him, even the slightest movement would not have elicited a single drop of perspiration. "By the way, Mother, have our new mission assignments come through?" With a crisp voice, Shieling inquired after taking a sip from a bottle of water. Rebecca smiled gently, producing a form and handing it over. "Look, this is your new mission, to eradicate a primitive tribe on the planet Dahlia. The mission is classified as intermediate level, so you will need to assemble a Saiyan team. The list of your team members is included." Shaya took the form and scrutinized it intently, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. Dodoria was a planet nearing the classification of a mid-level planet, with a combat strength similar to that of Selma, where they had previously undertaken a mission. However, this time the Task Management Office had instructed them to assemble a Saiyan squad for the mission on Dodoria. These assignments were directly issued by Frieza's headquarters based on the capabilities of the Saiyans, and although the Dogerians at the Task Management Office were quite irksome, they dared not contravene the wishes of Frieza's headquarters, ensuring no embellishments were made on the task forms. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? A mid-level mission, which implies that the native life forms possess combat power nearing 1,000. Shieling's voice was somewhat languid. In truth, such low-level skirmishes no longer piqued her interest. Rebecca furrowed her brow. Her daughter's attitude was unacceptable, as it could cost her life at any moment. She admonished Shieling, "Do not let your success in the Selma mission inflate your ego. The tasks issued by the management office are well considered, since a Saiyan squad is required for this mission. Dodoria may pose significant challenges. Carelessness could lead to dire consequences." Concerned, she further instructed Shaya, "Little Shaya, you must keep an eye on her." "Yes, I will take good care of her," he replied. Shieling concealed her indifferent demeanor. While Dodoria might not captivate her interest, she could not afford to appear overly nonchalant. Soon after, Shaya and the others organized their gear and bid farewell to Rebecca before heading towards the assembly area for their squad. In the outskirts of the city, far from the towering technological structures, lay a desolate plain. It was situated approximately 100 kilometers from the urban center and even farther from the spaceport. Although not in the heart of the continent, the environment was far from pleasant. The predominant hue was a dreary yellow, and the riverbeds had cracked open due to desiccation. As the wind blew, scattered tumbleweeds rolled chaotically, and amidst the vast desolation, a few straight, unbranched trunks stood tall, branching out only at heights of several meters to form spherical canopies, resembling giant lollipops in the arid landscape, which was the most common vegetation in the desert. Under the shade of a sprawling tree, a large patch of darkness shielded from the scorching sun, several Saiyans gathered in a cool corner, 2 males and 2 females, all clad in dark brown battle suits, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age. "Hey, I say, Balit. Who do you think our captain will be this time?" a somewhat slender Saiyan shouted. Balit shot him a glare, retorting curtly, "How would I know who the captain is? Rida? You better not drag me down during the mission. I don't want to be burdened before we even complete it." "Oh, how can you say that? My combat power has reached 750. The lean Saiyan Rida mockingly replied. "If anyone's dragging behind, it's you, useless Balit." "You, Balit," infuriated, leaped to his feet, his sturdy frame lunging at Rida, grabbing his tail, and a tussle ensued. "Enough. Both of you, settle down, or don't blame me for being rude." A sharp voice pierced through the air as a tall girl stepped forward, her clear eyes glinting with icy resolve, emanating a powerful aura. "Oh no, Aphasia is angry?" "Yes, definitely angry. We must not provoke her." Balit and Rida shivered in unison, obediently releasing each other, frozen in place like mice confronted by a cat. Aphasia was undoubtedly the strongest among the four, her combat power standing at 840, making them wary of inciting her wrath. Casting a cold glance at them, Aphasia turned to another girl beside her and inquired, "Jeline, do you know anything about the captain?" The girl named Jeline shook her head, admitting that aside from the captain, they were unaware of the other Saiyans participating in the mission. "I don't know about that, but I heard Shakta is also involved in this mission." "Shakta? That guy is also part of this mission?" The revelation astonished everyone. Even Aphasia gasped, for compared to the prodigious Shakta, her own combat power seemed insufficient. They were all from the same training camp, where Shakta had already earned a reputation for his genius. At the tender age of 12, possessing over 900 combat power, while not extraordinary, placed him among the elite of their cohort. They felt a sense of relief. The higher the captain's strength, the greater the likelihood of mission success. Otherwise, with their current power levels, they would find it exceedingly difficult to tackle a mid-level mission. Surely it must be him. Otherwise, how could we possibly complete this mid-level task? Raida asserted confidently, tapping his palm, convinced he had deduced the answer. It was not that they underestimated themselves. The combined strength of the four made the extermination task on Dodoria a daunting challenge. Just then, they spotted a figure flying towards them from the distant horizon. Also clad in a brown battle suit. His tall stature, resolute gaze, and a mane of hair standing on end unmistakably identified him as Shakta, the very person they had been discussing. Upon landing and spotting the four Saiyans, Shakta's calm demeanor revealed a hint of dissatisfaction as he spoke in a low voice. "Why is it just you four in this team? Where's the captain?" Hearing Shakta's question, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Was Shakta not their captain? Raida asked in astonishment. "Shakta, are you not the captain?" "Of course not. I'm just as curious as you about who the captain is," Shakta replied coldly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he too sought to uncover the identity of their leader. "How can that be? If you're not the captain, then who is?" Balit exclaimed in disbelief. In their age group, renowned prodigies were few and far between. Aside from Shakta, the options were limited. Could it be Igila, Care, or Pabinlais? Athasia interjected, shaking her head. "It can't be them. I know they are currently engaged in other missions. Could it be someone from an even higher cohort?" Jialing suggested. The eyes of everyone brightened, casting appreciative glances at Jialing. Indeed, aside from members of their training camp, it was plausible that a higher-ranked Saiyan could be appointed as captain for such a challenging extermination task on Dodoria, where formidable foes boasting combat power exceeding 1,000 could emerge. They had not considered candidates younger than themselves. Deep down, they found it hard to believe that such strength could reside in a mid-level warrior younger than them. Furthermore, Shakta was already a standout among their cohort, and the disparity in aptitude made it difficult to breach such an age gap. Yet, the reality might well defy their expectations. Chapter 34. I am your captain. However, the captain has yet to make an appearance, and their speculation remains unverified, leaving them to wait in anticipation. Shakta found a shaded spot beneath a tree, deliberately distancing himself from Balit and the others, aware of his temperament. The others chose not to engage with him and instead engrossed themselves in discussions about the current mission. As their conversation progressed, it veered off into a friendly competition, where they began to boast about their training advancements, leading to a cacophony of playful banter. From his vantage point, Shakta observed the animated group with a furrowed brow, contemplating. Do these individuals not grasp the significance of this mission? I wonder who will assume the role of captain. I hope their strength is not lacking. It is commonplace for Saiyans to form teams for missions aimed at enhancing the efficiency of task completion. As they mature, intermediate warriors typically assemble into designated squads before reaching adulthood. Once established, these teams tend to remain intact for extended periods, barring unforeseen circumstances. This implies that Shakta will be a member of this squad moving forward, and he sincerely hopes that their collective strength will be commendable. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts momentarily, Shakta exhaled softly, reclined against a cracked stone, and gazed dreamily at the sky. The heavens were awash in a crimson hue, the smooth atmosphere devoid of any wrinkles, with a few clouds tinged with rosy shades drifting lazily, constantly morphing shapes in the gentle breeze. As the wind stirred, the clouds began to churn, casting irregular shadows upon the ground as sunlight danced upon them. Suddenly, Shakta noticed two dark figures emerging on the distant horizon. With a forceful push of his arms, he sprang to his feet with an effortless grace, prompting Attishia, Balit, and the others to take notice of the developing situation. "Oh, someone is approaching," Attishia's melodious voice rang out. "Could it be the captain?" Jelen murmured, her expression tinged with anticipation. Shakta disregarded the chatter around him, squinting towards the distance in an attempt to discern the identity of the newcomers. As they drew closer, he realized that they were two diminutive Saiyans, a boy and a girl, who appeared significantly younger than the rest of them. How can it be two children? Are they part of our squad? Raida exclaimed in disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. Unlikely, the mission management wouldn't be so reckless, Balit replied, uncertainty lacing his tone. But look, they are clearly heading in our direction. Indeed, as disbelief washed over the group, Shaya and Shieling landed gracefully a short distance before them, all signs indicating that these two were genuinely their squad members. Is the management playing a joke? Sending two children our way? At that moment, Shaya wore a subtle smile, his gaze capturing the expressions of everyone present. He stepped forward, his voice resonant yet calm. Shakta, age 12, combat power 925. Adishya, age 12, combat power 840. Rida, age 12, combat power 750. Jelen, age 12, combat power 788. Balit, age 12, combat power 738. Shaya meticulously recited the names and combat abilities of each individual, a privilege reserved solely for the captain. This declaration implied that he assumed the role of their leader. The expressions on the faces of the Saiyans were one of utter disbelief. Particularly, Shakta, whose countenance darkened significantly, his icy gaze glimmering with contempt. How infuriating it was that these two, clearly younger than himself, were designated as their captain. Clenching his fists tightly, his fingers turned pale from the strain, and his body trembled slightly from rage. His voice was cold and harsh. "You are our captain? I must clarify. I will not accept a weakling in such a position." Adishya cast a glance at Shakta. Although she did not vocalize her thoughts, her eyes betrayed a similar sentiment. Though not the most exceptional among her peers, she prided herself on being distinguished and would never stoop to serve someone significantly younger. Observing Shakta and Adishya's attitudes, the others nodded in agreement. To lead them, one must possess strength. Shaya's smile slightly faded. Yet his familiarity with the Saiyan temperament led him to perceive nothing unusual in their reaction. Quite the contrary. Had he not demonstrated any strength and they still acknowledged his position as captain, that would have been truly surprising. Nevertheless, the sensation of being underestimated was quite unpleasant. Indeed, to compel these Saiyans to concede his authority as captain, he would need to manifest some tangible prowess. A broad smile returned to Shaya's face. Beside him, Shieling quietly observed and, upon witnessing Shaya's expression, also broke into a smile, albeit one that sent shivers down the spine. "Indeed, I am your captain," he declared in a calm voice, as he approached Shakta with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon arriving before Shakta, he raised his head, exuding an air of pretentious wisdom. Shakta opened his mouth, instinctively sensing a hint of foreboding. Just as he was about to utter more words, an overwhelming force struck him in the abdomen. Staring in disbelief at the fist that had appeared there, he was soon met with a wave of excruciating pain. His body launched like a cannonball hundreds of meters away. Thud, thud, thud. Shakta's body continued to soar backward, shattering several bushes before crashing into a rocky outcrop, leaving a sizable dent in the stone as he embedded himself deeply within it. This sudden occurrence left everyone in a state of shock. Shakta had been ambushed. With a furious roar, Shakta extricated himself from the rocks, unleashing a surge of energy that instantly obliterated the entire rocky structure. At that moment, he finally snapped back to reality, consumed by an unimaginable rage. His hair tousled, eyes bloodshot, he glared at Shaya and dove toward him. Witnessing Shakta's irrational behavior, Shieling shook her head slightly and mocked. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness. How dare he strike at Shaya with such paltry power? He truly has no regard for his own life. A fitting lesson is in order." As Shakta's image loomed larger in his mind, Shaya silently reminded himself to temper his response. After all, Shakta was a member of his team. He didn't wish to be excessively harsh. With a clang, Shaya summoned his energy, conjuring a radiant sphere of energy that floated in his palm, its crystalline brilliance shimmering with a delightful aquamarine hue. However, the hissing sound that disrupted the air and the slightly distorted light surrounding it indicated that this water-blue energy sphere was anything but ordinary. With a cold smirk, Shaya hurled the energy sphere toward Shakta. Instinctively, as the beautiful orb descended, Shakta regained his composure and swiftly maneuvered to the side to evade it. Boom! The energy sphere detonated beside him. The spectacle of the explosion seared into memory. The aquamarine sphere erupted, releasing orange flames that blazed like a newborn sun, scorching the earth. The shockwave from the blast propelled Shakta away, sparing him from the most perilous zone. Boom! The ground fractured and debris flew. As the brilliant light and deafening roar subsided, the landscape resembled a scene ravaged by hundreds of miniature nuclear blasts, utterly transformed. The earth split apart, waves of terrifying energy rippling beneath, creating a series of exposed fault lines on the surface. Just as it seemed everything had come to a halt, boom, the entire terrain unexpectedly collapsed downward. Subsequently, wisps of smoke accompanied by bubbling lava rose from the seething magma. How formidable! The bystanders stood aghast, gazing at this spectacle with awe for Shaya. No one expected this seemingly unassuming individual to unleash such a fierce and incisive attack in an instant, truly astonishing. Could this fellow be a monster? This thought involuntarily crossed the minds of all present, especially for Shakta, who had narrowly escaped disaster. He stood there, stunned, still reeling from the earlier heart-stopping moment. Facing the searing waves of energy while replaying the harrowing scene in his mind, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As a new week dawned, Shaya cheerfully inquired, "So, do I now qualify to be your captain?" His smile radiated with the aura of a successful victor, illuminating the eyes of all Saiyans present. Shakta shook his head to clear his thoughts, then surveyed the scarred ground, particularly the deep crater, with a wry smile. "I always believed myself to be among the elite of my peers, considering myself not much inferior to the older Saiyans. Yet it seems I was merely gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well." Reflecting on the lightning-fast events, Shakta conceded, "If you are not qualified to be captain, then who is?" Patting Shakta on the shoulder, Shaya burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, my name is Shaya, and from now on, our team shall be known as the Shaya Squad. You are all members of this squad, but let me state this clearly. Once you join, you must obey orders, or I shall not hesitate to show no mercy. Rest assured, Captain, we shall obey your commands." Shakta and the others exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. For Saiyans, obeying the strong was simply a matter of course, as long as the orders did not lead them to their demise. They would adhere to the captain's commands without fail. Simultaneously, a surge of excitement coursed through them. Following such a powerful captain, who could fear missing out on the thrill of battle? With this thought, several Saiyans displayed wild grins. The lingering resentment within Shakta vanished entirely. Saiyans were known as a warrior race, not only for their inherent combative instincts, but also for their remarkable capacity for execution. They were born mercenaries, completing tasks not for monetary gain, something of little use to them, but for the sheer exhilaration of combat. Char made a profound observation. He often contemplated whether the Saiyans would have garnered such a notorious reputation had they not been in the employ of Frieza's forces, but rather undertaken missions assigned by legitimate entities within the galaxy, such as the Galactic Patrol. Shaking his head to dispel these fanciful thoughts, he adopted a serious expression and stated, "I would like to clarify matters regarding this mission. I trust you are all aware that our destination is the planet Madaria." His gaze swept across each member of the team, and upon mentioning Madaria, the faces of Chukta and the others grew solemn. This planet was classified as a near-mid-level celestial body, implying that unexpected events could transpire at any moment. If such were the case, aside from myself, Shilling, and Chukta, the rest of you would face considerable peril, particularly you, Raida, and Balit. As your combat abilities are the least formidable, you must exercise extra caution. Understood, Captain. We are fully aware. Observing that everyone was listening intently, Char felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then gestured towards Shilling and introduced her, "By the way, this is my sister Shilling, also a member of our team, and her combat prowess is not to be underestimated." Of course, this was after suppressing her combat power. Chukta and the others turned their attention to Shilling, their eyes filled with admiration, particularly Atasia and G-Line, who, being fellow female Saiyans, envied Shilling's remarkable abilities. "How old are you and Char now, and what are your combat levels?" inquired the tall Atasia, who at 12 years old had already entered puberty. Her wavy hair dancing in the wind, her feminine features distinctly apparent, making her the most mature-looking among them. With a charming smile, Shilling replied in her melodious voice, "Char and I will soon be 9 years old. As for our combat levels, Char is at 1,000, while I am at 970. In the days since returning to Vegeta, they had both elevated their combat levels by several points." Though her voice was soft, those two striking figures resonated like thunder, momentarily stunning Atasia and the others. 1,000 combat power, 970 combat power. And you are only 9 years old? The Saiyans gazed at them in disbelief. Yet the lingering memory of their terrifying strength compelled them to accept the reality of these figures. At merely 9 years old, do you truly belong to the ranks of mid-level warriors? Surely, you must be advanced warriors. Balit exclaimed dramatically, feeling embarrassed as he, at 12 years old, had only reached a combat level of 738. This stark contrast was indeed humiliating. Indeed, I doubt even advanced warriors could boast such extraordinary numbers, Raida lamented in shared sympathy. In truth, their current strength was not insignificant. Once they entered puberty, their abilities would surge dramatically, and by adulthood, they would undoubtedly surpass a combat level of 2,000, placing them among the mid-tier warriors. Yet, compared to some prodigies, such figures could be rather disheartening. Chukta chuckled bitterly. I had thought achieving over 900 combat power by 12 was impressive, but compared to you two, it's simply laughable. Indeed, Atasia and G-Line nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with Chukta's sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, the bonds among the Saiyans had grown considerably closer, with Char and Shilling as their formidable pillars. The minor gaps between them felt trivial, uniting them in a shared purpose. Gradually, they began to regard Char as a genius comparable to Prince Vegeta. All right. It is time for us to depart. I believe the spacecraft at the spaceport has been prepared for us, Char addressed them, his tone taking on the authoritative cadence of a leader. Yes, we should set out, they responded in unison, excitement bubbling within them. With light laughter, the group soared into the sky, heading towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the seven had arrived at the spaceport, gracefully descending and following the guide to their designated landing area. On an empty platform, 7 spherical spacecraft, each 2 meters in diameter, were neatly arranged at the recessed landing point. Opening their respective spacecraft, they all climbed inside. As the hatches sealed, Char's voice resonated through the communicator. Let us embark. And may the first mission of Team Char be successful. Let us go. Let us go. The team's enthusiastic cheers echoed through the communicator, and subsequently, the 7 white spheres shimmered with a radiant glow before accelerating swiftly away from Vegeta, entering a month-long interstellar journey. Chapter 36, Planet Vegeta. The lengthy passage of time, like a fleeting shadow, had swiftly elapsed, marking 1 month's journey. Surrounding them was an expansive void of darkness, with stars radiating a mesmerizing pale glow, their crystalline brilliance resembling tiny diamonds scattered across the black canvas, exuding an immaculate tranquility. A flicker of light caught the eye, and in the profound stillness of space, this luminous flash stood out remarkably. As they drew closer, 7 spherical spacecraft gradually emerged from the shimmering light. In the grand scale of the universe, planets lay vast distances apart, even the nearest requiring traversal across countless light years. However, thanks to the advanced technology of cosmic civilization, interstellar travel within the Dragon Ball realm was notably more convenient, with journeys spanning several star systems achievable in mere days or months. Several star systems away from Vegeta, a planet of earthy hue orbited a yellow dwarf star at the center of its solar system. On Planet Vegeta, amidst a parched riverbed, a cacophony of deafening roars erupted as several glowing red spheres pierced through the clouds, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The sky was immediately engulfed in a shroud of dust and debris. Due to the lack of moisture, this dust lingered, forming heavy, oppressive clouds. Before long, 7 figures emerged from the seemingly bottomless circular impact crater. Rita was the first to hover in midair, covering her mouth to dispel the swirling dust. The scorching sun bore down through the thin atmosphere, creating a searing sensation against her skin. As Rita gasped for air, she was caught off guard by a wave of hot air, leading her to cough uncontrollably. Shaya, Shilling, and others soared into the air, surveying the sparse shrubbery around them, which bore a striking resemblance to the desolate landscapes of Vegeta. The planet Vegeta was a rocky, earth-toned world, its solid surface largely devoid of moisture, rendering most areas a harsh desert, an uncomfortable place for any traveler. A gentle voice broke the silence. Atasia, having done her homework prior to their arrival, expressed her discontent with the environment. The oppressive heat, high pressure, and lack of water were particularly detrimental to a young girl's skin. Indeed, Shilling and Jielin immediately concurred. They scanned their surroundings but found no signs of life. Shakta's expression grew grave as he remarked, "The conditions here are so severe that it's hard to fathom this planet being classified as a mid-tier one. Nature thrives on the principle of survival of the fittest, often. The harsher the environment, the more resilient the life forms that emerge from it." Shaya narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features. Before pressing the button on the energy detector, the device emitted a series of electronic beeps, revealing information about Vegeta. Southeast, 170 kilometers, combat power 920. Directly south, 56 kilometers. Combat power 568. Due south, 167 kilometers, combat power 869. The others quickly activated their energy detectors, only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of dazzling data. The small display was flooded with numbers. Damn it, this is outrageous. Shakta exclaimed internally, shaken by the situation. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, they had no choice but to manually set a lower limit on the energy detection, which filtered out most of the data, allowing them to discern a clearer picture. Nevertheless, even with this adjustment, everyone except Shaya and Shilling remained bewildered. They discovered that even after filtering, the display still showed a multitude of readings. often clustering in groups of 3 to 5, with one small cluster revealing dozens of energy sources. They are social creatures. Jillian, usually composed, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Despite the Saiyans' innate warrior spirit, the prospect of facing overwhelming odds instilled a sense of dread. The life forms on Maudalia belonged to primitive tribal races, living in communal settings. Provoking even one of them could lead to the wrath of an entire tribe. Shakta's expression mirrored Jillian's unease. While the actual threats among those readings were few, their sheer numbers were daunting. One could only imagine the horror of battling an equally matched opponent while simultaneously fending off attacks from dozens of lesser foes. Since these beings were organized into tribes, it was reasonable to assume they were adversarial towards one another, which at least presented them with an opportunity. Analyzing the current predicament, Atasia furrowed her brow, realizing that the information at hand was woefully insufficient for any substantial analysis. Well, anything we say now is superfluous. Let us divide our forces and eliminate those solitary primitive natives first. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya divided the team into groups. I, along with Shieling and Shakta, possess the greatest strength and can act independently. Balit and Rida, being the least combat capable, shall team up with Atasia and Jelen. Everyone must exercise utmost caution during our movements to avoid provoking the formidable indigenous inhabitants. Once we have eliminated the isolated natives, we shall reconvene here. Understood, Captain. Then let us set forth. The members of Shaya's team responded loudly, with the weakest fighters, Balit and Atasia, forming one group, while the second weakest, Rida and Jelen, formed another. Shaya, Shieling, and Shakta, possessing sufficient strength, each operated independently. The 5 groups promptly established 5 distinct directions as their targets and swiftly set off. Once everyone had departed, Shaya quietly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the myriad energies emanating from the planet Dahlia, and subsequently soared toward the most concentrated aura. Under the blazing sun, the scorching rays seared the earth. On a desolate and lifeless plateau, traces of life were scarce. Only a few withered shrubs swayed gracefully in the parched soil. Shaya soared swiftly through the air, radiating a soft yellow luminescence. With a swift whoosh, a beam of light streaked past, leaving behind a delicate glow akin to translucent jade. He was steadily approaching his objective. The sensed auras had become increasingly distinct. Suddenly, he thought, a formidable opponent. No, there are several. Acknowledging the powerful presence emanating from ahead, Shaya made a slight adjustment and flew directly towards those formidable energies. As he neared his target, he realized he had ventured beyond the edge of the desert. Here, clusters of visible vegetation began to emerge, and in the distance, signs of a water source were evident. Shaya sensed the presence of dozens of formidable auras ahead, each approaching a combat power of 1,000. With readings of 978, 945, and 984, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Although such combat prowess was merely an appetizer to him, it undeniably represented the pinnacle of strength on the planet Dahlia. Let us begin with you, he declared. In a flash of shimmering light, Shaya's form materialized above the sources of energy. Below him lay a small primitive tribe, the natives resembling half-evolved apes. Their sharp fangs glinted menacingly, and their bodies were cloaked in a layer of greenish fur, with coarse animal hides draping their lower halves, indicating a nascent awareness of civilization. Upon spotting the figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky, the natives emitted guttural growls, their sounds a strange amalgamation of language and beastly roars. Chapter 37. Slaughter. This small tribe consisted of merely a few dozen natives, yet they were the most powerful in the vicinity. They occupied the most advantageous geographical position on the arid plateau, in close proximity to a water source. For ages, they had thrived uncontested. Any intruder into their territory faced brutal extermination. Over time, few tribes dared to challenge their dominance. At the moment of Shaya's arrival, the tribe was engaged in a primitive method of cooking the corpse of a nearby tribe member. A leg had been roasted to perfection, and they were eagerly dividing it among themselves. The severe gash on the head indicated that the deceased had undoubtedly suffered a violent blow in life. The appearance of Shaya instinctively instilled a sense of crisis among the indigenous people. He was clad in a dark brown soft armor, subtly shimmering with an exquisite luster, a sight never before witnessed on the planet of Dahlia. These primitive natives were oblivious to the concept of combat attire, utterly captivated by the splendor of his apparel. The barbarity of consuming one's own kind for sustenance indeed rendered them more savage than even the most feral beasts. At least wild dogs do not resort to cannibalism. Yet they fall beneath even the level of such creatures. In the depths of Shaya's gaze, A chill coursed through him as he suddenly recalled the loyalty of the humble dog from his previous life, a far nobler companion than these savage natives. The indigenous people, unable to comprehend Shaya's words, appeared to sense that he was disparaging them, prompting them to emit guttural roars into the air in an attempt to intimidate him. However, who was Shaya to be daunted by their arcane cries? When their deep growls failed to instill fear, the natives, evidently incensed, abandoned their tasks and swiftly surrounded Shaya with their towering figures. Each of these indigenous beings stood over 3 meters tall, their massive physiques imposing before Shaya, creating an illusion of a hulking bully confronting a smaller adversary. Their throaty roars filled the air, chaotic and menacing, as turbulent currents surged forth, transforming the once warm and dense atmosphere into a boiling maelstrom. It was as if a small vessel, previously gliding serenely upon shimmering waves, suddenly found itself amidst a tempestuous sea, teetering on the brink of being engulfed by monstrous waves. Yet, amidst this perilous scene, Shaya remained steadfast at the vortex, unyielding. The energy was poorly harnessed. Despite possessing an almost 1,000 combat power, in actuality, he could scarcely manifest 900 in true combat. His discerning eyes surveyed the volatile aura around him with indifference, his expression placid. With his keen perception, he easily discerned the flaws inherent in these primitive natives. With a subtle lift of his palm, Shaya stirred the air. An overwhelming aura erupted from within him, radiating outward with the force of thunder. Instantly, the ground trembled, and fierce winds began to swirl. Even with the utilization of merely 1,000 combat power, such astute application was sufficient to invoke various meteorological phenomena. Upon encountering the sudden surge of Shaya's formidable presence, the indigenous throng instinctively recoiled, their pupils constricting in shock. Yet, recovering swiftly from their astonishment, they beat their chests and let out a long howl, their tusks clashing with a cacophony of discordant sounds. Fearful glances exchanged among them. They huddled together in an odd formation, unleashing furious roars. In that moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The collective of natives emitted visible ripples of sound that vibrated through the air. Simultaneously, with a violent twist, dry branches and stones lifted from the ground, producing a rustling sound. The sharp crack of uprooted shrubs echoed as they, alongside the debris, soared into the air. Waves of energy surged forth, a fierce storm of potential capable of devouring all in its path, inexorably expanding outward. Char looked on in astonishment at the actions of the primitive beings, then shook his head in dismay. Alas, their methods relied solely on brute strength. Devoid of any semblance of technique, these indigenous people had yet to learn how to harness the energy within themselves in battle. They resorted to the most savage means of attacking their foes, which proved to be the most ineffective and exhausting approach. Compared to the beasts on Selma, they paled significantly. The animals fought instinctively, their formidable prowess rendering them even more fearsome, whereas these primitives fell far short. No matter how great their strength, if they could not strike their adversary, it was all in vain. It seemed that this mission was not as daunting as initially perceived. Zaya pondered quietly, his expression becoming remarkably relaxed. Initially believing that accomplishing the extermination task of the Dahlia would require considerable time without revealing his true combat prowess, he had mentally prepared himself for an extended duration. However, during the actual combat, he discovered that these primitive natives were indeed quite foolish, possessing immense strength yet lacking the knowledge of how to wield it. With such a naturally gifted physique, if they were given several millennia to develop their own martial arts, it would not be inconceivable for them to ascend to a higher planetary status. Alas, their fate was now sealed. With a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, he fixated intently on the primitive natives, a glimmer of brilliance appearing in his obsidian eyes. Zaya's dark gaze remained unruffled, resembling an unseen black hole in the cosmos, quietly consuming everything in its path. With a low growl, Shaya's aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at a formidable battle power of 1,000. Such an overwhelming force was more than sufficient to contend with these indigenous people. Casting a cold gaze upon them, he suddenly propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, unleashing a tempestuous assault. The indigenous individuals instinctively sensed an impending threat, their nerves quaking in the presence of death's chilling aura, and they cried out in alarm. Scattering like frightened birds and beasts, none would escape. As Shaya's gaze sharpened, his youthful and handsome visage contorted into a cruel smile. In this moment, the Saiyant's bloodthirsty nature was laid bare. Suddenly, a multitude of afterimages materialized in the air, while his true form swiftly tracked the fleeing paths of the indigenous people. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, he struck with his palm. Crack, crack, crack. With each rotation of his fist, another primitive native was rendered immobile. The overwhelming disparity in strength inflicted a piercing psychological wound on the indigenous people, who endured wave after wave of violent shocks. Like a high-velocity projectile, they were battered by immense force, teetering on the brink of explosion. It must come to an end. Shaya sighed softly. This battle held little value for him. Merely a one-sided slaughter. He raised a hand above his head, fingers splayed, and with a slight exertion, a radiant sphere of energy began to coalesce before him. A crimson halo enveloped the surface of the energy sphere, resembling a beautiful little sun, emanating scorching brilliance. That was the signal of death. With a breath, the energy descended. A thunderous roar erupted like thunderclaps, enveloping the sky in a shroud of formidable energy, casting an ominous pall over the land. The immense pressure blotted out the sun, distorting the air like a lens obscuring the glaring rays. Wisps of smoke twirled, and debris littered the ground. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the last remaining oasis on the plateau vanished, leaving behind a colossal circular pit, a kilometer in diameter, the depth unknown. Observing the lives he had obliterated with his own hands, Shaya felt no stirrings of emotion, as though he had merely exterminated a few inconsequential ants. He was not one to indulge in pity, for he was merely executing a mission. The relationship between the strong and the weak was akin to that of deities towering above mortals. To ensure no higher deity existed above him, one must strive to become a god oneself. With one target eliminated, Shaya departed from the nearly desertified plateau, advancing towards his next objective. The powerful life forms on the planet Fidaia were truly abundant, and it wasn't long before another indigenous creature came into view. It was a towering giant with a single eye, standing over 70 meters tall, its muscular body coiled with immense explosive power. This giant reminded Shaya of the Cyclops he had slain alongside Shieling on Selma Star, equally robust and imposing, yet this one stood even taller. With a combat power of 1020, it was undoubtedly the mightiest creature on this planet. Hovering several hundred meters in the air, Shaya confidently speculated, times had changed, and a mere combat power of 1,000 no longer intimidated him. Even if he stood idle, the giant's attack would unlikely breach his defenses. Chapter 38. Near completion as day turned to night, time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this time, Shaya traversed every continent on the planet, and nearly every formidable life form he encountered met with destruction. If he were to descend into the underworld, he would surely face eternal damnation, which was not in accordance with his original intent. Once again, he found himself at the dry riverbed, where 7 enormous craters, formed by his spacecraft's impact, still lay. Shaya sat cross-legged atop the white shell of the vehicle, waiting for his team to gather, but they had yet to arrive. Under the blazing sun, the temperature soared to 50 degrees. He sent a signal to each team member via the communicator and retreated into the spacecraft to rest, where the temperature remained constant. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon arrival, several greeted Shaya before chattering animatedly. Clearly having observed the indigenous people's crude use of energy, especially Balit and Rueda, whose faces were flushed with excitement, their gestures animated with joy. When they first received the intermediate mission, the two had been the most anxious. However, after several days of combat, they had evidently regained their confidence. Rueda, let me tell you, I single-handedly killed numerous indigenous warriors with combat powers reaching 800, at least 20 or 30. Balit boasted, reveling in his accomplishments. Rueda, leaner in stature, scoffed. Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Truly pathetic. If it weren't for Atasia's protection, you would have been terrified out of your wits. Who said that? I personally killed an indigenous warrior with a combat power of 850. You can ask Atasia if you don't believe me. Balit retorted. His face flushed as he sought Atasia's validation. Atasia averted her gaze, uninterested. You see? You've been caught out. Rueda laughed heartily. As if besting Balit was a remarkable feat, Balit, refusing to concede, spat defiantly, don't talk about me. You're no better with your reliance on that girl, Jelen. In a few years, I'll have no trouble putting you down. Humph, that's different. Jelen and I are evenly matched in combat power. Our collaboration is true teamwork. While you simply drag us down, Rueda replied proudly. At this moment, Shakta, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected, do you believe this is impressive? Have you no ambition? Having Saiyans like you is a disgrace. At this, Balit and Rueda fell silent, for Shakta's authority had been established since their training camp. His mere words silenced them. Atasia's eyes sparkled as she turned to Shaya. Captain, what shall we do next? Shall we rally and eradicate the indigenous tribes here? After a brief contemplation, Shaya replied, it is evident that the primitive inhabitants of Fidaia have yet to master the use of energy, which presents us with a significant advantage. Under such circumstances, even Bailet could face opponents stronger than himself and prevail. We must exploit this advantage. But why did the Task Management Office classify this mission as intermediate? It hardly seems to meet the criteria. Jelen, a relatively quiet yet astute Saiyan woman, questioned. This is easily understood. The alien beings assessing the planet's level do not descend to its surface. They merely employ energy detectors from outer space to gauge its conditions. Hence, they remain unaware of the planet's specifics. That is why the task level is inaccurately elevated. We have merely encountered a stroke of luck, Atasia explained with a playful smile, her youthful charm shining through. Yet, anyone who mistook her for an ordinary fragile girl would undoubtedly remember the ferocity of the Saiyan race for a lifetime. Shaya, what is our next course of action? Shilling inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Char, resting his chin upon his hand, remarked, at present, it appears we hold a decisive advantage. In the past few days, we have obliterated the vast majority of isolated indigenous groups and small primitive tribes. What lies ahead are the larger tribes, which will undoubtedly present a significantly greater challenge. Therefore, I propose that I team up with Shilling, while Shakta. You and your 4 companions will form a group. I require you to eradicate all primitive tribes on the planet Dahlia within 5 days. Shaya's voice was icy as he issued the mission directive. Yes, the expressions of all the Saiyans were grave as they accepted the command. Subsequently setting off in the direction indicated by the energy detector, towards a location where a multitude of primitive tribes had congregated. After the departure of Shakta and his team, Shaya and Shilling flew for a while before parting ways. Their previous decision to form a group was merely to conceal their true strength, given their capabilities. There was no necessity for them to remain together. Shilling, you should head north, where over 300 energy signatures are clustered. By the way, if you intend to utilize energy exceeding 1,000 battle power, it would be wise to deactivate the detector, Shaya advised with a note of concern before her departure. Understood. Shilling responded softly, then accelerated towards the north without glancing back. Watching her vanish into the distance, Shaya smiled and altered his course towards his own objective. The extermination mission on planet Dahlia seemed daunting at first, yet upon execution, both Shaya and Shakta were pleasantly surprised to discover that the task was, in fact, not particularly challenging. Shaya's heart was as tranquil as still water, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He realized that he could save a considerable amount of time, no longer needing to squander precious moments on this desolate planet. In the Saiyan teams, the initial mission would be coordinated by the Mission Management Office, selecting participants and appointing a suitable leader. However, for subsequent missions, the leader possesses a degree of autonomy in choosing tasks. This meant that, as the captain of the Saiyan team, Shaya could select appropriate missions according to his needs after completing the task on planet Dahlia. For ordinary Saiyan teams, this autonomy held little significance, merely allowing for adjustments in the intensity and duration of missions. After all, every mission entailed combat. Saiyans simply needed to revel in the exhilaration of battle. However, Shaya was different. He had his own aspirations and yearned to become a formidable warrior as soon as possible. Fortunately, he possessed several methods of strengthening himself within his mind. Chapter 39. Members of the Edri team upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. Shaya's battle power had surged past 12,000. After more than a year of steady accumulation, he had solidified his foundation to an extraordinary extent. It was now time to unleash this latent potential and strive for further breakthroughs. At this juncture, he urgently required a gravity device, preferably one that could simultaneously alter various parameters such as temperature, atmospheric pressure, and gravity. This necessitated the assistance of a high-tech civilization. Although there were many technologically adept beings on Planet Vegeta, Shaya was apprehensive about employing them, as their loyalties lay either with Frieza or King Vegeta. He feared that once the gravity chamber was constructed, they might betray him almost immediately. The gravity chamber needed to be fabricated without delay for the next mission. He would select one that involved a technologically advanced planet. Zaya gently pressed his temples with both hands, kneading them softly. He possessed an abundance of Senza beans, and it would be a sheer waste if he did not utilize them in conjunction with the gravity chamber for training. The combination of Senza beans, the gravity apparatus, and his Saiyan physiology led Zaya to envision a remarkable surge in his strength. A fervent excitement surged within him, fueling a desire to hasten the completion of his mission and return to Planet Vegeta. 5 days later, they found themselves once again at the site of the spacecraft's previous crash. Several Saiyans had come together once more, having successfully accomplished their extermination mission on Planet Daria. There were no life forms with a battle power exceeding 100 remaining on that planet. Although merely a fortnight had passed, they had engaged in countless skirmishes of various magnitudes. Regardless, Planet Daria was indeed a planet on the brink of being classified as intermediate, and the foes faced by Shakta and his companions were not significantly weaker than themselves. Consequently, despite the battles being fraught with tension yet ultimately safe, their combat prowess had undeniably surged. Among them, the Saiyan with the lowest battle power, Belit, had reached a formidable 810, an increase of 70 points. The strongest among them, Shakta, had directly broken through to a battle power of 1030, largely attributable to the strength of the opponents he had chosen. The rapid enhancement in their abilities over such a brief period had uplifted the spirits of the Saiyans, even leading the traditionally quarreling Rita and Belit to engage in playful banter as if they were good friends. Shaya gazed contentedly at the group, observing their radiant faces and the laughter exchanged among them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well, our mission has been splendidly accomplished, and everyone's combat abilities have seen a commendable enhancement. It is time for us to return to Planet Vegeta. Indeed, it is time to head back, came the response. Captain, next time, please select a more suitable mission. You know, I was terribly anxious, fearing we might fail, pleaded Belit with a face full of earnestness. Hee. I have no particular demands regarding the missions, and I am truly looking forward to our next endeavor with the captain, said Attendant, her head tilted back in laughter, her wavy hair dancing in the wind. Her tall figure and charming smile exuded a sense of maturity. Jellin stood quietly to the side, her silence speaking volumes. The warm air had left her cheeks glistening with beads of sweat, yet the sparkle in her eyes revealed her eager anticipation for the upcoming task. Rest assured, the next mission will undoubtedly meet your expectations, Shaya reassured with a smile, before gracefully leaping onto the spherical spacecraft located at the center of the impact crater. The vessels were partially embedded in the mud, their surfaces rough and charred in places. Let us depart for Planet Vegeta, Shilling exclaimed jubilantly, following suit. The remaining members exchanged glances and boarded their respective spacecrafts. Before long, 7 white spheres ascended into the sky, accelerating in a linear trajectory to an astonishing speed, swiftly breaking free from the gravitational grasp of Planet Dahlia and soaring deeper into the tranquil expanse of the universe. A month later, on Planet Vegeta, the stars twinkled brilliantly against the night sky. At this moment, one side of Planet Vegeta was enveloped in darkness as Shaya's team of 7 emerged from the spaceport, heading directly to the nearest mission management office. It was the same hemispherical, 3-story building, staffed by the notoriously surly Tajians. After submitting their mission report from Planet Dahlia, the team members prepared to part ways. Captain, I reside in the Northern District. Just contact me directly via communicator if you need to reach me, Shakta said earnestly before departing. Following this mission, he had come to respect Shaya, who was 3 years his junior. Not every Saiyan possesses leadership qualities. True commanders must not only be powerful, but also exhibit a calm demeanor. Throughout this mission, Shaya had skillfully maintained a perfect balance, a fact evident to all. A captain with strategic insight is indeed a crucial element for the longevity of a team. Jellin and I live nearby, quite close to the captain's home, Attendant said, adjusting her battle attire and linking her arm with Jellin's. Yes, Jellin whispered in agreement. Only Rida wore a downcast expression, lamenting. I live the farthest away and will have to fly for quite a while. Haha. Well then, goodbye everyone. I shall reach out to you for our next mission. Shaya chuckled, taking Shiling's hand as he bid farewell to the others and soared toward home. As night had fallen, the residential area was exceptionally quiet, save for the flickering light swaying in the darkness and the delicate rustle of insects chirping softly. Upon returning home, Shaya was surprised to find the lights in the hall still aglow. In the living room, besides the adrift couple, there were 4 Saiyans, 2 men and 2 women. Shaya recognized them as former members of the adrift team. By familial ties, he ought to address them as uncles and aunts. Rebecca looked astonished as she saw Shaya and Shiling return. Weren't you 2 on a mid-level mission? Why are you back so soon? Of course. We have already completed the mission, Shiling replied proudly, then turned to the 4 Saiyans in the room, exclaiming, Uncle Baruch, Aunt Liza, Uncle Parati, and Alice, greetings. Shaya greeted each of the 4 individuals warmly. These individuals had once been members of the Edri team, and after its dissolution, most had taken positions in the training camp, rendering them utterly trustworthy. The Edri team originally comprised 13 members, but during a mission many years ago, they suffered devastating losses due to an ambush by hostile forces, resulting in the deaths of 6 members and severe injuries to 4 others. Among the fallen Saiyans were Shaya's parents, with the team's casualties exceeding half. Edri subsequently disbanded the unit. "Ah, little Shaya and Shieling have grown so much," exclaimed Alice, stepping forward to embrace the two. "I heard you completed your survival mission and have been too busy to visit. I can't believe how much you've both changed." Alice was a petite female Saiyan with a slender build and long hair reminiscent of ribbons. Despite being in her 30s, she retained the vivacity of youth, attributable to the extended adolescence characteristic of Saiyans. While she seemed intent on expressing her care, her demeanor was rather direct and robust, reminiscent of a strong woman from a past life on Earth. "Ugh, and Alice," Shieling complained, feeling somewhat breathless as Alice's ample bosom pressed against her. "Kiki." Alice chuckled softly before releasing her, though she kept one hand firmly on Shieling's shoulder. The others also greeted them warmly. Baruch, however, nodded coolly, resembling an iceberg, offering a mere acknowledgement. Chapter 40. Confession. As former members of the Edri team, Baruch and the others shared a close bond with the Edri family, often visiting in the past. Yet, the gathering that evening bore an unusual air. "Hey, what are you uncles discussing so late?" Shieling inquired, her eyes sparkling as she ran over to a female Saiyan named Lisa, her small face inching closer to Lisa's. Exchanging glances, Edri and the others wore somber expressions. Shieling's face scrunched up, and a glimmer of thought flashed in her eyes. "Shieling, you should return to your room. Shaya will stay," Edri instructed. "Oh," Shieling pouted, glancing at Shaya before obediently retreating to her room. With a sharp click, the door closed, and the living room fell into an eerie silence. The group sat around a coffee table, none willing to break the stillness. "What is the matter?" Shaya asked, smiling. Edri sighed. "Didn't you mention that Frieza had installed listening devices on our energy detectors? We took the opportunity during our mission to investigate. And the outcome?" Shaya prompted. Shaya remained composed, yet a stir of realization coursed through him as he deduced the answer. It seemed that the assembly of the Adri team in this location was indeed to devise a strategy. As anticipated, Adri solemnly nodded, acknowledging their discovery of a listening device on the energy detector. At that moment, a Saiyan male named Parati slammed his fist onto the metallic table, creating a dent with a resounding bang. His voice brimming with agitation, Parati exclaimed that had it not been for Adri leading them to verify, they would have remained oblivious to the fact that Frieza, that scoundrel, was eavesdropping on every move of the Saiyans. This illustrated that he had never harbored any good intentions towards them. Alice cast a disdainful glance at Parati, her expression reflecting distaste, and it was evident that her contempt was directed towards Frieza, to whom they, the Saiyans, pledged their allegiance. Adri interjected, noting that while Frieza's suspicions towards the Saiyans were concerning, he was not likely to act immediately. However, the pressing issue remained. If Frieza truly had a grasp on the Saiyans' every action, he would undoubtedly be aware of King Vegeta's rebellious inclinations. "Oh dear, this complicates matters immensely." Lisa shrugged in resignation. With foresight on their side, King Vegeta was bound to fail this time. What made the situation even more intolerable was that, apart from the faction preparing to rebel under King Vegeta, the vast majority of Saiyans held an unwavering trust in Frieza, even venerating his power. Thus, even if they disseminated the information, few would believe it, and such actions could exacerbate the existing tensions between the Saiyans and Frieza, leaving them in a precarious position. But look, with a stoic demeanor, articulated the harsh reality. Announcing the information outright was out of the question, as it could provoke Frieza into taking action against the Saiyans. However, given Frieza's apparent awareness of the Saiyan situation, including King Vegeta's intentions to rebel, why had he not made a move? Was he unafraid of the collective strength of the Saiyans? Rebecca pondered aloud in confusion. Indeed, why does Frieza remain indifferent despite knowing of the impending rebellion? The question lingered, prompting speculation about whether he sought a pretext for his actions, not wanting to demoralize his subordinates. Yet, with Frieza's brutal and tyrannical nature, would he truly concern himself with the sentiments of mere mortals? Adri and the others shook their heads, recalling their distant encounter with Frieza during a mission. His cold, bloodthirsty gaze felt like a blade piercing their souls, leaving an indelible impression. Frieza was undeniably a madman, utterly ruthless. Perhaps it was his overwhelming power that emboldened him. Is it because of the Ginyu Force? The thought crossed everyone's mind. The Ginyu Force, Frieza's most formidable unit, was renowned throughout the cosmos, their strength unquestionable, surpassing that of the Saiyans. Do you know the extent of Frieza's power? Shaya suddenly posed the question, causing everyone to pause. They understood Frieza was formidable, after all. A being referred to as the Cosmic Emperor could not lack prowess. However, the specifics of his strength remained elusive, as no one had witnessed Frieza in battle. And those who had were all deceased. How powerful was Frieza, exactly? This question loomed over them like a dawning shadow. If they could not ascertain the strength of their adversary, the prospect of rebellion seemed futile. Shaya, do you possess some insight? Adri inquired. A hunch suggesting Shaya might know more, especially considering he was the one to initially mention the listening device. Yes, I have some understanding of Frieza's power. And it is indeed far beyond what you can imagine. Before we proceed, Uncle Adri, may I ask how much you know about Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force? Adri shook his head. I have not witnessed the full extent of the Ginyu Force's capabilities. But I have heard that each member possesses a battle power of at least 10,000. The Ginyu Force is a super elite squad selected by Frieza from the cosmos' finest warriors, each skilled and powerful. In the realm of cosmic civilization, a battle power of 10,000 is already quite remarkable. As of now, there are very few Saiyans whose battle power exceeds 10,000, each a battle-hardened super warrior, pivotal to the Saiyan legacy in the universe. Except when engaging high-level planets, they rarely leave Planet Vegeta. Gazing into the vast cosmos, it becomes evident that the predominant strength in the universe remains relatively low. There are not as many high-level planets as one might think. Entities with a battle power exceeding 5,000 are exceedingly rare, often reigning supreme on their respective planets. Many planets lack even a single formidable being with a battle power exceeding 1,000, placing them at the lower echelons of the universe. In the original narrative, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his battle power was merely over 18,000, yet he could dominate the cosmos with minimal opposition. While there may be hidden titans in the depths of the universe, capable of cataclysmic destruction, it is undeniable that the bulk of cosmic civilization is comparatively weak. The Ginyu Force follows an elite model, comprising only 5 members, each possessing exceptional skills that cannot be underestimated. The Saiyans hold a superior position in the Milky Way. Feared in the northern galaxy, yet when compared to the Ginyu Force, they still fall short. As Frieza's ace, the Ginyu Force's power is truly formidable. Notably, the strength of the Ginyu Force's other members aside, their captain, Ginyu, boasts an astonishing battle power of 120,000. Shaya's voice was not loud. Yet his seemingly trivial statement instantly left Adley and the others in a state of shock. Good heavens, a battle power of 120,000? Surely, little ya. You must be mistaken. How could anyone possess such extraordinary strength? To put it into perspective, King Vegeta's power barely exceeded 10,000. And even accounting for the transformation into a great ape, it scarcely reached 100,000. Lisa stared wide-eyed, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at him. A battle power of 120,000. What kind of formidable might could that possibly entail? For beings like them, with merely a few thousand in battle power, this was a strength they could scarcely fathom. How could such a monster exist in the universe? If Captain Ginyu truly possessed such immense battle power, as Shaya asserted, he would far surpass all Saiyans. At that level, the mere number of opponents would become inconsequential. With a mere gesture, he could annihilate all life on a planet. Against such overwhelming power, the Saiyans stood no chance whatsoever. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Frieza. There can be no doubt. Captain Ginyu's battle power is indeed 120,000. Shaya spoke with unwavering certainty. In the narrative of Namek, Ginyu Force member Jisoo explicitly stated that the captain's maximum battle power was 120,000. Although that may have been over 20 years ago, it is unlikely that his strength has diminished significantly since then. Shaya's unwavering demeanor rendered everyone speechless. Edri's expression darkened instantly. If the captain of the Ginyu Force possessed such formidable power, then one could only imagine the extent of Frieza's strength as their sovereign. The principle that the weak submit to the strong while the strong dominate the weak is an immutable law of the universe. It is evident that Frieza's might far surpasses that of the Ginyu captain. The individuals present were far from foolish. They swiftly grasped this notion, causing a shiver to run down their spines, and cold sweat began to bead upon their brows. At that moment, they were too preoccupied to inquire about the source of Shaya's information, and the living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Edri sighed. Shaya, reveal the extent of your knowledge. Char nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping across everyone present as his composed voice resonated. Frieza hails from an exceedingly rare cosmic lineage known as the Frost Demons. This species is so scarce that upon birth, each member is cryogenically preserved within glacial confines until reaching maturity. To my knowledge, only 3 Frost Demons exist across the northern galaxy: Frieza and his family, each possessing power sufficient to dominate the cosmos. He continued, given the overwhelming might inherent within Frost Demons that proves difficult to restrain. They employ transformative abilities to suppress their combat potential, not unlike the Saiyans' great ape metamorphosis. However, whereas Saiyans transform to amplify strength, Frost Demons utilize shape-shifting to constrain theirs. Char shook his head wistfully. What extravagant transformations indeed. A collective expression of all washed over Adres and the others. While most life forms across the universe strive desperately to enhance their battle prowess through evolutionary adaptations, these beings required suppression due to excessive innate power, a notion both astonishing and enviable. Surveying the room and noting each individual's reaction, Char proceeded with solemnity, aware his forthcoming revelation would deliver a crushing blow. Yet withholding this truth might prevent Adres and the proud Saiyans from endorsing his proposed strategy. Frieza possesses 3 transformative stages. Each successive form multiplies his previous power exponentially. His base combat level stands at 530,000. Wait, did you say 530,000 in base form? Lizzie interjected, aghast. A chorus of sharp inhalations filled the hall as both Adres and Baruch paled at the staggering statistic. Where Commander Jinyu's strength had seemed insurmountable, Frieza's power now rendered them utterly despondent. 530,000 baseline. With transformations multiplying that several times over? 3 such stages? Lizzie murmured in disbelief. By the stars, with such preposterous specifications, does the entire universe not already belong to them? Damn it all! Roared the hot-tempered parody, veins bulging as his bones audibly cracked under tension. Are you saying there's not even a glimmer of hope for us Saiyans? Baruch remained stone-faced, his silence speaking volumes of internal turmoil. Char delivered the final blow. The gravest truth remains, Frieza isn't even the most formidable among his kind. His father King Cold and brother Cooler, rulers of the northern galaxy's eastern and northern quadrants, eclipse him entirely. Compared to them, Frieza is but an untapped potential, a child yet to mature. He has a father and brother? Gasped Alice. Indeed, confirmed Adres, his extensive experience as captain lending credence to the claim. Rumors speak of King Cold and a sibling called Cooler. Shaya nodded and remarked, let us not dwell on Frieza's father, King Cold, but rather on Frieza's brother, Cooler, who possesses the ability to transform 4 times. Therefore, I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is destined for failure. The prospects for the entire planet of Vegeta appear bleak. Frieza has likely refrained from taking action simply because he deems the timing not yet right. Once the moment arrives, the Saiyans will undoubtedly face annihilation. Alas, what can we do? Who could have foreseen that the Saiyans, who once gazed upon a promising future, would suddenly find themselves teetering on the brink of extinction? This revelation is difficult for the members of the original Dodoria team to accept. Thus, I propose that we must prepare to relocate a portion of the Saiyan population. The Saiyan race is remarkably unique. Their bloodline grants them the ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity, continually surpassing their physical limits. While not every Saiyan possesses such a talent, it is certainly a rare gift. It would be a tragic loss if such a noble lineage were to vanish alongside Planet Vegeta into the void of the universe. Shaya hesitated to articulate the magnitude of his ambitions, yet he understood that to thrive in the cosmos, it was imperative to establish a power of his own, with the Saiyans serving as the foundation of his future. However, a question lingered. Why, given Frieza's overwhelming strength, did he harbor such wariness towards the Saiyans from the outset? Alice inquired with perplexity. The Frieza clan had long feared the emergence of a golden Super Saiyan among the Saiyans, signifying their potential to confront the Frost Demon directly. It was this fear that fueled their desire for annihilation. We must preserve the Saiyan lineage. Their existence in the universe cannot be allowed to fade away. Shaya has laid bare his intentions. Upon grasping the circumstances surrounding Planet Vegeta, he has devised his own strategy. He divulged all the information he possessed regarding Frieza, believing that under the looming threat, Adley and his companions would heed his words. While the Saiyans are known for their pride, even to the point of arrogance, it is improbable that they would recklessly charge into certain doom when the odds are so overwhelmingly against them. Of course, there may exist individuals who would do so, but they are unlikely to be of any value to Shaya, nor does he expect those stubborn souls to join his cause. Chapter 42. On the desolate planet, Adderley frowned, his already dark complexion deepening in hue. He comprehended Shaya's implication. Preserving the Saiyan bloodline would necessitate sacrificing the majority of their kin. The notion of a gecko shedding its tail to survive resonates here, as Shaya's proposition entails relinquishing the essence of their civilization to save a fragment. A painful concession that would allow some Saiyans to survive. For Adderley and his team, this decision weighed heavily, conflicting with the teachings they had absorbed throughout their lives and their core values. Yet, they could not deny the validity of Shaya's argument. Frieza stands as the formidable adversary obstructing the Saiyans, one who has harbored deep-seated mistrust from the outset and wields a power that inspires despair. Must we resort to evasion? That would be the act of cowards. Baruch's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. No, to temporarily retreat from the fray is not cowardice, rather. To act without strategy is the hallmark of a fool. Why sacrifice when failure is foreseen, merely to uphold the so-called spirit of the Saiyans? Shaya scoffed, deeming such notions foolish. It places the entirety of the Saiyan future at stake, sacrificing their potential for the sake of misguided ideals. Does such heroism bear any significance? It does not. Not only is it devoid of meaning, it is an act of profound selfishness. Now is not the time for valiant confrontation. The moment to stand against foes arises when the disparity in power is not insurmountable, yet the chasm between the Saiyans and Frieza is vast, rendering resistance futile. Hence, Shaya believes that to act despite the impossibility is sheer folly. Rather than squandering time in futile endeavors, he would prefer to lead several Saiyans to safety, thereby ensuring their survival. The expressions of Adderley's team suddenly shifted, their incredulous gazes fixed on Shaya, who, despite his youthful visage, met their scrutiny with unwavering resolve. A heavy sigh escaped their lips after a long pause. Very well, perhaps your reasoning holds merit, Adderley conceded, shaking his head, for the continuation of the Saiyans. He must forsake his own glory. Share your plan. Baruch crossed his arms over his chest, inquiring expectantly. The scene now appeared rather absurd, with several adult Saiyans seeking counsel from a mere child. Yet, since Shaya's earlier proclamation, no one regarded him as a mere child any longer. We must evacuate. Gather those Saiyans with potential whom we can trust, and together we shall flee from Planet Vegeta. We will seek a secure location to serve as our base for development, and in due time, we shall return to make Frieza pay the price. However, if Frieza could install surveillance on energy detectors, it is plausible he has also equipped our spacecraft with tracking devices. Where can we escape? Alice expressed her concern. Without a doubt, our vessels have been tampered with. Baruch replied coldly, this matter does not require excessive contemplation. Alas, with so many extraterrestrials on Planet Vegeta, our escape becomes exceedingly arduous. Alice lamented, her beautiful chest rising and falling with frustration. The predicament faced by the Saiyans is indeed a dual threat. Externally, Frieza may attack at any moment. Internally, King Vegeta is eager to incite rebellion, while the majority of Saiyans idolize Frieza. The task of rescuing the Saiyans rests heavily on their shoulders, proving to be an insurmountable challenge. By the way, Shaya, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Rebecca inquired, bringing the group back to attention. Indeed, thus far, all insights have stemmed from Shaya alone, and their accuracy remains uncertain, because I possess psychic abilities. Shaya lifted his head, smiling at them as he unveiled his premeditated explanation. Psychic abilities, there is no more convincing assertion. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such powers exist, with various races possessing the capacity to foresee the future, albeit with varying degrees of strength and reliability. You can foresee the future? Adderley's team regarded him with skepticism. No, I cannot predict the future. Shaya shook his head. But I possess the ability of instantaneous movement, and there are races in the universe capable of foreseeing the future. I consulted them. To be precise, they unveiled a portion of the future to me, granting me insight into a limited timeline. Very well, this explanation is compelling. The issue lies in whether anyone can ascertain its veracity, as it is fundamentally unverifiable. Moreover, the notion of instantaneous movement sounds exceedingly grand. Shaya speaks the truth. At that moment, Shieling, who had been eavesdropping from the shadows, burst forth, defiantly lifting her chin and resolutely aligning herself with Shaya. Shaya indeed possesses extraordinary abilities, a truth she has personally experienced. As for the matter of Shaya seeking predictions from extraterrestrials, his assertion must hold validity, which may elucidate why he appears to possess such extensive knowledge. Uncle Edry, do you have any detectors that are not equipped with listening devices? Shaya suddenly inquired. Edry was taken aback by this unexpected question but nodded, casting a glance toward Rebecca. Without delay, Rebecca rose and proceeded to the adjacent room, returning with a framed energy detector. This device has recently been modified. The listening apparatus has been removed. What do you need it for, Shaya? As Shilling previously mentioned, during my mission on Selma Star, I inadvertently awakened certain superpowers. After some development, I can now perform a skill known as teleportation. Everyone, please join hands and do not let go. Shaya called out to the stun group. Though the members of Edri's team were somewhat perplexed, they complied with his request and linked hands. Edri took Rebecca's hand, followed by Barak, Pilati, Alice, and Lisa, each joining the circle. Shaya then grasped Shilling's hand, forming a complete circle of 8. I am about to initiate teleportation, so please do not release your grip. After Shaya spoke, he closed his eyes, deep within him stirring the power of spatial manipulation. With a sudden whoosh, a whirlwind materialized from thin air, and the smooth expanse of space appeared adorned with countless shimmering neon lights, each flickering with dazzling brilliance. With a mere thought from Shaya, the instant teleportation activated, causing several figures to vanish from the hall. In the next moment, they found themselves on a desolate planet, a great distance from Vegeta. The icy whirlwind swept across the barren ground, swirling clouds of yellow sand and fine particles danced in the sky, following a fierce tempest. The entire planet lay in chaotic disarray. This was a lifeless wasteland, where violent storms could strike at any moment. Curiously, despite the absence of life, a thick atmosphere enveloped the planet. Upon a towering hill, the fierce winds howled against the earth, with temperatures perpetually below freezing. The surface soil hardened to the consistency of steel. Rocks, eroded by the relentless elements, gradually cracked and loosened. Even the slightest tremor could send large boulders tumbling down the slope. A soft, ethereal glow suddenly illuminated the hill, and 8 figures materialized where the light had vanished. Alice felt a brief wave of dizziness, and upon opening her eyes, she was confronted by a bleak and desolate landscape. Where exactly are we? How do we end up here? She wondered, bewildered. This was not the familiar scenery she recognized, nor was it Vegeta. Had they truly departed from Vegeta? This was a barren planet, known as the Wasteland, at least a 10-day journey from Vegeta. Baluk surveyed the surroundings, relying on his past experiences to gauge their location. The Wasteland, a lifeless planet only a few days' travel from Vegeta, possessed a thin atmosphere but was frequently ravaged by planet-level storms, rendering it practically worthless to the Saiyans and unfit even as a way station, hence it remained abandoned. Is this the true nature of instant teleportation? To transport us here in a blink? Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been conversing on Vegeta, and now they stood on the distant wasteland. A journey that would typically take over 10 days by spaceship. The marvel of instant teleportation was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 43, Unleashing Energy Suddenly. A flush of color rose to Edri's face as he struck his palm with his fist, as if struck by a significant realization. Xia? How many individuals can you transport at once with your instant teleportation? If we could find a suitable planet for life, could you not bring many Saiyans there? Edri's words sparked a wave of enthusiasm among the group. Yes, if we could locate a discrete planet, we could quietly evacuate numerous Saiyans. However, all of this hinged on Shaya's ability to transport a large number of people. Excitement ignited in their hearts as they turned hopeful gazes towards Shaya, clearing his throat gently. Shaya did not disappoint them. With a radiant smile, he confidently declared, I can currently teleport 10 individuals at a time, provided we make a stop at a transfer planet for rest. While the number may not be vast, the distances we can cover are significant, far beyond the reach of any spacecraft. And as my strength increases, so too will my abilities. At this, laughter filled the air, resonating with hope. The distance that Shaya could traverse in a single teleportation would require a spacecraft several days of flight. Although the number of individuals he could transport at once was slightly diminished, this was of little consequence. Slow progress was certainly preferable to the inability to carry anyone at all. Moreover, as Shaya's strength grew, so too would his capacity for instantaneous movement. With this thought, Adri's worries began to ease, albeit slightly. Strangely, an eccentric notion took root in the hearts of each member of Adri's team. Do Saiyans believe in a deity? Perhaps they do, or perhaps they do not. Yet they possess a profound faith in their own might. If a god were to surpass them in power, then belief would be acceptable. However, if a deity were weaker, what purpose would faith serve? Yet at this moment, with the mature Shaya's presence, they felt a flicker of reverence towards the unseen threads of fate. Indeed, as the Saiyans faced the imminent threat of extinction, the sudden emergence of a Saiyan endowed with extraordinary abilities like Shaya Could this be the hand of destiny? If so, it would certainly be a divine blessing. It seemed that from now on, they could no longer regard him as an ordinary child, Adri mused quietly. Of course, Shaya was oblivious to the thoughts of Adri and the others. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the teleportation capabilities of Yggdrasil Star. It seemed that there were no restrictions on the number of individuals who could teleport simultaneously, provided they held hands, and there appeared to be no significant limitations on distance, rendering it a remarkably perfect secret technique. Alas, there is an intrinsic distinction between secret techniques and superpowers, Shaya mused with a sigh. He resolved to visit Yggdrasil Star at some point to learn the art of teleportation, but before that, he needed to ascertain the spatial coordinates of Yggdrasil Star. On the desolate planet, the biting wind howled, icy currents surged with alarming speed, and the fierce gales struck their faces, causing Shaya's black hair to dance wildly. Yet, every Saiyan present possessed a robust physique honed by countless battles, and this slight adversity posed no discomfort to them. By the way, little Ya, why did you ask me to bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled Shaya's earlier mention of the energy detector and grasped the frame-like apparatus in her hand. And Rebecca, Uncle Adri, there is something I've been meaning to tell you. Zaya's handsome visage was elegantly outlined with subtle curves. In truth, Saiyan and I had completed our mission on the planet Selma many years ago. The reason for our delayed return to Planet Vegeta was twofold. Firstly, we wished to avoid drawing undue attention to ourselves. Secondly, after discovering the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement, Saiyan and I ventured to other planets for training. Wait a moment. Parody interjected, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you suggesting that your combat power exceeded 1,000 years ago? Indeed. I surpassed 1,000 combat power at just over 5 years of age. Zaya confessed with remarkable ease. His admission immediately garnered incredulous glances from the elders. Even Baruch, typically aloof, regarded him with surprise. Achieving a combat power of 1,000 at such a tender age, was he truly merely a mid-level warrior? The rapidity of his growth was astonishing and hard to fathom, rivaling even that of Prince Vegeta. Fearing that an early return to Planet Vegeta might attract King Vegeta's scrutiny, Saiyan and I opted to train on other planets instead. After listening, Adri nodded in quiet approval, recognizing the wisdom in Zaya's decision. Saiyans are known for their flamboyant nature, often eager to boast about any achievements. Yet individuals like Zaya, who understand the value of concealing their true strength, are exceedingly rare. Given the current state of affairs on Planet Vegeta, Zaya's strategy of hiding his combat power had proven to be remarkably astute, evading both King Vegeta's attention and Frieza's prying eyes. Adri, filled with curiosity, inquired, if your true combat power is not as it appears, what is it now? I shall take the lead, Saiyan proudly proclaimed, puffing out her chest with a beaming smile. After Zaya and I departed from Planet Selma, we journeyed to a breathtaking low-level planet. While the individual combat abilities of its inhabitants were negligible, they possessed a remarkable method of cultivation. By studying their martial arts, Zaya and I experienced a substantial increase in our combat power. How did you evade detection by the energy detectors? Lisa asked in a hoarse voice. This was indeed a point of confusion for everyone. Energy detectors were specifically designed to measure individual energy levels. What method could possibly elude them? In essence, energy detectors detect the energy emitted from living beings' surfaces. Saiyan and I mastered a form of energy known as chi from that planet. By consolidating the chi within our bodies, as long as we did not allow it to leak, the detectors could not measure our energy. Shaya spoke earnestly, subsequently elucidating the concept of chi. However, akin to the generational gaps that exist between different ages, no matter how many times Shaya attempted to clarify the essence of chi to them, Adeli and the others remained perpetually bewildered. Their long-established habits of life had fostered a distinct energy operation model that was now exceedingly difficult to alter. Perhaps among the Saiyans, only those with extraordinary talents, like Vegeta, would be capable of mastering the application of chi in the future. Although they could not grasp the true nature of chi, it did not impede their comprehension. In essence, it represented a wholly new and profoundly intricate theory. With a gentle touch of one foot on the ground, Shaya's body soared into the air, the howling winds tousling his hair in wild disarray. He took a deep breath and shouted down to Adriel and the others below, everyone, take heed. I am about to unleash all my energy. Clenching his fists, he crossed his arms over his chest and bellowed, ha! In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Shaya, who seemed to embody a colossal magnet, drawing nearby rocks from the earth, causing them to float chaotically and spin around him. The already tumultuous atmosphere of the desolate planet became even more chaotic as the disordered currents mingled with an unparalleled, terrifying aura that radiated outward, stirring the ionized particles in the air into sinuous, serpentine flashes of brilliant lightning. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as violet lightning pierced the dense, heavy clouds, leaving behind a beautifully winding, luminous trail. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector registered this surge of power, emitting a series of urgent electronic beeps, and the data on the display began to rise steadily. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The numbers continued to escalate. The expressions of Adriel and the others transformed from astonishment to seriousness, eventually settling into a grave concern as the magnitude of the readings left them profoundly shaken. Yet, the energy detector showed no signs of plateauing. The figures kept climbing. Was this not the true extent of Shaya's power? Just how formidable was his combat strength? Would it surpass 10,000? Adriel gazed at Shaya, enveloped in a dense aura, with growing anticipation. Soon after, the numbers reached 9,000, 10,000. Shaya's combat power swiftly surpassed 10,000 and showed no signs of abating. It continued to rise. Both Adley and Baruch adopted an unusually grave demeanor, feeling the blood within them begin to boil. Little Aya is astonishingly strong. Alice's voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. In the distant sky, Shaya shone brilliantly like a newly risen sun, his overwhelming and terrifying aura sweeping across the entire continent. The ground trembled slightly as the released energy attracted the ionized particles in the air, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 44. The Future of the Races Boom. A colossal fireball rose majestically. Shaya finally unleashed all the power within him, indulging in the exhilarating release of his full strength. A subtle smile graced his face. 14,000 battle power. Edri's voice trembled as he gazed at the readings from the detector, his expression frozen in disbelief. Good heavens! Young Shaya possesses such immense power. This must be the highest known battle power among Saiyans. None can compare to Prince Vegeta or the royal lineage. Alice covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. When Shaya emerged from the room of spirit and time on Earth, his battle power had already reached 12862. After a year and a half, it now soared to 14,000, nearing the limits of the old energy detector, with the majority of cosmic civilizations exhibiting battle powers below 10,000. The antiquated detector capable of sensing up to 20,000 was more than adequate. 14,000. Parity, witnessing the data, appeared even more ecstatic than Alice, letting out a triumphant roar that seemed to release all the pent-up frustrations within him. Shaya is undoubtedly the foremost genius among Saiyans, Baruch muttered, akin to a ship lost at sea suddenly spotting a lighthouse, his heart racing with excitement. At this moment, he could no longer underestimate this young Saiyan, who was decades his junior. Perhaps he truly was the king of Saiyans. As Shaya felt his power fully displayed, he retracted his aura and gently descended to the ground, approaching the crowd. So, what do you think of my strength? Wonderful, wonderful, Edri exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Then he recalled Shaya's earlier mention of the Super Saiyan. Previously, he had dismissed the ancient legends as mere myths. Yet, witnessing Shaya's divine presence at merely 9 years of age, a thought crossed his mind. Could Shaya be the fabled Super Saiyan? If Shaya were to learn of Edri's speculation, he would surely shake his head in disbelief. For he was not a Super Saiyan. The true Super Saiyan had yet to be born. He merely advanced further than other Saiyans, still far from the legendary transformation. However, Shaya was confident that he would eventually become the true Super Saiyan. Since Shaya possesses such remarkable battle power, what about you, Saiyan? Lisa inquired, noticing the eager young girl beside her. I am also quite formidable, Saiyan replied, her cheeks flushing under the expectant gazes of her elders, and as she rose slowly, a powerful whirlwind erupted, stirring the atmosphere into chaos. The detector began to oscillate wildly, displaying an increasing value until it stabilized at 11,200. 11,200. Saiyan has surpassed 10,000 battle power. Edri was astonished, then joy surged through him. However, since Saiyan's position was not as elevated as Shaya's, and she seemed to be showing off, her aura was directed squarely at Edri's team. Under such pressure, cold sweat drenched Edri as he shouted, enveloping himself in a buzzing aura to withstand Saiyan's overwhelming presence. The detector revealed a new energy source, albeit significantly weaker than Shaya and Saiyan's, registering only 8,560 battle power. To counter the immense pressure, the others unleashed their full energies, a combined force potent enough to obliterate the planet. Baruch, 8,369 battle power. Parity, 8,095. Rebecca, 7,966. Lisa, 7,750. Alice, 7,457. Each possessed the qualities of high-level warriors. Thus their strengths were not far beneath Edri's. Suddenly, the towering hills illuminated with tiny suns, and fierce winds roared through, waves of energy crashing against one another, annihilating all obstacles in their path. The hills could no longer withstand the immense energy and began to crumble. "All right, everyone, retract your powers," Shaya called out, observing the chaos around him. As his words fell, the others gradually withdrew their auras, although the residual storm continued to ravage the desolate planet. At that moment, Saiyan gleefully approached Edri. "Father, how do you find our powers compared to yours? As high-level warriors, you are outmatched by us. How weak." She spoke, her eyes filled with disdain. Edri chuckled softly, realizing that her latter statement was what she truly wished to convey. This girl was undeniably proud, a behavior that was rather unbecoming. However, it was understandable. Both Edri and Rebecca were high-level warriors, yet their daughter was a mere mid-level warrior. One could imagine how inferior Saiyan must have felt. Now, surpassing her father, a high-level warrior, she naturally felt a sense of triumph, a reversal of fortunes worth flaunting. Understanding this, Edri beamed at his daughter, offering her a few well-deserved compliments. He then turned to Shaya, speaking earnestly. "Young Shaya, the hope of the Saiyans may rest upon your shoulders. Should you have any aspirations, do not hesitate to share them with us. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we shall support you wholeheartedly." Baruch nodded in agreement, and the other members of Edri's team echoed their sentiments, especially Alice, the youngest in the squad, who had a fondness for both Shaya and Saiyan. She felt immense joy at Shaya's burgeoning strength. Not long after, Shaya and the others activated instant transmission, swiftly returning to their home on Planet Vegeta. They were set to deliberate on how to preserve the Saiyan race's remaining forces beneath Frieza's watchful gaze. Firstly, we must consider evacuation from the planet, ensuring we remain beyond Frieza's reach, preferably far from the frozen demon's influence, Edri mused, seated on the sofa. After leaving the planet, Saiyans could not remain stagnant. Thus, a location beyond the frozen demon's territory was essential. The vast cosmos is filled with countless planets, scattered like tiny grains of sand across the black canvas of the starry sky, crafting a breathtaking and resplendent tapestry. Among the myriad planets suitable for the sustenance of life, countless exist within the northern galaxy. Regrettably, aside from a few domains, the majority of this region has been devoured by the Frost clan. Should Adrai and his companions wish to discover a suitable planet, they may need to venture beyond the confines of the northern galaxy. For now, we shall manage the planetary matters. The primary task for Shaya and Shieling is to enhance their combat prowess. Baruch's voice was cold and unyielding, akin to ice. Adrai and the others nodded in agreement. In the universe, the law of the jungle prevails, and the Saiyans desperately require formidable warriors. Possessing superlative strength capable of safeguarding their kin would deter many nefarious entities. Had the Saiyans wielded sufficient power, they would not have been driven from their homeland by Frieza's tyranny. Shaya and Shieling, possessing enviable new beginnings, must focus on augmenting their strength. Regarding the personnel for evacuation, thorough discernment is essential. The number of individuals we can take is limited, and it is best to select them without attracting the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza, or else all efforts may be in vain, Shaya cautioned. Since they intended to quietly extract a portion of the Saiyans, it was imperative to keep the operation discreet. Otherwise, the pressure from King Vegeta and Frieza would wear them down, not to mention the pursuit they would face if discovered. "We shall meticulously vet the personnel." The group responded solemnly, their expressions grave. Selecting personnel is a meticulous and serious endeavor. First, they must remain rational and clearly perceive the current situation, ensuring that no information is leaked before the evacuation is complete. Furthermore, these individuals must avoid being under the watchful eyes of King Vegeta and his allies. This criterion effectively excludes the majority of high-ranking warriors and those with exceptional potential. Among 1 million Saiyans, high-ranking fighters account for less than 1%, each being a precious resource. Most of these promising Saiyans are already on King Vegeta and Frieza's radar, receiving special attention, and thus cannot be evacuated to minimize repercussions. Of course, Adrai and his companions cannot take none. That would deplete Saiyan potential significantly. The scrutiny for selection must be more stringent for those of higher rank than for lower and mid-tier warriors. If necessary, they may even resort to staging a feigned death to bring a few along. Additionally, The gender ratio among the Saiyans is a matter of concern, as it pertains to the continuation of their race. While Shaya himself may not be overly concerned, Adrai and the others regard it with the utmost seriousness. Ultimately, managing to evacuate 2,000 or 3,000 individuals would already be quite commendable, with the total Saiyan population under 1 million. The disappearance of several thousand would undoubtedly attract King Vegeta's attention, necessitating utmost caution during their operation. For now, let us proceed with subtle inquiries to identify those who may be evacuated, being careful not to disclose any information. We do not know when King Vegeta may launch a rebellion. Our time is limited, Adrai sighed. Having hope is certainly better than having none. Baruch maintained a solemn countenance, as though burdened by a great debt. Inside, he felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The notion that the proud Saiyans must flee was an affront to him. All of this is due to Frieza. Frieza, we shall make you pay for your transgressions. 10 days later, on the desolate planet, the biting cold wind whipped up clouds of dust, shrouding the sky in a heavy, yellowish haze. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a tremor that shook the earth. A colossal orange-red mushroom cloud erupted on the distant horizon, radiating heat and illuminating the surroundings for miles. The shockwave swept through the area, first striking the towering peaks, where the hardened earth crumbled under the force, massive boulders tumbling down, each weighing several tons. In the dim visibility, 2 indistinct figures soared through the air, one large and one small, darting about and engaging in combat, suddenly disappearing and reappearing, battling from the ground to the sky and back. Each clash unleashed waves of destructive energy. A brilliant azure light pierced through the air, creating striking, luminous trails. Ah! This is exhilarating. It has been far too long since I have fought with such fervor, the older figure exclaimed, his battle attire tattered and bloodied. Yet his face bore no sign of pain, invigorated instead by the thrill of combat. The younger figure appeared somewhat more composed, albeit still in a state of disarray. Uncle Adrai, you truly remain a formidable warrior. Indeed, combat is the finest form of training. Shaya remarked, his complexion flushed, the blood within him surging as if boiling. Of course, I, Adrai, am still quite youthful. Yet, had you not restrained your combat power, I fear I would have fallen swiftly, Adrai chuckled heartily, though the movement stirred his wounds, which he brushed off nonchalantly. Here, Shaya tossed a senza bean toward him. Catching the bean and immediately consuming it, Adrai chewed and swallowed, feeling a surge of vitality course through him as his wounds healed and his spirit revitalized. These little beans are truly miraculous. I almost hesitate to use them, Adrai lamented, unable to fathom wasting such a precious resource on mere scratches. Shaya burst into laughter and remarked, isn't the use of the sacred beans during training precisely where their true potential lies? So, Uncle Edri, how much has your combat power increased? Clenching his fists and feeling the abundant strength coursing through him, Edri smiled contentedly and replied, I've nearly reached 8,800. Can you believe it? In just 10 days, I've managed to enhance my combat power by over 200, a feat I would never have dared to imagine before. Shaya smiled knowingly. Indeed, the previous training methods employed by the Saiyans to enhance their combat abilities were largely rudimentary, yielding rather unsatisfactory results. However, now, combined with the cultivation techniques imparted by Shaya, the latent potential accumulated by Edri erupted, resulting in remarkable progress within a mere 10 days. Yet, Shaya was aware that this advancement was ephemeral. Once Edri depletes this reservoir of potential, his rate of growth would inevitably decelerate. Regrettably, the theories surrounding Chi you mentioned are far too profound for me to comprehend, Edri lamented, scratching his head in frustration, as his habitual thinking had ingrained a rigid mindset that was difficult to alter. The concept of Chi must be instilled from a young age, otherwise it remains elusive and difficult to grasp. Suddenly, he had an idea, shaking off the fine grains of sand that clung to his battle suit. Shaya retrieved a substantial bag of magical beans from the dimensional space, even more than he had previously given Edri. Take good care of these magical beans. When you have the opportunity, distribute them among Uncle Baruch and the others. Edri accepted the bag and peered inside, astonished to find over 100 magical beans. So many magical beans? I can't help but wonder just how many you have stashed away. Not too many, Shaya chuckled. But please, Uncle Edri, don't mention this to Shieling. Otherwise, she will surely pester me for more magical beans. The thought of Shieling's greedy obsession with the magical beans made Shaya shudder at the prospect of losing a significant portion of his stash. I'll leave that to you. You can explain it to her, Edri replied with a smile, showing no inclination to quell the playful banter between the two children. In fact, he was rather pleased with their close relationship. Uncle Edry, which civilizations in the universe excel in high technology, particularly those capable of constructing large training facilities? Well, the requirement for creating large training rooms is quite a lofty one. Edry pondered before responding. In the Northern Galaxy, the organization with the highest technological prowess is the Galactic Patrol. However, they have never been fond of us Saiyans, and our interactions with them are exceedingly rare. The other technologically advanced planets either fall under Frieza's dominion or belong to rival factions, making them hard to come by. Upon hearing this, Shaya could not help but furrow his brow. While the Galactic Patrol Organization prided itself on its advanced technology and commitment to maintaining peace within the galaxy, its relationship with the Saiyans, known for disrupting the order of the Northern Galaxy, was far from amicable. Furthermore, other factions were well aware of the significance of technological civilizations and had dispatched forces early on to conquer them. Consequently, most of these technologically advanced planets now belong to the Frieza Force or its adversaries, making them quite elusive to locate. Chapter 46, The Power of Shaya. There is indeed a particularly renowned planet. However, it has recently suffered a natural disaster, leaving us uncertain about the existence of any remaining life. Adley suddenly recalled a planet, though he felt a twinge of doubt. Which planet? It seems to be called Fidaia, inhabited by a humanoid technological race, situated far from Vegeta. Adley explained that the administration initially planned to send Saiyans to conquer it, but upon learning of the severe tectonic upheaval that had unexpectedly erupted on Fidaia, they decided to cancel the mission. Shaya murmured to himself, inquiring about the level of their technological advancement. This remained uncertain. However, it was presumably quite advanced, as the task had been categorized as a high-level mission during its formulation. Surely, the task management department would not overreact. Indeed, Shaya nodded in agreement. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, locating a planet proficient in technology had become increasingly challenging. Regardless of the circumstances there, he felt a compelling need to journey forth. Perhaps life still existed in that realm. Subsequently, Shaya engaged in a dialogue with Edry, discussing various aspects of cultivation and sharing insights from their respective combat experiences. For Edry's extensive battlefield wisdom was precisely what Shaya lacked. On the opposite side of the desolate planet, a scene of apocalyptic proportions unfolded, marked by flashes of lightning and clouds of yellow dust. At the heart of the dense storm, several deep purple bolts of lightning connected heaven and earth. Soaring like dragons and roaring like tigers, unstoppable as they descended from the lofty heights, the tail of the purple lightning trailed a ghostly blue glow, momentarily bridging the chasm between sky and ground amidst the chaotic turbulence. Within the storm, Shi Ling and Rebecca gasped for breath, pausing briefly before unleashing a fierce exchange. Two indistinct figures engaged in fleeting encounters within an environment so dim that even light struggled to penetrate. Each distant connection erupted into an extraordinarily intense battle. Radiance burst forth, shattering the storm, while brilliant light illuminated the surroundings in an instant, akin to stars meeting their demise. When Shaya and Edry arrived, a fierce storm was raging ahead. Tiny pebbles zipped past like bullets, thudding into the ground. Suddenly, numerous small holes appeared before them, the dark, deep voids. Surrounded by glowing pebbles that had transformed into flowing molten lava due to intense friction, created an eerie atmosphere. However, Shaya and Edry were undeterred by the scene before them. As the battle gradually subsided, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke lingering in the air. Ha ha ha, your combat prowess has indeed improved, Edry exclaimed, though he cautioned. But Shilling, you still lack a sense of combat awareness. You must make fighting your instinctive response. With piercing eyes, Edry discerned his daughter's shortcomings. Although Shilling possessed formidable strength, her greatest weakness was her scant experience in combat, particularly in life-and-death scenarios. This proved to be a grave disadvantage. While she could easily overpower those weaker than herself, facing opponents of equal strength often led to more defeats than victories. And when confronted with adversaries stronger than her, merely surviving would be a remarkable achievement. Rebecca took out a magical bean and consumed it. The rich energy instantly revitalized her. With a smile, she remarked, Shiling's starting point is set too high, and most of her usual opponents cannot match her. This, ironically, hampers her ability to fully harness her combat potential. Shaya and Shilling listened intently, acutely aware that this was their most significant shortcoming. Their training on Earth had enabled them to unearth the latent potential within their bodies, resulting in a rapid enhancement of their combat abilities. However, this swift progression came at a cost, as they lacked the rigorous trials of survival that accompany each stage of development. Indeed, Every gain entails a sacrifice, and it is imperative that Shaya and his companions swiftly rectify this imbalance. The traditional Saiyan method of power augmentation is notably violent, particularly upon reaching adulthood, where nearly every increment of strength is acquired through combat. This reality signifies that they are perpetually confronted with peril, rendering their training exceedingly harsh as it continually extracts potential from the precipice of life and death. Most races within the cosmos adopt similar methodologies for cultivation. The Saiyans, renowned as a warrior race, exemplify this tendency, which has endowed them with ample combat experience and the fortitude to confront mortality. In stark contrast, the training on Earth appears far more refined and restrained, aligning closely with the rhythms of nature. Qi, as described in Taoist philosophy, is an integral aspect of the natural world, representing the foundation of all existence and embodying a profoundly ethereal concept. It encompasses both the spiritual and physical realms, nourishing the body and unlocking its potential. Thus, these two paths of cultivation stand in stark opposition to one another. Shaya harbored a hypothesis in his mind. In the original tale, Sun Wukong's ability to transcend his limits time and again was not solely due to the numerous life and death trials he faced, but significantly attributed to his cultivation of Qi. Otherwise, why did the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, all possessing talents surpassing that of Sun Wukong, rarely manage to break the 100,000 battle power threshold? To assert that their combat encounters were fewer than Sun Wukong's would indeed be an untenable claim. HM. Xiling listened intently to the teachings, occasionally nodding in quiet agreement. In recent days, the sparring with her mother, after suppressing her battle power, had proven to be immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Shaya activated instant transmission, bringing everyone back to their home on Planet Vegeta. The evening was drawing near. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, all the weariness dissipated like mist, as Shaya towel-dried his damp hair and made his way to the living room. He discovered Xiling sprawled on the sofa in a petite outfit, her little legs raised in the air, lazily munching on a snack. The young girl, oblivious to her surroundings, was dressed scantily, revealing a considerable expanse of her fair, delicate skin. With a playful swat on the girl's backside, Xiling immediately sprang up, covering her rear and casting a fierce glare at Shaya. "What was that for?" she exclaimed. "Hey, dinner will be ready soon. And there is something I need to discuss with you," he replied. "What is it?" Xiling retorted, clearly irked, feeling as if she were being treated like a mere child. Char glanced over and casually shifted her body slightly, then sat down beside her. "In just a few days, we shall embark on a new mission, so I intend to seek a task close to the planet Fidaia. During the mission, I plan to divert to Fidaia for reconnaissance. I would appreciate your assistance with matters pertaining to the mission." "Fidaia?" Xiying's exquisite brows arched slightly. "Are you contemplating establishing a training facility?" "Indeed. It is not solely a matter of the training facility. Should the Fidaian possess sufficient value, I aim to subjugate them." Char candidly expressed his thoughts. He trusted Xiying above all others, and there was little to conceal. If Char harbored ambitions of establishing a faction in the cosmos, the presence of researchers would be indispensable. The Saiyans, being a straightforward and combative race, are ill-suited for scientific endeavors. Thus, specialized technological extraterrestrials are requisite. He first set his sights on the Fidaian, who had yet to be claimed by other factions. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Xiying assured him with a pat on her chest, "Rest easy. I shall handle the mission affairs." Chapter 47. The selection of a new mission knight had deepened. During dinner, Char retrieved provisions procured from Earth through dimensional space. The family feasted voraciously before a veritable mountain of food, clattering and clanging as the towering piles swiftly diminished, leaving only a few empty plates and scattered remnants of bones. All that food had vanished into the bellies of 4 Saiyans. "Ah, how delightful. Shaya, this food is simply exquisite." Rebecca reclined ungraciously in her chair. Having tasted the fare brought by Char, she had lost all interest in the cuisine of Planet Vegeta. "Aunt Rebecca, I hardly have such an abundance of food. You ought to conserve it." Char smiled wryly, lamenting that the modest provisions he had brought from Earth could have sufficed for 3 or 4 years. Yet a mere few days had seen a tenth of it consumed. The appetite of adult Saiyans was astonishingly vast. He regretted having presented such an abundance of sustenance. "At this rate, my supplies will soon dwindle. Must I once again journey to Earth for provisions?" Char mused silently, questioning whether it was a bit excessive to fret over such trivialities. After dinner, Adley approached with a stack of documents detailing the Fidaian and tasks related to the vicinity of the Fidaia planet. "Shaya, here are the coordinates for the Fidaia planet. The nearest mission point is only a 7-day journey away. Additionally, these are several nearby tasks. Adley said, handing over a mission list published by the Task Management Office. Shaya briefly perused the tasks listed on the roster, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us select the mission concerning the Gathering Star. Its intensity is perfectly suited for our squad." Adriel nodded in agreement and handed over the relevant information regarding the Gathering Star. This approach would serve well. As if the Saiyan team were to remain idle for an extended period, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to assess the capabilities of the team members, who might very well form the foundation of his future endeavors. Adriel was acutely aware that a portion of the Saiyans would inevitably depart in the future, likely under Shaya's leadership. Firstly, he alone possessed the remarkable ability of instantaneous movement, having saved the lives of all the Saiyans. Secondly, Shaya's combat prowess surpassed that of all his peers. Among the Saiyans, allegiance was given to the strongest. Thus, it was only fitting for Shaya to assume the role of the new leader. At that point, he could not be expected to handle every task personally, necessitating the formation of his own cadre. Presently, the few Saiyans in the same squad were intermediate warriors, and should they excel, they would undoubtedly be the prime candidates. In truth, Adriel's unwavering support for Shaya stemmed not only from their familial ties as uncle and adopted son, but also from his deeper concern for his daughter, Shilling. At present, both were among the most distinguished warriors of the Saiyan race, fortuitously one male and one female. In Adriel's mind, should Shaya and Shilling eventually come together, they would form an utterly perfect pair. Of course, the ultimate outcome would ultimately hinge upon their own desires. Shaya nodded slightly, preparing to proceed accordingly. Shakta and his companions were among the first Saiyans he had encountered, and he found their personalities quite agreeable, although they exhibited some of the typical Saiyan arrogance. He deemed these minor flaws inconsequential. As long as they met his various criteria, he was ready to invest his full efforts in nurturing their potential. The following day, the sky was shrouded in a soft haze, with a delicate mist draping over the residential area like a gossamer veil, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Early in the morning, Shaya transmitted the details of the new mission to all team members via communicator, instructing them to gather at the designated location as soon as possible. Before long, Atasia was the first to arrive at the assembly point. Upon seeing Shaya and Shilling, she approached them with a greeting and soon engaged in a lively conversation with Shilling, discussing topics typical among young women. As these were matters that did not pique Shaya's interest, he chose to sit on a nearby rock, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other team members. The second to arrive was Shakta, who approached in a new style of sleeveless combat uniform. Upon reaching Shaya, he politely offered his greetings. "Captain, I apologize for making you wait." "Not at all. We have only just arrived." Char arrived with a smile, responding to the haughty Saiyan. Shakta, whose demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Baruch of the Edri team, both exhibiting an indomitable spirit. Once such Saiyans pledge their allegiance, they serve with unwavering dedication and without complaint. "Haha, it's time for another mission. I've been waiting for this moment, and I intend to showcase my prowess, so you can all witness the might of Balit," boomed the robust Balit, whose strength belied his bravado, often exchanging banter with Rita. "Just make sure you don't cry out in exhaustion when the time comes," teased Atasia, who had just concluded her conversation with Shilling. Balit, slightly deflated, retorted, "Atasia, why do you say that? I'm a man, and I will certainly grow strong in the future." He dared not argue with Atasia. Soon after, they awaited at the designated location, and after a brief exchange, Jelen and Rita arrived. Under Shaya's leadership, they set off towards the spaceport, boarding a vessel destined for the planet Ronju, located in the southeastern region of the northern galaxy. The journey would take over 2 months due to its proximity to the eastern domain of the northern galaxy, which spared the Fidaia planet from being overtaken by other forces. As the lengthy voyage unfolded, the dark brown planet loomed closer, awakening Shaya and the others from their slumber. 7 searing fireballs descended through the atmosphere, creating a tremendous shockwave upon impact, stirring a vast cloud of dust. As the haze gradually lifted, 7 diminutive figures emerged near the impact site. Upon their arrival at Ronju, Shaya turned to Shilling, instructing, "Shilling, the subsequent task is entrusted to you." After receiving her acknowledgement, he ventured alone into the dense rainforest, quickly vanishing from sight. As Shilling regained her focus, she addressed Shakta and the others. "The difficulty of this mission is not high. It primarily serves as a test for you. Therefore, neither Shaya nor I will intervene, allowing you to fully exhibit your abilities." With a calm demeanor, Shilling spun a tale to justify Shaya's absence. framing the mission as a challenge for Shakta and his companions, an essential reason why Shaya had selected Rongju from numerous potential tasks. The overall power dynamics of Rongju were relatively weak, making it an ideal setting for Shakta and his comrades to hone their skills. So that's why the captain vanished. It's a test for us. We shall not hold back. Balit exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he speculated that Shaya was likely observing them from a concealed spot. Then I must put on a good show. I'll fight with all my might. Rida laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow at Balit, who, incensed, prepared for another round of banter. You too. When will you ever take things seriously? Atasia sighed, yet she recognized the importance of not disappointing their captain, who had chosen Rongju as the testing ground. Indeed, the gap between them and their captain was substantial, and they needed to strive harder. Shakta felt a surge of determination, his eyes sparkling with ambition, while Jelen too resolved to match their enthusiasm. None of them suspected the truth, as Shaya and Shiling's combat prowess far exceeded their own. It was entirely plausible that they were undergoing specialized training as members of the same team. If their combat abilities did not improve, future missions would become increasingly challenging to manage. Shiling observed their fervor with a slight smile before finding a comfortable spot to construct a hammock, where she lay down to rest. Meanwhile, having distanced himself from the group, Shaya traversed the lush primordial rainforest, dispatching several native beasts that attempted to attack him with ease using energy waves. After meticulously assessing his surroundings and confirming the absence of threats, he began to focus his mind and initiate instantaneous movement. 7 days' journey from Rongju, a small silver-gray celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic cycle. The planet's outer ring was adorned with 2 intertwining silver halos, creating a stunning visual effect that made Fidaia appear like a colossal pearl set against the backdrop of 2 intersecting planes, a sight of exquisite beauty from afar. These 2 grand silver corridors, which intersected at right angles around the planet, were constructed with the highest technology by the Fidaians. However, at present, these majestic silver serpents appeared slightly askew, with several alloy sections having collapsed, intermittently emitting fierce explosions accompanied by bursts of crimson flames and swirling smoke from the space corridors. On the surface of the Fidaia planet, enormous tectonic plates floated chaotically above the mantle, with molten lava spewing hot steam and towering lava flows shooting skyward. These flows rained down like molten rain, engulfing the ground and continuously returning to the mantle through the low-lying areas of the plates. The geological disasters on Fidaia were alarmingly severe. Char's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the scene before him. This was no mere geological disaster, but rather the unmistakable aftermath of a cataclysmic impact from a massive celestial body. Yet, something felt amiss. If this devastation were indeed the result of an extraterrestrial collision, the advanced technology of the Fidaia race should have detected it long before now. The current state of disarray suggested that the Fidaians had scarcely been afforded a moment to react, as the surface had already been ravaged to such an extent. In Shaya's heart, doubts surged like a tempest. He quickly dismissed the possibility of a celestial body colliding with the planet, recognizing that a mutation within the Earth's core could not manifest so swiftly. It dawned upon him that someone had unleashed an attack on the planet Fidaia. Shaya suddenly realized that the scene before him was undoubtedly the result of a tremendous energy shock. What kind of energy impact could inflict such devastation upon a celestial body? It is essential to note that Fidaia is a colossal, hard-shelled planet, where every vulnerable point has been reinforced with advanced technology. Yet, despite these enhancements, it had still been reduced to such a state of ruin. Char's expression grew somber. To inflict such extensive devastation, the assailant's power must be considerable, likely exceeding 10,000 battle power. In the cosmos, 10,000 battle power serves as a pivotal threshold. Below this level, even a large-scale assault can merely lead to the extinction of species on a planet, but completely obliterating an entire celestial body is a far more formidable task. Only an attacker with a battle power exceeding 10,000 could render such catastrophic damage to the planet Fidaia. Even more formidable adversaries, like Frieza, possess the capability to erase an entire planet from existence with a single, concentrated strike. Xayah could not help but smile wryly. He merely sought to recruit a cadre of high-tech talents as his subordinates, yet he unexpectedly encountered such circumstances. Nevertheless, this turn of events might prove beneficial, as the impending calamity could alleviate the challenges of recruitment. Subsequently, Xayah began to attentively perceive the energy responses emanating from the planet Fidaia. Soon, He detected thousands of faint presences across this celestial body, which undoubtedly belonged to the indigenous people known as the Fidaians, the very individuals he had been searching for. The energy of the Fidaians was exceedingly weak, akin to the flickering glow of diminutive candles amidst the overwhelming force enveloping the planet, at any moment susceptible to extinguishment in the tempest of doom. In addition to these native energy signatures, he also sensed several hundred remarkably potent auras. Each of these presences boasted a combat power exceeding 1,000, with a select few even reaching as high as 3,000. Indeed, Fidaia was under assault from foreign forces. After a considerable pause, Xayah opened his eyes, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. Suddenly, from an even greater distance, an exceptionally powerful presence entered Xayah's perceptive range. That aura. Char's expression suddenly became grave. That aura emanated an intensely frigid sensation, akin to unexpectedly encountering a colossal iceberg. Even at a distance of several thousand kilometers, he could distinctly feel a chill creeping over him. What a malevolent presence. The intensity of that aura surpassed his own. Possessing a combat power of at least 20,000, Shaya was taken aback, for this was perhaps the most formidable energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball world. Surrounding this immense power were dozens of other energies, each surpassing a battle strength of 1,000. It appeared that this planet had already caught the attention of others. Yet, why had they not eradicated the indigenous inhabitants of the Fidaia planet after all this time? Were they in search of something? A myriad of questions flashed through his mind, prompting Shaya to immediately suppress his own aura. At this moment, he had to exercise utmost caution to avoid detection, navigating through the shattered city, which was incessantly spewing lava. Shaya's figure emerged in an open plaza at the heart of the city's capital. At the center of the square lay a colossal statue, now toppled and fragmented into several pieces. Once a vast and magnificent open space, it was now shrouded in ruins and debris. The grandeur of the plaza lost to the echoes of past laughter and joy. Standing amidst the desolation, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped him. Here, Shaya sensed no signs of life. The inhabitants who once thrived in this place had long fled. It seemed that the people had indeed escaped. HM? Xia halted his steps, sensing a massive gathering of energy signatures approximately 300 kilometers to the northeast. Among them, a formidable power exceeding a combat level of 1,000 was unleashing its might, while the weaker life forms dwindled one by one. Within a colossal metallic shelter, diminutive Fidarians huddled behind barricades. Outside, a scaly alien clad in traditional battle armor brandished a tubular energy emitter strapped to his arm. Dark crimson energy waves erupted from the device with a thunderous roar. Boom. The metal barrier was blasted apart, exposing thousands of Fidarians to the alien's merciless gaze. Kakik, so this is where you've been hiding. Took me long enough to find you, the alien sneered, his reptilian scales emitting an abrasive, sizzling sound. Tell me where the ancient warrior is, and maybe I'll spare your miserable lives. The Fidarians recoiled in terror, their faces etched with despair as they stared up at their tormentor. We truly know nothing of any ancient warrior. Please, spare us, at least let the children live, pleaded one who appeared to be their leader. The alien let out a derisive hiss, his forked tongue flickering like a serpent's. You wretched little vermin dare lie to the brilliant Zataxi-sama? Lord Zarbon himself confirmed that you Fidarians know the ancient warrior's whereabouts. Zataxi's temper flared, his golden reptilian pupils narrowing with fury. If you insist on ignorance, then perish as you wish. With a deafening blast, an energy wave tore through the crowd, obliterating hundreds of Fidarians in an instant. We swear we don't know, the leader cried, anguish twisting his features as he witnessed his people reduced to nothingness. But Zataxi remained unconvinced. Adjusting his energy emitter, he snarled, Fools, you dare deceive Zataxi-sama? Then meet your end. The weapon hummed ominously, its muzzle glowing a sinister crimson. No, the leader screamed, but it was too late. The deadly beam surged forth. The Fidarians braced for annihilation, the adults shielding their young, covering their eyes in a final act of protection. Yet boom, the earth trembled violently. But the expected pain never came. When the Fidarians dared to open their eyes, they beheld a striking black-haired youth standing before them like an unshakable mountain. With a single punch, he had deflected the devastating energy blast. None had even seen him arrive. Who are you? Zataxi stammered, unnerved by the sudden appearance of this interloper, one who had effortlessly diverted his attack. He hastily raised his emitter, though his feet betrayed him, retreating several steps. Pathetic. Relying on toys instead of your own strength? Xia's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with disdain before he turned his gaze to the trembling Fidarians. They were a petite, blue-skinned subspecies, barely a meter tall, with stubby ears resembling mere fleshy nubs and tiny black horns protruding a few centimeters from their temples. Under Xia's scrutiny, they flinched, too frightened to meet his eyes. Huh, surprisingly timid, Xia mused, amused by their skittishness. After such devastation, they were like startled birds, hypersensitive to any threat. Scram! Zataxi barked, though his bravado faltered as instinct warned him of danger. Suppressing his rage, he discreetly activated his scouter. The reading? 540. His confidence surged. Kakik, I thought you were some big shot, but you're just a brat. Tough luck running into Zataxi-sama today. Swaggering forward, he loomed over Xia, pressing the emitter against his forehead with a sneer. One shot, and you're dead. Xia's response was chillingly calm. Then by all means try. In Char's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, and a faint smile graced his face as he suddenly vanished from his original position. A voice, devoid of warmth and filled with an icy detachment, emanated from behind Zataxi, as chilling as a decree from the underworld, imbued with an unmistakable aura of menace. What was happening? Zataxi was taken aback, swiftly turning around, only to discover that the figure he had just seen was now inexplicably gone, reappearing behind him. A sense of dread washed over Zataxi, his entire being chilled, as his scales bristled in alarm. The barrel of the energy launcher on his arm swung menacingly toward Char's location. With a resounding boom, a dark crimson energy sphere erupted from the barrel, colliding with Char and producing a dull thud, reminiscent of striking a thick wall, dispersing into a cloud of scarlet mist. Seeing his opponent struck, Zataxi's tone grew boastful once more. Humph, foolishly defiant. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the great Zataxi. Yet, his expression soon froze in disbelief. For as the mist cleared, a diminutive figure emerged unscathed, not a single mark upon its form. Cough, cough. Shaya coughed lightly, covering his mouth, and waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. He pointed to his battle suit and remarked, "It appears that the power of these energy cannons is rather insufficient. Look. They haven't even managed to breach my battle attire." Zataxi, gazing at the slightly charred spot on Shaya's suit where the energy cannon had struck, exclaimed incredulously, "How can this be? The energy cannon in my hand boasts a combat power of 2,000 points. How could you possibly remain unscathed?" "Quite simply. For my strength far surpasses yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Shaya's figure darted forward like a gust of wind, swiftly appearing before Zataxi, lightly tapping his chest with both hands. Boom. A tremendous force surged forth, and before Zataxi could comprehend what had transpired, his body was propelled away like a freshly fired cannonball. He collided with a wall several dozen meters away, creating a gaping hole as debris scattered across the ground, burying him beneath the rubble. Ah! A wretched cry escaped Zataxi as wounds erupted across his body, and he struggled to rise from the wreckage, his expression one of despair. He looked up in terror, only to meet a pair of dark eyes gazing down at him as one would regard an insect. A chill coursed from his feet to his brain, and he suddenly felt his throat dry up, opening his mouth yet finding himself at a loss for words. "I will be killed." Zataxi screamed internally, his body rendered entirely unresponsive by fear. "You cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Lord Shangba, should you take my life. He will not let you go." Zataxi shouted in desperation, invoking his powerful ally in hopes that it might spare him from his dire fate. Shangba? Upon hearing Zataxi's mention of Shangba, Shaya paused momentarily, wondering if the formidable malevolent aura he sensed belonged to Shangba. Reflecting on the descriptions of Shangba from the original narrative, combined with the aura he had sensed, it became evident that it was indeed Shangba who had instigated the energy assault on the planet Fidaia. Yet, why was Shangba, who typically remained alongside Dodoria at Frieza's side, here on this remote planet? Was he perhaps acting under Frieza's orders? Shaya began to speculate. "Yes, indeed, my lord. I was sent by Lord Shangba to capture these Fidaia people." Zataxi carefully observed Shaya's expression, noticing a flicker of recognition regarding Shangba's name. Seizing what felt like a lifeline, he hastily nodded and began to divulge every detail in a rush, desperate to convey the entirety of the situation. Upon hearing this, Shaya inquired, "What is Shamba's purpose in attacking the planet Fidaia? Is it a command from Lord Frieza?" The alien, upon realizing that Shaya dared to utter the name of Lord Frieza so casually, was instantly drenched in cold sweat and, trembling, replied, "Why yes. Lord Frieza has instructed us to search for the traces of the legendary ancient warriors on the planet Fidaia." Legendary ancient warriors? Upon hearing this, Shaya nodded slightly. lost in contemplation. This ancient warrior was perplexed by the nature of the matter at hand. Could it possibly be akin to the legendary Super Saiyan? He understood that the original Dragon Ball universe merely presented a glimpse of the narrative, a mere tip of the iceberg, while the cosmos itself was vast and boundless, hinting at numerous secrets yet to be unveiled in its deeper realms. The esteemed Sir Zatasi cautiously called out, fearful that a louder voice might provoke discontent. "Oh, I almost forgot about your affairs." Shaya regained his focus, a bright smile illuminating his face as he declared, "Yes, it is time for you to embark on your journey." Chapter 50. Shang will wait. "What did you just say, my lord?" Zatasi questioned, doubting the veracity of his own hearing. Shaya reiterated, "It is time to send you on your way. May you find solace in the underworld and enjoy your eternal rest in hell." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, transforming into waves of tumultuous energy that rippled through the air. Within this boundless sea of power, the unfortunate lizard-like aliens appeared akin to a solitary vessel caught in a storm, utterly devoid of any means to resist as they were engulfed by the vast forces of energy. No, a deafening explosion erupted, reducing Zetas to mere particles suspended in the air. As the smoke dissipated, Shaya turned his gaze indifferently towards the bewildered Fidarians. At that moment, the Fidarians were utterly stupefied. Their minds reeling from the sheer display of Shaya's formidable strength, they could scarcely believe that the once boisterous alien had disintegrated into dust in the blink of an eye. Such power was beyond their capacity to withstand. They could only acquiesce to his demands. They silently hoped this formidable being would not impose unreasonable requests. The leader of the Fidarians sighed heavily, weariness etched across his face, pondering the calamities that had befallen their world. Why had such powerful extraterrestrial beings appeared one after another on their planet? "Are you the indigenous people of Fidaia?" Shaya's voice was not devoid of warmth. Yet the aura of strength surrounding him instilled a sense of fear in the fragile Fidarians, making them reluctant to meet his gaze. The Fidar leader stepped forward cautiously, replying, "Yes, Fidaia is our home planet. Are you the leader here?" Shaya inquired. The Fidar leader hesitated momentarily before nodding. One could say that, in truth, he was not the true leader of the Fidarians, for their actual chief had perished long ago. Thus, reluctantly, he assumed the role of their nominal leader, a figure of authority. "I have heard that your technology is quite advanced. Is it possible for you to create a gravity-altering training facility?" Shaya's tone softened, losing the severity it had previously held. The Fidar leader paused, quickly responding, "Yes, indeed. We Fidarians are born scientists, most adept at technological creation." At that moment, the Fidar leader surmised Shaya's intentions and endeavored to showcase the worth of his people, believing that such a display might secure their survival. Of course, he dared not conceal or exaggerate anything from Shaya, as it would ultimately determine the fate of the entire Fidar race. Char's response to the Fidalians was met with great satisfaction as he proclaimed, "Behold, the planet Fidaia has caught the eye of the cosmic sovereign, Frieza. Remaining here would lead only to inevitable demise. I now present you with a choice: submit to my command, and I shall ensure the survival of your people within the cosmos." This was a moment of profound dilemma, a choice between imminent destruction alongside their home planet at the hands of the extraterrestrial beings, or heeding the words of the youthful figure before them and yielding to his authority. The leader of the Fidalians appeared troubled, for this decision held the fate of their entire race in the balance, leaving him momentarily paralyzed in his judgment. Shaya did not disturb him. Instead, he found a place to sit and waited in silence, confident that the leader would make a definitive choice. Refusal could lead to annihilation, while agreement would condemn the entire tribe to subjugation. The leader of the Fidaia wiped the sweat from his brow as he glanced at the youthful and elderly faces within his tribe. Finally, gritting his teeth, he spoke, "My lord, we are willing to submit to you, only asking that you preserve the bloodline of the Fidaia." "An astute choice," Shaya exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Rest assured, I shall lead you away from the Fidaia planet. By the way, besides those present here, do you have other kin?" The Fidaia before him numbered merely over 10,000, a far cry from what a civilized race should embody. "Indeed, my lord, this is merely 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, the vast majority of our kin lost their lives, and those who survived have taken refuge within the subterranean shelters to evade the onslaught of extraterrestrial hunters. If necessary, I can summon them. Hiding is futile. They possess energy detectors, and your congregation will only facilitate their search." Shaya shook his head. "Oh, so they have energy detectors. No wonder they could locate us. What shall we do now?" The leader of the Fidaia was suddenly engulfed in panic. Char Aznable remarked, "You must possess a spacecraft." Allow me to provide you with cover while you promptly board the vessel and depart from the planet Fidaia. Shaya understood that if given sufficient time, the Fidaians were entirely capable of boarding a spacecraft and departing from Fidaia. However, the geological upheaval had occurred so abruptly that they were left with no opportunity to react. Here, Shaya found himself compelled to admire the extraterrestrials. Indeed, they were professionals, having dealt a devastating blow to the Fidaians from space prior to their invasion, thereby incapacitating most of their ability to resist. Very well, I comprehend the situation. It seems all is in your capable hands. The leader of the Fidaians wore an expression of astonishment, suddenly realizing that this imposing figure before him might not be so terrible after all. And perhaps submitting to him was not such a dreadful prospect. Elsewhere on Fidaia, thick plumes of smoke ascended slowly from the land, while the sky was shrouded in a dark, ominous cloud cover, all formed from the smoke that hung heavily in the air. Amidst the chaotic ruins of a city, where land had been violently torn asunder, a colossal chasm gaped open, splitting rivers and glaciers as if severed by a great blade. On a relatively flat patch of land, a saucer-shaped spacecraft of a deep brown hue rested. Its underside was adorned with numerous stout, obsidian steel pincers like wild beasts of the wilderness, brutally embedded into the hard rock. The design was unmistakably that of a vessel reserved for the elite of Frieza's forces. Not far from the ship's hatch, a handsome man sat at a small table, elegantly sipping tea. He possessed long, dark green hair, which was braided at the ends. His appearance was distinguished, and his demeanor exuded a gentlemanly charm, yet his cold, indifferent gaze betrayed a ruthless nature. He was Shampa. Having assisted Frieza in numerous nefarious deeds, he, alongside Dodoria, served as Frieza's loyal subordinates, their combat prowess only surpassed by the Jinyu force among Frieza's many followers. This time, Frieza had dispatched him to investigate the ancient warrior legends surrounding Fidaia. At that moment, an alien standing beside Shampa noticed a flicker of change within the energy detector's frame. He pressed a few buttons on the device and then turned to Shampa, saying, "Master Shampa, I just detected a sudden disappearance of energy from one of our battalion members." Before the energy vanished, the detector displayed a series of erratic data spikes, although they were not particularly high and quickly faded away. "Oh?" Shampa gently set down his teacup, appearing quite intrigued. He rested his fingers on his chin and inquired, what was the combat strength of the missing battalion member? Zataxi, a low-ranking soldier, had a combat power of around 1200, and with the energy launch device, he could unleash a power of 2000, reported an officer. Interesting. It seems the indigenous combat power of Fidaia does not exceed 15. Shampa revealed a predatory smile. Indeed. Ha ha ha, it appears a little mouse has slipped in, remarked one of the aliens. Not at all. Shampa shook his head, stating, if the ancient warriors Frieza seeks possess such minimal combat power, he would not be so invested in this matter. Relay my orders. All members must proceed immediately to the location where the energy was detected. It has been far too long since I have indulged in a game of cat and mouse. A glimmer of wickedness flickered in Shampa's dark golden eyes as he commanded everyone to head toward the site where Shaya had appeared. Chapter 51. Encounter within the ruins of a desolate city in the western part of Fidaia. Remnants of collapsed buildings lay scattered. The trees intended for landscaping along the roads brutally severed, with their broken branches strewn across the ground. As the wind blew, leaves danced alongside discarded paper, filling the air with a pungent aroma. On a road riddled with cracks and breaks, a large group of people staggered forward. The once smooth and beautiful mechanized pathway had fractured into segments, with fissures spreading like a spider's web, sparking intermittently and occasionally erupting in violent explosions, sending fireballs soaring into the sky. Witnessing the transformation of their once thriving city into utter devastation, the Fidaians were consumed by sorrow, their feelings of helplessness as the oppressed simmering within their chests. Dakla, is your Fidaian spacecraft nearby? Shaya inquired in a calm tone. Yes, my lord. It will not be long now. The spacecraft was originally intended as an emergency backup and is docked in the underground port ahead. Dakla, the Fidaian leader, hurriedly responded upon hearing Shaya's question. Due to the suddenness of the alien assault, the Fidaians had been caught unawares, and disaster had already struck. Thus, in the initial moments, the vessels anchored at the spaceport and large fortresses had been destroyed, leaving only the emergency backup ship capable of taking off. Please, hasten your pace. Those extraterrestrials possess energy detectors, and if we linger, we shall be discovered, Shaya said, furrowing his brow as he observed them. Of course, Dakla exclaimed, his expression turning anxious as he quickly nodded and shouted for everyone to quicken their steps. Having faced life and death struggles, The Fidaians were now filled with dread at the thought of Frieza's minions pursuing them. At the mention of a possible alien chase, they exerted every ounce of strength to hasten their advance. Before long, Dakla led the group to a location far removed from the city. Unlike the ruined urban landscape, this area was enveloped in lush greenery, with a dense forest of orderly trees standing tall, unaffected by the continental rifts. My lord Shaya, beneath this forest lies an underground base constructed of alloy, and the backup spacecraft is docked below. Dakla pointed toward the neatly arranged trees ahead. Char stepped lightly. Narrowing his eyes as understanding dawned upon him. It became clear that the entire forest was constructed atop a colossal alloy structural base, which explained its immunity to the movements of tectonic plates. You must hasten to enter the base. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Yes, my lord. In an instant. The Fidaians busied themselves, swiftly directed by several robust young Fidaians as they rushed towards the entrance of the base. In no time at all, over 10,000 Fidaians had successfully entered the facility. Within, they would undertake the comprehensive debugging and maintenance of the alternative spacecraft, a considerable task. Fortunately, nearly every Fidaian was a scientist, and repairing equipment was as effortless for them as quenching one's thirst. Shaya meandered through the base for a while and soon laid eyes upon the spaceship revered by the Fidarians as their last hope. It was an imposing vessel, stretching over 10 kilometers in length, radiating a lustrous silver-gray sheen. Below and around it extended numerous mechanical arms crafted from alloy, resembling a colossal white beast from afar. Upon first sight, he was taken aback by the advanced technology of the Fidarians. They seemed to have a particular fondness for the silver-gray hue, evident in the color schemes of their planet and the space corridors, as well as their spacecraft. Despite possessing such sophisticated technology, the Fidarians were remarkably frail in physical strength. Yet they had somehow evaded conquest by other powers, which was nothing short of miraculous. Shaya pondered this in silence. Fidaia was situated at the juncture between the eastern and southern regions of the northern galaxy. And it was precisely due to this strategic location that the planet had not been overly consumed by other forces. However, in the end, Fidaia could hardly escape the fate of subjugation. It was indeed perplexing. Given the wisdom of the Fidarians, it seemed improbable that they lacked any awareness of their precarious situation. Shaya shook his head in confusion, reasoning that after so many years of development in this universe, the Fidarians must have been cognizant of its darker aspects. How could they possibly be unprepared for it? What exactly are the ancient warriors that the extraterrestrial mentioned before, Dokra? Shaya inquired directly. Dokra displayed a look of bewilderment and shook his head in response. I am not entirely certain. It seems they were super warriors developed by our ancestors in ancient times. But specific details have been lost to history. The irony was palpable. The super warriors created to protect their people ultimately became the very source that nearly led to the annihilation of the Fidarians. With a faint sigh, Shaya fell silent, contemplating that these ancient warriors were likely akin to bioengineered beings. The Fidaians, much like the Saiyans, may have, due to the migrations of their people, forgotten the ancient legends that once were passed down through generations. However, this could prove beneficial. When the Fidaians found themselves at the precipice of life and death, it would be far easier for him to subdue them. Suddenly, Shaya's expression shifted as he sensed dozens of formidable auras approaching their direction. One particular aura emanated an exceptionally chilling and powerful presence, towering majestically above the others like a great mountain. It was the aura of Shangba. Shaya's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing as he remarked, I never anticipated that Shangbo would lead the team personally. Without hesitation, he decisively commanded Dakla. Immediately instruct everyone to take refuge inside the spacecraft and activate all defensive functions of the base. Daimyo, what is happening? Dakla inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation from Shaya's demeanor. Recalling Shaya's earlier mention of the adversary possessing energy detection devices, a chilling thought struck him. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings were launching an assault? Dakla's complexion turned pale in an instant. Char nodded. Shangbo is leading his extraterrestrial subordinates towards us and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Do not ask questions. Execute my orders immediately. The cold voice echoed in Duokila's ears. Upon hearing that the enemy would arrive in 3 minutes, Duokila felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Understood, my lord. I will make the arrangements at once, he replied with a trembling voice. As Duokila hurriedly departed, Char leisurely gazed at the sky, and with a swift motion, he transported himself to a location over 300 kilometers away from the underground base, a crucial passageway to the facility. Shaya intended to intercept Shambo here. Shambo, let me witness the extent of your power as Frieza's right-hand man. Without the slightest hint of trepidation before a formidable opponent, Shaya felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins, his entire being enveloped in a state of fervent excitement. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had elapsed. From a distance, a multitude of figures soared through the sky, with the strikingly handsome Shambo, distinguished by his deep green hair, leading the group. Upon spotting the black-haired youth blocking his path, Shambo gestured for his subordinates to halt. His interest piqued as he scrutinized the adversary before him. Who exactly is this young man? A cold, indifferent smile played upon Shambo's lips as he floated gracefully with his arms crossed. Given the plethora of humanoid species scattered throughout the cosmos, the subtle differences between them posed a challenge for Shambo to ascertain Shaya's origins, especially since Shaya donned the most fashionable battle attire from the northern galaxy. TSK, I hope this youth can provide me with some amusement. Shambo regarded Shaya with keen interest, a faint smile gracing his handsome visage. Chapter 52. The Great Battle with Shambo. Lord Shambo. This is the energy response detected by the scanner during the disappearance of Zetas. However, it is curious that the energy intensity indicates only a combat power of 540. A nearby extraterrestrial pressed the energy detector, relaying the gathered data. You are not from the Fidaia planet, are you? Might I inquire how you managed to slay Zetas with your capabilities? Shambo's movements were elegant, his tone calm and measured, reminiscent of a well-bred nobleman. If one were not aware of his true nature, it would be easy to be deceived by his performance. Are you referring to that lizard man? If you wish to know, why not try it for yourself? Shaya wore a subtle smile upon his face, yet within his heart a heightened vigilance took root. He was acutely aware of the considerable gap that lay between himself and Shangbua, despite knowing he was at a disadvantage. Shaya chose to confront Shangbua directly for 2 reasons. Firstly, to gauge the extent of the disparity between his own power and that of the mainstream cosmic masters. Secondly, to disrupt Shambua's plans, thus granting the Fidaians more time. After all, the Fidaians were the first batch of subordinates he had gathered, and their potential annihilation here would be a profound loss. More importantly, Shaya possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, a vital asset for preserving his life in critical moments. If circumstances permitted, he would eagerly engage in a fierce battle with Shangbua. For a Saiyan, true growth can only be forged through genuine combat. Ha ha ha. Indeed, ignorance breeds audacity. Young man, you must understand that not everyone is as amiable as I am. Shangbua chuckled softly, his tone remarkably calm, as though he bore no anger. Yet beneath the surface of his golden pupils lay a malevolent glimmer, restless and poised to strike. Heh, Shaya retorted with a cold laugh, his body becoming alert as he subtly summoned the energy within him. Whoosh! A sharp, urgent whisper tore through the air. Shaya chose to take the initiative. His figure abruptly vanished from sight. A cacophony of clashes ensued, accompanied by the anguished cries of the surrounding extraterrestrials, who fell from the skies, one after another. At that moment, the energy detector emitted a rapid series of urgent beeps, the data on the screen flickering momentarily before stabilizing once more. Shaya's movements were executed with such swiftness that the average observer could hardly perceive them, rendering the scene somewhat bewildering. However, Shangbua was astute enough to witness everything clearly. Applause erupted. Shangbua chuckled softly, clapping his hands while vocally commending the spectacle. Amongst all present, he alone comprehended the entirety of Shaya's actions, leading him to realize that his minions stood no chance against such prowess. It seemed he must intervene himself. Ha ha ha. Remarkable skills. Young man, you surpassed my soldiers by leaps and bounds. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Frieza force? I could personally introduce you to Lord Frieza. Shangbua remarked with an air of calm assurance. Alas, I have no desire to become Frieza's lackey. What a pity, Shangbua replied, his demeanor neither angry nor pleased. As he feigned regret while shaking his head, casually he approached Shaya. Since you refuse to serve Lord Frieza, it appears I must ensure your demise. Shaya's gaze was solemn, and he felt an immense sense of pressure merely from the stance that Shangbua assumed. Boom. Shaya no longer concealed his prowess. A torrent of power surged within him, enveloping his surroundings in a dense, indistinct aura. The air emitted a low, crackling hum, and the atmosphere around him exhibited subtle distortions. Shangbua's energy detector beeped incessantly, with readings continuously rising until they finally stabilized at an astonishing 14,500. My goodness, a staggering 14,500. Shangbua exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. What race could you possibly belong to? Could you be a Saiyan? No, that's impossible. Saiyans cannot possess such formidable combat strength at this age. Shangbua speculated on Shaya's lineage. Although Shaya bore an uncanny resemblance to a Saiyan, it was inconceivable for a Saiyan to exhibit such power in their youth. Moreover, there was no sign of the distinctive Saiyan tail behind Shaya. In an instant, Shangbo vanished from sight. Shaya remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings as his gaze followed Shangbo's silhouette. Soon, he pinpointed Shangbo's location and launched a punch. However, just as his fist was about to connect, Shaya sensed something amiss. His strike found only emptiness. A mere afterimage. His expression hardened as he swiftly pivoted, retreating defensively with fluid precision, cautiously assessing the situation. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling presence to his side and instinctively shifted his body. Bang! Shangbo's fist whizzed past him, unleashing a ferocious gust that struck the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently. In an instant, a vast pit formed over a kilometer wide, its surface marred by deep crevices and upheaval. As for the extraterrestrial beings that had accompanied Shangbo, they had long been swept away by the tumultuous shockwaves of the battle. That was a close call. As Shaya soared high into the sky, he gazed down at the ground transformed into a crater, a sense of lingering trepidation enveloping his thoughts. To think you evaded my attack, remarkable for one so young. It appears you cannot be spared. Unbeknownst to him, Shangbo had already approached above Shaya. When did this happen? Shaya was taken aback, and his entire body instinctively tensed. Adopting a defensive posture, Shangbo, with an elegant smile, suddenly clenched his fists and unleashed a ferocious blow aimed at Shaya's head. A wave of dizziness washed over Shaya, causing his body to plummet rapidly downward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Shaya struck the earth with a burst of energy, utilizing the rebound to stabilize himself. At that moment, Shangbo closed in, launching a relentless assault on Shaya, who was forced into a position of passive defense, soon adorned with numerous wounds. Boom, boom, boom. Shaya and Bo engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each strike resonating with intensity. Their rapid movements rendered them mere phantoms, flickering in and out of sight. The scale of their battle expanded dramatically, laying waste to vast expanses of land. Mountains, lakes, forests, and prairies alike were consumed by the tumult of their confrontation. Char stopped, gasping for breath. After the brief skirmish, his stamina had been significantly depleted. In contrast, Shangbo appeared only mildly disheveled, with his battle attire slightly torn, yet he bore no substantial injuries and maintained an air of calmness. One was in disarray, while the other exuded elegance. Clearly, the disparity was striking. Indeed, the difference was considerable. With a resounding smack, he delivered a powerful blow. As Shaya plummeted rapidly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the already cracked earth, dense dust obscuring the sunlight and plunging the landscape into darkness. A deep pit appeared on the ground, within which Shaya supported himself with one hand, kneeling at the center. Haha, quite resilient, indeed, Shangbo remarked, twisting his neck with audible cracks. With a sudden swiftness, he vanished from sight, launching a kick aimed at Shaya's abdomen. Shaya's expression turned grave as he caught the incoming foot with both hands, yet in a mere heartbeat, he was sent flying far away. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his body, that kick would have surely shattered his arms as well. The disparity was insurmountable. With his hands still tingling, Shaya could not help but let out a wry smile as a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! Shaya wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and instantly teleported away from the battlefield, finding a distant vantage point from which to observe Shangbo. The earlier skirmish had starkly illuminated the vast chasm that lay between him and Shangbo. Without the aid of supernatural powers, he was utterly no match for Shangbo. Currently, Shangbo's combat prowess approached 20,000, surpassing Shaya by more than 5,000, a gap that seemed insurmountable. Up to this point, Shangbo had approached the fight with a playful demeanor, never truly exerting himself. Had he still possessed his tail, he might have transformed into a great ape for battle. But such thoughts were merely fanciful. While the transformation could enhance his fighting capabilities, it also introduced numerous uncertainties, most critically revealing his Saiyan identity. Shaya was acutely aware that the great ape transformation harbored a significant flaw. Its massive size hampered mobility, similar to the Super Saiyan transformation. While energy levels surged and the force of single attacks escalated, speed remained compromised. In lower-tier confrontations, this might not pose an issue, yet in high-speed battles, it could prove fatal. If his opponent possessed sufficient speed, there existed countless methods to vanquish his great ape form, with severing his tail being one of the simplest and most direct approaches. In the realm of martial prowess, where no defense is invulnerable, only speed remains unbroken. Rather than viewing the great ape transformation as an offensive tactic, it was more accurately described as a defense reliant on brute strength. However, when faced with true masters, such a defense was riddled with vulnerabilities. Shaking his head to cast aside these fruitless thoughts, Shaya refocused his mind in preparation for battle. Shamba's figure rapidly materialized before him, his expression tinged with confusion. Strange, how did you manage to arrive here? I completely failed to detect your movements. Guess, Shaya replied, a bright smile revealing his pearly white teeth. Shangbo smirked disdainfully, licking his lips, his handsome features now displaying a hint of impatience. He had grown weary of the game of cat and mouse. It was time to unleash his full strength and discover just how much punishment his opponent could endure. Chapter 53. A fortune you cannot covet. Noticing the change in Shangbo's expression, Shaya's demeanor shifted as well, recognizing that Shangbo was no longer inclined to indulge him. He had to strike first, seizing the rhythm of the battlefield before Shangbo could react. Otherwise, he would face a serious opponent, a challenge beyond his capability. As this thought flashed through his mind, a ghostly blue luminescence flickered in Shaya's dark eyes, signaling his preparation to activate his spatial abilities. Simultaneously, Shangbo sensed a hint of danger, a jolt of alarm coursing through him, yet he raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, amused by his own unwarranted anxiety. As a prominent figure under King Frieza, Shangbo had encountered countless scenarios. The individual before him was merely a young upstart. He could dispatch him in 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. With this in mind, he donned a mocking expression, ready to send the young man on his way. Yet just as he poised to strike, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Shangbo suddenly realized that the air around him had grown unnaturally viscous, making even the act of breathing feel as though an external force were constraining him. It was an immense, binding force emanating from the very fabric of space. What is happening? Shangbo's brow furrowed, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as his body became immobilized midair. Every attempt to make even the slightest movement proved exceedingly arduous, as if countless invisible chains were binding his limbs, rendering him powerless. What is going on? Why can't I move? Shangbo's expression morphed dramatically, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Gone was his usual air of composure, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Shaya. You little brat, did you orchestrate this? Correct answer. Now, prepare to relish the experience of being utterly overwhelmed, Shaya replied, his face expressionless as he floated before Shangbo, a radiant smile gracing his features. No sooner had he spoken than his expression turned as frigid as an icy lake in winter, and he launched his assault against Shangbo. His palms thrust forward repeatedly, creating an array of spectral hand images in the air. Nearly 100 blazing energy waves erupted from his palms, swirling like silver serpents and exuding a terrifying aura. Each energy wave possessed the destructive power to obliterate a medium-sized city. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy waves sliced through the air, reaching Shangbo in an instant, striking him squarely. In that moment, the sky erupted with brilliant flashes of light, banishing the dark clouds and illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Energy blasts. In a decisive moment, Shaya uttered a soft command. Raising one hand, a dazzling orb of energy materialized in his palm, radiating brilliance. Before it was released with the swiftness of an arrow, generating a sharp crack as it tore through the air. Shangbo found himself suspended in midair, unable to avert his gaze from the ever-enlarging energy sphere hurtling towards him. Soon, the projectile struck its target, and in an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that unleashed a tremendous shockwave, scattering the once dominant dust that had obscured the sky, leaving only faint ripples in its wake. A chilling scream pierced the air. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Shangbo's battered form came into view. He appeared utterly disheveled, his dark green hair cascading chaotically over his shoulders, his armor in tatters, and not a single part of his body unscathed. His arms hung limply, clearly broken from their contorted position. How infuriating! I shall not let you escape. His agonized cry was laced with boundless hatred. As the right-hand man of King Frieza, Shangbo had never endured such humiliation. Even when facing the Jinyu force, he engaged in equal discourse. Regret consumed Shangbo. Had he known of his opponent's extraordinary powers, he would have refrained from mocking him, opting instead to eliminate him before he could unleash his abilities, sparing himself this disgrace. Very well, you have successfully provoked my wrath. The more he pondered, the more his fury intensified, and he could no longer contain his rage, his expression twisting into a fierce snarl, his aura surging with power. Shangbo possessed the ability to transform, yet he was reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, A glimmer of realization flickered in Shaya's eyes as he perceived a tremor in the spatial restraints binding Shangbo. A sense of dread washed over him. He could feel Shangbo's energy escalating, and alarmingly, his own spatial powers were beginning to falter against this rising force. The potency of his abilities was insufficient. Shaya comprehended the root of the matter. Although his spatial superpowers gradually intensified alongside his growing strength, his combat capabilities remained in need of enhancement. When confronted with truly formidable adversaries, his superpowers proved to be of little consequence. Soon, fissures began to appear in the sky, writhing and struggling like tadpoles in a desperate dance, a disquieting omen. Following this, a crisp sound resonated, shattering the sky, which had been as smooth as a mirror, into countless crystalline fragments that transformed into dazzling specks of light, vanishing into the void. Shaya's body trembled, a wave of revulsion surging within him. His spatial superpower had been shattered. At the sight of the fragmentation, a grotesque alien, resembling a toad, stood before him. Torrents of blood flowing incessantly from its limbs and head, its body marred by ghastly wounds. Shangbo, having transformed, had finally breached Shaya's superpower. However, in his current state, he was utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of dignity. "You scoundrel, today I shall make you wish for life yet find no escape." The alien's hideous visage contorted, a curse from the abyss escaping Shangbo's lips. Though he was grievously injured, with both arms shattered, an oppressive aura emanated from him, weighing down upon every cell of Shaya's body like a colossal mountain. A battle power of 25,000. This was nearly double Shaya's own strength. Indeed, Shangbo in his transformed state was formidable, capable of breaking his spatial confines. Battling against the pressure descending from above, Shaya erupted into maniacal laughter, his blood boiling. With the surge of power, Shangbo's muscles tensed, a series of deep, resonant sounds reverberating, his golden eyes fixed intently upon Shaya, the oppressive force intensifying. What an extraordinarily powerful aura! A sudden jolt coursed through Shaya's heart, overwhelmed by the formidable aura exuded by Shangbo. A fierce tempest battered against him, forcing him to shield his forehead with his arms, his body swaying like a driftwood in the tumultuous winds. "Break through," Shaya cried, vigorously slicing through the raging gusts before him, and then with a primal roar, he ignited the fierce energy within him. In an instant, both figures vanished, only to reappear together a heartbeat later. With a wrathful leap, Shangbo surged forth, the violent force of his foot strike generating a crackling wave that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. With a thunderous crash, Shangbo unleashed a kick. And in a flash, Shaya crossed his arms, absorbing the tremendous impact of Shangbo's leg. The ground abruptly caved in beneath them. The immense force traveling through his arms sent Shaya stumbling backwards several meters. Shaya's entire body was racked with pain, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his throat, revealing a significant disparity in strength between him and Shangbo. A simple strike from Shangbo had already inflicted severe injuries upon him. "Ha ha ha, perish!" Shangbo cackled menacingly, advancing without hesitation, delivering another powerful kick that sent Shaya hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The earth trembled beneath the impact, fissures splitting the ground as smoke billowed forth. In that instant of collision, Shaya sprang up, piercing through the thick haze to launch an assault on his opponent. Crackling sounds echoed as the two clashed, soaring between the firmament and the earth, a tempest of fury radiating outward. As they unleashed their full might, the very planet of Fidaia quaked in response. From a distance, the surviving extraterrestrials gazed in astonishment at the chaotic battle between Shaya and Shangbo, their energy detectors overwhelmed and rendered inoperative. "Good heavens, they are dreadfully powerful." The aliens exchanged fearful glances, their pale faces betraying their trepidation as they readied themselves to flee the battlefield. "Is that all you've got? If so, I must say I am sorely disappointed." Shangbo taunted ruthlessly as he fought. Throughout the entire confrontation, Shaya found himself consistently on the defensive, rarely managing to land a successful strike against Shangbo. Despite Shangbo's loss of both arms, the almost insurmountable gap in energy left him severely wounded in no time at all. This is untenable. The disparity in combat power is too great. With a resounding crash, Shaya was slammed into the ground from a great height, landing in a massive crater. Every slight movement sent waves of pain coursing through his body. He had come to comprehend the full extent of his own explosive power and had gained insight into the capabilities of higher-tier cosmic beings. It was time to consume a magical being. With all eyes upon him, Shaya revealed a peculiar smile, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, evading Shangbo's latest thunderous strike. In a secluded area away from the fray, Shaya calmly retrieved a vibrant green bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. With a few chews, the miraculous bean restored him to peak condition, healing all his injuries instantaneously. Indeed, the magical beans proved to be an indispensable asset. Char's limbs stirred with newfound vigor, a remarkable enhancement in his combat prowess evident. He radiated an invigorated strength, a state of being that was nothing short of splendid. On the contrary, Shambo's head was bloodied, having long since lost the composure and grace he initially possessed. His eyes bulged slightly, reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as he beheld Char, fully restored to his prime condition. A spark of incredulity shone in his gaze as he bellowed in anguished fury. "How is it that your injuries have healed so completely?" Shambo was deeply wounded, both physically and emotionally. Why did this seemingly insignificant human possess such extraordinary abilities? It was one thing to have exceptional combat skills, but to wield inexplicable supernatural powers that could inflict severe harm was beyond comprehension. He had thought that once he escaped the grasp of Char's powers, he could vanquish him. Yet this young man displayed an astonishing resilience. Now, he stood restored to his pinnacle of strength once more. Shaya cast an innocent glance at Shangbo, smiling brightly as she remarked, "You cannot envy this." Instantly, a blue radiance once again surged within Shaya's eyes, a brilliance more pure and exquisite than the earlier azure glow exhibited during her spatial powers. It resembled a resplendent, sparkling blue crystal. Chapter 54. The Death of Shangbo. Shaya's lips parted slightly as he coldly uttered, "Time, halt." Indeed, he could wait no longer. The disparity between him and Shangbo was immense, seemingly insurmountable. Yet, who decreed that combat must adhere strictly to the hierarchy of strength? This was not a mere sparring session, but a matter of life and death. Thus all means were permissible. Suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a realm of azure hue, as everything on the planet Fidaia was brought to a standstill. This marked Shaya's second utilization of his time manipulation ability in battle, the first being against the giant ape transformed by shielding, and now this was his second endeavor. Unlike spatial manipulation, his time control had not seen significant enhancement over the years, and with his current combat prowess, he could only suspend time for a mere 3 seconds. Moreover, the duration would diminish further depending on the strength of the adversary. Sure enough, once Shangbo, with a combat power of 25,000, was enveloped in the temporal stasis. Shaya felt his internal energy depleting rapidly. It was likely he could maintain the pause for only 2 seconds at most. Just 2 seconds. Instinctively, Shaya discerned the limit of his suspension. However, that was more than sufficient. With a rough estimate in mind, Shaya's form transformed into a streak of light, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Shangbo. In this icy blue world, everything was frozen in time save for Shaya. Shangbo, suspended midair, wore an expression of bewilderment, his grotesque toad-like visage staring blankly ahead. Given Shangbo's overwhelming energy, Shaya dared not overestimate himself. He refrained from unnecessary movements and simply extended his hand, pressing his palm against Shangbo's heart. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as Shaya's fingers curled, channeling his energy swiftly toward his palm, which began to radiate a dazzling brilliance. A low hum reverberated as an energy sphere was compressed within his grasp. Ultimately, this vast energy coalesced into a bright white spark the size of a peanut, surrounded by tendrils of ethereal blue arcs of electricity. The arcs crackled and flickered with intensity. This diminutive white spark encapsulated the majority of Shaya's energy, and through extreme compression, its potency was magnified exponentially. He believed that if unleashed, this minute spark could obliterate all matter within a 10-kilometer radius. "Shangbo, you may perish," a chilling voice resonated as Shaya's expression remained impassive. With a sudden crash, the azure world shattered. In that instant, Shangbo regained his senses. To him, time had never truly paused. The foe, who was once before him, had inexplicably vanished. An ominous premonition stirred within him, causing an involuntary shudder. A thin beam of light pierced through his chest, emerging from his back, and an excruciating pain gripped his heart. Slowly lowering his gaze, he was met with Shaya's cold, dark eyes. "How did he get in front of me?" Shangbo thought in disbelief. He glanced down to find his heart charred black, hot blood gushing forth, accompanied by the scent of burnt flesh. His heart had been penetrated? The notion was beyond his comprehension. For the vast majority of beings in the universe, the piercing of the heart signified a common fate, death. Shangbo's constitution was not robust enough to survive such an injury. How could this be? His eyes widened in shock. He could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant individual had accomplished such a feat. Gulping, blood erupted from his throat, and, deprived of oxygen, dizziness engulfed him. His lips quivered with suppressed resentment. I never imagined I, Shangbo, would meet my end at the hands of an unknown nobody. You have only yourself to blame for your arrogance, Shaya replied coldly. His victory over Shangbo was fraught with coincidences, had Shangbo not underestimated him from the outset. Treating their encounter as a game of cat and mouse, Shaya might never have had the chance to activate his abilities. Ha ha ha. Yes, I was too arrogant, Shangbo coughed. A mix of blood and disbelief. But Lord Frieza will not spare you. As consciousness began to wane, Shangbo could hardly believe that he, a significant confidant of Lord Frieza, would perish on such an obscure planet. Boom. Shangbo's body began to swell, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced him to mere ashes. Shaya sighed, acknowledging that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating the battlefield is utterly inadmissible. The demise of Shangbo served as a stark warning. Regardless of the adversary's might, a fundamental sense of vigilance must be maintained. As Shangbo lamented, his death was indeed unjust. Had he not been so careless? Had Shaya not possessed an array of peculiar superpowers, and had he not suddenly consumed a mystical being, the outcome could have been drastically different. Alas, Shangbo's situation is devoid of what-ifs. Several dozen kilometers away, those who had followed Shangbo were rendered speechless upon witnessing their esteemed leader fall to a mere youth. They stood, transfixed, as silence enveloped the scene. Eventually, one particularly hairy extraterrestrial snapped back to reality, exclaiming in disbelief, Shangbo has perished. Ah, Shangbo is dead. With each frantic cry, panic swiftly spread through the ranks, their gazes filled with dread as they turned to flee in all directions. Yet, Shaya would not permit their escape. Against foes of such meager combat prowess, he need not expend much effort. In an instant, he appeared before the aliens, declaring, "You have committed countless misdeeds. It is time for you to descend into hell alongside Shangbo." With a subtle gesture, he manipulated the air, and the sky responded in kind. Vast energies rippling outward in mesmerizing waves. The extraterrestrials found themselves inexplicably immobilized, ensnared in midair. Suddenly, dark crimson rifts tore through the atmosphere, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, voraciously devouring them one by one until dozens were consumed by the void. These rifts, fragments of space, were merciless within moments. The aliens were reduced to mere dust by the overwhelming forces at play. With a satisfied exhale, Shaya clapped his hands, causing the rifts to vanish. He descended upon the ravaged earth, which bore the scars of prior battles, resembling a landscape that had endured the detonation of countless nuclear bombs. Craters, some several kilometers in diameter, marred the ground, with molten lava bubbling in their depths. Following Shangbo's assault and the fierce confrontation with Shaya, the tectonic plates of Fidaia had become thoroughly destabilized, inevitably sliding into the mantle. This planet would remain a hellish wasteland, uninhabitable for life for the foreseeable future. After resting on a boulder of shattered rock, Shaya regained his strength and sensed the presence of other extraterrestrials lingering on Fidaia. Apart from those who had accompanied Shangbo, there were roughly several dozen scattered across the planet, including a few with combat capabilities reaching 3,000. One must eradicate the roots of evil, he mused, teleporting to the vicinity of these aliens. Upon Shaya's sudden appearance, the extraterrestrials regarded him as prey, dismissing him entirely as they vied to engage him directly. The outcome was inevitable. They were all swiftly cast into the spatial rifts. In a matter of minutes, Shaya had eradicated every alien on Fidaia. The loss of over 100 soldiers from Frieza's army, not to mention the high-ranking Shangbo, would surely provoke a reaction from Frieza. Shaya found the prospect amusing, speculating that Frieza would display anger rather than sorrow, envisioning the tyrant's fury as he smashed his goblet. Chapter 55, Frieza's reaction returning to the subterranean base of the Fidaia. Shaya found the inhabitants diligently maintaining their spacecraft amidst a flurry of activity. He sought a quiet corner to rest. "Lord Shaya, you have returned. Those aliens did not trouble you, I hope?" Dokra approached with a concerned expression. In truth, Dokra had been deeply anxious during Shaya's confrontation with Shangbo and the others. Haunted by the cataclysmic tremors and the terrifying spectacle that had unfolded, reminiscent of the end of the world. The memory of such horror was etched into his mind. And he had never before witnessed such devastation, his heart racing with concern for Shaya's safety. If even Shaya fell to those formidable aliens, the fate of the Fidaia would be sealed. Seeing Shaya return unscathed, Dokra felt a weight lift from his shoulders, exhaling in relief as his anxious demeanor transformed into one of joy. "Those insignificant beings were my adversaries?" Shaya replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Dokra. His tone was not one of arrogance, but rather a recognition that to command the Fidaia people, he must project strength, ensuring they understood that allegiance to him was their wisest choice. Dokra faltered momentarily, a chill running through him, yet he could not suppress the surge of elation. Does this imply that you have vanquished those aliens? He wondered, eyes alight with hope. What of it? Shaya smiled slightly. Lord Shaya, earlier, violent explosions erupted across Fidaia, causing the planet to tremble. Could it be a result of your battle with the enemy? Dokra hesitantly inquired, keenly observing Shaya's expression. Indeed. Those explosions were caused by the energy clashes during my confrontation with the aliens, Shaya confirmed without hesitation. Is that so? Dokra's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the sheer might a human could wield, a power that transcended technological prowess. Lord Shaya, what was the final outcome? He asked, breathless with anticipation. I have already stated. I emerged victorious. The planet is now devoid of aliens. Shaya responded, casting an irritated glance at Dokra. He waved dismissively, adding, I merely underestimated the enemy's weakness. They fell before I had even warmed up. Such a response left Dokra in disbelief, as those weaklings were the very ones responsible for the devastation of Fidaia. An overwhelming wave of emotion surged within him, tears welling in his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably and shouting with joy. It is wonderful. Those invaders are all dead. Lord Shaya has avenged us, and our fallen kin can now rest in peace. Indeed, your kin shall find solace, Shaya remarked, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth as he offered a casual reassurance. Once the tumultuous emotions of Dakla had subsided, he furrowed his brow and remarked, although I have eradicated all the extraterrestrial invaders from the planet Fidaia, it is lamentable that due to the cataclysmic collapse of the crust, Fidaia is no longer habitable for any form of life. No, my Lord Shaya, your ability to vanquish those intruders is indeed remarkable. Thank you. Thank you for avenging us. Dakla suddenly straightened his posture, solemnly bowing to Shaya with a grave and earnest expression. Shaya calmly accepted Dakla's salute, aware that he was not merely receiving Dakla's gratitude, but also the loyalty of the Fidaians. However, these extraterrestrials were merely the vanguard under Frieza's command, and upon receiving information from this side, more formidable foes would undoubtedly be dispatched. Therefore, Dakla, you must swiftly gather the remaining Fidaians and promptly inspect the spacecraft. We must depart from the planet Fidaia before the second wave of aliens arrives. Yes, my lord. Dakla nodded vigorously, his diminutive frame seemingly infused with boundless energy as he passionately began directing his kin to commence their arduous tasks. The evacuation was inherently a cumbersome and intricate endeavor. Whether it was the tallying of remaining personnel or the calibration of alternative spacecraft, the workload was immense, particularly under the uncertainty of when the next wave of invaders would arrive. Time was of the essence, and they had to seize every moment to hasten their departure from Fidaia. In light of the subsequent complex evacuation tasks, Dakla established meticulous divisions of labor, and Shaya watched with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The Fidaians exerted themselves diligently after Shaya vanquished the extraterrestrial leader Shampa and avenged their people's grievances. Their admiration for Shaya ascended to unprecedented heights, deepening their allegiance and loyalty. The Fidaians, accustomed to interactions with various cosmic civilizations, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the temperaments of the powerful. Compared to other formidable beings in the universe, Lord Shaya's benevolence was undoubtedly the most compelling to them. In the northern galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters, a colossal planet transformed by advanced technology, stars shimmered like magnificent pearls against the backdrop of the expansive cosmos, moving in an orderly fashion along their designated orbits. The headquarters served as the heart of the entire empire, its defenses impeccable. Sophisticated cosmic technology enveloped the planet in an impenetrable shell, akin to a fortress, where even a fly would struggle to enter. Surrounding the icy planet, interstellar fortresses orbited like bastions, with massive gun turrets, black and robust, emitting a chilling glimmer in the darkened expanse of space, reminiscent of ancient beasts roaring in fury. Within the opulent palace, beside a translucent viewport, Frieza stood leisurely, one hand behind his back while the other held a wine glass, sipping casually, his crimson eyes surveying the scene beyond the window, glinting with a cruel coldness. Mr. Dodoria, I hear that the Saiyan King Vegeta is preoccupied with rebellion. What do you think should be done about these Saiyans? Frieza's voice, cold and raspy, echoed as he passed his wine glass to a nearby attendant, inquiring with keen interest. Those Saiyans are truly ungrateful, so arrogantly proud. Had their combat prowess not been of some utility, I would have long since sent my subordinates to obliterate their planet. Dodoria sneered, unable to tolerate the Saiyans' haughty demeanor. Frieza chuckled darkly, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his lips. Do not rush, Mr. Dodoria, in due time. We shall eliminate those Saiyans, and you will witness the most exquisite fireworks the universe has to offer. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria exclaimed, his face alight with delight at the thought of witnessing the splendor of planet destruction. Oh, by the way, I heard that King Vegeta had a son a few years ago, who seems to possess quite the talent. Vegeta, if I recall correctly? Frieza queried. Indeed. How audacious to name his son after his planet. King Vegeta harbors quite the ambition. Dodoria, arrange for that Vegeta to be brought to Frieza's headquarters in due time. As you command, my lord, Dodoria replied, a sinister grin spreading across his chubby face. At that moment, the palace doors swung open, and a purple-skinned extraterrestrial stumbled in. Crawling and breathlessly reporting, Lord Frieza, we have received urgent news from Fidaia. Oh? What news? Has Mr. Shampa already acquired information about the ancient warriors? Frieza inquired nonchalantly. No. That's not it. The extraterrestrial wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. Speak clearly. What is the situation? Dodoria barked. The purple alien shivered, nervously stating. The command center has just transmitted the latest update indicating that Mr. Shampa encountered a formidable enemy on Fidaia and has suffered total annihilation. Mr. Shampa's energy signal has vanished. With a resounding thud, Frieza's tail struck a nearby attendant, shattering the wine glass and spilling its crimson contents across the floor. Frieza's expression darkened, his crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling light as he demanded, what transpired? Explain this matter. Mr. Shampa led over 100 warriors from Frieza's legion to Fidaia in search of clues regarding the ancient warriors. However, just an hour ago, the command center detected a sudden surge of energy on Fidaia. Following this, Mr. Shampa's signal vanished, indicating that he has likely perished. Impossible. Mr. Shampa's peak combat power reached 25,000. Could it be that he was unable to transform in time? Dodoria asked, astonished. As a senior member who frequently accompanied Frieza, Dodoria knew that Shampa's true strength far surpassed his own. It was unfathomable that he could fail on such a minor planet as Fidaia. The probe lost contact after detecting that Mr. Shampa had unleashed his full power. The purple alien added, incredulous. After a brief moment of surprise, Frieza quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Interesting, truly interesting. Someone has managed to kill Mr. Shampa. Haha. This individual must possess strength comparable to the Ginyu Force. The purple extraterrestrial stood cautiously, not daring to make a sound, his heart racing. It was evident that Lord Frieza was exceedingly displeased. Indeed, Frieza was far from pleased. He felt no sorrow for Shampa's demise. Instead, he was consumed by an infinite rage at the affront to his pride. To him, Shampa's death was a provocation. Aside from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, he had never suffered such indignity. His subordinates were not mere pawns to be dispatched at will. Mr. Dodoria, Fidaia must be just a lowly planet, correct? Frieza's calm voice belied an undercurrent of murderous intent. Dodoria replied immediately, yes, the Fidaians are but ants, with combat power not exceeding 15. Yet, it was this so-called ant planet that had claimed Mr. Shampa's life. Frieza murmured, could it truly be the ancient warriors of Fidaia who were responsible? Mr. Dodoria immediately relayed orders to the Ginyu Force, instructing them to hasten to Fidaia at once. I wish to see just what power these so-called ancient warriors possess. Frieza's greatest concern lay in the ancient legend of the Super Saiyans passed down through the Frost Demons, alongside the recent whispers of the ancient warriors of Fidaia. By sending the Ginyu Force to investigate, he intended to use them as bait to gauge the strength of the ancient warrior. Chapter 56. Departure simultaneously with Frieza's command, in a distant corner of the northern galaxy. Within the damp shadows of a chilling rainforest, Captain Ginyu received the summons. Captain, Lord Frieza has issued an order. We are to set out immediately for Planet Fidaia in the southeastern sector. A white-haired alien tapped his communicator and reported to the towering figure beside him. Ginyu chewed thoughtfully on a piece of meat before spitting out a bone fragment. Fidaia? That's just some backwater planet. Hardly worth our attention. Geese, contact Frieza's headquarters and clarify why His Majesty would issue such an order. Understood, Captain. The white-haired alien, Geese, swiftly established communication with Frieza's base and soon obtained the answer. Captain, we've learned the reason. It seems Lord Frieza's trusted aide, Zarbon, was killed on Fidaia. Zarbon? That sycophant who clung to His Majesty's side? Dead? The towering alien, Birder, renowned for his speed within the Ginyu Force, smirked with undisguised amusement. The Ginyu Force was Frieza's elite unit, rivaling even Cooler's armored squadron in prestige. Naturally, they held little respect for Zarbon, who had wielded influence without true combat prowess. To them, Zarbon had always been insignificant. Recalling the events of Namek, where Vegeta, who had defeated Zarbon's transformed state, was nearly killed by Rikum, one of the Ginyu Force's lower-ranked members. It was clear why they were considered elite. Each member was formidable in their own right. Amusing. Zarbon fell on some primitive planet. Perhaps there's something interesting waiting for us there. Ginyu stroked his chin and rose to his full height, his massive lavender frame exuding an oppressive aura. His twin black horns gleamed under the sunlight. Goldo, with his four mismatched eyes, paused mid-bite. So, we're leaving now? But even at top speed. It'll take over 2 months to reach Fidaia. We might miss the action. Geese frowned in concern. Who cares if we're late? It's just another mission from Lord Frieza. As long as we show up, that's enough. Berta shrugged. With their extended lifespans, a month or 2 meant little. Most of their power had been accumulated over time anyway. As for avenging Zarbon, that was the least of their concerns. Then let's move. Wouldn't want to keep His Majesty waiting. The Ginyu Force erupted into laughter. Under Frieza's rule, they reveled in chaos, nothing else mattered. Southeastern Sector, Northern Galaxy, Planet Fidaia, with only 7 days travel separating Fidaia from Lungju. Where Team Shaya was stationed, and technically still under Frieza's command, Raditz ordered the Fidarians to complete their evacuation within the week. The starship had to depart before reinforcements arrived. Time flowed like water. 7 days passed in an instant. The starship's preparations were complete. Beneath the planet's surface, the underground base now housed 157,000 Fidarians, a pitiful remnant of their once thriving civilization. Gazing upon his decimated people, Dokra's heart bled with renewed hatred for Frieza's forces. He glanced at Raditz, standing nearby, and steeled himself. Lord Raditz, all surviving Fidarians are assembled. We are ready to leave. Dokra was deeply grateful for the 7-day grace period Raditz had granted them. He knew a warrior's time was precious, and yet Raditz had sacrificed a week solely to save more of their kind. Without it, even fewer would have reached the base. Then let us depart. Shaya gently waved his hand, gazing calmly at the enormous silver spaceship before him. The colossal vessel, measuring several kilometers in length, never failed to evoke a sense of awe, no matter how many times one beheld it. Indeed, Dokla's expression was grave. At Shaya's command, the underground base erupted with a cacophony of urgent beeping as red alarm lights began to spin and illuminate the surroundings with their crimson glow. Upon hearing the alarm, all the Fidaians swiftly intensified their actions, entering the spaceship in an orderly fashion under the commander's directions. The green forest above the base trembled, perhaps the last remaining patch of greenery on Fidaia. With each successive bombardment of ultra-high energy strikes, the stable crust had been irrevocably deformed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions occurred incessantly, each more powerful than the last, transforming the entire planet into a veritable hell on Earth. With a crack, the forest began to undulate, and from the distant heights, the once flat expanse of trees started to rise, splitting open to reveal a gaping chasm. Along this fissure, the ground tilted upwards, akin to a grand portal slowly opening. Approximately 10 minutes later, a massive gateway measuring over 20,000 meters in length and 10,000 meters in width swung open. The earth quaked as the green forest could no longer resist the pull of gravity, sliding apart to reveal the silver alloy structure of the doors. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted. The engines ignited, and a brilliant blaze emanated from the underground base as a gigantic grayish-silver spaceship ascended gracefully, accelerating rapidly until it had transcended the atmosphere into the vastness of space. With a clatter, the two mutually perpendicular space corridors on the silver celestial body began to twist and contort. The violent explosions at their junctions caused the pinnacle of Fidaian technology to fracture into several segments. Some of these severed corridors plummeted into the atmosphere. Others vanished into the starry void, while some floated desolately in orbit, as if witnessing the slow departure of Fidaian civilization's brilliance. Very well, Dakla. Next, seek an uninhabited planet for resupply, and then devote all your efforts to the research of the gravity chamber. I hope to see your achievements soon, Shaya instructed. Yes, my lord Shaya, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. Dakla replied with tension coursing through him. The history of Fidaia had become a thing of the past. They were now embarking on a journey of development under Shaya's guidance, firmly believing that under his leadership, Fidaian civilization would surely rise again. Chapter 57. Return to the gathering star in the blink of an eye. The spaceship of Fidaian civilization had been navigating the cosmos for a month. In the serene and profound expanse of space, a massive grayish-silver vessel glided like a great dragon through the vast starry sky. Within the control room of the spaceship, the Fidaian diligently utilized their intelligence systems to search for a suitable planet for docking, their eyes fixed on the display screens. Soon, a pale yellow planet materialized on the monitor, and with a few swift operations, its data was projected onto the large screen. A pale yellow solid rock planet, 2 billion years old, with a diameter of 300 kilometers, beset by severe climatic storms, rendering it unsuitable for long-term habitation. This was not a particularly large solid planet, and its atmospheric conditions were bizarre and ever-changing. It seemed it could only serve as a temporary stopover. Dakla quickly calculated the energy requirements for the ship upon reviewing the data on the screen. Indeed, we are now far from Fidaia, and the Frieza army will not locate us here anytime soon. Let us descend upon that planet for resupply. The Fidaian were a highly advanced technological civilization, capable of transforming even the most minimal life-sustaining conditions through their technology. Unfortunately, such advancements could not be applied on their home planet, as Fidaia had already fallen within Frieza's sights. Once we establish a foothold here, continue the design of the gravity training chamber and expedite its development. As the hatch opened, Shaya entered, clad in a newly designed combat suit. This latest creation of the Fidaian was both exquisite and regal, with pristine materials conforming to his form, allowing for unrestricted movement during combat. Lord Shaya, Dakla bowed respectfully, a glimmer of joy illuminating his azure-hued visage. The preliminary design of the gravity chamber has been completed. We can commence manufacturing as soon as the ship lands. The gravity chamber can be adjusted to a maximum of 500 times standard gravity, and we have also integrated functions to regulate temperature, pressure, and humidity. Char was exceedingly pleased with Dokker's arrangements and said, "Very well. Then I entrust the gravity chamber's matters to you. Once the spacecraft has landed, I shall temporarily depart. Be sure to keep your whereabouts concealed, and if anything arises, please notify me through the communicator." Shaya estimated that Shakta and his companions had been on the mission at the Luminosity Star for over a month, and they should be nearing the completion of their task. He would soon accompany Saiyan and the others back to Vegeta Star. His confidence in departing was not solely based on his trust in the loyalty of the Fidaians. More crucially, he had secretly installed spatial coordinates aboard the spacecraft, ensuring that there would be no cause for concern regarding a potential rebellion by the Fidaians after his departure. Of course, Shaya still held faith in Dakla and the others. As long as the Fidaians diligently fulfilled their duties, he was certain to grant them a glorious future. "At your command, Lord Shaya," Dakla responded loudly, his gaze sharp and resolute. Char nodded, then exited the main control room. Shortly thereafter, a colossal shadow loomed overhead as a gargantuan spaceship, measuring over 10 kilometers in length, descended to the ground. The intense tremors persisted for an extended period, compressing the soft earth and rock beneath it, causing the terrain to sink dramatically by more than 10 meters. Immediately following this, countless engineering drones surged forth from within the vessel like a swarm of locusts, commencing foundational construction across the surrounding land. Standing atop the observation platform, Shaya gazed at the bustling activity of the Fidaia people and the engineering robots, nodding in appreciation. After issuing instructions to Dakla regarding the forthcoming tasks, Shaya vanished from Dakla's astonished gaze. In the primordial jungle of the Kongju star, upon returning to the mission planet, Shaya carefully sensed the auras of all members of his team. He discovered that their combat capabilities had improved to varying degrees over the past month. In an instant, Shaya materialized beside Shilling. Having not seen each other for over a month, Shilling appeared to have matured significantly. She was reclining on a hammock, soundly asleep, with a beautifully pale thigh gracefully dangling from the side. Perhaps sensing the approach of a formidable presence, Shilling immediately sprang awake, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. "Shaya, you have returned," she exclaimed in delight upon recognizing him, and was about to rush over. However, she suddenly sensed the energy radiating from Shaya, squinting her eyes in puzzlement. "How could your combat power have increased so much in just a month?" She recalled that Shaya's combat power had been just over 14,500 a month ago, and now it had surged dramatically. Her perceptive abilities surpassed those of energy detectors, despite Shaya's efforts to conceal his power. A trace of energy inevitably leaked, which he could not disguise. It was akin to a super expert with a combat power of 10 million, no matter how much he restrained his abilities. His external energy would still be manifested at over 10,000, an inevitable truth. The higher the energy, the greater the leakage. Of course, it was not to say that experts could not entirely mask their auras. There were indeed those capable of fully concealing their presence, such as the god of destruction, Beerus. However, that level was beyond Shaya's current reach. That is a long story, Shaya replied with a smile as he approached Shieling. Though his battle with Shampa seemed to favor him, culminating in Shampa's demise, the perilous moments were not for the faint-hearted. Had it not been for his spatial abilities, allowing him to escape the brink of death, and the timely consumption of a Sinza bean, the outcome could have been drastically different. Shaya was acutely aware that he had flirted with death on several occasions. Nevertheless, his confrontation with Shampa had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he garnered the allegiance of the Fidaia people, but his combat power had also significantly escalated, conservatively estimated to be around 18,000 now. Upon hearing Shaya's account, Shieling was taken aback, realizing the remarkable events that had transpired in such a brief span, and that Shaya's strength had surpassed her own by a considerable margin. With a hint of defiance, she pouted and remarked, "Does this mean the Fidaia people will soon complete the gravity chamber?" "Indeed, if all goes smoothly, it shouldn't take long," Shaya affirmed. "Once we acquire the gravity chamber, I will not concede to you," Shieling declared, her tone seemingly dismissive. Among the Saiyans, only Shaya could ignite her competitive spirit. The others were hardly worthy of her attention. "Then you must strive harder," Shaya encouraged. "By the way, how has Shakta and the others been progressing in their training?" Turning serious as they discussed matters at hand, Shieling replied, "They have all made varying degrees of progress over the past month. I allowed them to ease the pace of their tasks and secretly imparted some insights into the mysteries of energy. The strongest among them, Shakta, has already reached a combat power of 1,300. Zaya silently nodded, having possessed a combat power of 1,300 at just over 12 years of age. By adulthood, he would undoubtedly surpass a combat power of 3,000, distinguishing himself among intermediate warriors. Chapter 58. Accumulation. Subsequently, Zaya engaged in conversation with Shieling regarding matters of training. At this juncture, Zaya's combat prowess had greatly eclipsed that of Shieling, and his horizons had broadened considerably, resulting in a vastly different understanding of various concepts. The cultivation methods on Earth emphasized the simultaneous development of body and mind, echoing elements of Taoist philosophy. All of this must be comprehended through practice. As the saying goes, a single leaf obstructs one's view of Mount Tai, and plugged ears cannot hear the thunder. Each phase of life presents its own limitations, particularly for the weak, who find it even more challenging to grasp the essence of the strong. Thus, the appearance of a strong mentor to provide guidance can significantly reduce the number of detours taken. As nightfall approached, Zaya summoned Shakta and the others. These young Saiyans, after a period of training combined with Shieling's intentional or unintentional guidance, had solidified their strength, particularly Shakta, whose power was nearing that of an adult Raditz. Upon seeing their captain, who had not appeared for a month, Shakta, Atasia, and the others displayed expressions of curiosity. However, they refrained from inquiring about Zaya's month-long absence, believing that their captain had concealed his whereabouts to assess them. "I am exceedingly pleased with everyone's performance over the past month," Zaya jested. "Even Balit and Rida have achieved a combat power of 1,000. Balit's face instantly fell, and he grumbled, "Come on, Captain, are you mocking us too?" "Indeed," Rida chimed in, pressing closer in agreement. With a mild smile, Shaya glanced at them and earnestly remarked, "I am not belittling you. It is important to recognize that your current combat prowess is something that even many low-level warriors struggle to attain upon reaching adulthood. You are still quite young, and your future achievements are limitless. Does this imply that we indeed have the potential to rival high-ranking warriors in the future?" Upon hearing their captain's self-praise, Rida and Balit stroked their chins, wearing expressions that suggested it was only to be expected. Although they occupied the lower ranks within Shaya's team, they were not inferior compared to other mid-level warriors. After offering a few more words of encouragement to his teammates, Shaya turned to Shakta and said, "The mission at Ronju Star is nearly complete. For the time being, I do not intend to undertake any new missions. Once you return to Vegeta, take some time to reflect. Pursuing battle relentlessly can sometimes be counterproductive." "Why is that?" "Saiyans grow stronger through combat. Fighting is where the joy lies," Balit exclaimed in confusion, while even Atasia and Jelen appeared somewhat dispirited. "The days devoid of conflict are simply too dull." Observing the scene, Shaya couldn't help but smile. Indeed, The Saiyans were a combative race, and even the female Saiyans displayed the same fierce spirit. He then spoke. Shieling must have taught you how to harness your energy. I expect you to master the energy within you over the course of a year. While I do not demand perfect control, I at least require you to wield it effortlessly. However, Atasia questioned the practicality of such teachings, expressing her doubts. Do these details truly hold significance? Is there not an excessive focus on minutiae? Breathing patterns and rhythms during combat? Are these trivialities genuinely useful? Shouldn't battles be fought with unrestrained vigor? The notion of controlling one's breath while engaging in combat feels utterly torturous. Zaya shook his head, stating that a solid foundation is essential for future breakthroughs. However, just as Atasia was about to express her thoughts further, she caught Zaya's piercing gaze, and the words she had intended to voice were instantly stifled. Despite being several years younger than her, Atasia felt a deep-seated trepidation towards Zaya, the reason for which eluded her. It was likely due to the captain's overwhelming combat prowess. In truth, it wasn't just Atasia. Even Belit, Rida, and Jelen harbored a subtle fear of Zaya. Among them, only Shakta nodded earnestly after listening, as he perceived that the strength of Zaya and Shieling stemmed from far more than mere physicality. If it were solely based on physical attributes, their evident talents would have already elevated them to the rank of advanced warriors, yet they were not classified as such. The mastery of Qi is a profound and intricate discipline that necessitates systematic study. Shieling imparted only a fraction of its control techniques, while the more esoteric elements remained beyond their grasp. Shakta felt immense gratitude towards Zaya for sharing such advanced training methods with them. Armed with this newfound approach, he envisioned a bright future where surpassing the advanced warriors was no longer a mere fantasy. We shall strive to achieve the captain's objectives, Atasia declared with a determined posture. Indeed, who says that intermediate warriors cannot rival advanced ones? We shall astonish them. Belit and Rida echoed her sentiment, and even the usually reticent Jelen expressed her resolve. Each of them was ablaze with ambition, as if a fervent fire burned within their chests, eager to embark on remarkable endeavors. As Shaya and Shieling exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding, it became apparent that their accomplishments would soon attract the attention of other Saiyans, likely just before the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. At that point, Shaya would no longer need to exercise such caution. The night passed without incident, and on the following day, as dawn broke, a delicate mist enveloped the humid rainforest, the wind brushing against their faces and swiftly dampening their hair tips. After conducting a final sweep of the Tulong gathering star, Shaya and his companions departed aboard their spacecraft. For an extended period thereafter, Shaya's team ceased their missions, with each member engaging in personal training to solidify their existing powers. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the celestial territory of Planet Vegeta. Upon exiting the spaceport and bidding farewell to his comrades, Shaya and Shieling returned to their home in the bustling district. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and under the intense gaze of Edri, Shaya skillfully retrieved a copious amount of food from his dimensional space, realizing with some dismay that his supplies were dwindling, prompting him to contemplate a procurement trip to Earth. After indulging in a hearty meal, Shaya settled onto the sofa in the hall, engaging in light conversation with Edri and Rebecca, recounting his experiences from the past few months. Shieling, meanwhile, found a comfortable spot beside Shaya, engrossed in a magazine. Upon learning that Shaya's combat power had reached an impressive 18,000, Edri and Rebecca's eyes lit up with delight, their gazes towards Shaya filled with increasing satisfaction. Shaya then broached the topic of evacuating the planet, a matter of considerable significance concerning the survival of the Saiyan race. When this issue was raised, Edri shook his head, stating, "We have utilized all our connections to find planets suitable for the survival of the Saiyans, yet the results have been far from ideal. Most planets are not conducive for Saiyan evacuation. While there are indeed numerous life-sustaining planets within the northern galaxy, their vast expanse makes it challenging to pinpoint suitable ones for Saiyan existence. This is primarily due to the Saiyans' warrior nature, as combat is indispensable to them, sometimes even more vital than life itself. This necessitates the presence of expansive terrains suitable for battle. Additionally, it is crucial that these planets do not attract the attention of Frieza's forces or the Frost demons, making the search exceedingly difficult. Given Edri's connections, locating such planets would not be feasible in the immediate future. Perhaps only by venturing beyond the northern galaxy could they discover a suitable sanctuary for the Saiyans," Shaya mused. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "By the way, I currently have a group of technologically adept Fidaians under my command. Their expertise might assist us in identifying a viable planet for Saiyan habitation. I will ensure they are attentive to this matter. That would be splendid, Edri replied, visibly relieved. Shaya's possession of a technologically advanced civilization would certainly simplify their search. Over the past 6 months, we have discreetly contacted a select group of Saiyans, and to date, over 1,000 have joined our cause. Only 1,000? Shaya frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the number. Given that the Saiyan population exceeds 1 million, it was disheartening that merely over 1,000 had chosen to believe in their cause. Rebecca clarified, to avoid drawing the attention of King Vegeta, we limited our outreach, selecting individuals from familiar circles. As Shaya suddenly comprehended, indeed, the evacuation of the planet had yet to be resolved, making it quite challenging to widely proclaim the malevolent intentions of Frieza. Otherwise, they could easily face total annihilation. The over 1,000 Saiyans selected were mostly comrades who had previously fought alongside Edri and his team. Additionally, there was a detail worth noting. The frequency of personnel dispatches from King Vegeta's side had increased significantly, which likely served as a harbinger. They must hasten their search for suitable planets. Edri was unaware of the exact timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, which caused him to furrow his brow, as he felt time was slipping away from them. In contrast, Shaya's concerns were considerably lessened, for he knew that Frieza would launch his attack on Planet Vegeta when Vegeta was around 5 years old. Thus, it could be deduced that King Vegeta would not rebel in the near term, granting them an additional 2.5 years. In the days that followed, Shaya and Saiyan remained at home to solidify their foundation, engaging in the most basic of exercises each day. During this time, Edri's pupil, a boy named Myers, visited their home 2 or 3 times. Each time he arrived, he bore an air of arrogance, his youthful face reflecting disdain towards Shaya and his companions. However, Shaya couldn't help but admire the exceptional talent of young Myers. At merely 2.5 years old, his combat power had already reached 440, surpassing Shaya's own capabilities upon his emergence from the training camp. It was no wonder this little brat looked down upon him. Thus, the days passed by, until one day, a message arrived from the distant pale yellow planet, announcing the completion of the gravity training facility. Upon receiving this news from the Fidarians, Shaya promptly utilized instant transmission to hasten his way to the remote pale yellow planet. After several quick moves, he arrived at the temporary base of the Fidarians. Dakla, would you lead me to inspect the gravity training facility? The control room door swung open, and Shaya, weary from travel, approached Dakla. Lord Shaya. Dakla was astounded to see Shaya appear before him so soon after receiving the news. His awe of Shaya's remarkable ability to appear out of nowhere was palpable. When discussing the gravity chamber, Dakla's face radiated pride, a testament to the months of research the Fidarian scientists had dedicated to this endeavor. Please follow me, Lord Shaya. Dakla respectfully bent at the waist and led the way towards the gravity chambers. They traversed a long, transparent corridor imbued with a sense of scientific wonder, soon arriving at a colossal assembly workshop towering over 100 meters high. Within this vast workshop, 7 large hemispherical gravity training chambers were meticulously arranged. These chambers, grand in stature, exuded a lustrous dark golden metallic sheen, nearly reaching the ceiling of the assembly workshop. The 7 gravity chambers stood side by side like majestic hills, emanating a sense of imposing pressure. Dakla pointed to the 7 chambers, pride evident in his voice. These gravity training rooms have a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters. As per your specifications, the maximum adjustable gravity within these chambers is 500 times standard gravity, and they can also regulate up to 1,000 standard atmospheres, with temperature control maintained within a range of -80 to +80 degrees. Furthermore, to facilitate training, each chamber is equipped with designated areas for washing, dining, and living, occupying minimal space. Additionally, there are 100 small robotic assistants to aid in training, capable of adjusting their speed and attack density according to the user's needs. Excellent work. I am thoroughly pleased with these gravity chambers. Listening to Dakla's detailed account, Shaya regarded him with admiration, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to experience the chambers immediately. Thank you, Lord Shaya, for your kind words. Dakla, taken aback by the praise, bowed deeply, his azure skin tinged with a hint of blush due to his excitement. You may take your leave. I wish to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Dakla exited with utmost reverence. Shaya nodded slightly. After Dokra departed, he took a few steps towards the gravity training room. Looking up, he realized that these gravity training rooms were indeed quite spacious. Standing nearby, The sense of grandeur was even more pronounced. In the presence of these colossal chambers, Shaya's stature appeared minuscule, akin to that of an ant, creating a striking contrast. Shaya pondered for a moment before arriving at a gravity chamber marked with a colossal numeral, 1. 8 massive steel columns, each over 2 meters in diameter, extended from the four corners of the chamber, firmly anchored to the ground, providing stability to the entire immense structure. Upon pressing the button at the entrance, a faint humming sound ensued, and a vertical disc-shaped platform descended from the machinery. Shaya stepped onto the floating platform, entering the expansive interior of the gravity training room. The interior of the training room was remarkably vast, divided into 2 levels. The lower level, though modest in size, comprised 3 sections: washing facilities, dining areas, and living quarters. The upper level, however, was the true training space, a colossal arena with a diameter of 100 meters and a height exceeding 80 meters, resembling a grand coliseum. The floor bore shallow grooves reminiscent of stone slabs, crafted from a special alloy capable of withstanding tremendous energy impacts. Approaching a control panel, Shaya began to adjust the parameters of the training room based on the numerical symbols displayed. He first entered 15 in the gravity section. The moment the number was confirmed, the chamber vibrated with a resonant hum, and a powerful downward force was exerted upon him. Indeed, it was a gravity of 15 times that of Earth. After briefly experiencing the effect, Shaya nodded in affirmation. The gravity within the training chamber now matched the conditions he had endured while training in weighted clothing on Earth. Next, Shaya meticulously adjusted the parameters for temperature, air pressure, and other settings. After a thorough evaluation, he found himself exceedingly satisfied with the gravity training room's performance. To a significant extent, the gravity training chamber constructed by the Fidaians had surpassed his original expectations. Although the construction had taken several months, every moment had been worthwhile. Exiting the gravity chamber, Shaya summoned Dokra. "My lord." Dokra responded promptly. "Indeed, Dokra, I am immensely pleased with the gravity chamber built by your people. I have called you here to discuss another matter." With sincere praise, Shaya adopted a serious demeanor. "Please, my lord, go on." Dokra leaned forward attentively. The current state of the northern galaxy was such that Frieza's influence loomed omnipotently, compounded by the support of King Cold and Kfera, rendering our situation quite precarious. Thus, I require you to employ all means necessary to locate a habitable planet, ideally distanced from Frieza's dominion. Shaya's expression was grave as he spoke. Now was not the time to confront Frieza directly. His strength still fell short, necessitating a cautious approach. "My lord, we Fidaians possess a star chart of the galaxy obtained through trade with the Zafurians," Dokra interjected suddenly. "We might be able to identify a suitable planet from it." "The Zafurians? Have they not been annihilated?" Shaya inquired in astonishment. Indeed, the Zafurians once cohabited Planet Vegeta with the Saiyans, but they were eradicated long ago. Chapter 60. A battle power of 120,000. This star chart dates back several centuries. The Fidaians have had no intention of leaving our home planet, so it has remained archived within the Central Intelligence Database, Dokra explained, his mood visibly dampened at the mention of their home world. However, the trajectories of celestial bodies often change little, so this star chart should still hold some relevance. Upon receiving the news, Shaya was taken aback, akin to a traveler who, after wandering in the desert for days without water or provisions, suddenly stumbles upon an oasis, igniting an immediate desire to explore. Dokla, promptly assemble a team for screening. Notify me as soon as you have results, and I shall conduct an on-site investigation. Understood. After imparting a few more instructions to Dokla, Shaya departed from the temporary base of the Fidaia people, accompanied by 7 massive gravity training chambers. To transport these 7 devices, Shaya exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to move them one by one, spending several hours transferring the gravity chambers from the Fidaia base to a desolate planet near Planet Vegeta. As night gradually descended upon Planet Vegeta, the atmosphere shifted into a serene darkness. Shaya summoned all the members of the Adrai team. "Shaya, what brings us here?" Upon entering, the boisterous parody shouted loudly. Following closely behind were Baruch, Alice, and Lisa. Aware of Shaya's mature mindset, akin to that of an adult, Baruch maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "Shaya, have you called us for something of significance?" With a gentle smile, Shaya greeted them one by one, then nodded and said, "Indeed, this matter is quite significant. Previously, I had the Fidaian create something, and it is now complete. I wish to take you to see it. I am certain you will be quite pleased after witnessing it. Is it the gravity chamber you mentioned before?" Lisa inquired, momentarily perplexed yet quickly grasping the answer. Can that gravity chamber truly enhance our combat capabilities? Barak furrowed his brow. It had been many years since these elite warriors had experienced any augmentation in their fighting prowess. They had long envied the rapid ascension of Adri and Rebecca's abilities. It certainly can. Shaya revealed a radiant smile, showcasing a row of pristine white teeth. However, you must also be prepared, as a sudden increase in combat power may attract unwarranted attention. That is of no concern. We merely need to ascertain whether this device can indeed amplify our strength. We can always utilize it once we have departed from Vegeta. Char stepped forward with a nod, signaling everyone to join hands in preparation for the imminent teleportation. The members of Adri's team, well versed in the art of instant relocation, readily formed a circle. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation commenced. On the desolate planet, a tempest of yellow sand swirled around, the climate erratic and unpredictable. The atmospheric conditions on this barren world bore a striking resemblance to those of the temporary base on the pale yellow planet of Fidaia, both exhibiting harsh environments. However, the weather on the desolate planet was even more extreme, with frigid temperatures, shielding their foreheads with their hands. Adri and her companions gazed in astonishment at the sight before them. 7 majestic structures loomed ahead, their dark golden hues radiating a shimmering brilliance. 8 robust steel claws, resembling mighty arms, plunged deep into the earth, securing the grand machines firmly to the ground. Amidst the swirling sands, this scene exuded an overwhelming presence. "Is this the gravity chamber you brought back, Char?" Westling exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. She dashed to the front of the gravity chamber, her small hand exploring the stout support columns, each with a substantial diameter of nearly 2 meters. As Shaya observed their astonished expressions, he proceeded to elucidate the technical specifications of the gravity chambers. "Shaya," he remarked, "there's little value in mere words. It would be far more beneficial for us to experience it firsthand." "Very well," he declared, opening the door to the gravity chamber marked with the number 2. One by one, Edri and the others followed closely behind Shaya into the expansive interior, which surprisingly accommodated several individuals training simultaneously without any hindrance. "Uncle Edri, I shall initiate a gravity level of 15 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaya adjusted the parameters of the chamber. Suddenly, an immense gravitational force enveloped them. The expressions of Edri and the others shifted subtly. However, they remained silent. The 15-fold gravity posed no significant challenge to them, and soon they acclimated to it. Barak intoned resolutely, "Increase the gravity further." Char did not utter a word, continuing to increase the gravity. As the pressure gradually intensified, the expressions of Edri and the others grew increasingly pallid, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly. The gravity had now reached a staggering 25 times that of Earth. Shaya recognized that the 25 times gravity was the maximum limit that Adri and the others could endure, thus he refrained from increasing it further. After all, aside from himself and Shieling, even Adri, the strongest among those present, had yet to surpass a battle power of 10,000. When Shaya released the gravity, Barak sighed in relief, his body still trembling slightly. It was truly enlightening. He felt that once accustomed to the 25 times gravity, their battle power would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Adri looked astonished, realizing that this gravity chamber was indeed a remarkable tool for training. "Uncle Adri, you should focus on training under the 25 times gravity for now. We can tackle higher levels after leaving Planet Vegeta." This was indeed the correct approach. On Planet Vegeta, Saiyans with a battle power of 10,000 were rare, yet not entirely absent. Warriors like Adri reaching that level would only spark mild interest, without instilling fear in King Vegeta. Casting his gaze upon the eager Shieling, he noticed the young girl gazing at him with an innocent expression. Shaya smiled gently and said, "Shieling, you may proceed as you wish. But remember to take it step by step. Do not set the gravity too high at once, as it may affect your growth." "Got it," Shieling replied, rolling her eyes playfully before joyfully dashing off to begin her training. Following this, they each commenced their training, as the lower level of the training room was equipped with supplies to sustain them for a while. Subsequently, they each found their respective gravity chambers, while Shaya entered the number 1 chamber, preparing to embark on his formal training. In the original story, Sun Wukong had adapted to a 100 times gravity environment in just 6 days on his way to Namek, achieving a battle power of 90,000. Such a method was a reckless exploitation of potential, and he had nearly lost his life several times during training. However, Shaya would not emulate Wukong's madness. He had ample time and thus arranged a gradual training regimen for himself. He began with 35 times gravity, adjusting the atmospheric pressure to 10 times. As he contemplated this, when the intense gravity truly took effect, Shaya realized he had underestimated its impact. His bones creaked, and his body felt as if it were encased in lead, severely restricting his mobility. Yet, it was still bearable. With resolute eyes, Shaya gritted his teeth and persevered. He commenced his training with simple push-ups and running, gradually acclimatizing to the 35 times gravity environment. Time flew by swiftly, and several months passed. After Shaya had spent over a month in the gravity chamber, Adri and the others gradually adapted to the 25 times gravity and activated the auxiliary robots for sparring practice. 2 more months elapsed, during which they sustained injuries, battled again, and sustained further injuries, ultimately unlocking their Saiyan potential as their battle power surpassed 10,000. For those who were already nearing that threshold, this breakthrough, though modest, was immensely valuable, as their battle power had stagnated for quite some time. It felt like a great door had been opened anew. They ceased their training thereafter, choosing to stabilize their current battle power. Continuing their training might arouse suspicion from King Vegeta, which Adri and the others were keen to avoid. As time progressed, Shaya, having adapted to the 35 times gravity, made slight adjustments, rested for a few days, and then launched into 40 times gravity. Simultaneously, the auxiliary training robots joined the process, starting from 1, then 5, 10, and gradually increasing in multiples, until the arena was bustling with a full 100 auxiliary robots. A year later, in the desolate plains, 7 towering structures of civilization stood in a neat row. Their dark golden exteriors had accumulated a thick layer of yellow sand due to exposure to the elements. Inside one of these gravity chambers, the gravity value was set to 120 times, with atmospheric pressure adjusted to 30 times. Due to the harsh environment, the entire room was bathed in a suffocating dark red hue. In this exceptionally severe setting, a boy with black hair exerted himself, swinging his arms, diving, and traversing as he diligently practiced the fundamentals, with beads of crystalline sweat cascading like gentle rain. As the gravity engine powered down, the room returned to a normal state. Shaya stepped out, carrying a damp towel. After enjoying a long soak in a hot bath, all his fatigue vanished in an instant. The effects of the gravity chamber were evident. Shaya had spent over a year acclimating to the 120 times gravity, though not at the astounding pace of Sun Wukong. He had undergone a complete transformation. A battle power of 120,000. Feeling the abundant energy coursing through him, Shaya's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 61. For planets a battle power of 120,000. This signified that Shaya had ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmic power hierarchy, belonging to the select few capable of ruling a domain. Yet, he quickly reined in his smile. Now was not the time for complacency, as the situation before him remained exceedingly grim. Frieza was likely to launch an offensive against the Saiyans in about a year, and time was running short. It seemed imperative to expedite the search for a planet to evacuate to. Flashes of related thoughts surged through his mind, and Shaya swiftly redirected his focus to the galactic star map mentioned by the Fidaian. He wondered how the selection process was progressing and decided to inquire about it shortly. After shutting down all power to the gravity training chamber, Shaya stepped outside. The sky outside was a dim yellow, with a cold, desolate wind swirling sand and debris, striking the metallic exterior of the gravity chamber with a rhythmic clatter, leaving faint marks of erosion on the dark golden shell, due to prolonged exposure to the harsh environment. The section below 1 meter of the gravity chamber had become buried beneath yellow sand. After inspecting the conditions of the 7 gravity chambers, Shaya discovered that only Shiling's chamber continued to hum with a low, throaty engine sound. This girl was indeed diligent. Shaya chuckled lightly, realizing that Shiling intended to remain until she surpassed him. This was unacceptable. Shiling was still quite young and in a crucial period of growth. What if this affected her development in the future? Shaya harbored a deep concern for the adorable little creature, Shiling, fearing that she might suffer from stunted growth in her development. Moreover, cultivation is inherently a gradual process. Excessive bursts of power necessitate a period of consolidation to ensure sustained and stable progress. Take the Saiyans, for instance. After each battle, their combat power may not exhibit significant growth, yet the foundation they build is undeniably substantial. Thus, when they teeter on the brink of death, this accumulated essence erupts, enabling the Saiyans to experience remarkable advancements post-resurrection. Conversely, without sufficient accumulation, even repeated brushes with death may yield little enhancement upon recovery. The rationale lies in the fact that while the mechanism for potential eruption activates in moments of near death, the individual may find themselves devoid of any substantial resource to draw upon. In fact, the continuous practice of chi refinement on Earth follows a similar principle. Though the methods differ, the ultimate goal remains the same. Having spent extensive time in the gravity chamber, Xiling's foundational essence had nearly been exhausted, necessitating a period of consolidation. Thus, Shaya opened the door to Xiling's gravity chamber and stepped inside. The upper training room was enveloped in a dark red hue, the air thick and stifling. In the center, a slender, youthful girl was drenched in sweat, stumbling through various exercises, laboriously throwing punches, leaping, and diving. The specially designed training outfit, crafted from resilient materials, had been torn into strips under the harsh conditions, barely clinging to Xiling's form. As Shaya approached her side, an immense weight bore down upon him, 100 times the normal gravity. Shaya furrowed his brows, silently lamenting that Xiling truly lacked a sense of moderation. It was evident that she had exceeded her physical limits, putting her health at great risk. He then composed himself and approached the control panel, gradually reducing the gravity engine's power until it was completely shut off. Instantly, the room returned to its original state. Xiling cast him a glance, her hair dampened by sweat, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. He retrieved a healing bean and fed it to her, his expression one of discontent as he reproached. "Did I not advise you to act within your capabilities? Look at you. You nearly lost half your life. But I only possess a battle power of 90,000 now. If I do not push myself, I shall never catch up to you." Xiling replied earnestly, her bright eyes fixed on him, radiating determination. Shaya found himself momentarily speechless. Aware of the other party's strong-willed nature, he extended a hand and playfully ruffled the top of her head until Xiling, dissatisfied, swatted his hand away. He then spoke softly. "From now on, you shall share a gravity chamber with me. If I don't keep a watchful eye on you, you might cause mischief." Xiling's eyes darted around as if pondering something, her lovely face flushing a delicate shade of crimson. "All right," she replied with a subdued nod. Subsequently, Shaya suggested that Xiling take a bath first. After a moment of bashful hesitation, she glanced around before making her way to the bathroom. It was amusing to observe how this girl, who had previously been so uninhibited, now showed signs of modesty. Shaya shook his head in disbelief but soon recalled Xiling's developing physique, realizing she was no longer the little girl who could cling to him without a care. Before long, Xiling emerged clad in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. The steam escaping the bathroom enveloped her youthful form, adding an ethereal quality to her appearance. Once dressed, she naturally approached him, and Shaya instinctively placed a hand on her shoulder, wrapping his arm around her waist, feeling the soft, delicate texture of her skin. He then activated his teleportation ability, transporting them back to their home on Planet Vegeta. After sharing lunch with the Edry couple and discussing the recent developments on Planet Vegeta, Shaya ventured alone, utilizing his spatial abilities to arrive at the base of the Fidarians. Over the course of more than a year, the results of Dodora's selection process had finally been revealed. In the central control room of the Fidarian spacecraft, Dodora addressed Shaya, "Master Shaya. After over a year of analysis by the Fidarian scientists, we have identified 4 planets that meet the criteria for evacuation." He gestured toward the large screen displaying the galaxy map. On the expansive display, a detailed star map of the galaxy illuminated. With 4 prominent red dots standing out against the swirling arms of the galaxy, these represented the findings of the Fidarian scientists' extensive research. The 4 planets identified were Qingran, located in the western galaxy; Dokala, situated in the northern galaxy; Haoshan, found in the eastern galaxy; and Fidaia, also in the eastern galaxy. "Please provide details about these planets," Shaya requested earnestly. "Certainly." Dodora replied with a formal bow and continued. "First, Qingran is a medium-sized planet on the fringes of the western galaxy, with a land area comprising 34. It is home to a primitive civilization known as the Xilu tribe, which has not reached a high level of development." The star map on the screen shifted to reveal a pale blue planet, Qingran. Dokala is a massive planet located in the northern part of the southern galaxy, approximately 80 times the size of Planet Vegeta, and it shows no signs of advanced civilization, still existing in a savage state. Haoshan lies in the northwestern part of the eastern galaxy, close to the center of the Milky Way. This planet features a rare binary system, orbiting alongside a planet named Maishan around a young central star. Fidaia, located in the southern part of the eastern galaxy, is the final planet in our findings. Char-Aznable listened intently as the cosmos teemed with an infinite multitude of celestial bodies, akin to a vast expanse of stardust. The stars within the northern galaxy alone were countless, not to mention the entirety of the Milky Way. These 4 planets were meticulously selected by the Fidaia people after more than a year of extensive research, carefully considering various factors, and could be deemed the C-Army de la C-Army of their findings. Shaya was exceedingly pleased with these 4 planets, as they served as the most suitable refuge for the Saiyans, and the surrounding star regions were largely free from interference by other powers, making them ideal for the Saiyans to recuperate and thrive. Considering the distance, Shaya favored the southern galaxy's Hongshan star and the eastern galaxy's Maishan star, as these 2 were the closest to the center of the Milky Way. Dokra, please provide an overview of Hongshan star. Shaya mused after a moment's contemplation. At your command. The large screen transformed, revealing a sky-blue planet at its center, resembling the beautiful Selma star that Shaya had visited before. Nearby, another ice-blue planet appeared in orbit, the companion star Maishan. Dokra elaborated. Hongshan star is a small celestial body with a diameter of 768 kilometers, where the ocean covers approximately 67 of its surface, while the remaining 33 includes polar glaciers, with only 21 being habitable land. It is a pristine, uncivilized planet. Interestingly, despite its diminutive size, Hongshan star possesses an extraordinary gravitational force, approximately 12 times that of standard gravity. This allows it to exert a gravitational influence on the much larger Maishan star, causing them to revolve together. By the way, Dokra paused, although there are no signs of civilization on Hongshan star. The Maishan star is home to a human-like species known as the Maishan people, who average around 1.7 meters in height and have a lifespan of approximately 100 years. Overall, they are considered a lower-level civilization. How reminiscent of Earth. Shaya thought, intrigued. It was clear that all 4 planets were highly suitable as evacuation sites, devoid of any large power structures. However, after hearing Dodora's description, Shaya found himself increasingly drawn to Hongshan star, not only due to its geographical advantages but also because of its structural composition. Selecting Hongshan star as a base for the Saiyans would provide them with a pristine lifestyle, alongside the proximity of a planet with human civilization, which could potentially aid in the Saiyans' development. Chapter 62. Hongshan star. Despite Shaya's fondness for Hongshan star, deciding on the most suitable planet required thorough investigation. Departing from the Fidaia base, Shaya instantly teleported to Hongshan star, located in the northwestern corner of the eastern galaxy. Its position near the center of the Milky Way necessitated numerous jumps along the way. Fortunately, Shaya's powers had dramatically increased, allowing him to traverse distances that previously required 10 jumps in just 2 to 3. After several leaps, Shaya found himself in the distant eastern galaxy, now under the jurisdiction of the Eastern King. In the dark, expansive cosmos, young stars blazed brightly, and within the habitable zone, a sky-blue planet continued its eternal, narrow orbit, resembling a dazzling jewel emitting a radiant glow. That was Hongshan star. Nearby, a much larger ice-blue planet orbited it, the companion star Maishan. Despite its size, it possessed less mass than Hongshan star, resulting in a peculiar cosmic dance where the larger planet revolved around the smaller one, creating an odd visual spectacle. Encased in the force of space, Shaya lingered briefly in the cosmos before soaring toward Hongshan star. As he pierced through the azure atmosphere, an endless expanse of sky-blue ocean unfolded before his eyes. A gentle breeze rippled across the sea, creating delicate patterns, while schools of fish darted like brown ribbons beneath the surface. A gigantic sea creature leapt from the water, crashing back down with a tremendous splash, sending waves soaring high into the air, shattering the ocean's tranquility. With 12 times the gravity, it's slightly larger than Vegeta. Shaya mused as he hovered steadily in midair, inhaling the fresh, moist air of Hongshan star. Suddenly accelerating, a brilliant flash streaked past him, leaving a faint afterimage that quickly vanished into the horizon. Ahead lay the land. Shaya's heart swelled with joy as he beheld the emerging silhouette. Continuing past the expansive coastline into the heart of the continent, the rolling mountains gradually rose, transforming from hills to basins, then to plateaus, revealing an exquisite and ever-changing landscape. In the thick forests, verdant pines towered, and the majestic mountains loomed grandly. Among the rocky paths and river valleys, various wild animals traversed the woods. Suspended atop a remarkable peak, Shaya gazed upon an untouched vista and thought to himself, the climate and scenery of Hongshan star bear a striking resemblance to that of Vegeta, with slight modifications. It could easily accommodate the Saiyans. According to the Fidaia system simulations, the climate of Ha-Shan star remained relatively stable throughout the year, a product of the planet's rotation, the binary star system's movement, and its orbit around the sun. After flying a circuit around the equator, Shaya's satisfaction with the planet deepened. Glancing skyward, he spotted a radiant blue celestial body hanging above. With a swift teleport, he arrived on the nearby companion star, Myshon. On Myshon, Shaya encountered a strikingly different scenery, dominated by the ice blue hue that defined its essence. Invisible microscopic organisms painted the mountains and seas a snowy azure, while the forest foliage tilted towards this icy tint. The ice blue leaves glimmered under the sunlight, creating a whimsical atmosphere reminiscent of a fairy tale world, exquisitely beautiful. This enchanting sight was truly captivating. Shaya marveled at the spectacle before him. Soon after, he entered the realm of Myshon civilization and encountered its inhabitants. The Myshon people bore a striking resemblance to humans. Yet their eyes and hair were a vivid green, with a gem-like crystal embedded between their brows. Through this crystal, Shaya sensed a profound vitality. To think they concentrated their life force within a crystal. Surprised, Shaya had not anticipated such a distinctive civilization and mode of existence on Myshon. It was worth noting that overly concentrated civilizational traits could easily lead to vulnerabilities, much like the Saiyan tail, a double-edged sword. With a brief moment of reflection, Shaya dismissed these thoughts and ventured into the city inhabited by the Myshon people. The town was modest in size, with walls built from compacted earth and stone, creating an ancient, beautiful habitat. The architecture of the Myshon civilization exuded an old-world charm, featuring bamboo houses, wooden structures, and unique small buildings, all while employing tools imbued with modernity. Their level of civilization seemed to align with Earth's electrical age. Observing the familiar surroundings, Shaya felt a wave of nostalgia, as everything appeared refreshingly new. After spending some time at the dual-star system of Ha-Shan, gaining a general understanding of the conditions there, Shaya set off toward the other 3 planets. His first destination was the primitive planet of Tudias, located within the eastern quadrant of the galaxy. Despite its considerable age, this world had not birthed any significant civilizations. Tudias was selected as a candidate planet primarily due to the absence of major powers in its vicinity, aside from a few lower and mid-tier worlds. However, after witnessing the breathtaking vistas of Ha-Shan star, Shaya found his interest in Tudias waning. Over the following days, he also explored King star and Dukala star, neither of which particularly captivated him. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Shaya decided to evacuate the Saiyans to Ha-Shan star in the eastern galaxy. One night, Shaya summoned Adli and others, personally leading them to Ha-Shan star. They were quickly enchanted by the stunning scenery of the twin stars, expressing great satisfaction with Shaya's choice. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity compared to Vegeta and the marginally more beautiful landscapes, I might have thought I was still on Vegeta, Rebecca remarked in astonishment, delighted by the untouched natural beauty before her. Adli chuckled, noting, the distribution of power here is also quite favorable. Aside from mid- and lower-tier planets, there are hardly any high-level worlds nearby. Remarkably, there is no interference from external forces, making this an ideal environment for the Saiyans to thrive. I believe this is primarily due to its proximity to the center of the galaxy, where the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is situated, coupled with some mysterious, unknown regulations that generally deter ambitious intruders. With a smile, Shaya elucidated that the center of the galaxy occupies a uniquely significant position within the Milky Way. Unlike the vast expanses of the 4 major galaxies, which span hundreds of star regions, the domain of the galactic core is relatively small, yet it holds immense importance. The 4 major galaxies are overseen by the 4 kings of the quadrants, while the petite area of the galactic center falls directly under the dominion of the Grand King. Under the Grand King's command lies a multitude of formidable experts, and ordinary forces truly lack the audacity to intrude, as they simply do not possess the requisite strength. By the way, Uncle Edri, how many Saiyans have we managed to contact thus far? Transitioning to the matter at hand, Edri's expression turned grave, his dark visage reflecting a sense of relief. Currently, over 3,000 Saiyans are inclined to join us, although the majority are low-ranking warriors. Their participation ensures the continuity of the Saiyan bloodline. With the existence of Red Mountain Star, the Saiyans essentially have a bastion of support, and Edri's spirits were considerably lifted. Shaya nodded, remarking that having over 3,000 Saiyans was no small number. As for attributes, there was no need for concern. They possessed more advanced training methods and equipment, rendering the significance of innate talent rather negligible. At this point, Eli and the others chuckled. Chapter 63, The Blossoming of a Young Woman. The concept of talent is indeed fascinating, among the Saiyan race, it evidently manifests as differences in lineage. Higher-ranking warriors inherently possess superior qualities, and under similar training methods, they are more likely to achieve breakthroughs. This principle stands, yet none of Adeli's group could have imagined. Prior to utilizing the gravity training chambers or being exposed to the training methods disseminated by Shaya, that they would one day surpass a battle power of 10,000. Even if they had the potential, they certainly would not have anticipated such an early breakthrough. From this perspective, even if the individuals evacuated were predominantly lower-ranking warriors, their displayed strength would not pale in comparison to that of the original Saiyan race. The only shortcoming might be the future potential for breakthroughs. As there are fewer high-ranking Saiyans, the gradual selection of superior bloodlines from the multitude of lower-ranking ones will undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor. Indeed, while we may not fully comprehend the intricacies of Shaya's training theory based on Ki, its effectiveness is unmistakable. Should this training method be systematically disseminated, the Saiyans are destined for a remarkably glorious era. The typically reticent Baruch nodded quietly, feeling a surge of excitement within. Ever since learning that Shaya and Saiyan had achieved battle powers of 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, Baruch became increasingly invested in the study of Ki, subtly regarding it as the secret treasure for the Saiyan resurgence. Naturally, such an extraordinary training method cannot be universally adopted overnight. It necessitates careful selection, allowing only the suitable individuals to receive instruction. Observing Adeli and the others engaged in fervent discussion, Shaya and Saiyan exchanged glances, sensing a distinct energy in each other's eyes. While the cultivation of Ki can infinitely enhance the Saiyan foundation, it remains uncertain to what extent such advancements can be achieved. Shaya estimates that elevating the average Saiyan to a battle power of 100,000 would be the pinnacle. Beyond that, individual potential becomes the determining factor. However, reaching such a level would undoubtedly represent an unparalleled opportunity for the Saiyans. A battle power of 100,000 is exceedingly rare among individuals in the universe, let alone an entire race. Should the Saiyan collective attain this level, they could rightfully be hailed as a peak race. As for Shaya, his ambitions extend far beyond this modest threshold. He aspires to transcend into a Super Saiyan. This is not merely a matter of cultivating Ki, but requires various fortuitous encounters and trials. In the original narrative, both Son Goku and Vegeta endured tremendous hardships to achieve the status of Super Saiyan, of course. We cannot include Son Goten and Trunks, as they evidently benefited from exceptional genetic inheritance, lacking the arduous journey typical of Super Saiyans. Shaya was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay in achieving the status of a Super Saiyan, yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, Shaya had set his aspirations far beyond merely attaining the level of a Super Saiyan. He aimed to reach heights akin to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Uncle Edri, I believe that after a period of transformation, Red Mountain Star will soon be suitable for Saiyan habitation. Should we not proceed with the first wave of relocation? Shaya proposed earnestly. Edri nodded in agreement. Indeed. The matter of relocation cannot be postponed. The situation on Planet Vegeta is becoming increasingly complex, and I sense that King Vegeta can no longer contain his desire to instigate a rebellion. It would be prudent for us to expedite the relocation process. I will contact them upon our return and endeavor to facilitate the gradual migration to Red Mountain Star, he continued. Subsequently, Baruch, Rebecca, and Alice also voiced their opinions, advocating for an early commencement of the evacuation efforts. Very well, I shall hasten the arrangements for the Fidaians to construct living quarters, ensuring that the Saiyans can reside here in safety, Shaya added. By the way, I intend for all Saiyans to eventually inhabit Red Mountain Star, while the Fidaians will migrate to the nearby Mission Star. That is certainly feasible. The conditions on Red Mountain Star are quite favorable and represent the best choice, Edri concurred. One more thing, we Saiyans are a people who revere combat. Yet I hope everyone can exercise a modicum of restraint and refrain from turning our new home into a battleground, Shaya cautioned them. At this juncture, both Edri and Baruch furrowed their brows. This posed a significant dilemma, as the Saiyan temperament often precluded tranquility. We can only strive to impose some limitations, they affirmed. Nodding slightly, Shaya recognized that imposing restrictions was merely a temporary solution. Mere suppression would not suffice. However, with no clear alternatives at present, they would have to proceed as such and contemplate further strategies later. Subsequently, everyone returned to Planet Vegeta, while Shaya ventured to the Fidaians. directing them to navigate their spacecraft toward Red Mountain Star. However, given the technological capabilities of the Fidaians, traversing from the northern galaxy to the eastern galaxy would require at least 2 years, a considerable duration. Therefore, in order to expedite the preliminary construction on Red Mountain Star, Shaya utilized his instant transmission ability to transport a contingent of Fidaian scientists and some equipment ahead of time. Upon witnessing Shaya's remarkable instant teleportation to the distant Red Mountain Star, the Fidaian scientists gazed at him with admiration, as if he had become an omnipotent deity in their eyes. Alo, you are to establish a living area along the island continent capable of accommodating 3,000 residents. Moreover, ensure that the food supply system is adequately prepared. Shaya instructed a diminutive Fidaian scientist. The Saiyans possessed a prodigious appetite, and it was imperative to make preparations without delay. This scientist, named Alo, was the deputy of Dakla. Since Dakla was occupied with managing the Fidaian populace, he had dispatched his assistant to Red Mountain Star. At once, "My lord Shaya," the small-statured Fidaian Alo responded, straightening his posture, his voice resounding, with his taut azure skin gleaming with determination. Char's satisfaction with their attitude was evident as hundreds of Fidarians maneuvered colossal machines, clearing pathways through mountains and constructing bridges over water with remarkable efficiency. In a short span, a vast and level construction site emerged, where even larger and more sophisticated machinery commenced operation. Amidst the thunderous roars, gigantic machines swung their robust steel arms to solidify the foundation, causing tremors in the earth with each movement. These Fidarians, true to their nature as innate scientists, may have been diminutive in stature and modest in individual strength, yet they excelled in mechanized operations, which explained their success in establishing 2 magnificent space corridors on their home planet. As hours passed and dusk approached, the initial form of a small living community, capable of accommodating over 3,000 residents, began to take shape. After Shaya conducted a thorough inspection and found no issues, he activated his instantaneous movement and departed from Red Mountain Star. He entrusted the development of this place to a Fidaian named Alo, confident in his ability to accomplish the task. Upon returning to Vegeta's star, he discovered that Edri and the others were not home. Only Shilling was present in the training room, engaged in some basic exercises. It seemed she had taken Shaya's advice to heart and ceased her rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Father and the others went out to contact the others. Shilling wiped the sweat from her brow, her delicate features flushed from exertion. Handing her a damp towel, Shaya remarked, "You really need not rush your training so fervently. A little relaxation would do you good." "But I don't want to fall too far behind you," Shilling replied with a playful squint and a smile. Zaya smiled gently, tapping her head with his finger before guiding Shilling to sit on the sofa. With both hands, he delicately kneaded the joints at the nape of her neck, admonishing, "Little one, don't be so tense. It's easy to hurt yourself. Allow me to ease your bones a bit." The art of bone kneading is indeed the finest remedy for relaxation, and Zaya, influenced by an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life, had acquired a modicum of skill in this regard. Under Zaya's tender ministrations, Shilling closed her eyes in comfort, the joints of her body emitting soft pops and cracks. In no time, she succumbed to a deep slumber. "This little one is quite competitive," he thought, as he gently lifted Shilling and made his way to the bathroom. Her soft form naturally sank into his embrace, and as he removed her outer garments, she was soon left in nothing but a simple undergarment. Zaya soaked the towel in clean water, preparing to wipe her down, only to be met with the exquisite curves of her delicate body. Little Shilling had begun to blossom. Shaya was momentarily taken aback. His habitual mindset had always regarded Shilling as a mere child. Thus, even while bathing her, he never felt any sense of incongruity. However, he suddenly came to the realization that she had blossomed into a young lady. Unsure whether to continue attending to her, he pondered the propriety of such actions. Given that she was a girl, memories of the little one, who had trailed behind him like a shadow since childhood, flooded his mind, stirring unfamiliar emotions within him. Yet, dismissing his thoughts, he resolved that it was not as if he had never seen her body before. With a shake of his head, Shaya picked up a damp towel and continued to gently wipe the girl's smooth skin. After finishing, he carried her to the bedroom, tenderly covered her with a sheet, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he exited the bedroom, Shilling's closed eyes suddenly fluttered open, gazing at the shutting door. She let out a soft gasp, clutching the bed sheets to conceal her porcelain-like visage, leaving only her starry eyes visible, blinking softly. Chapter 64. The first batch of relocation. As evening descended and the sky darkened, the Adriel couple returned, weary from their travels. Just as the last rays of sunset began to fade, upon entering the house, they found Shaya seated in the living room, engrossed in an electronic reader, perusing the latest news from Planet Vegeta. Adriel approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Shaya, we have successfully contacted a group of Saiyans who are scheduled to gather in the desolate expanse 2,000 kilometers to the west in 2 days. How are things on your end? In 2 days?" Shaya set aside the electronic reader, pondering for a moment before responding. "The people from Hongshan Star have already commenced the construction of living quarters. By that time, it should be completed. Then we shall initiate the first batch of evacuation in 2 days." Upon hearing Shaya's assurance, Adriel's expression brightened with excitement. Given the increasingly precarious situation on Planet Vegeta, every additional day spent there posed greater peril. Adriel resolved to act decisively, prioritizing the swift relocation of a portion of the Saiyan populace. Shaya nodded and said, "Very well. We shall commence the evacuation in 2 days. I will ensure that preparations are made on Hongshan Star." Where is Shilling? It has been quite some time since her return, yet she remains absent, Rebecca inquired, noting that the girl typically burst forth with exuberance upon returning. "She has been engaged in training, and now she is likely resting in her room," Shaya replied with a gentle smile as he picked up the water jug, straightening the overturned cups on the coffee table and filling them one by one. "That girl doesn't know her limits. What if she harms herself?" Rebecca remarked with a furrowed brow. As a seasoned warrior, she understood the necessity of balancing training. Relentless pursuit of rapid improvement was akin to a tightly compressed spring, which could easily lead to rigidity and an inability to regain its original elasticity. Rebecca harbored concerns about her daughter's fervent dedication to training. Considering the child was still so young and in a critical phase of growth and development, excessive strain was certainly detrimental. On the other hand, Adri appreciated his daughter's fighting spirit, expressing that Shiling's determination was commendable. "She is advancing swiftly. How many Saiyans can match her?" He urged Rebecca to refrain from being overly protective. Rebecca shot a disapproving glance at Adri, as if questioning whether Shilling was truly his daughter. Afterward, she admonished Shaya to keep a watchful eye on Shilling, to which Shaya readily agreed. However, there was something peculiar about this arrangement. After all, they were the parents. So why should he assume the role of guardian? It almost felt as if they were entrusting Shilling to him, a rather liberated approach to parenting. Later that night, the kitchen was aglow with the flickering flames of the stove, and a rich, enticing aroma wafted through the air. Rebecca had prepared a lavish spread. For Saiyans possessed an enormous appetite, requiring vast quantities of food for each meal, making this her busiest time. During large-scale operations, the logistical support for Saiyans posed a significant challenge. In addition to otherworldly beings, there was a contingent of Saiyans tasked specifically with handling meat, a role famously filled by Goku's mother, Jine, in the original narrative. "Xia, the meal is ready. Please fetch Shilling to join us," Rebecca announced. Emerging from the kitchen with a large basin of food, which she placed with a thud upon the table, directing her words towards Shaya. "Understood." Shaya responded with a nod and set aside his tasks to make his way to Shilling's room. A gentle knock echoed as he entered her chamber. On the small bed, Shilling lay on her side, clutching the quilt with both hands. Her delicate, porcelain-like thighs were exposed beneath her white undergarments. One foot playfully tucked under the blanket atop the quilt. She resembled someone embracing a large cushion, her languid posture rather unrefined. With a soft chuckle, Shaya approached her bedside and gently tapped her face to rouse her from slumber, saying, "Aunt Rebecca sent me to call you for dinner." "Oh, please step outside for a moment. I need to change," Shilling replied, her eyes fluttering open. She gazed at Shaya for a brief moment before wrapping herself in the quilt, her tone laced with indifference as she instructed him to leave. Upon witnessing this, Shaya let out a soft click of his tongue, accompanied by a playful smile as he remarked, "What are you concealing? In truth, I must confess that during the bath I had previously given you, I had already seen your entire form. Therefore, any attempts at modesty now are futile." Shilling's movements momentarily faltered, but she soon retaliated with an exaggerated roll of her eyes. No longer wrapping herself in the covers, she hurled the entire blanket towards Shaya, exclaiming loudly, "I am about to change my clothes, so you must leave at once." "Ha!" Xia chuckled as he neatly folded the blanket and set it aside. "Shiyang has grown up and is no longer as clingy as before. I'll head out now. You should change your clothes quickly." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. At dinner, Xia and the others were voraciously devouring the food on the table, while Shiyang occasionally stared at Xia, lost in thought, and then buried her head in her meal. creating a rather amusing spectacle. Time flew by, and 2 days later, in a desolate stretch of Gobi Desert, 2,000 kilometers west of Planet Vegeta, the sun beat down relentlessly, even in spring, casting a scorching heat that felt almost unbearable. It was midday, and a gathering of over 100 Saiyans had assembled in a sweltering oasis, with dark figures occasionally appearing on the horizon. Before long, there would be over 200 Saiyans in the oasis. These Saiyans ranged from the elderly to the young, mostly organized by family units, with a predominance of low-level warriors and only a handful of mid-level fighters. They were hand-picked members of Adri's team, with battle powers typically ranging from 2,000 to 3,000. A rather ordinary sort among the million Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, in absence of a few would hardly stir any significant commotion. Adri counted the number of participants, confirming that everyone had arrived as agreed. He stepped forward and clapped his hands. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, with all waiting attentively for Adri to issue commands. Under the shade of the trees, Shaya observed this scene, reflecting on how high Adri's standing was among these people. This was not a bad thing. At least it indicated that there was someone capable of keeping these unruly Saiyans in check, sparing him the effort of subduing them. The first group has gathered, and I believe everyone understands what we are about to face. Our departure is not an act of evasion, but a means to preserve the Saiyan bloodline. One day, we shall return, Adri encouraged the crowd. He then turned to Shaya, saying, "How many can you take at once? Should we split up for multiple trips? There's no need. I can transport over 100 at once using instant transmission. Let us take everyone to the first jumping star first," Shaya replied, his face serious as he approached. Nodding slightly, Adri recognized Shaya's awareness of the situation and refrained from further comments. He addressed the assembled Saiyans. In a moment, Shaya will utilize his instant transmission ability. So please join hands and form a circle. We need to form a circle too? The Saiyans were somewhat skeptical, but since they had come this far, they trusted Adri. Under his direction, they began to position themselves accordingly. Before long, over 200 individuals had formed 2 large circles, resembling a children's game at first glance, creating a rather comical scene. Shaya nodded and approached one of the groups of people. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a haunting azure glow ignited within his pupils. In an instant, a whirlwind of dust enveloped the scene, and the circle of over 100 individuals vanished without a trace. The sky seemed to tremble. Where had they gone? The child's extraordinary power could indeed whisk away such a multitude. A ripple of unease swept through the remaining Saiyans, who exchanged bewildered glances as murmurs of speculation erupted among the crowd. Chapter 65. Arrival. In the Saiyan branch, Adri observed the unfolding events with a serene smile, his dark complexion taking on a rosy hue. From this moment onward, their branch of Saiyans would embark on an immense journey, perhaps becoming the sole surviving lineage of their kind. Moments later, a flash of light materialized and Shaya reappeared before them. Given that the first teleportation star was a mere 12 days' journey from Vegeta, he could swiftly traverse back and forth with ease. I have transported those individuals to the first teleportation planet. Now, I shall guide you there, Shaya announced, with the earlier spectacle fresh in their minds. The remaining Saiyans harbored a sense of anticipation. At Shaya's command, they promptly organized themselves into a large circle once more. Indeed, some among them had begun to sense Shaya's uniqueness. Despite his youthful appearance, the mastery of such extraordinary abilities could hardly belong to an ordinary child. The gazes directed at Shaya were filled not only with wonder but also with an intense yearning. How splendid it would be if they too could possess such remarkable powers. Shaya observed the glances exchanged among them, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that to command the Saiyans' genuine obedience, a considerable journey lay ahead. Haste makes waste. He lacked the innate regal charisma that compels reverence. In reality, such deference was utterly unattainable. The Saiyans' defiant nature was an indelible mark of their warrior lineage. Though they appeared fearless, deep within, they revered strength. As long as he could display formidable power, their disobedience would be quelled, and strength was precisely Shaya's greatest confidence. Subsequently, employing his instant transmission, Shaya successfully relocated the remaining Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. A few hours later, the first group of evacuees arrived safely on Red Mountain Star, situated in the Eastern Galaxy. The continuous exertion of his teleportation abilities left even Shaya, with his abundant energy, quite fatigued. Utilizing the spacecraft of the Fidaian people for transportation would have been the most efficient method. However, the vast distance rendered it impractical, requiring over 2 years of travel. Clearly, Alternative strategies must be devised for transporting individuals to Red Mountain Star. After this episode of instant transmission, Shaya pondered silently. Upon their arrival, the Saiyans had scarcely had time to rejoice before the 12-fold gravity of Red Mountain Star overwhelmed them, catching them entirely unprepared. Fortunately, Saiyans naturally acclimate to 10-fold gravity, and their robust physiques allowed them to endure the discomfort of the increased weight. Before long, they adapted to their new circumstances. However, some of the weaker Saiyans struggled, their breathing becoming labored, indicating they would need time to adjust. When everyone entered the living zone, the sight before them left them momentarily astonished. Not far ahead, an ecological dome sufficient to accommodate 3,000 inhabitants had been completed. From a distance, it resembled a quaint city nestled among the mountains, while countless construction crews fervently worked to expand the city's boundaries. Within this urban landscape, numerous hemispherical structures stood impressively aligned, each a standard 4-story edifice. The living zone incorporated areas for training, residential needs, and recreation, adeptly catering to the diverse requirements of the Saiyans. Here, Shaya couldn't help but admire the advanced technology of the Fidaian people. A small city had risen from the ground in mere days, an achievement that was truly astonishing. Shaya summoned Ilo using the communicator, requesting him to provide an overview of the living conditions for the Saiyans. This Red Mountain Star shall be our new sanctuary, and it is my fervent hope that we shall protect it diligently. Once Ilo concluded his introduction and withdrew, Edri stepped forward with unwavering authority to address the assembly. Among us, Edri is the only elite warrior, possessing the highest combat prowess and commanding the utmost respect among the Saiyans. Rest assured, Mr. Edri, we shall safeguard our new homeland. Indeed, we must not allow it to meet the same fate as Planet Vegeta. Edri surveyed the crowd with a serious demeanor and declared, "Now that you have arrived here, I must inform you that the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will sever ties with those of Planet Vegeta, and your new leader shall be Shaya, who stands beside me." As murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd, Edri cleared his throat to capture their attention. Perhaps some may question why I have chosen Shaya as your leader. Is it merely due to his instantaneous movement ability? While that is indeed a factor, the more significant reason lies in Shaya's formidable combat strength. I am confident in his capability to lead us. Edri scanned the assembly, then unleashed his full aura. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone, rendering the Saiyans, with their mere 2,000 or 3,000 combat power, ghostly pale. The intensity of this oppressive force was comparable to that of a peak warrior like King Vegeta. It was astonishing to realize how powerful Mr. Edri had become. Having previously destroyed all energy detectors, the Saiyans could only estimate Edri's strength through the palpable pressure he exerted. I can reveal that my current combat power stands at 11,600. Furthermore, all members of Team Edri possess combat power exceeding 10,000. Edri reigned in his aura. Yet his words fell upon the assembly like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a fervent uproar among the Saiyans. Good heavens! Does this mean the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will boast 6 warriors with power surpassing 10,000? Planet Vegeta had only about 20 after all those years. Some Saiyans raised their doubts, questioning why Mr. Edri would appoint his nephew as leader. They instinctively dismissed the notion that Shaya's strength could rival Edri's, as it seemed utterly implausible. Shaya possesses extraordinary abilities, a true gift, for in the vast universe, many have awakened superpowers, yet few are as fortunate as he. Others regard Shaya merely as a fortunate recipient of these powers, without considering his combat prowess. However, Edri's subsequent words struck them like a thunderbolt. I appointed Shaya as our leader not merely because he is my nephew. Truth be told, while I consider my combat skills respectable, they pale in comparison to those of my children. With this, Edri beamed with pride, declaring, "A flickering candle cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Since we Saiyans revere strength, our leader ought to be the mightiest among us." Shaya's combat power has reached an astounding 120,000, making him the most formidable among Saiyans. What? 120,000 combat power? Surely there must be some mistake. How can such a power exist? Shockwaves coursed through the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them speechless and doubting their own ears. If Edri's previous remarks merely stirred ripples upon the lake, this revelation detonated a colossal explosive, flattening the entire expanse. They had indeed heard correctly. Shaya possessed a combat power of 120,000. As Edri exchanged a knowing glance with Shaya, the latter understood that he was being positioned to solidify his role as the Saiyan leader. Although Shaya was reluctant to be the center of attention, The most straightforward approach to subdue these unruly Saiyans was to assert his dominance through sheer combat prowess. Thus, Shaya nodded and stepped forward with determination. A terrifying aura enveloped the space, overwhelming all in its presence. The sky seemed to freeze in that instant, as scattered leaves were torn to shreds by the force. Accompanied by a low hum, Shaya radiated a deep, crystalline light, his hair billowing in the powerful winds. At that moment, the gravitational pull of Red Mountain seemed to vanish. With debris and dust floating into the air as the earth cracked open with countless fissures. Pale-faced, the crowd trembled under the weight of his formidable presence. Yet their eyes burned with fervent intensity. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball time swiftly passed, and 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. In the northern galaxy. On Earth, the weather was clear, the sun bright, and the dawn's light bathed the land in vibrant beauty. Everything appeared so splendid. In a remote, rugged mountain range in the northern hemisphere, a figure darted through the woods with remarkable agility, sometimes appearing and vanishing in an instant, seemingly just ahead, only to reappear on a distant peak in the blink of an eye. The Bowsy Mountain should be nearby. Shaya lifted his gaze to the towering peaks before him. Feeling a sense of tranquility, the mountains stood majestically, the environment serene and peaceful, with steep ridges densely clustered and a narrow mountain path leading into the depths. Due to its seclusion, the area had become a haven for wildlife, untouched by human presence. 3 years had elapsed since Shaya last visited Earth. Just before the impending destruction of Vegeta, he had his own motives for returning. Over the past 2 months, Shaya tirelessly traversed between Vegeta and Red Mountain, successfully relocating over 3,000 Saiyans to Red Mountain, thereby establishing a preliminary community among the Saiyan lineage there. However, the Saiyan population on Red Mountain primarily consisted of low-level warriors, with only a few high-level fighters like Edgery, rendering them somewhat inferior compared to their counterparts on Vegeta. While this would not hinder the future development of Red Mountain Saiyans, the scarcity of high-level fighters indicated a lack of depth, necessitating additional time to enhance the Saiyan bloodline. The simplest method to augment their lineage would be to transfer high-level warriors directly from Vegeta. Yet, the high-level fighters on Vegeta were already few, each a vital resource for the Saiyans, and any unaccounted disappearance would likely attract the attention of King Vegeta. Though Shaya could disregard King Vegeta's sentiments, he could not ignore the potential repercussions should Frieza become aware of the situation. Caution remained paramount. Shaya contemplated the situation, directing his attention towards the Dragon Balls on Earth. Undoubtedly, utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for the relocation of a portion of the Saiyans to Red Mountain Star was a splendid idea. Naturally, Shaya would not transfer an excessive number of Saiyans. Each individual selected would be done so with meticulous consideration. At this juncture, ensuring stability within the Saiyan community was of paramount importance, as a stable environment would enable them to recuperate and regain their peak condition. However, another challenge arose. The current era was somewhat premature, as the primary storyline of the Dragon Balls had yet to commence. Bulma had not yet matured, and consequently, the Dragon Radar did not exist. Therefore, prior to gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Shaya needed to prepare the Dragon Radar. He required the acquisition of a single Dragon Ball, after which the Fidaian people could analyze the wavelength emitted by this Dragon Ball. Given their technological prowess, they should be able to manufacture the Dragon Radar swiftly. In the original narrative, only 2 Dragon Balls were known to be in specific locations. One was the 4-star ball that Sun Wukong discovered in a valley, and the other was the 2-star ball stored in Bulma's family warehouse, located amidst a primitive forest near Bowsy Mountain. Shaya swiftly navigated through the dense underbrush, eventually finding his footing upon a bare rock, where he surveyed his surroundings, attuning himself to the ambient sensations. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from nearby. A pack of wolves, tigers, and leopards lurked within the thicket, their fierce gazes fixed intently upon Shaya. A deep, guttural roar reverberated through the forest, startling a swarm of darkened birds into flight. Seeking death, Zaya's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura instantly surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, radiating in all directions. A wave of energy was cast aside with a mere flick of his hand, followed by a resounding roar that overwhelmed the forest. The wolves and ferocious beasts emitted low growls, retreating in fear. After dispersing a few small creatures, Zaya chuckled softly and continued his ascent towards the mountains. Before long, he emerged from the thicket onto a slightly level hillside, where he beheld a winding stone path meandering upward along the slope. At the foot of Bowsy Mountain, a quaint little cottage, constructed of bricks and stones, stood resolutely beneath the shade of nearby trees. exuding an unmistakable Eastern charm. Ah, I have finally found it. The presence is just ahead, approaching this way. Perhaps it is best to wait here for a moment. At last, a smile graced Shaya's face as he surveyed the serene and elegant surroundings. He couldn't help but exclaim, Son Gohan certainly has a discerning taste, choosing to reside in such a tranquil locale. Bao Mountain, situated in a remote area, boasts a breathtakingly beautiful and peaceful environment, its air infused with a delightful fragrance. As the primary disciple of the martial arts master, the Turtle Hermit, Son Gohan is an exceptional martial artist in his own right, naturally opting for a haven conducive to personal cultivation. Ah, young man, what brings you to such an isolated place? An aged voice resonated from behind. An elderly man, burdened with a load of firewood, was making his way down the mountain. Clad in traditional attire, his rosy complexion and hat adorned his head, while his white beard lent him the appearance of a transcendent sage. I have come in search of an object known as the Dragon Ball, a luminous orange crystal sphere embedded with red stars. Might you have seen it, esteemed elder? Shaya inquired earnestly. A crystal ball adorned with stars? Son Gohan pondered, then reached into his pocket and produced a shimmering orb. Could this be what you seek? The sphere was encrusted with 4 glimmering golden stars, unmistakably the 4-star Dragon Ball. Indeed, this is the Dragon Ball I have been searching for. Might I borrow it from you, dear sir? Rest assured, it shall be returned once I have made use of it, Shaya stated sincerely, his gaze fixed on the 4-star Dragon Ball in Son Gohan's hand. This object is referred to as a Dragon Ball. I discovered it several years ago in a valley. If you wish for it, I shall gladly gift it to you. Son Gohan replied, extending the 4-star ball towards him. I am profoundly grateful. Shaya's demeanor shifted to one of fervent appreciation as he accepted the Dragon Ball with alacrity. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth were crafted by celestial beings, their patent belonged to the dragon god, Salama, as their design utilized the principles of refraction, allowing the red stars within to be visible from any angle. Think nothing of it. Since you seek it, you must surely have a purpose for it, Son Gohan smiled, displaying an untroubled demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the significance of the Dragon Ball. Shaya felt a deep respect for Son Gohan's attitude, recognizing the noble spirit of a true martial artist. After securing the 4-star ball, he refrained from interrupting Son Gohan's meditation and swiftly departed from Bao Mountain, utilizing instant transmission to arrive at the bustling metropolis of West City. Though the narrative had yet to unfold, over a decade remained, and West City, already one of Earth's premier supercities, thrived in affluence. The most notable establishment in West City was undoubtedly the recently ascendant Capsule Corporation, founded by Dr. Briefs, which, within a mere few years, had captivated the world with its miraculous capsules. Upon inquiring with a passerby, Shaya successfully located Bulma's residence. Skirting past the guards of the opulent villa, he leaped into an old warehouse, where, after a thorough search, he uncovered a gleaming orange crystal sphere. Counting the stars embedded within, he discovered it to be the 2-star Dragon Ball. He placed the 4-star ball alongside the 2-star ball, and to his astonishment, the 2 Dragon Balls began to hum and emit a radiant golden glow, as if drawn by some mysterious force. With the successful acquisition of the 2nd Dragon Ball, a joyful smile illuminated Shaya's face, and with a flash, he departed Earth. Aboard the spaceship of the Fidaian people, the vessel traversed the cosmos at remarkable speed, gradually approaching Red Mountain Star. In a burst of kaleidoscopic light, the void suddenly became blurred, and Shaya stepped forth from the ethereal realm, manifesting aboard the spaceship. Having previously established a spatial mark within the ship, he could accurately pinpoint his location even amidst the rapid travel. Lord Shaya, in the central control hall, Dokra was directing technicians in managing various parameters when he spotted Shaya and promptly approached to offer his greetings. Chapter 67, The Quest for the Dragon Balls. Shaya nodded slightly to Dokra, handing over 2 Dragon Balls. Here are 2 Dragon Balls. Please arrange for immediate research. I hope you can produce the Dragon Ball radar as swiftly as possible. Although the original text does not specify the duration it took Bulma to create the Dragon Ball radar, Shaya believed that with the extraordinary intellect of the Fidaians, the task should pose little difficulty. Yes, I will promptly organize a team for research, Dokra replied solemnly as he accepted the Dragon Balls from Shaya's hands. The moment the 2 Dragon Balls touched, they began to hum and shimmer with a dazzling light. Dokra had never encountered such a wondrous object. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes, and he quickly summoned the finest scientists aboard the ship to collaborate on the investigation of the Dragon Balls. Though Dokra was unaware of the true nature of the 2 Dragon Balls entrusted to him by Shaya, The latter's evident concern made it clear that the matter was of great significance. Consequently, Dodoria approached the research with utmost seriousness, deciding to personally oversee the endeavor. After all, the Fidaians were under Shaya's protection, and it was imperative for them to prove their worth in critical moments. Upon obtaining the Dragon Balls, he immediately convened the scientists to engage in relentless research, eager to present a satisfactory outcome to Shaya. True to their reputation as a technologically advanced civilization, the Fidaians proposed a series of research directions concerning the various properties of the Dragon Balls within just a few days. After discussions, they resolved to begin their investigation focusing on wavelength and optics, closely aligning with Bulma's original concept for the Dragon Ball radar. As the Fidaians toiled day and night, 15 days slipped by. During this period, Shaya visited to inspect the progress of the Dragon Ball radar's development. Observing the scientists' dedicated and tireless efforts, he silently departed. Finally, on the 22nd day, joyous news arrived. The Fidaians had successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar. Upon hearing the news, Shaya instantly teleported to Dodoria's laboratory. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A group of Fidaian scientists appeared disheveled, gaunt, with bloodshot eyes sunken deep into their sockets, clearly having exhausted themselves in their relentless pursuit of knowledge. "My Lord Shaya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you requested," Dodoria exclaimed with palpable excitement. Presenting the freshly completed radar with both hands, his cheeks flushed deeper with exhilaration. Shaya nodded thoughtfully, taking the Dragon Ball radar into his hands for inspection. It was a device roughly the size of a bowl, with a turquoise display screen marked by grid lines delineating various light green squares, each representing a distinct area. Notably, the detection map showcased on the screen was not flat. Rather, it was a three-dimensional spherical projection. As his fingers glided over the surface, the spherical model above began to rotate, akin to a globe being spun. At the apex of the radar's central axis were two buttons that controlled the size of the detection area. In our studies of the Dragon Balls, we discovered that when placed in proximity to one another, they emitted a uniquely encoded electromagnetic wave. By capturing this wave, we were able to fabricate this radar. However, considering that the Dragon Balls might be scattered across the entire planet, we designed the radar's display to take the form of a planetary projection. The detection results are presented on a three-dimensional spherical model that can be altered in direction as the user manipulates it, a remarkably user-friendly design. Upon pressing the switch on the Dragon Ball radar, the spherical model illuminated with a brilliant glow. As the map expanded, the spherical pattern began to approximate a flat surface, ultimately revealing two gleaming points at the center of the void. Those were the two Dragon Balls held by Shaya. Although situated in the vastness of space, this radar defaulted to a planetary environment, a minor flaw that was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. With this detection radar, the speed of collecting Dragon Balls could increase exponentially, by hundreds or even thousands of times. Shaya contemplated this in silence, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction with the performance of the Fidaians. He generously praised Dodoria and his team. "You have done exceptionally well. Indeed, you are a civilization adept in technology, capable of producing the Dragon Ball radar in such a short span of time. I am thoroughly impressed." As the Fidaians received Shaya's commendation, they felt as though they had just indulged in a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day, their weariness from the past few days suddenly dissipating. "Your kindness is appreciated, my lord. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, we will remember your gratitude." Shaya smiled at the Fidaian scientists, nodded in acknowledgement, and then vanished from the spaceship with a swift teleportation. Earth. The silhouette of Shaya emerged upon a vast expanse of rugged terrain. Towering rock formations, resembling bamboo shoots, jutted from the ground, creating a series of small mounds. The central boulders, weathered by the elements, gradually eroded into hollow, peculiar shapes. Upon arriving on Earth, Shaya eagerly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, pressing the button, which emitted a series of beeps, revealing 7 luminous points on the spherical simulator. At the origin, representing the radar itself, 2 bright dots converged. A Dragon Ball lay 500 kilometers to the east. Casting a glance at the illuminated points on the radar, Shaya ascended into the air, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Before him stretched a plateau ravaged by severe soil erosion, where the harsh conditions rendered the land nearly barren and inhospitable to most forms of life. Yet, some beings managed to endure. With a thunderous roar, Shaya beheld a gray dinosaur in pursuit of a wild dog, its massive form thundering across the ground like a small mountain, sending tremors through the earth. What an embodiment of unrestrained primal ferocity! Casting a fleeting glance at the dinosaur, Shaya lost interest and turned away, prioritizing his quest for the Dragon Balls. Unless hunger beckoned, the dinosaur held no allure for him. Whoosh! Shaya's figure flickered, his body already appearing hundreds of meters ahead, soon reaching a thicket. He surveyed his surroundings, searching for potential hiding spots of the Dragon Balls. After a lengthy search yielded no trace of them, he unleashed a blade of wind, severing the lifeless shrubs, and delved deeper into the underbrush. It was only after clearing nearly half of the thicket that he finally caught sight of a glimmer among the foliage. He had found it. With a leap, he landed within the thicket, where an orange-red Dragon Ball was ensnared between the branches, reflecting the sun's radiant light. Prizing apart the branches, Shaya grasped the Dragon Ball in his hand and upon closer inspection, discovered it to be the one-star Dragon Ball. The expedition was proving fruitful. This marked the third Dragon Ball he had acquired. With great joy, Shaya stored the Dragon Balls within a dimensional space and retrieved the Dragon Radar. Preparing to search for the next Dragon Ball. Beeping twice, the radar revealed signals for 4 additional Dragon Balls. The nearest one lay over 1,000 kilometers away. But utilizing his instantaneous movement ability, Shaya arrived in the blink of an eye at a tranquil mountain village. Caw! The crows called from the branches, flapping through the air. The quaint village was enveloped by towering mountains. Due to the low terrain, a thin mist lingered in the areas where sunlight struggled to reach, while a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, carrying a hint of coolness that soon dampened the tips of his hair. The search for the 4th Dragon Ball proceeded smoothly, as Shaya discovered a 6-star ball nestled within a bird's nest. When he placed the 4 Dragon Balls together, they shimmered with a golden light, twinkling at a rhythmic frequency, reminiscent of stars in a clear night sky, a truly beautiful sight. It suddenly dawned on him that one of the Dragon Balls was with Master Roshi. Shaya slapped his forehead, realizing the oversight. In the original tale, Bulma and Goku's first quest for the Dragon Balls involved enticing Master Roshi to trade a 3-star ball. With the passage of time, he had completely forgotten this detail. Shaya retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and contemplated his next destination. Perhaps a visit to Master Roshi's house to acquire the Dragon Ball around his neck. I recommend my other 2 books. The first one is a completed work titled Transformation, The Cycle of Realms. This is an intellectually stimulating science fiction novel that delves into concepts such as time machines and world lines, requiring a keen mind to navigate its complexities. Synopsis: the protagonist, Su Yuan, unexpectedly transforms into a female overnight and must adapt to her new identity. Just as life settles into a semblance of normalcy, a greater upheaval emerges. Su Yuan and her companions inadvertently discover a unique signal from the emerald gem she wears, leading them to decipher a theory of time and space. Just as they develop a world line detector and prepare to explore time travel, unforeseen events unfold. At a critical moment, Su Yuan realizes she possesses the ability to briefly reverse time. To save those around her, she repeatedly utilizes her power to rewind time and traverse various world lines. Yet the stubbornness of history often proves disheartening. It is only when she returns to her hometown that she is astonished to find a time machine in her basement. This book features a coherent narrative structure with meticulous attention to detail. The initial chapters lay the groundwork for the plot, the middle delves into the main storyline, and the conclusion ties everything together seamlessly. Note: Transformation, The Cycle of Realms has recently been revised to prevent further issues, resulting in a reduction of approximately 30 to 40,000 words across the first 100 chapters. Therefore, it is best to read it on the Starting Point platform. The second book is currently being updated and is titled Superstarry Civilization. This work emphasizes the objective development of physics and can be classified as hard science fiction. In my opinion, synopsis: Earth is not the only planet harboring life. In the vast cosmos, many planets have nurtured intelligent beings. In the hierarchy of civilizations, Earth is merely a weak contender that has just entered the second level. One day, Zhou Chun, a graduate student from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, comes into possession of a dilapidated fleet from outer space and becomes its new commander. However, he soon learns that the solar system has been exposed to a predatory third-level civilization that is advancing towards Earth. To ensure the continuity of civilization, Zhou Chun must lead a select group away from Earth in search of hope for humanity's survival amidst the vast universe. Our aim is the stars and the sea. Inside the colossal flagship, the leader, Ghana, gazed at a virtual screen displaying a yellow dwarf star and smiled with ease. The 55878 star system is finally within reach. Commander. The 55,878 star system was still in its primitive civilization phase 1,000 years ago. Even with the technological explosion, it remains a very rudimentary civilization. The civilizations within the 55,878 star system are destined to become our vassal civilization. Chapter 68. Wishing to the dragon determined, Shaya ascended into the sky once more, heading towards his next target. With the aid of a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls amidst the primordial forest and the desert, one of which was the 7-star ball discovered in the castle of the Bull Demon King in the original work. After gathering 6 Dragon Balls, Shaya set his sights on the location of the final Dragon Ball. According to the original narrative, Master Roshi's house should not be far from the island city where Shaya had previously encountered Master Mateto. It was accessible by speedboat. With a swift motion, Shaya traversed thousands of kilometers over the ocean, where the cerulean waters roared in tumultuous waves. After confirming his position with the Dragon Ball radar, he flew towards Master Roshi's abode. Soon, a black emerged on the horizon of the sea. It was a small island swaying gently upon the waves. As he drew closer, he realized that the island was merely over 100 square meters in size, featuring only a small pink house and a few scattered coconut trees. At last, I have found Master Roshi's house. Shaya beamed with a smile at the sight of the island's outline and accelerated towards it. On Master Roshi's island, the sea breeze rustled and seabirds chirped. The gentle sunlight cast a warm glow, creating a cozy atmosphere. Dappled sunlight filtered through the coconut trees like starry specks, while Master Roshi, donning sunglasses, reclined in a sun chair, basking in the warmth with a contented slumber, a Riska magazine clutched in his hand. What a delightful scene it was, until suddenly a gust of wind arose, whipping up sand and obscuring the view, causing the coconut trees to sway wildly. What is happening? Such a strong sea breeze. Master Roshi awoke from his nap, peeking at the chaos wrought by the wind. After observing for a moment, he shrugged it off and returned to his rest, as such winds were commonplace on the ocean and hardly warranted concern. It wasn't until evening that Master Roshi realized the crystal ball he had worn around his neck was mysteriously missing, leaving only a frayed string behind. Where could it have gone? Master Roshi pondered, but after a moment, he dismissed the thought, feeling a twinge of loss for the crystal ball he had worn for over a century. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from Master Roshi's house lay a desolate little island. Shaya placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, and upon their union, they immediately radiated a golden luminescence, each flicker accompanied by a whisper reminiscent of the dragon's chant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon Balls flickered rhythmically, their brilliance pulsating in a mesmerizing display. Gazing at the glowing orbs below, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Although he had dwelled in the Dragon Ball realm for 11 years, this marked his inaugural summoning of the dragon. Arise, mighty dragon. Shaya took a deep breath and called out to the Dragon Balls, then waited in silence. In the original narrative, summoning the dragon seemed to involve such a loud shout. While somewhat dramatic, the effect was undeniably remarkable. Indeed, with Shaya's call, the frequency of the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker more rapidly and urgently. Soon, a vast expanse of dark clouds drifted across the horizon, swiftly enveloping the entire sky and plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness. Thunder rumbled ominously in the gloom, while golden lightning danced like furious dragons, weaving through the black clouds and striking downwards with ferocious intensity. The resounding roar of thunder was deafening, as if heralding the apocalypse itself. The golden light emanating from the Dragon Balls grew larger and brighter, resonating with the golden lightning above. The dragon was about to emerge. Containing his excitement, Shaya fixed his gaze unwaveringly, having only ever witnessed the dragon's appearance in animation. Witnessing it in person was still an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a mighty roar, a torrent of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling upwards into the sky, merging with the heavenly lightning. As a colossal dragon's roar reverberated through the cosmos. Above, the emerald dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, ultimately fixing its glowing red eyes upon the earth below. Human, state your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire you may have. Shaya gazed at the eternal dragon, adjusting his emotions before speaking. Eternal dragon, I possess a list of Saiyans, and my wish is to transfer all those on this list to the planet Hongshan in the Eastern Galaxy at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction. As he spoke, Shaya raised a tome high above his head, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the dragon. This list contained the names of over 10,000 Saiyans, a culmination of immense effort from Edri and others. Each individual on this roster had been deemed worthy of evacuation to Hongshan after thorough discussions, yet could not be relocated for various reasons prior to this moment. if such a multitude of Saiyans were to be evacuated all at once at the last moment. Even Shaya's formidable abilities would be insufficient to facilitate their escape. Thus, he required the assistance of the Dragon Balls. Naturally, the die-hard loyalists of King Vegeta and the admirers of Frieza were not included in this list, which effectively eliminated a significant portion of the Saiyan populace on Planet Vegeta. The remaining candidates consisted of those who were indecisive or had discordant temperaments, ultimately narrowing the selection to a mere 12,000 individuals. Given the significance of this matter for the lineage of Saiyans on Hanshan, Shaya regarded it with utmost seriousness, awaiting the dragon's response in silence. However, the dragon lingered in the air, silent for an extended period. Just as Shaya began to lose hope in the realization of his wish, the dragon spoke. Its resounding voice echoed through the sky. "Human, as your wish pertains to future events, I cannot fulfill it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Saiyans, which will activate automatically at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction. This is limited to those who are alive. If any Saiyans listed have perished by that time, the power of the Dragon Balls shall remain dormant." The dragon's response aligned perfectly with Shaya's desires, prompting him to declare, "Eternal Dragon, please grant my wish. It shall be done." The powerful voice resonated, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Shaya knew that the dragon was wielding the power of the Dragon Balls. As for how many would reach Red Mountain Star in the end, it depended on whether they could survive until the destruction of Vegeta's star. "Human, your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon coiled its form back into the 7 Dragon Balls, swirling in the sky for a few moments before preparing to soar across the world. At that moment, Shaya, who was already prepared, leapt high into the air, activating his spatial abilities to swiftly catch the soon-to-flee Dragon Balls 2-star, 4-star, 3-star, and 7-star. Upon inspection, he discovered that those 4 Dragon Balls had transformed into white stones, requiring a year to revert to their original forms. Shaya chuckled nonchalantly, effortlessly carving an opening in the air and tossing the Dragon Ball stone into it, intending to return the Dragon Ball to Son Gohan and the others at a later time. Having accomplished the primary mission on Earth, Shaya felt elated and proceeded to explore the diverse landscapes of the planet, procuring a substantial amount of food before taking his leave. Chapter 69. King Vegeta on Planet Vegeta. Within the royal palace stood a resplendent edifice illuminated by myriad lights. The ivory-white stone walls, devoid of embellishment, revealed alternating patterns of masonry under the radiant glow. Exuding a robust and grandiose aura that was anything but chaotic, it instead conveyed an overwhelming sense of majesty and might. The Saiyans, as a warrior race, scorned pettiness and artifice, thriving instead on a spirit that could engulf mountains and rivers. In the grand hall of the palace, a crimson carpet unfurled from the entrance to the throne. Elevated several steps above the hall, King Vegeta sat regally clad in an opulent dark red battle uniform, one hand propping his head against the armrest of the throne as he closed his eyes in contemplation. The armor on his chest gleamed like white jade, shimmering with subtle light, exuding an air of magnificence. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and beckoned his aide. Pudar, how are our preparations progressing? Pudar, a robust bald Saiyan and senior warrior responsible for all matters within the palace, responded, "My king, we have gathered over 200,000 Saiyans, all answering your call, eager to confront that scoundrel Frieza." His eyes sparkled with fierce enthusiasm. "Only 200,000 Saiyans? That is woefully inadequate. Have the others forgotten the pride of the Saiyan race? Frieza is not to be trifled with. Look at the remnants of those who once followed him. The Saiyans cannot perish at his hands." King Vegeta abruptly rose, his tone laced with anger and dissatisfaction, his dark brown hair standing tall like a flame. And an overwhelming aura swept through the palace in an instant. Though ambitious, King Vegeta was wholly devoted to the Saiyan race, unwilling to witness their decline. Years ago, during a fierce battle with the Zephyrians, the Saiyans seized Planet Vegeta, yet the reconstruction faced immense challenges. It was during this tumultuous period that Frieza's forces appeared, attempting to enlist the Saiyans. In hindsight, accepting Frieza's employment was a grave error. King Vegeta had long sensed Frieza's increasing surveillance over the Saiyan race, perceiving it as a profound insult. As a warrior race, the Saiyans could accept death on the battlefield but could not tolerate being treated like livestock. Thus, he had begun to amass strength in anticipation of a confrontation with Frieza. However, many within the Saiyan race failed to comprehend his intentions, with a significant number even developing an unsettling admiration for Frieza, something King Vegeta would not permit. While he could tolerate indifference to the rebellion, He would not allow anyone to side with the enemy. Once he succeeded in the uprising, those individuals would need to be dealt with. Is there anything else? My king, I have recently discovered that some individuals are engaging in clandestine activities, seemingly conspiring about something. Putter flipped through the documents in his hand, despite his robust physique. He possessed a keen intellect, quickly identifying the suspicious actions of Edris and his associates. Is that so? Putter, I need you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes. Putter straightened his chest, responding loudly before turning to exit the palace. In the opulent hall, only King Vegeta remained seated on the throne, eyes closed, lost in thought. Days later, Putter returned to the palace, holding a thick list of missing persons. My king, the investigation is complete. This is the list of Saiyans who have mysteriously vanished from Planet Vegeta over the past few months. It seems they have left the planet. Oh? They managed to disappear without a trace from Planet Vegeta, and the Tajirians were oblivious? King Vegeta's eyes suddenly glimmered with interest, a smirk playing on his lips. The Tajirians controlled the transportation to and from Planet Vegeta, maintaining records of all vessels departing the planet. King Vegeta had long harbored discontent towards the Tajirians. If not for the need to avoid Frieza's notice, they would hardly have survived on Planet Vegeta. They seemingly did not leave by spacecraft, Putter added, puzzled. How did they manage to depart without using any vessels? Who are these individuals that left? Primarily lower-tier warriors, with about 100 intermediate warriors, and only 5 or 6 high-ranking ones leading the group. Only these inept individuals? King Vegeta scanned the list. Disdain evident on his face as he incinerated the documents with an energy wave. Forget them for now. Erase their names from the Saiyan records. Humph. They are unworthy of being called Saiyans. Our focus must remain on gathering strength. We cannot afford distractions. We shall address these individuals after our confrontation with Frieza. Putter, witnessing King Vegeta destroy the list, pondered the king's thoughts, hesitant to voice his concerns. Logically, any signs of rebellion should be dealt with immediately. Yet, King Vegeta chose instead to erase their existence from the Saiyan roster. Perhaps he was leaving a path for the Saiyan race? Should he successfully rebel against Frieza? Those who had left Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly face demise, but if he failed, they might represent the last glimmer of hope for the Saiyans. Yet this hope rested on a handful of feeble lower-tier and intermediate warriors, an imprudent gamble indeed. For months later, on a bustling street of Planet Vegeta, throngs of Saiyans donned in simple battle attire traversed, carrying bags filled with various provisions. On either side of the street, peculiar extraterrestrial beings operated their businesses. As Saiyans were not particularly suited for commerce beyond their prowess in battle, one day Shaya ventured out alone to shop. Traversing from the eastern end of the street to the west, acquiring only a few essential garments. As she passed a jewelry store, it dawned on her that Shilling had yet to receive any jewelry or trinkets. Perhaps she should purchase some to bring back. Shaya glanced at the store's window before stepping inside. Inside, the shop showcased an array of earrings, pendants, and various adornments, alongside belts and brooches meant for wear. After perusing the offerings, Shaya found herself uncertain about Shilling's preferences. Ultimately, she decided to procure several aesthetically pleasing ribbons, pendants, and bracelets. After all, Shaya had an abundance of task points at her disposal. If they went unused, they would be rendered pointless once Planet Vegeta met its demise. As Shaya prepared to pay for her selection of jewelry, an enthusiastic extraterrestrial attendant approached, meticulously placing each piece into exquisite little boxes and securing them with silk ribbons. Hee. I hope Shilling will cherish these gifts. Shaya chuckled softly, gathering her purchases. Shortly after exiting the store, she spotted a small figure swaying towards her, clutching something resembling a candied hawthorn skewer. Chapter 70. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Is that her? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shaya momentarily froze, his eyes narrowing slightly. The figure swaying towards him was none other than Mels, the student of Adley. As his gaze lingered on the individual, Shaya observed that Mels possessed an astonishing combat power nearing 850. Goodness, what a remarkable feat for one so young. It was no wonder she exuded such an air of superiority. If memory serves, Adley's student was scarcely 5 years old. And such combat prowess was exceedingly rare even among advanced warriors. It was rumored that Vegeta was capable of contending with the plant people when Planet Vegeta was obliterated. Mel's innate talent likely rivaled that of Vegeta, with only him among her peers able to surpass her. Fortunately, Mel's was a girl. Had she been a boy, her current nonchalance would be far less attainable. However, individuals of Mel's caliber would undoubtedly already be on the training roster of King Vegeta. Zaya smiled lightly. Indifferent to the matter at hand, and turned to leave. However, Mel's had already spotted him through the crowd and waved from a distance. Xayah feigned ignorance and walked in the opposite direction. That fellow is actually pretending not to see me. Mel's charming brows furrowed slightly. Her cheeks puffed in displeasure as she hurried after him, blocking his path. With her beautiful eyes fixed upon him in anger, she exclaimed, "You! How dare you pretend not to see me? Do you even know who I am? Ah, is that not Miss Mel's? I am in a bit of a hurry to return. Could you kindly step aside?" "You!" Shaya's dismissive attitude infuriated Mel's. She seized Shaya's sleeve. Her expression composed yet stern, and declared, "Let me tell you, if you weren't the nephew of Master Edris, I wouldn't bother with you at all." With that, Mel's raised her head in pride, as if to imply that he should be grateful for the privilege of conversing with her. Yes, indeed. I must express my gratitude for Miss Mel's esteemed regard for me. I shall forever remember your kindness, Miss Mel's. Shaya was momentarily startled by the inexplicable superiority emanating from the other party, finding it rather amusing. Instinctively, he reached out to pat the other's head. But upon noticing Meyer's puffy little face gazing up at him, he retracted his hand with a resigned chuckle. After all, she was merely a girl under 5 years of age. Shaya couldn't be bothered to hold her accountable. He indulged her modest vanity with a few casual remarks before intending to take his leave. However, at that moment, a purple figure emerged from the crowd in the distance. It was a slender, long-eared being, gaunt and skeletal, resembling a corpse that had just crawled out of its grave. Its eyes were slightly sunken, and it donned an odd attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. Given the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings congregating on Vegeta, the peculiar garb of this purple creature did not draw much attention from those nearby. Yet, the moment Shaya laid eyes on it, a chill coursed through him, and cold sweat began to beat on his brow. How could the god of destruction, Beerus, be present on Vegeta? Shaya gasped, utterly astonished to encounter the divine being on Vegeta. This was a deity known for his capricious temperament. The Dragon Ball universe harbors numerous hidden deities, but none stand as prominently at the apex of the cosmos as Beerus, whose strength could scarcely be overstated. To provoke him would be catastrophic. A mere flick of his finger could obliterate the entire planet from existence. At Beerus's level, destruction and creation are but a thought away. The concept of benevolence or malevolence holds little significance for such beings. Their duty is to maintain cosmic balance impartially. When destruction is warranted, it must be executed without mercy. The realm of the gods of destruction transcends mortal comprehension, rendering human notions of good and evil utterly meaningless, as they abide by the laws of the grand cosmos. Viewing mortal morality as trivial, it is the realm of Yama that adjudicates such matters. However, Shaya found slight solace in the fact that, thus far, no Saiyan had provoked Beerus's ire. It seemed that Beerus had noticed Shaya's gaze. His golden eyes turned toward Shaya, and upon observing Shaya and Meyer, a hint of intrigue flickered across his lips. The power levels of the life forms in the universe are generally not high. Beings of Shaya's caliber are rare, and although he concealed his strength, it was inconsequential in the eyes of a formidable being like Beerus. How intriguing. I didn't expect to find someone among these wild monkeys who is cultivated to this level. With that, Beerus began to approach Shaya and Meyer. The god of destruction was indeed coming their way. Shaya found himself on the brink of tears, pondering the misfortune that had befallen him. He had merely ventured out to procure some items, yet he unexpectedly encountered a being of extraordinary power. Unable to unleash any of his abilities due to being ensnared by Beerus's overwhelming presence, it felt as though the very fabric of space around him had solidified. Beerus approached Shaya, resting his chin upon his hand, circling him as if he were an exquisite artifact on display, much like a rustic villager marveling at a finely crafted masterpiece. "Young one, your skills are commendable," he remarked. "You possess the ability to conceal your energy. Unlike those brutish monkeys who waste their strength without an ounce of restraint, utterly oblivious to the art of moderation. In the eyes of the god of destruction, the Saiyans' reckless display of energy was akin to a spotlight blazing forth in the night, visible from afar, a behavior characteristic of uncultured savages. "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your kind words." Shaya immediately regretted his slip of tongue, cursing himself for uttering the deity's name. Indeed, Beerus's eyes gleamed with interest as he inquired, "You know my name? During a past mission, I encountered your likeness in an ancient temple on a distant planet," Shaya fabricated hastily, attributing Beerus's origins to a fictitious shrine. Quite intriguing." Beerus nodded, his mood evidently lifted. Despite his elevated status, it was plausible that someone might have retained knowledge of his name and honored his image in worship. "Hey, Shaya, What is that peculiar creature? You appear to be quite frightened of it. A youthful voice shattered the tense atmosphere, leaving a palpable silence in its wake. Shaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat, rising to his throat. Chapter 71. A chill runs down the spine. Oh, peculiar beings, do you wish to vanish from the cosmos on this planet? Beerus's expression darkened in an instant, his demeanor becoming stern. His voice was utterly devoid of warmth, and his golden eyes betrayed no emotion. Yet his words sent shivers down Shaya's spine. Alas, my dear lady, could you refrain from complicating matters further? Shaya was overwhelmed by a sudden dizziness. His body covered in a cold sweat, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the destroyer. In that moment, he harbored a fierce desire to strike Melis down without hesitation. The power of the destroyer to obliterate a planet was merely a matter of a finger snap at that point. Shaya would scarcely have enough time to employ instant transmission to rescue Shieling and the others. Shaya covered Melis's mouth firmly, disregarding her struggles, and repeatedly apologized to Beerus. Lord Beerus, please do not take the words of a child to heart. Beerus's expression remained stern, his golden eyes glaring with an intensity that caused the temperature around them to plummet drastically. Young one, since you are aware of my name, you should also comprehend the demeanor of a god of destruction. To insult a deity is an unforgivable offense. You and this planet shall vanish from the cosmos. As he spoke, a flicker of light illuminated his fingertip, revealing a small purple energy sphere, encircled by several rings of shimmering light that danced around it. This was a super energy sphere capable of obliterating the entire planet of Vegeta in an instant. The sight of the diminutive purple energy sphere on the deity's finger was nothing short of terrifying. Shaya's pupils suddenly constricted. The god of destruction was employing annihilation, truly intent on obliterating Planet Vegeta. Shaya's mind raced with fervent thoughts, desperately concocting various strategies to persuade Beerus to abandon his plan of annihilating the planet. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his consciousness. He recalled that Beerus had a profound fondness for exquisite cuisine. If he could elevate the god of destruction's mood, perhaps he would spare Vegeta's planet. Indeed, Beerus's nature was peculiar and illogical. Without hesitation, Shaya activated the dimensional space and retrieved a plethora of steaming delicacies he had recently brought from Earth. Lord Beerus, these are some culinary treasures from my collection. I sincerely hope they please your palate. Is that a supernatural ability? Beerus discerned Shaya's method at once. However, having lived for countless years, he had encountered many wielders of supernatural powers, and Shaya's abilities failed to pique his interest. Yet, the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes warmed his demeanor. They appeared delectable. Disengaging the energy sphere from his hand, Beerus curiously poked at the food with his finger, the tantalizing scent igniting his appetite. As he devoured a plateful, the exquisite flavors tantalized his taste buds, and a look of surprise crossed his face. He eagerly consumed several dishes, exhaling steam with delight. Aha! This is divine. We shall not have the pleasure of tasting such delights. After swiftly savoring several plates, Beerus contentedly patted his belly and regarded Shaya with appreciation. Boy, what is your name? Lord Beerus, my name is Shaya. Beerus nodded, stating, in light of you and these delectable offerings, I shall spare this planet for now. Consider yourself fortunate. The mercy of a god of destruction is a rarity. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Shaya's face lit up with surprise as he respectfully bid farewell to Beerus. It was only after Beerus vanished from sight that Shaya let out a long sigh, realizing that his back was inexplicably damp. This was his first encounter with a deity of such stature, and the immense pressure was overwhelming. He genuinely feared that a careless mistake might lead to his demise at the hands of the god of destruction. As he glanced around, Shaya noticed that the passers-by exhibited no signs of disturbance, as if the recent events had not transpired at all. Had the god of destruction suppressed their senses? A chill ran down his spine as he gained a deeper understanding of Beerus's formidable power. Hey, who was that guy? You seemed quite frightened of him. Melis's inquiry snapped him back to reality. Glaring at the instigator who nearly brought destruction to Vegeta, Shaya felt a surge of anger. He seized Melis by the collar and dragged her into a narrow alley. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Melis exclaimed angrily, her candied hawthorn skewers dropping to the ground due to Shaya's grip. Why are you asking me? Do you realize that because of your reckless words, the entire planet Vegeta nearly perished alongside you? Shaya was unconcerned about the fate of Vegeta, but he feared that Shilin and the others would also meet a grim end if that happened, causing a wave of apprehension to wash over him. This spoiled child needs a lesson. Without further ado, he hoisted Melis upside down across his lap, gripping her tail with one hand while the other hand delivered a series of sharp smacks to her rear. Smack! Melis was momentarily stunned. She had never experienced such treatment in her life. She struggled in Shaya's grasp, but her meager combat prowess was no match for his strength. After delivering several more smacks, he finally set her down. "You actually hit me," Melis cried, clutching her sore backside, tears welling in her eyes as she sniffled and began to wail. The idea of a prodigious warrior like herself being spanked was unbearable, and the realization that she could not fight back only intensified her sorrow. Who exactly was this nephew of Master Adley? He was merely an inconsequential mid-level warrior, only 7 years her senior, yet why did her strength seem utterly ineffective against him? As she sobbed, a flicker of realization dawned on Melis. Master Adley's nephew was undoubtedly no ordinary Saiyan. An ordinary mid-level warrior could not render her powerless, especially when her battle power approached 850. Watching Melis cry inconsolably, Shaya contemplated whether he had been too harsh, considering she was merely a child under 5 years old. However, the thought of the near catastrophe she had caused hardened his resolve once more. Melis was far too proud. A lesson was indeed in order. After some time, Melis's sobs gradually subsided. "All right, Melis, you need to stop crying. You must understand that you just provoked the god of destruction, Beerus, the most fearsome deity in the universe. With just a flick of his finger, he could erase the entire planet Vegeta from existence. You might be the first person to anger a god of destruction and live to tell the tale." Beerus? Melis, with red-rimmed eyes and a confused tilt of her head, did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Regardless, it was clear that Saiyans should not provoke such beings. No one in the universe could withstand the wrath of a god of destruction. Shaya, serious in tone, recalled the details he had nearly forgotten. In the original tale, it was mentioned that shortly before the destruction of Vegeta, Beerus had indeed descended upon the planet, coercing King Vegeta to bow his proud head. A scene that had left a profound shadow on Vegeta as childhood. However, Shaya had not anticipated that such an event would occur today. Sparked by Melis's reckless actions that nearly led to the premature obliteration of Vegeta. After some contemplation, a sense of unease settled within him. He narrowed his eyes. "No. As long as the god of destruction remains on Vegeta, it is not safe here. I must take Shilin and the others away at once." Initially, Shaya and his companions had planned to leave just before the planet's destruction to avoid drawing attention. However, now, prioritizing their safety took precedence over all else. "Melis." He called her name, retrieving a handful of candies from his pocket and placing them in her hands. "Take these as an apology from me. Now hurry back home." Without waiting for her response, he hurriedly exited the alley and merged into the bustling crowd, quickly disappearing from view. Melis stood in the alley, dazed, until she realized he had vanished. "Ah, that guy actually." She gingerly touched her sore backside, the sting still fresh, biting her thumb in frustration. She felt increasingly aggrieved, stomping her feet in anger. Glancing at the candies in her hands, she licked them with her tongue, savoring the sweet flavor. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she began to indulge in the delightful treat. Delicious. The sweet taste danced upon her palate, lifting her spirits considerably. Yet, she would not forget that detestable Shaya. With her vengeful nature, she vowed to repay him for this slight. Shaya hurriedly returned home and, upon seeing Edri and Rebecca, quickly inquired, "Uncle Edri, is Shilin at home? That girl is resting inside. What has happened?" Edri, taken aback by Shaya's urgency, sensed the gravity of the situation. "There is no time for explanations. Uncle Edri, you must immediately inform Uncle Baruch and the others. We must leave Planet Vegeta at once." "Very well. I will contact them right away." Edri, realizing that something significant must have occurred, otherwise, Shaya's character would not have prompted such haste even in the face of Frieza, adopted a serious demeanor. Shaya nodded slightly and strode towards Shiling's room, entering without knocking. Inside, Shiling lay languidly in her bed, covered only by a thin sheet. Without uttering a word, Shaya lifted her, bedclothes and all. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shiling exclaimed, startled awake. "Not now. Let's discuss matters once we leave this place." The stern expression on Shaya's face caused Shiling to close her mouth, filled with confusion as she followed him into the living room. At that moment, Adriel set down the communicator and glanced in surprise at his daughter, who was still wrapped in a blanket, saying, "I have already informed Baruch that they are waiting at home. All right, let us head over first." After speaking, Shaya nodded and prepared to initiate a teleportation. In the next instant, their surroundings shifted, and the four appeared above the desolate planet. On the barren planet, the sky was a dim yellow, and the air was chillingly cold. Only 7 towering spires stood resolutely, like valiant sentinels guarding the frontier, their surfaces marred by the ravages of wind and rain. "Uncle Adriel, You and the others should stay in the gravity training room for now. I will fetch the others," Shaya declared before promptly vanishing in another teleportation. Observing Shaya's urgent demeanor, Shilling curiously inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why is Shaya in such a hurry? Could it be that Frieza has launched an attack on Planet Vegeta?" After years of companionship, she had never witnessed Shaya in such disarray. In her mind, Shaya was always composed and assured, embodying the myth of an invincible being. What could possibly lead him to such a state? The only explanation that came to her was Frieza's impending assault on Planet Vegeta. Adriel shook his head, clenching his fists, his expression grave as he gazed towards the direction of Planet Vegeta. Could it truly be that Frieza has taken action? Shilling, you should change your clothes in the gravity training room. Rebecca frowned at her daughter, unable to bear the sight of her wrapped in a blanket. Though Saiyans were known for their carefree nature and disregard for details, she thought it inappropriate for a young woman to present herself so casually. Fortunately, when the Fidaians constructed the gravity training room, it was designed with great opulence. The facility boasted not only upper training areas, but also a lower level comprising dining, washing, and living areas, stocked with all essential daily supplies. Shilling glanced at her appearance and let out a soft "oh" before scurrying into the gravity room to change. Shortly thereafter, Baruch, Parody, Lisa, and Alice were transported over, followed by members of Shaya's team, including Shakta, Atasia, and Jelen. When Shaya had planned the relocation to Red Mountain Star, he had already shared the truth with his team members, who had responded with an enthusiasm that was almost palpable, their eyes filled with admiration for him. "Captain, what is going on? Has Frieza truly decided to take action?" Shakta's handsome features momentarily stiffened, his expression turning grim. "Indeed, you hastily brought us here. What has transpired?" Baruch and the other Saiyans echoed the same concern. Shaya shook his head, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. "It is not that Frieza intends to attack Planet Vegeta. Rather, remaining on Planet Vegeta has become increasingly perilous." Upon hearing this, Edri furrowed his brow in confusion. If Frieza was not planning an assault on Planet Vegeta, then logically, no matter what transpired, their current strength should suffice to handle any situation. Why, then, did Shaya assert that staying on Planet Vegeta was more dangerous? Could there be unforeseen circumstances at play? But what could they possibly be? Shaya inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of murky air. "If it were merely Frieza, I would possess the ability to relocate you even amidst the destruction of the planet. However, do you know whom I encountered on Vegeta? The god of destruction, Beerus. That deity unexpectedly appeared on Vegeta." Reflecting on the moment when I narrowly brushed past death, Shaya felt a tinge of melancholy. It was indeed fortunate. Had it not been for Beerus's almost obsessive fondness for gourmet cuisine, I would have had no chance of survival. Before the god of destruction, my superpowers felt as though they were frozen, utterly unable to manifest. Chapter 73. I shall never look again. The god of destruction, Beerus? Adri stood in place, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet, despite his vast experience, he had never heard of such a name. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards Baruch and the others, only to find them similarly perplexed. At this moment, the younger ones, such as Shakta and Adishia, were even less inclined to speak. Upon observing their ignorance of the title of the god of destruction, Shaya understood that they could not comprehend his concerns. Beerus had slumbered for countless years, and few in the universe were aware of his name. With a soft sigh, he said, "The god of destruction, Beerus, is a deity from ancient times, regarded as one of the most formidable beings in the cosmos. The power of Frieza pales in comparison to that of the god of destruction, akin to a firefly competing with the brilliance of the full moon, utterly incomparable. Even if Frieza were to become 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful, the god of destruction could extinguish him with but a mere flick of his finger. Such strength? Shilling gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a mere sneeze from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. Shaya lamented. Even if Frieza's power were to multiply 1,000-fold, he would only reach the level of Majin Buu, while the god of destruction, Beerus, could effortlessly terminate him with a single finger. A sneeze could annihilate Planet Vegeta? Even if Frieza were 1,000 times stronger, he would merely require a casual motion of the finger? Upon hearing Shaya's account, Adri and the others collectively gasped, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. Frieza's might had already seemed insurmountable in their eyes, and now there emerged a god of destruction, capable of effortlessly vanquishing Frieza. Even should he become 1,000 times more powerful, heavens, was it that they had fallen behind, or had the world changed too swiftly? In the past, a battle power of merely a few thousand could dominate the realm, yet now it seemed as feeble as an ant. Isn't the god of destruction a deity? Why then do you fear he might destroy Planet Vegeta? Shaya inquired, her question echoing the curiosity of all present. Shaya shook his head and said, although Beerus, the god of destruction, is indeed a deity, he embodies the essence of destruction and annihilation. His duty is to obliterate, should anything provoke his displeasure. He can mercilessly obliterate an entire planet. Such is the capricious nature of a god of destruction. Upon hearing Shaya's explanation, everyone fell silent. According to his words, remaining on Planet Vegeta was fraught with peril. If the god of destruction were to take offense, it could lead to their demise. Simultaneously, they came to the realization that their meager powers were insignificant in the eyes of true masters. What was there to feel proud about? Look at how they could easily destroy planets and galaxies while they were still engaged in trivial squabbles on a mere speck of a planet. The stark contrast highlighted their limited scope. They had a long way to go. In truth, the over 10,000 battle power possessed by Adri and his companions would allow them to thrive in the cosmos, as formidable beings like Frieza were exceedingly rare, and gods of destruction were entirely beyond comparison. Even younger warriors like Shakta could live quite well if they were cautious. One could recall Raditz, who boasted over 1,000 battle power and was arrogant when he first appeared, having traversed the universe and encountered other life forms. His continued bravado suggested that the overall strength of other beings in the universe was relatively low. Stay on this barren planet for now. If Planet Vegeta remains intact after a few days, you may return. By then, the god of destruction, Beerus, should have departed. Alas, this is the only course of action. Adri nodded helplessly. The situation was beyond their control, and they had no choice but to proceed as such. On Planet Vegeta, Beerus strolled leisurely down the street. Aside from destruction, his greatest pleasures were slumber and the pursuit of culinary delights. Awakening from his slumber, he had secretly ventured down to the lower realms, rampaging through the galaxy and obliterating any planets that displeased him, finally arriving at Planet Vegeta. There, he relished a taste of decent food. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to destroy the planet once more. Just moments ago, he encountered a Saiyan who intrigued him and provided him with a delectable dish. Beerus vowed that he had not tasted such exquisite flavors in eons, perhaps even 100 million years. Ah, what a delightful taste! Licking his lips, savoring the lingering aroma of the delicacies, Beerus felt a lingering desire for more. In light of that young Scion's kindness, perhaps he would show some mercy today. With his hands behind his back, Beerus ambled down the street when suddenly an idea struck him. If that young Scion had access to such delightful cuisine, then the ruler of this planet must also possess something extraordinary. With this thought, Beerus felt a renewed vigor, his languid demeanor shifting to one of determination. First, I must locate the royal palace. Surely there will be more exquisite dishes there. With that, Beerus soared into the air, his golden eyes sparkling with anticipation as he headed toward the palace. In another dimension, at the end of a long serpentine path, there lay an expansive and tranquil space, enveloped in a sacred and serene aura, with the azure sky adorned with pale yellow clouds. Below, a diminutive planet housed the North Kai, who governed the entire North Galaxy. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai lay nervously on a patch of grass, resembling an ant on a hot skillet, his pale lips quivering incessantly. Oh no! Lord Beerus has appeared on Planet Vegeta. If those Scions provoke his ire, my North Galaxy will suffer the consequences. The North Kai cried out in distress, his emotions running high. He recalled the time when his Grand King Kai's planet was vast, only to be shattered into its current small size due to someone provoking Beerus's wrath. He fervently prayed, clasping his hands together, hoping that no one would incite Beerus's fury again. He could not bear the thought of losing his already diminished domain. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation as the North Kai would be forever tarnished, leaving him unable to face the other Kais. The North Kai, his rotund body still crouched low, cautiously observed the happenings on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a chilling glimmer emanated from that direction, locking onto his gaze. That icy, penetrating light seemed to pierce his very soul. Oh no, he gasped, leaping up in terror, his face a mask of fear. I have been discovered by Lord Beerus. I hope he does not come here. The North Kai's complexion paled, his body trembling uncontrollably. In a panic, he scurried into the humble dwelling on King Kai's planet, lamenting, I swear I will not observe the mortal realm again until Lord Beerus departs from the North Galaxy. In a training room within the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, the dim environment bore witness to 2 or 3 genetically engineered beings surrounding a small figure in the center, yet they hesitated to strike. These engineered beings, crafted with the highest technology, each possessed battle powers exceeding 1,000, while the figure they surrounded appeared to be a mere Saiyan child, not even 5 years old. Nevertheless, an instinctive fear gripped the engineered beings. Humph! The young Saiyan scoffed, adjusting his stance in preparation for an attack. In an instant, he surged forward, leaving behind only afterimages. Followed by a blinding flash of light. A radiant energy flooded the training room, and after a resounding explosion, smoke enveloped the scene. As the smoke dissipated, only the proud young Saiyan remained standing. Pathetic, he said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the charred remains of the engineered beings sprawled in the crater. With that, the young Saiyan donned his cloak and exited the training room. As he departed, one Saiyan responsible for cleaning up the aftermath surveyed the scarred ground and remarked, "Prince Vegeta is truly remarkable. At such a tender age, he can defeat engineered beings. He is destined to become an extraordinary ruler." Indeed, under the leadership of King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta, our Saiyan race will only grow stronger. Another middle-aged Saiyan replied, gazing enviously in the direction Vegeta had vanished. On Planet Vegeta, the distinction between the strong and the weak was starkly evident. Those of moderate talent, like them, could only engage in menial tasks. The advancement of the Saiyan race relied on geniuses like Prince Vegeta. In the palace corridor, Vegeta strode forward with a composed expression. Despite having surpassed a battle power of 1,000, he felt no sense of fulfillment. Just then, several guards rushed past him, laden with platters of food. Vegeta, intrigued by their haste, stopped one of the guards. "Why are you in such a hurry? Who is this food for?" Vegeta inquired curiously. The guard, drenched in sweat, replied, "A peculiar guest has just arrived at the palace, and all this food has been arranged for him by the king. Your Highness, please allow me to pass." The guest is quite impatient. Releasing his grip and watching the guard retreat, Vegeta pondered, what sort of guest could it be? And why would his father arrange so much food? With this thought, Vegeta made his way toward the inner palace. Upon reaching one side of the grand hall, Vegeta heard a voice laced with insults emanating from within, a voice altogether unfamiliar. "You dare present this rubbish to me, the god of destruction? Know that you cannot afford the consequences of trifling with a being such as I." The voice of Beerus was both commanding and frigid. "My lord Beerus, I would never dare to deceive you. This is, indeed, the finest cuisine from Planet Vegeta." The king's voice trembled with fear as he prostrated himself. His face contorted in distress. King Vegeta was a being of immense pride, a trait he shared with the future Vegeta, yet before Beerus, he could do nothing but lower his haughty head and grovel, for a mere flicker of anger from Beerus could obliterate Planet Vegeta from existence. Humph! Beerus placed a foot upon King Vegeta's head, casually digging in his ear before blowing on his fingers, revealing his impatience. Frankly, the offerings prepared by the king did not satisfy him. They paled in comparison to the delicacies he had previously tasted. "Is this what you call gourmet?" Beerus glared with his golden eyes, hurling the food atop King Vegeta's head, who could only endure in humiliation. "What is happening? Who is this guest? And why must my father endure such disgrace?" Concealed behind a stone pillar, Vegeta watched in disbelief. How could the mighty Saiyan king debase himself in such a manner? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of indignation. Suddenly, Beerus noticed the presence hiding behind the pillar, casting a fierce gaze that pierced through the stone and struck Vegeta. He fell to the ground, paralyzed as if struck by lightning. With a swift motion, Beerus seized Vegeta by the head, lifting him up. "My lord Beerus, I beg you, spare my child." King Vegeta's face turned pale with horror as he gritted his teeth in desperation. "I shall have the finest dishes prepared at once." "No need for that." Beerus's countenance darkened as he casually tossed Vegeta aside. The impact with the wall created a fissure, and Vegeta was left embedded in it, his bones shattered upon collision. Beerus flicked his fingers dismissively, expressing his boredom. "How utterly dull. I had hoped to indulge in exquisite cuisine, but this Planet Vegeta is utterly worthless." With that, Beerus's form abruptly vanished from the palace. After a significant period, when King Vegeta was certain Beerus had departed, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had never anticipated that the legendary god of destruction would confront him in such a manner. Had it not been for the lingering tales of destruction among the Saiyan royal lineage, the consequences could have been catastrophic. The true embodiment of destruction was far more terrifying than the legend suggested. Reflecting on the unfathomable depth of Beerus's power, King Vegeta felt a shiver of dread. Realizing his garments were soaked with cold sweat, hastily approaching Vegeta, King Vegeta examined his son, relieved to find that only a few bones were fractured, prompting him to summon guards to transport Vegeta to the healing chamber. Vegeta was his most cherished son and the most formidable warrior of the Saiyan race. He could not afford to lose him. Alone in the Grand Hall, King Vegeta's expression shifted as he grappled with his thoughts. In the vastness of the universe, the apathetic god of destruction, Beerus, floated aimlessly. At that moment, a radiant streak of multicolored light surged through the cosmos, arriving swiftly before him. "My Lord Beerus, you have slipped away again." A delicate voice chimed in his ear, and a silver-haired figure clad in crimson and black approached, supported by a divine staff. A blue collar hovering mysteriously around his neck. "Oh, Whis, you've arrived." Beerus reclined in the cosmos, cradling his head with his hands, allowing himself to drift. "Ah, my Lord Beerus, this time you have annihilated 134 planets. The Kais will be quite troubled by this behavior." Whis placed a hand on his forehead. Yet his expression bore no sign of distress. "TCH. Beerus clicked his tongue, indifferent. "It's merely a few planets I've destroyed. Let those Kais create a few more. The process of planet formation is lengthy, especially for life-bearing worlds. If the Kais cannot keep pace with Beerus's destructive tendencies, significant problems will arise." Displaying disdain, Beerus shifted the conversation. "By the way, Whis, while you were absent, I had the rare pleasure of savoring exquisite delicacies. The taste lingers delightfully in my memory." "Is that so, my Lord Beerus? I wonder if you saved any for me?" Whis's interest piqued at the mention of cuisine. "Those portions were minuscule. How could I possibly reserve any for you?" "How disheartening. Did you enjoy your meal on that planet?" Whis gestured toward the distant, dark red planet Vegeta. "Indeed, but alas, those delicacies are no more." Beerus's ire flared at the mention of Planet Vegeta. He longed to obliterate it with a single energy sphere. However, he had promised Shaya to spare the planet, for to renege on such a vow would tarnish the god of destruction's reputation. "By the way, Whis, who governs this region?" Beerus inquired. Whis consulted his staff, revealing the image of Frieza within the blue crystal ball. "My Lord Beerus, the ruler of the nearby star systems is a being named Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon race." Beerus stroked his chin, contemplating. "Send a message to Frieza, instructing him that I wish to see no trace of Planet Vegeta. He is to destroy it." "Understood, my Lord Beerus." VES responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Destroying a planet was merely as effortless for them as quenching one's thirst. It had become an everyday occurrence. Moreover, orchestrating the demise of Vegeta was not considered a personal act of aggression, as it preserved the dignity of the destroyer while fulfilling the divine promise. Chapter 75, Consciousness Training on the Desolate Star. A month had passed unnoticed, and Vegeta remained unscathed. The anxieties of Edri and his companions could finally be alleviated. However, to err on the side of caution, Shaya refrained from returning them to Vegeta or heading to Red Mountain. Instead, they remained in the gravity training chamber, engaging in simple exercises. Through recent events, Edri and his comrades had come to a profound realization of their limitations compared to true masters of power and thus focused their efforts on training. Yet, as seasoned Saiyan warriors, they understood that cultivation was a gradual process, requiring a delicate balance between relaxation and exertion. Overexertion could be counterproductive. Adequate leisure was essential. They were not like the younger Shakta, whose cells were in a fervent state of growth, capitalizing on their prime for strength enhancement. Even in their golden phase, moderation was imperative. One must not exhaust their body excessively. In the number 3 gravity chamber, several members of Edri's team sat cross-legged on the floor, indulging in conversation while savoring dishes laid out beside them. "I must say, Edri, ever since you acquired the gravity chamber, your cultivation has accelerated remarkably," exclaimed the rugged middle-aged parody, devouring his meal with gusto. As the strongest among them, Edri's power had surged significantly since gaining access to the gravity chamber. And Parody could not help but feel a twinge of envy regarding Edri's training progress. "Haha, that is merely a reflection of my diligence. If you all were to apply yourselves as I have, your strength would undoubtedly flourish as well." Edri laughed heartily, stuffing a lentil into his mouth, reveling in his accomplishments. His combat power had reached an impressive 15,200, with few on Vegeta surpassing him, an achievement he had once deemed unimaginable. Now, not only was it a reality, but he was also confident of further enhancement in the future. However, he noticed a discernible deceleration in his recent progress, which brought him back to a more grounded perspective. "Come now, it's only because Shaya is nearby to guide you. If I too could spar with Shaya day in and day out, I would have long surpassed you." Parody scoffed, though he secretly envied the captain for having Shaya as an ally. Edri's power had already eclipsed theirs by several thousand. Thus far, aside from Edri and Rebecca, The combat power of the rest of Edri's squad lingered around 12,000. The mightiest among them, Baruch, was nearing 13,000, yet still fell short when compared to the captain, and the gap was widening. Although Edri's recent growth had slowed, it remained enviable in contrast to theirs. Edri chuckled, acknowledging that his rapid advancement was indeed facilitated by the gravity chamber, but his sparring with Shaya had also played a significant role. After sharing laughter, Edri's demeanor turned serious as he addressed his comrades. Currently, the Saiyan population on Red Mountain has approached 3,000. Shaya has informed me that when Vegeta is destroyed, an additional 15,000 will migrate there. Excluding those who may perish during the destruction of Vegeta, it is conservatively estimated that Red Mountain will house over 12,000 Saiyans. 12,000 is no small number, someone remarked, and the group fell into a contemplative silence. The prospect of over 10,000 Saiyans surviving was substantial. Yet it paled in comparison to the millions during their peak, rendering their current numbers rather disheartening. They harbored a fervent belief that the Saiyan race must not decline. By the way, I suspect King Vegeta may have caught wind of our actions. Edri suddenly shifted the conversation. Surely not. If King Vegeta were aware of our clandestine migration, he would have reacted, Parody replied, his expression one of disbelief. I believe King Vegeta is feigning ignorance, Baruch interjected coldly. What advantage would that serve him? Perhaps he is at a critical juncture in his own planning, where internal strife would be detrimental to his goals. With 6 members of our team boasting combat power exceeding 10,000, a civil conflict over a mere 3,000 lower-tier warriors would severely weaken the Saiyan race. Something King Vegeta would wish to avoid, Edri explained. Is he planning to settle scores later? Alice furrowed her brow, being the youngest and most spirited among them. That may be his intention, yet it would only follow a victory over Frieza. If he were to fail, all would be moot. I suspect King Vegeta may also wish to provide a fallback for the Saiyans, Edri continued, prompting silence among the group, as they were all adults capable of deeper contemplation. King Vegeta's tacit approval of their recruitment efforts likely stemmed from other considerations. The age-old adage of not placing all one's eggs in one basket was universally understood. And it was improbable that King Vegeta was oblivious to this fact. Perhaps he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Was it conceivable that King Vegeta might abandon his conflict with Frieza? This question was swiftly dismissed, for the pride of the Saiyans would not allow them to shy away from battle, preferring destruction over submission. It could be deemed as mere bravado. Yet King Vegeta could not tolerate the notion of the Saiyans groveling as subservient to Frieza. However, a more pivotal reason lay in King Vegeta's insufficient understanding of Frieza's true terror. Had he been fully aware, his resolve would likely wane considerably. Much like how he could humble himself before the destroyer, recognizing that the disparity in strength does not equate to a loss of dignity. At least it would provide some solace. Yet, it was too late for such musings. Even if King Vegeta refrained from rebellion, Frieza would not spare the Saiyans. Liza's hoarse voice broke the silence. The course of events was beyond their control, and all they could do was lead a portion of the Saiyans on Red Mountain. After a moment of quiet contemplation, they resumed their light-hearted banter on other subjects. Meanwhile, the younger generation, like Shakta, was fervently training in the gravity chamber, pushing their limits with relentless determination. Edri and his experienced comrades occasionally stepped in to offer guidance. In the number 1 gravity chamber, the spacious training area remained tranquil. The gravity apparatus and other parameters were inactive. In the center, Shaya and Saiyan sat cross-legged, locked in a mutual gaze, resembling 2 ancient sages lost in meditation. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the 2 individuals bore furrowed brows, their bodies trembling slightly, with beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Both were engaged in the profound practice of consciousness cultivation. Within the ethereal realm of awareness, the vastness of the cosmos could not be measured by the standards of reality. As they engaged in a fierce confrontation, their figures intertwined in a relentless struggle, soaring from the ground to the sky, and then descending once more. Reverberating with the sounds of their tumultuous battle, thunderous roars and explosive detonations filled the air incessantly. Suddenly, numerous illusory figures materialized, each resembling Shilling, their movements swift and agile, quickly saturating the realm of consciousness. A glint of brilliance flickered in Shilling's eyes as she raised her delicate hand, unleashing a sudden onslaught of illusory forms upon Shaya. With precision, Shaya intercepted Shilling's strike, and in an instant, he moved with the swiftness of an arrow, weaving through the fray. Each seemingly effortless attack was imbued with an explosive, suffocating force, shattering the ethereal silhouettes one by one. With a resounding crash, the realm of consciousness abruptly fractured, causing both Shaya and Shilling to tremble and gasp for breath. After a brief interval of adjustment, their breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. The practice of consciousness cultivation is an exceptionally profound method of training, evolving from the cultivation of energy. Unlike the physical enhancement of the body through energy refinement, consciousness cultivation maximizes the training of spirit and awareness, serving as a means to enhance combat instincts. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong and Krillin had previously engaged in such training during their journey to planet Namek. Consciousness cultivation is not merely the simplistic honing of energy. It bears resemblance to the Taoist philosophy of Shaya's past life, embodying a form of spiritual enlightenment. To a certain extent, it offers an advantage in developing ultimate techniques and transcending the constraints of the physical form. Char and Sela have harnessed the power of consciousness cultivation to enhance their combat experience, yielding remarkable results. After this period of rigorous training, they discovered a newfound mastery over their energy control. Chapter 76, Bardock and Jine. As Shaya settled into tranquility, he felt a vast and powerful energy surging within him. Yet, with the slightest shift of his will, this energy would obediently subside. His mastery over this energy had reached a level of effortless command, allowing him to manipulate it with grace and precision. Although he had not engaged in deliberate training, his strength continued to grow steadily, an advantage derived from the cultivation of his consciousness. Clenching his fist, a faint smile graced Shaya's face. Shaya, my combat power is nearly at 120,000. After a brief respite, Shilling raised her head, her snow-white face flushed with excitement. During this period, she had diligently pursued her goals, ultimately elevating her combat power to 118,000, nearly catching up to Shaya from a year prior. Her progress was undeniably swift, yet the gap between them remained unchanged. My combat power has just reached 145,000. Shaya chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Shilling felt a twinge of disappointment. Oh, I've been working so hard. Why can't I catch up to you? Placing a hand gently on her head and savoring the delicate texture of her hair, Shaya replied, do not dwell on such matters all the time. It can be exhausting and ultimately futile. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes, being overly concerned can lead to confusion. It's better to think of other things. What should I think about? She inquired. How about delicious food? Shaya, Shilling pouted, swatting away his hand resting on her head. She caressed her smooth belly and declared, I'm not happy. I want to feast. Shaya looked at her with a hint of amusement. This fellow always transformed grief and indignation into an insatiable appetite at times like these. Fortunately, being a Saiyan endowed him with a robust constitution. If he were an ordinary person, indulging in such feasting would have undoubtedly distorted his physique by now. Very well. Very well. As Shaya responded to her, he opened a dimensional space and retrieved an abundance of food, observing with amusement the girl as fervent feasting. Though her manner was far from graceful, there was something quite entertaining about the sight of Shilling indulging so heartily. Near the spaceport of Planet Vegeta, a vast and desolate plain stretched endlessly, devoid of any signs of life. On the opposite side of the mountains that framed the plain, several makeshift sunshades were erected behind protruding rocks. It was midday, and the scorching sun hung directly overhead, with rising heat waves blurring the horizon. Within the shade, hundreds of Saiyans gathered, some engaged in animated conversation while others reclined in solitude, patiently awaiting the arrival of more comrades. Soon, additional Saiyans converged from all directions, and the gathering swelled to over 1,000. Among them were both low-ranking and high-ranking warriors, each brimming with excitement and eager anticipation for the grand battle mission that occurred only once a year on Planet Vegeta. This significant undertaking was classified as a special mission by the Task Management Bureau, necessitating the deployment of nearly 10,000 combat-capable high-ranking warriors. The objective of this mission was to conquer the enigmatic planet, Kanasha. Bardock, be cautious upon reaching Kanasha. Avoid taking unnecessary risks. A petite yet striking female Saiyan adjusted her husband's hair and tied his headscarf anew. Bardock chuckled heartily, his broad palm resting gently on her shoulder, a tender smile gracing his scarred visage. Jine, are you still unaware of my strength? A mere planet like Kanasha poses no challenge for me. You need not worry. Even so, exercise caution. Jine shot him a knowing glance. These two were none other than Bardock and his wife, Jine, the biological parents of Goku. 12 years had elapsed since Shaya first encountered Bardock, who had matured into a robust and seasoned warrior, marrying Jine, who worked in logistics. Jine, petite like a young girl amidst the rugged Saiyans, had given birth to 2 children. With Bardock preparing for the campaign against Kanasha, Jine would remain on Planet Vegeta, managing the processing of meat supplies. By the way, how is Raditz faring? Bardock inquired as he organized his belongings. Upon mentioning their eldest son, Jine's face brightened with joy. Raditz is accompanying Prince Vegeta on a mission. He should have already arrived at the target planet. Bardock nodded, reflecting on how Raditz, like himself, was merely a low-ranking warrior, yet had been assigned to work with Prince Vegeta. I wonder how the Task Management Bureau organizes such assignments. Perhaps they merely wish to burden Prince Vegeta with an extra load, he mused self-deprecatingly. Nonetheless, Bardock felt no shame in being a low-ranking warrior. He understood that even those born as such could achieve greatness through combat and training, and he was a testament to that truth. His power had far surpassed that of ordinary high-ranking warriors. As the commander of this mission, Bardock's combat prowess approached 10,000, a remarkable feat for a low-ranking warrior. Meanwhile, over 2 months' journey away from Planet Vegeta, at Frieza's headquarters, within a lavish palace, Frieza floated beside a window in a small, egg-shaped spacecraft, his long tail swaying in the air. Lord Frieza, here are the complete data regarding the Saiyan ships launched in recent years, a Taji Star person reported, waving his arms animatedly. Frieza turned his vessel, his crimson eyes glinting with malevolence as he spoke coldly to Dodoria, who stood nearby. Dodoria, send a directive to the Frieza force. Eliminate all Saiyan children sent on missions according to the list. Ensure not a single one remains. And keep this matter confidential. The Saiyans on Planet Vegeta must not know. Understood, my lord. Dodoria replied, his expression serious, then hesitated. I've heard that Prince Vegeta's son is also on a mission. Should we? Frieza waved dismissively, leave Vegeta be. He is a rather delightful toy. Let us keep him around a while longer. By the way, Dodoria, would you care to join me for a fireworks display? Dodoria's face lit up with excitement. Are you planning to destroy Planet Vegeta, my lord? I can't wait to witness that magnificent spectacle again. Yes, this is a mission sanctioned by Lord Beerus himself. I initially intended to let those Saiyans linger a bit longer, but it appears that is no longer feasible. Frieza spoke thoughtfully. Frieza's father had once warned him of 2 entities in the universe that even the frost demons dared not provoke, the ancient Majin Buu and the legendary god of destruction. Beerus. Initially skeptical, Frieza realized the truth of this when Beerus appeared before him, exuding an aura that demanded respect. Lord Beerus? Dodoria inquired, momentarily perplexed, having never heard that name before. Yet, recognizing Frieza's deference, he discerned that this Beerus must be an extraordinary figure. How troublesome for the Saiyans. Yet another powerful being wishes to eradicate them. Ah, if only Shampa were still around. He would have relished witnessing the beautiful fireworks, Frieza lamented, feeling a pang of regret at the absence of a companion to share the glorious view. Mention of Shampa cast a shadow over Dodoria's expression. His longtime partner had met an untimely and mysterious demise on Planet Fidaia, with no knowledge of the perpetrator. Years prior, when the Ginyu Force arrived at Fidaia, they found it deserted, a world scorched by lava. Chapter 77. The Curse of Kanasha, a beautiful yet enigmatic planet, had long been shrouded in mystery. Now, it faced impending doom as a horde of Saiyans from distant star systems descended, unleashing chaos and carnage. The verdant planet, once vibrant, bore the scars of destruction, mountains shattered, debris strewn across the landscape, and craters pockmarking the ground. Boom! An immense shockwave, imbued with formidable energy, struck the mountainside, causing the earth to tremble violently as the mountains crumbled. Amidst the tumultuous descent of boulders that shot forth like cannonballs, they struck the ground, sending a vast cloud of dry dust into the air. Over 1,000 Saiyans reveled in the thrill of battle, soaring from one mountain peak to another, like marauders invading a village, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake, as vibrant lives perished in the explosions. In the forested expanse, creatures of various forms fled and roared, only to be obliterated in an instant by a wave of energy descending from the heavens. Mr. Bardock, the lowly beings of planet Kanasa have been entirely exterminated, leaving only the native Kanasa inhabitants. A bespectacled, diminutive Saiyan reported while clutching a communicator. Let everyone exercise caution. It is said that the Kanasa inhabitants wield some mysterious magic, some of which could even pose a threat to high-ranking warriors. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. On the star map, Kanasa was situated along the northern route of Planet Vegeta, Having maintained a semblance of peace for many years, it was implausible that they lacked formidable defenses. Yes, Mr. Bardock. The Saiyan received the command and relayed it forthwith. Bardock gazed silently at the billowing black smoke that enveloped the land, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. An unsettling feeling stirred within him, as if foreboding something imminent. 3 days later, among the ruins of a city, towering structures lay collapsed, debris strewn about, and a once thriving civilization annihilated in the blink of an eye. The elder of the Kinesa people beheld the dwindling embers of their civilization and the countless tribesmen brutally slaughtered. His heart swelling with rage and sorrow, directing a furious glare at the Saiyans, who appeared as demons. You wicked Saiyans will inevitably face retribution, the Kinesa elder bellowed, his green eyes flashing with crimson fury. Suddenly, the elder's countenance twisted into a sinister grin, followed by maniacal laughter. The arcane magic granted him a glimpse of a future vision. In this vision, he perceived that the fate of the malevolent Saiyans would not be much better than their own. It would not be long before they met their demise at the hands of beings even more powerful. So you Saiyans are not immune to fate today. You have obliterated Kinesa, but soon your home planet shall also be destroyed. Retribution. You Saiyans, guilty of countless sins, shall all descend into hell. The Kinesa elder danced wildly, his arms raised as if expressing gratitude to the heavens. Damn it. Bardock's face darkened, and extending his finger, he unleashed a brilliant beam of white light that pierced through the Kinesa elder's chest. To dare curse the Saiyans is to invite your own demise. With a thud, the Kinesa elder collapsed, blood spilling from his lips, yet a frenzied smile remained etched on his face. His gaze was like a dagger, deeply embedding itself into Bardock's heart, intensifying the ominous premonition within him. Even if you kill me now, the future is already sealed. You Saiyans cannot escape death. We merely depart first. I shall witness your descent into hell from the underworld. Bardock, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression and coldly retorted, the Saiyans shall not follow in your footsteps. Your disbelief matters not. It is merely a matter of time. The life force of the Kinesa elder gradually waned, yet he continued to cackle. With my final breath, I curse you with visions of the future. You shall feel despair at every moment. It will linger in your mind, gradually eroding your will, leaving you eternally tormented. The Kinesa elder's eyes bulged, glowing with a faint red hue, the sanguine light appearing gruesome and eerie. Suddenly, Bardock felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as countless ephemeral images flooded his mind, relentlessly assaulting his will, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Bardock cried out in agony, collapsing into unconsciousness. Time passed, and Bardock gradually regained consciousness, conducting a cursory examination and finding nothing amiss, though his head remained heavy and he felt slightly nauseous. Those detestable Kinesa inhabitants, Bardock cursed, realizing he had been ambushed, yet fortunately he found no abnormalities. Casting a glance at the fallen Kinesa elder's corpse, Bardock's expression hardened like frost, and with a wave of his hand, he incinerated the body to ashes. Mr. Bardock, it is a relief that you're unscathed. Just now, Headquarters sent a message instructing all Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta immediately. The communicator chimed with the voice of the mission's deputy commander. Boss, what is going on? Bardock frowned, puzzled by the sudden directive from headquarters. What has transpired? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck again, and Bardock knelt, clutching his face, feeling as if countless insects were gnawing at his brain. His vision blurred. In the tranquil expanse of the cosmos, the dark red planet Vegeta loomed high. Not far in outer space, numerous disc-shaped spacecraft were arrayed like stars, countless aliens clad in armor, wielding energy cannons, swarming forth from the ships like locusts, blotting out the sky. The outer space surrounding Planet Vegeta soon erupted into a cacophony of light and sound. The scene shifted. A figure aboard a small, egg-shaped spacecraft laughed maniacally, extending a finger. Suddenly, another sun arose in the starry sky, a massive fireball, hundreds of meters in diameter, hurtling toward Planet Vegeta with a menacing roar. The fireball plummeted through space, its orange-red surface igniting the atmosphere into a frenzy of heat. A thunderous roar shook the cosmos, as the vast Planet Vegeta was reduced to cosmic dust in an overwhelming explosion. Mr. Bardock. Mr. Bardock. The voice from the communicator persisted. Boss, I am unharmed. Bardock gritted his teeth, his body trembling, drenched in sweat. Yes. On the other end of the communicator, Deputy Commander Boss recounted the events in detail. Disconnecting the communicator, Bardock's expression turned cold and somber, his teeth clenched tight. What does that scoundrel Frieza intend to do? The strange images that had flooded his mind resurfaced, causing Bardock to furrow his brow. With my final strength, I curse you to witness visions of the future, where despair shall cling to you relentlessly, eroding your will and ensnaring you in perpetual anguish. The elder's words echoed in his ears. Could it be that what he witnessed was indeed a glimpse of the future? Did Frieza plan to annihilate Planet Vegeta? Bardock murmured, his fists clenched tightly. Planet Vegeta must not be destroyed. P.S. Gratitude to all the readers on Chidian and Chuangshi for their support. Thank you. Chapter 78. The final month due to a directive from headquarters. Bardock and the other Saiyans swiftly concluded their mission on Kinesa and prepared to return to Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, Saiyans from across the cosmos received word and began their journey back. Inside the large spacecraft, Bardock sat in the cockpit, his expression grim as Deputy Commander Boss conversed with him about the events on Kinesa. It is rather unusual to have us all summoned back to Planet Vegeta suddenly. What could be the reason? It seems to be an order from Frieza, Boss remarked, perplexed. First, lower the detector. We must not be overheard. Oh, I almost forgot. Boss quickly turned off the energy detector, realizing the urgency of the situation. Regardless of Frieza's schemes, it was imperative to return to Planet Vegeta first. What kind of schemes could he possibly have? Perhaps he has discovered some remarkable planet that requires a substantial number of personnel to investigate, he mused. A chuckle escaped him. Despite his disdain for Frieza, he had never imagined that Frieza harbored ambitions to annihilate the Saiyans. By the way, I've heard that the movements within Frieza's army have been unusually frequent lately, as if they are on some urgent mission. Surely, they must be short-handed and are seeking our Saiyan strength for support, he speculated. Let us hope that's the case. Bardock crossed his arms, though his heart was less optimistic. Recalling the unsettling visions he had witnessed on planet Kinesa, his brow furrowed, and the strange orders just delivered by Frieza intensified his unease. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, causing Bardock to clutch his forehead and lean over his chair. Illusory images flickered before his eyes, projecting onto his retina. A verdant planet floated in the void, its skies glowing with a soft green hue, while delicate grass blanketed the ground. In the midst of a vast, serene plain stood a young man clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Opposite him was a petite figure, alternating in hues of purple and white, with a long tail and striking crimson eyes that drew immediate attention. What is this place? Bardock pondered, realizing he had been transported to an unknown realm where two individuals confronted each other, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Could this be another cursed vision from the Kinesa people? Bardock steadied himself, observing the scene as if watching a film from a third-person perspective. His mental fortitude allowed him to remain calm, and he focused on the figure in the orange uniform, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Could that be Raditz? No, it must be Kakarot. A spark ignited in Bardock's eyes as a profound sense of kinship washed over him. Shifting his gaze to the opposing figure, he noted the petite silhouette with skin resembling soft armor, adorned with purple attachments on the head, shoulders, and arms, glimmering under the sunlight. The cold, crimson eyes were reminiscent of a certain individual, Frieza. Bardock gasped, certainty flooding his mind. The person standing opposite was indeed Frieza. Although his appearance differed from the Frieza Bardock had encountered, those indifferent, frenzied eyes were unmistakable. Was this a vision of Kakarot battling Frieza, an omen of the future? A wave of dread washed over Bardock. If this was indeed a glimpse into the future, it could mean that the Kinesa people's curse was real, and Planet Vegeta might face destruction at Frieza's hands. At that moment, the figure identical to Bardock engaged in combat. Their movements were swift as the wind, actions flashing like lightning, far beyond the grasp of Bardock's perception. He strained to concentrate, catching only fleeting glimpses of their clash, which transcended his understanding. The scene accelerated, and Bardock observed as if he were a mere spectator, his heart racing with each passing moment. Darkness enveloped the sky as shimmering bolts of lightning filled the atmosphere. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth trembled beneath them. The youth in the orange martial arts uniform stood bare-chested, his fury resonating with the thunder. In that tempest, his black hair flickered and transformed into a radiant golden hue, his emerald eyes cold and devoid of emotion. The transformed youth unleashed a flurry of overwhelming attacks upon his opponent. Was this the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock was taken aback by the youth's transformation, exhilaration coursing through him. Though he could barely comprehend such a realm of existence, it was undeniable. The ancient legends of the Super Saiyan were true, and his son Kakarot had likely achieved this power. Just then, the image blurred. Bardock, drenched in sweat, leaned heavily on his chair, while his deputy, boss, looked on with concern. Mr. Bardock, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, it's nothing, just a bit fatigued. Bardock replied calmly, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling, yet his mind remained tumultuous. Was this truly a vision of the future, or merely a deception crafted by the Kanesa people to sow discord between the Saiyans and Frieza? Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Vegeta sat atop a crumbling rock, ravenously devouring a piece of roasted meat, while primitive, dinosaur-like beings crawled at his feet. Prince Vegeta, are you really not going back? You are a prince, after all. Raditz inquired, cradling his injured arm. Let them be. Just pretend you don't know, Vegeta replied coldly, focused solely on his meal. Showing no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta, Raditz hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns but held back. At that moment, a bald young man approached and plopped down beside him, gnawing on a piece of meat. Why all the chatter? Just do as Vegeta says. All right, Raditz responded weakly, too intimidated to retort. Among the three, he was the only low-class warrior, often looked down upon. On the route to Planet Vegeta, a fleet of disc-shaped spaceships sped through the cosmos. The largest ship, Frieza's flagship, led the way. Frieza floated to the observation deck of his vessel, gazing as bright celestial bodies streaked by like meteors. Lord Frieza, if I may speak candidly, I believe the so-called Super Saiyan is merely a Clitch D hero's tale. There's no way it could exist, remarked a frog-like alien. Frieza chuckled lightly. Of course, I know that. After observing these Saiyans for years, they remain nothing more than useless wild monkeys, and I foolishly held on to hope. However, I cannot harbor even a hint of unease. These prideful beings will never be content as my subordinates. It is time to eradicate them. By the way, when can we expect the Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta? Aside from those particularly distant, a month's time should suffice. Then let us launch our assault on Planet Vegeta in a month. Prepare the Frieza force. I can hardly wait. Frieza commanded with a chilling smirk. Yes, Lord Frieza, the frog-faced alien replied loudly before exiting the control room to relay Frieza's orders. Mr. Dodoria, do not forget to eliminate any remaining Saiyans after Planet Vegeta's destruction. I do not wish to see even a single survivor. Haha, consider it done. Doria, with her pink belly, wobbled and grinned mischievously, the flesh on her head swaying rhythmically. In just a month, the formidable Frieza would make his grand appearance. And the mere thought of it filled Doria with excitement, rendering her sleepless as she yearned for the days to hasten. Chapter 79. Bardock's arrangement a month later. The scattered Saiyans gradually returned to Planet Vegeta. The spaceport buzzed with unprecedented activity, as vessels descended from the sky at every moment. Bardock's colossal spaceship approached Planet Vegeta, and in the night's embrace, he discerned a fleet of ships lined up on the opposite side of the planet's orbit, seemingly engaged in a mission. Mr. Bardock. Look, those are Frieza's ships. What brings them to Planet Vegeta? Boss pointed at the Frieza army arrayed in a menacing formation, astonishment etched on his face. Bardock paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. Frieza has actually deployed his main forces to Planet Vegeta. Does he truly intend to wage war? As a staunch advocate of battle among the Saiyans, Bardock had always harbored disdain for Frieza, especially after receiving vague hints of a future that stirred his discontent. The sight of the fleet ignited a deep-seated loathing within him. Surely it cannot be so. We Saiyans have consistently fulfilled the tasks assigned by Frieza, Boss remarked incredulously. Isn't it obvious? Bardock scoffed, his tone brusque. I have long suspected Frieza harbored ulterior motives towards the Saiyans, perhaps fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among us. Super Saiyan, that is merely a myth, one that even we do not believe in. Why would Frieza concern himself with such an unsubstantiated tale? Boss laughed heartily, seemingly amused by the notion. His optimism unwavering as he found it hard to believe Frieza would harm the Saiyans over a mere legend. That is difficult to say. Bardock recalled the fragments of the future he had glimpsed, where his youngest son, Kakarot, ultimately transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and vanquished Frieza. A sense of relief washed over him. Let us return to Planet Vegeta for now. We shall discuss everything later, Bardock said, casting a lingering glance at the distant Frieza army as he addressed Boss. All right. Boss replied cheerfully, piloting the spaceship toward Planet Vegeta. Upon landing at the spaceport, Bardock bid farewell to the accompanying Saiyans. Watching his comrades depart, he grappled with whether to share his vision of the future. Several times he nearly spoke. Yet the words lodged in his throat, unuttered. Forget it. Even if I were to share it, they would not believe me. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Was this the despair the elder of Canesa spoke of? Was he destined to confront this anguish alone? No, Bardock did not feel despair. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, believing that in the future, Kakarot would rise to defeat Frieza. Upon returning home, his wife, Jine, was busy preparing a meal. The rich aroma wafting from the kitchen, enveloping Bardock in warmth. "Oh, you're back so early?" Jine exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen with a pot of meat soup. Surprise evident on her face. Setting his bag down, Bardock smiled as he accepted the heavy pot from her. "I received orders from headquarters. All Saiyans are to return to Planet Vegeta. Is something amiss?" "No, nothing at all." Bardock shook his head, yet an ominous premonition gnawed at him, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. "Do not worry. With your strength, what could possibly pose a challenge to you?" Jine nestled against Bardock, her petite form sinking into his embrace. She had unwavering faith in him. Despite being a low-class warrior, her husband surpassed most elite warriors in strength. Indeed, Bardock held her quietly, a sense of tranquility enveloping him. "By the way, is Kakarot still in the incubation chamber?" "Yes, he has been there for several months now. It is time for him to emerge. Would you like to see him?" In the basement, an egg-shaped incubation chamber filled with green liquid housed a child with a long tail, bubbling playfully. This was a newly developed biological incubator, far more advanced than the conventional infant pods, typically reserved for elite families. After Kakarot's birth, he had spent a brief period in an infant pod before Bardock brought him home and placed him in the biological incubator. Months had passed since then. He has grown quite a bit. Bardock observed the child nibbling on his fingers in the green liquid, astonishment flickering in his eyes before a smile broke forth. "Indeed. He resembles you remarkably, especially with that distinctive hairstyle," Jine teased, noting the striking resemblance between her son and husband. Bardock nodded, watching his son in silence for a while before closing his eyes in contemplation. "When night falls, I shall procure a spherical spacecraft and send this child away to another planet." Jine paused, vehemently opposing. Why do such a thing? And why risk his life to become a child of exile? Given Bardock's family's current standing, they could easily shield their son from perilous missions. To be a child of exile would invite scorn. "This is for Kakarot's sake." "What do you mean?" Bardock raised his head and spoke solemnly. "I have an ominous premonition of death. Frieza is undoubtedly scheming something." Ultimately, Jine was swayed by Bardock's words, for their son's safety. She felt compelled to take a risk. In the dead of night, Bardock stealthily acquired a spherical spacecraft with a 2-meter diameter from the decrepit royal warehouse, and together, the couple transported the craft to a remote desert. "Who would have thought you would worry for our child?" "That is quite unlike you." Jine jested as they flew. "Perhaps I have caught your navet," Bardock replied playfully. "Who speaks of such things?" Jine puffed her cheeks in mock discontent, resembling a pouting girl. Soon, they arrived at a rocky, desolate desert far removed from the Saiyan stronghold, where launching the spacecraft would go unnoticed. At that moment, the infant's cries emanated from the spherical craft, as if sensing the impending separation from his parents. Jine gazed at the child through the transparent glass, her heart aching. "Do not cry, Kakarot." Jine's eyes reflected her reluctance, and she implored, "Bardock, why don't we all escape together? It's futile. The detectors will find us soon. The energy readings are too high, making us easily detectable by the Tuffle's monitoring devices." Bardock adjusted the spacecraft's position and stated, "This is an old machine from 20 years ago. It should not have a locator. I have programmed it to a remote planet called Earth. Although it is abundant in water and food, it offers little value in terms of people and resources, rendering it an inconspicuous low-level planet." Kai nodded slightly and addressed the child within the spacecraft. "Child, if Bardock is overly concerned, we shall soon retrieve you. Should an unfortunate event occur, I will inform Raditz. Farewell. You must survive. Be cautious of the Galactic Patrol. Kakarot, you must become a Super Saiyan and vanquish Frieza." Upon pressing the switch of the spacecraft, a violent tremor ensued, and it soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the vast cosmos. P.S. The tender depiction of the Saiyans and the circumstances surrounding Bardock and Kai's farewell to Goku are indeed canonical continuations of Akira Toriyama's narrative, not mere fabrications, albeit with adjustments to Kakarot's age. This illustrates that the Saiyans are not entirely devoid of familial affection amidst their savage nature. Chapter 8. The rebellion commences on the desolate planet. After a prolonged silence, Shaya received news from Frieza. Adri and the others congregated, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. "Frieza is finally making his move," Adri sighed. "What is destined to arrive will inevitably do so, yet when that moment truly comes, the heart brims with resentment." "How infuriating." Parody struck the ground with his fist, creating a significant crater. The tribe faced impending slaughter, feeling utterly powerless, a plight often encountered by weaker races. Indeed, those who commit numerous atrocities ultimately face retribution. Uncle Adri, discussing this is futile. It is better to await here while I venture to Planet Vegeta. Perhaps I can rescue some, Shaya proposed. Despite having made wishes upon the Dragon Balls, the uncertainty of how many could reach Red Mountain Star lingered in the air. Shaya was preparing to visit Planet Vegeta. His intentions were twofold. Firstly, to rescue some Saiyans, and secondly, to personally witness the extent of Frieza's formidable power. Edri, aware of Shaya's incredible strength, was unconcerned for his safety, knowing he could effortlessly obliterate the Ginyu Force. Nodding, he cautioned, "This is acceptable. But you must avoid any confrontation with Frieza. Some sacrifices are necessary, for you are the most vital among the Saiyans. As long as you are present, there is hope for the Saiyan revival. I want to go too," exclaimed Shilling, who had been observing for quite some time, suddenly jumping up. "No, you cannot." Both Edri and Shaya replied in unison. "But I am strong too." Shilling insisted earnestly, eager to participate in the ultimate battle on Planet Vegeta. Shaya possessed the ability to instantaneously transport himself, allowing him to escape at a critical moment. "But you cannot, even if you can rival Captain Ginyu." "I cannot agree to this," Edri reprimanded, frowning at his daughter's recklessness. "Wah." Shilling sulked, her eyes darting. I will learn instant transmission." She had heard Shaya mention a technique resembling his superpower, found on a planet called Yard right in the universe. Mastering it would grant her the freedom to act without constraints. "We will discuss this later. I am departing for Planet Vegeta now," Shaya stated calmly, his expression serious. "Be careful," Edri replied flatly. Shaya turned and took a few steps forward, vanishing like a fleeting shadow before the onlookers. In the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, a stifling atmosphere weighed heavily upon the inhabitants. King Vegeta, clad in armor, sat upon his throne, eyes closed in contemplation, a crimson cape cascading behind him. In the grand hall below, a multitude of Saiyans had gathered, loyal elite warriors standing resolute. At the forefront were over 20 warriors, each possessing a battle power exceeding 10,000, representing the pinnacle of Vegeta's strength. Opening his eyes to the sea of dark figures below, King Vegeta's expression was icy, and his gaze sparkled with ferocity, exuding an unspoken aura of authority. The Frieza army has completely encircled Planet Vegeta, their ambitions laid bare. They seek to annihilate us Saiyans. Can we afford to acquiesce? He thundered, his voice resounding through the palace. Absolutely not. The Saiyans roared in unison, their fervor ignited. We shall not bow beneath Frieza's heel, even if we perish. We will defend the dignity of the Saiyans. Let us engage in battle. Let that scoundrel Frieza witness our might. King Vegeta nodded in satisfaction at their fervent response. Pewter, how many warriors do we currently have? He inquired. Your Majesty, we have summoned 400,000 Saiyans, with many more en route to the palace. Over 70% of our elite warriors intend to fight for the dignity of our race, Pewter reported hastily. 70% of our elite forces essentially comprises the entirety of our fighting strength. As for the remaining individuals, I do not expect much from them, King Vegeta replied dismissively, gesturing for Pewter to withdraw. After a brief silence, King Vegeta suddenly rose, his imposing stature radiating authority, clad in brilliant red armor. Raising his arms, he declared passionately, "The time for the Saiyans to fight for their very survival has arrived. By my decree as king, all Saiyans must prepare for battle against Frieza's forces. Elite warriors will form 7 battalions, led by those whose battle power exceeds 10,000, to spearhead the assault on Frieza's 1st and 2nd legions. Intermediate warriors will provide support, clearing out any remnants. Furthermore, I issue a command to all Saiyans. Eradicate every last Tajian on Planet Vegeta. Leave none alive." King Vegeta's tone was cold and unyielding. The Tajians had been emboldened by Frieza's backing, and the Saiyans' dissatisfaction had reached its peak. Now was the time for reckoning. The orders from the royal palace spread swiftly, igniting action among the Saiyans. However, many remained confused about the situation, questioning the king's orders, while some Frieza sympathizers, unwilling to accept the unfolding events, surged toward the palace, only to be met with swift retribution from the palace guards. In an instant, Planet Vegeta was engulfed in chaos, while the alien populace trembled in fear, hesitant to venture into the streets. Ha ha ha, these Saiyans are finally facing their retribution. A group of Dodorians rejoiced, their faces alight with satisfaction. Once victims of Saiyan brutality, they had witnessed their oppressors' impending doom. The wheel of karma turns, and heaven spares no one. Such a wicked race as the Saiyans shall ultimately descend into hell. Many, like the Dodorians, who had long suffered in silence, now reveled in the chaos, celebrating the prospect of Frieza's swift obliteration of the Saiyans. At the Tajian encampment, dome-like structure stood, with 12 white pillars extending outward, the atmosphere far from the comet once held. Following King Vegeta's edict, these Tajians became the targets of Saiyan fury. With thunderous explosions, their structures crumbled under the energy blasts, obliterating all in their wake. The Tajians, trembling and hoarse, lamented, "What are you Saiyans doing? Frieza will not spare you. What are we doing? We are here to eliminate you." The Saiyans retorted with cold smirks, disregarding the Tajians' threats. "You are merely cannon fodder. Frieza's destruction of us does not necessitate your evacuation. Today, we settle old scores. The end of the Tajians has come." In this way, the Saiyans unleashed their pent-up anger and disdain for Frieza upon the Tajians, who bore the brunt of their wrath. Chapter 81. Melis in peril now. The entirety of Planet Vegeta had succumbed to turmoil. Within Bardock's household, Jine gazed at her husband with a worried expression. It had become evident that Bardock was right. Frieza harbored ulterior motives, and the current situation was glaringly clear. Frieza aimed to gather all Saiyans back to Planet Vegeta to exterminate them en masse. Grateful for having secretly sent Kakarot away the previous night, she realized the peril they faced. With the airspace now completely sealed, their ship would be unable to launch. Bardock sat silently on a stool, clutching a headband. "Jine, stay here and do not come out," he instructed as he led her to the basement, planning to seal the entrance before venturing out. This was the very place where Kakarot had been nurtured, fortified against destruction, ensuring that even if the surface were raised, the sanctum below would remain untouched. "Bardock, please be careful," Jine urged. Jine gazed at him with a hint of concern, refraining from pleading with him, for she understood that in such perilous moments, her husband would never stand idly by. Bardock nodded solemnly. Jine was merely an ordinary low-ranking warrior, her combat power barely exceeding 2,000, and thus, taking refuge in the basement was the only way to ensure her safety. He embraced her for a fleeting moment before resolutely stepping out of the basement. After sealing the entrance, completely isolating himself from the outside world, Bardock donned his battle attire, tying a red ribbon around his head, and boldly ventured forth. This battle promised near certain death. In the cosmos, Frieza stood before the viewport, gazing leisurely at the dark red planet of Vegeta, reminiscent of the exquisite hue of fine red wine that captivated one's senses. Sipping from his glass, the intoxicating aroma enveloped him, and with a chuckle, Frieza approached. "Mr. Dodoria, behold this magnificent planet, akin to a ruby, soon to transform into a splendid firework display." His raspy voice echoed through the hall, as he gazed with rapture, an aura of chilling coldness emanating from him. Dodoria smirked cruelly, responding, "Your Majesty Frieza, all personnel are prepared. We await but your command to demonstrate your might to those arrogant Saiyans." "Ah, I have complete confidence in your arrangements, Mr. Dodoria." Gently patting Dodoria's shoulder, Frieza levitated, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his tail swaying gracefully. Frieza's tone turned icy. "Let the 1st and 2nd legions take the lead, with the 3rd and 4th legions following closely. They shall breach the defenses of Planet Vegeta within half an hour, after which it shall vanish from the cosmos." "Yes," Dodoria replied eagerly. He then gestured, prompting the nearby alien to spring into action, bowing and retreating from the command hall to relay Frieza's orders. The 1st and 2nd legions were Frieza's elite forces, typically stationed on strategically vital planets. Particularly, the 1st Legion was the CR-Me de la CR-Me, second only to the Ginyu Force, and among the most formidable in Frieza's army, with some even surpassing Dodoria in strength. Frieza's mobilization of these troops to Planet Vegeta was solely to obliterate the Saiyans. When Shaya arrived on Planet Vegeta, the flames of war had already ignited. The once serene planet was now engulfed in chaos, as the Saiyans, fueled by rage, fought valiantly against Frieza's invading forces. They unleashed their powers without restraint, vibrant shockwaves streaking across the sky, leaving behind a tapestry of dazzling trails, while explosions echoed relentlessly. The air was thick with the sound of violent detonations. Especially after the intervention of those Saiyans whose power exceeded 10,000, the scene was akin to an apocalyptic vision. The explosions cast clouds of dust that obscured the sun, plunging Planet Vegeta into darkness. The ground trembled, the sky devoid of its former hue, as energy waves surged through the atmosphere like colossal dragons in a frenzied roar. Accompanied by thunderous booms, strikingly visual mushroom clouds erupted, the shock waves dispersing the surrounding gloom, only for new shadows to quickly gather. Amidst these titanic clashes of power, the planet's crust eventually succumbed to the immense force, fracturing as molten lava surged forth from the depths, exuding a scalding, acrid scent, blooming into vivid, terrifying flowers of fire. Taking a determined step forward, Shaya transformed into a fleeting shadow, arriving in the city, witnessing buildings crumbling incessantly, while Saiyans and aliens clashed in every corner. Suddenly, a beam of energy erupted from a high vantage point, hurtling towards him. Upon seeing this, Shaya could not help but furrow his brow, gently raising his palm to catch the energy cannon that had been shot towards him. With a flick of his fingers, a soft sound echoed as the cannon, the size of a soccer ball, was unexpectedly rebounded, tracing a brilliant arc of light as it flew away. A momentary expression of astonishment flashed across the faces of the aliens, and upon realizing their initial attack had failed, they swiftly launched a second assault. Seeking death, Shaya thought, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his dark eyes as he observed the aliens intent on killing him. This time, he would not let them escape easily. Turning, he took a few steps forward and suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear right before the aliens. Such speed! The aliens were taken aback by Shaya's sudden appearance, but quickly regained their composure, raising their energy launchers to aim at him, charging and firing with agile precision. These aliens belonged to Frieza's 4th Legion, each boasting combat power exceeding 2,000 when equipped with their energy launchers. Though their movements were nimble, they were but flickering candles daring to compete with the sun and moon. Die! A detached voice resonated through the air as Shaya calmly regarded the aliens below, a cold smile playing on his handsome features. He then raised his hand and forcefully pushed through the air. With a rush, countless ice-blue energy bolts erupted from his fingers, shimmering with dazzling light, cascading down like a torrential downpour. A wretched scream pierced the air, followed by a thunderous roar as a brilliant white mushroom cloud slowly ascended, the shockwave violently swirling, melting the very rocks in its path. After dispatching several waves of aliens who sought to attack him, Shaya continued his unperturbed walk along the path, soon discovering the alien vessels. After systematically destroying several ships, the remaining aliens turned their collective attention towards him. However, those with mere combat power of 2,000 to 3,000 were no match for him. With leisurely strides, he waved his hand, effortlessly suppressing the aliens. The number of aliens falling to Shaya's hand rapidly surged, soon exceeding 1,000. Suddenly, a glimmering light darted past his vision, an unmistakable figure. He spotted a small silhouette fleeing ahead, pursued relentlessly by a pale yellow alien wielding an energy launcher. Myers? He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the young girl being hunted. Wah! She cried in a voice tinged with panic. Myers frantically darted around, but the alien was hot on her heels, closing in with every moment. In that instant, fear consumed her. Having never faced such terrifying circumstances, she was merely a child of around 5 years, unable to withstand the mounting pressure and bursting into tears as she fled. Chapter 82, A Fierce Battle. Hey, the little brat is surprisingly resilient. Managing to evade for so long, the pale yellow alien grinned menacingly, licking its lips to reveal sharp fangs. Wah, don't eat me. Myers found herself cornered against a wall, pressing her back against it, yet there was nowhere left to escape. In a state of panic, she shut her eyes tightly. Then, with a sudden sound, blood splattered across the ground, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Myers opened her eyes in astonishment to find a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. Ah, it's you, she cried out in surprise, recognizing her savior as the nephew of Master Adley. Having endured the greatest fear of her life, myriad emotions surged within Myers, and upon seeing a familiar face, she could not help but rush forward, bursting into tears. This remarkable child was among those Shaya had earmarked for evacuation in his plans. He could not allow her to perish before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. All right, Myers, stay close to me. Every corner of Planet Vegeta is perilous now. Gently patting her head, Shaya consoled her, unable to tolerate the sight of a child in tears. I went to find Master Adley these past few months, but he was never home. And suddenly, today turned into this. So many people want to kill me. Myers regained her composure, her eyes red as she gazed at Shaya. Although she had previously harbored disdain for him, deeming him merely a mid-level warrior, in this moment, being by Shaya's side offered her a semblance of safety. Uncle Adley and the others are elsewhere. Shaya sighed, surveying the shattered cityscape. Frieza's goal is to exterminate all Saiyans. There is no longer a place for us here. Thus, Shaya led Myers along the path, during which she grew eerily quiet, timidly trailing beside him. Casting a glance her way, Shaya noted her evident fright. Amidst the barrage of gunfire in the city, the juxtaposition of Shaya and Myers, one tall and one small, was striking. Upon sighting them, the aliens charged forward like predators spotting their prey. Each time, Shaya would strike without hesitation, his seemingly casual attacks consistently resulting in the demise of his foes, quickly surpassing a death toll of over 10,000. It was astonishing, given that these aliens each boasted combat power of at least 2,000. Yet they were no match for Shaya. Myers watched in disbelief, her mouth agape. As the number of aliens falling to Shaya grew, she gradually numbed to the carnage. In that moment, she realized just how vastly superior Shaya was to her. Observing his calm demeanor and nonchalance, her eyes began to shine with admiration. Hey, just how powerful are you? Why is it that none of those aliens stand a chance against you? With a spark of excitement, Myers clung to his hand, her earlier grievances evaporating in an instant. Shaya continued to walk forward, and you will naturally come to understand this in due time. By the way, why are you out here alone? Where are your parents? Mel's pouted, somewhat disgruntled. Who knows where they have gone? I merely heard the sound of explosions and came out to investigate, only to witness those extraterrestrials mercilessly slaughtering the Saiyans. I managed to kill a few of the weaker aliens before being relentlessly pursued by that one extraterrestrial. Oh, that alien was incredibly powerful, chasing me without relent. Recalling the perilous scene from earlier, Mel's legs trembled slightly. Had Shaya not appeared in time, he would have fallen victim to that detestable alien. Mel's parents were likely summoned by King Vegeta, Shaya mused. They were pure-blooded Saiyans, and at this moment, they had answered King Vegeta's call and were engaged in battle against the Frieza force. Nevertheless, it is quite remarkable that Mel's, at such a tender age, was able to slay formidable extraterrestrials. Although there might have been an element of stealth involved, it was still an impressive feat. Just as Shaya and Mel's were vanquishing the aliens on Planet Vegeta, radiant blossoms of myriad colors illuminated the vast cosmos. The elite Saiyan warriors had encountered Frieza's first legion, and a fierce conflict erupted in the void of space. For Saiyans, combat in outer space presented inherent constraints. They could not survive in a vacuum and thus wrapped themselves in energy, allowing only brief sojourns in the cosmos, which posed an added risk during perilous battles. Many Saiyans ultimately succumbed, losing their lives beneath the relentless onslaught of alien weaponry. Corpses drifted through the cosmos, only to be reduced to ashes by the sweeping energy blasts. These Saiyans, blinded by fury, charged forward recklessly. In the tranquil expanse of the starry sky, against the backdrop of the dark red planet Vegeta, orange points of light flared up, painting a scene of brutality. Not far from them, disc-shaped spacecraft were scattered across the void. Shortly after the First and Second Legions launched their assault, the aliens from the Third and Fourth Legions joined the fray. Clusters of armored extraterrestrials surged forth, brandishing energy weapons like a swarm of locusts, a dark mass blotting out the sun. Before long, the outer space surrounding Planet Vegeta erupted into a cacophony of light and sound. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and hundreds of thousands of Saiyans had perished on the battlefield. Watching the battered Saiyan warriors who continued to charge forward, Bardock's eyes brimmed with tears. Was this not the very scene he had witnessed on Planet Canas? Frieza. Bardock gritted his teeth. With a roar, and overwhelming, pale golden energy barrier erupted from his being, enveloping him in a fierce blaze as his icy, penetrating gaze fixed upon Frieza's direction. Boom, boom, boom. Bardock closed in on the enemy, his form transforming into a blur as he rapidly approached the extraterrestrials before unleashing a barrage of energy spheres. So swift. Witnessing Bardock's combat prowess, the surrounding aliens turned pale with fear and began to retreat. Yet a few audacious aliens pressed forward, encircling Bardock in groups of 3 or 5. Some even lunging to hold him down tightly. Die, all of you, he bellowed, a blinding flash erupting forth. Bardock's immense energy exploded, sending the aliens clinging to him flying, while the surging wave of energy obliterated all within a 100-meter radius into dust. Well done. Long live Mr. Bardock. Everyone, charge forth. Eliminate those vile extraterrestrials. For the dignity of the Saiyans. The remaining Saiyans were greatly inspired, surging toward Frieza's legion as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Dazzling flashes of light erupted, and the thunderous explosions echoed in their ears. Some Saiyans, recognizing their inability to defeat the enemy, resorted to self-detonation, choosing to perish alongside their foes. Witnessing the sacrifice of so many Saiyans, Bardock's heart ached, compelling him to act with ruthless determination. With a swift motion, he seized an alien's leg, exerting force to snap it cleanly. Chapter 83. The scorching fireball. Frieza, seated in a small spacecraft, observed the battle unfolding on the other side. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his purple lips betraying a cruel, icy smile. Ho ho, Dodoria, look. That Saiyan seems quite valiant. Dodoria glanced over. Pressing a device to his ear, a series of electronic beeps resonating in response. Upon seeing the data displayed, Dodoria exclaimed in disbelief. What? That Saiyan's energy intensity exceeds 10,000 points. Such power could likely only be handled by the elite of the First Legion. Ho ho, if these Saiyan warriors could be harnessed for my purposes, they would constitute a formidable force, Frieza mused, shaking his head. Alas, they are far too proud to submit. He laughed heartily. These Saiyans are utterly ungrateful. Dodoria scoffed, reflecting that had they remained content to serve Frieza, they would not have invited such calamity upon themselves. Yet, he felt a twinge of relief that the Saiyans were so solitary. Otherwise, aside from the First Legion, Frieza would have gained yet another powerful force, leaving Dodoria with little relevance. Alas, it is due to the early demise of Lord Shampa that I have found myself isolated at Frieza's side, Dodoria pondered. Dodoria, it is nearly time for the First and Second Legions to retreat, is it not? Frieza's crimson eyes gazed into the cosmos as he spoke softly. Dodoria paused, then quickly realized, a smile spreading across his face. Yes, I shall summon the legions to return immediately. The command to retreat was swiftly communicated to the First and Second Legions, and the elite soldiers under Frieza's command departed the battlefield, leaving only the silhouettes of the Saiyans in the near-Earth space. What is happening? Why are these aliens retreating? Has Frieza given up? Splendid. We have triumphed. The Saiyans' faces lit up with joy. Despite the loss of hundreds of thousands of warriors, they had ultimately secured victory in this battle. They embraced one another in celebration, gradually descending until they entered the atmosphere, at which point they removed their energy shields. Only Bardock remained, his expression grave as he gazed into the depths of space. Is it truly over? He murmured, a sharp pain shooting through his head. No, the battle had not concluded. Frieza's withdrawal was merely a prelude to his personal involvement. Fragments of the scene he had witnessed on Planet Canas flashed before his eyes once more, and Bardock's expression contorted, his teeth grinding together with a screech. Everyone, be cautious. Frieza is preparing to take matters into his own hands, Bardock shouted. His words snapped everyone back to reality, their gazes wide with astonishment as they turned to the vastness of outer space. In that moment, Frieza sat upon his diminutive spacecraft, his piercing gaze fixated on the dark crimson planet of Vegeta, his lips curling into a maniacal laughter. With a mere flick of his finger, a minuscule red dot, no larger than a peanut, flickered momentarily before him, shimmering with electric brilliance. It then abruptly expanded, swelling into a colossal fireball several hundred meters in diameter, reminiscent of a nascent sun radiating searing light and heat. Bardock's pupils constricted in alarm. This spectacle was one he had witnessed before. Swiftly, his eyes darted toward his home planet, Vegeta, and with gritted teeth, he surged forward. It must not fall. Bardock's heart cried out, fully aware that if the fireball descended, Vegeta would be irrevocably lost. For the sake of his kin and his beloved wife, Bardock bravely positioned himself before the fiery inferno, arms outstretched. Within the spacecraft, Dodoria eagerly awaited, his pink skin trembling with excitement. Each time he beheld the magnificent fireworks that erupted when Frieza obliterated a planet, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This occasion was no different. Witnessing Frieza unleash his signature move ignited a fervor within him, and he watched with bated breath. HM? That is Bardock and Frieza's planetary destruction blast. Looking up at the sky, Shaya murmured, Frieza has finally lost patience. Bardock must not perish here. Hey, what is that? Melis gasped, startled by the blazing fireball in the sky. Hold tight. Before Melis could react, Shaya swiftly tucked her under his arm and zoomed into outer space. Ah, Melis cried out, her hands covering her face as the chilling wind whipped against her forehead, blinding her. Ha ha ha, damn Saiyan monkeys. May you all turn to cosmic dust along with your planet. Frieza cackled maniacally, his finger poised as the massive, blazing fireball revealed its terrifying visage, hurtling menacingly toward Vegeta. Frieza, I will not allow you to succeed. With a furious roar, Bardock soared to meet the fireball, arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to intercept the planet-destroying blast. The searing flames scorched Bardock's arms, eliciting a cry of agony from his lips. His face contorted in pain, he struggled to endure. Yet the sheer magnitude of the energy from the fireball was insurmountable. The fireball drew ever closer to Vegeta, its descent igniting violent winds as it clashed with the atmosphere, sending the planet's skies into turmoil. Frieza observed with keen interest, as if relishing the performance of a hapless jester. This diminutive Saiyan dared to attempt to catch his destruction blast. Such audacity was laughable. Frieza smirked disdainfully, his cold eye surveying the scene. Fool. The energy sphere of King Frieza is far beyond your meager capabilities. Dodoria snickered from within the spacecraft, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. It must not fall. Bardock felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet a single, unwavering resolve sustained him. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside Bardock, clutching a little girl. Shaya, you scoundrel. Melissa's voice trembled, tinged with desperation. Woo-woo, Shaya has brought me right in front of that terrifying energy sphere. We're doomed. Melis bit down on Shaya's hand in frustration. Enough. Shaya admonished, giving Melis a few light taps on her backside, then, under her astonished gaze, extended his hands toward the fireball. With a firm grip. His palms met the surface of the immense blaze, his expression grave as he focused intently on the fireball. With immense strength, he managed to momentarily slow the descent of the destructive force. Yet, it was not enough. This feeble resistance was futile. Bardock was taken aback by Shaya's sudden arrival, staring in shock at the young Saiyan. This child is in your care. Take her away. With that, Shaya thrust Melis into Bardock's arms and shouted, unleashing the dormant power within him. In an instant, his battle power surged to an astounding 145,000, enveloped in a resplendent golden aura that radiated brilliance all around. Bardock and Melis stood dumbfounded, gazing at one another, speechless. Lift me up. With another resounding shout. Shaya intensified the energy output from his arms, halting the destructive sphere with sheer force. How is this possible? Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment. Frieza, with a grim expression, coldly commanded. Scan the energy level of that Saiyan. I must ascertain the extent of his combat prowess. Due to their limited line of sight, Frieza and his cohorts failed to perceive Shaya's figure, mistakenly attributing the surge of power to Bardock. Yes, Lord Frieza, the technicians aboard the spacecraft trembled, hastily operating the large energy detector, fearful that any delay would incur Frieza's wrath. In no time, the energy readings were revealed. Lord Frieza, the energy level of our opponent is 145,500. The voices of the extraterrestrials quivered with disbelief. What? 145,500? How can a Saiyan possess such immense combat strength? Dodoria gasped, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was inconceivable for a Saiyan to reach such heights. Could that Saiyan have transformed? I've heard that upon transforming into a great ape, a Saiyan can amplify their power tenfold. Impossible, Frieza retorted. The great ape transformation has its limits. Such a dramatic increase in power is unattainable. This Saiyan must be eliminated swiftly. Frieza chuckled cruelly, his voice laced with malice. Chapter 84. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta Yet. What is possessing a combat power of 140,000 matter when my own base power is 530,000? Ants remain ants. They cannot shake the mighty tree. A glint of cold light flickered in Frieza's blood-red eyes as he extended his finger once more, conjuring another massive destructive sphere. Saiyan, even if you can withstand one planet-destroying blast, can you endure a second? Frieza smirked lightly. And the immense shadow loomed as the second destructive sphere descended along the same trajectory, swiftly merging with the first, exponentially amplifying its power. Shaya found himself unable to maintain his stance. Truly, Frieza was formidable. Such a potent energy sphere could be summoned effortlessly, without even a hint of exhaustion. I am still no match for him. Confronted with Frieza's overwhelming might, Shaya felt a wave of despondency, realizing that he could not even withstand a casual strike from Frieza. However, he quickly regained his resolve. At the tender age of 12, he was just entering adolescence, a time when one's strength could surge dramatically. If he could not prevail now, he would return in the future. What cosmic tyrant could ever be more than a stepping stone on his path to greatness? Bardock. It seems the destruction of Planet Vegeta is inevitable. Shaya accepted this reality with calm resignation. If retreat was necessary, then so be it. Yet, no. I will not allow Planet Vegeta to perish. A defiant voice echoed through the air as Bardock stirred his parched throat, his expression desolate. For if Planet Vegeta were to be annihilated, his beloved wife Jine would also meet her end. Bardock could not bear such a fate, and thus, instead of retreating, he resolved to confront the destructive sphere alone. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Bardock's power was woefully insufficient. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Shaya shook his head and reassured Bardock. Fear not, Bardock. When the destruction of Planet Vegeta occurs, 15,000 Saiyans will be evacuated, and you and your wife are among them. However, Bardock found his words utterly incomprehensible and remained obstinate. Observing this, Shaya furrowed his brow and swiftly rendered Bardock unconscious before utilizing teleportation to return to the surface with a few companions. "Ah, are we back on the ground?" Myers murmured, still dazed from the recent events. Raising her head, she noticed a blazing fireball gradually descending toward the earth. As it continued its descent, the atmosphere began to roil violently. Invisible waves of energy sweeping outward like a displaced ocean. Soon, the devastating projectile struck the crust, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos, sending towering columns of molten lava soaring thousands of meters into the air and causing the tectonic plates to fracture dramatically. In truth, the fate of Planet Vegeta was sealed the moment the annihilation sphere was launched. With a series of ominous cracks resounding, the core of the planet began to bulge, and the planet started to expand rapidly, its terrifying energy surging. Vegeta had entered the countdown to destruction. Yet, at the instant of the core's rupture, a dazzling and vibrant glow suddenly erupted across the planet. The wish made a year prior with the Dragon Balls began to manifest, and those who were alive from the list of 15,000 began to shimmer with a crystalline brilliance. In Bardock's basement, Giant sat curled up in front of the metallic door, her delicate face pressed against her knees, hands clasped tightly together as she silently prayed for her husband and child. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped her, and she gazed in astonishment, rendered speechless. Then, with a flash, her figure transformed into a wisp of luminous energy and vanished. This spectacle played out throughout Planet Vegeta as destruction loomed. Countless Saiyans from the list were transported away by the power of the Dragon Balls. However, those who perished in the direct path of the annihilation sphere were not so fortunate, for the dragon's power could only carry away the living. Why is this happening? Why am I glowing? Myers wondered, curiously touching her radiant skin. Soon after, Bardock himself began to shine with light. "You will soon depart from Planet Vegeta," Shaya remarked, recognizing that the power of the dragon had indeed been activated, and they would soon be teleported to Red Mountain Star. "I must take my leave as well," Shaya contemplated, gazing at the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta and the multitude of bewildered Saiyans. However, just as he prepared to initiate his teleportation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The sky seemed to shatter like glass, a deep and powerful chaos energy surging forth, engulfing the three of them before they could react. What is happening? The sudden upheaval startled Shaya. He struggled to maintain his balance, yet the immense gravitational pull of the spatial rift drew them in relentlessly, rendering escape impossible. He discerned that the force emanating from the rift bore a striking resemblance to the time-space abilities he wielded. This energy was, indeed, the power of time and space. Shaya's pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression changed dramatically as he recalled a crucial piece of information. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bardock did not perish. Instead, he fell into a time rift during the destruction of Planet Vegeta and was transported to an ancient era. Could this be the very time rift? Shaya instantly recognized that trouble was brewing. In the original tale of Bardock's chapter, Bardock did not perish in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Instead, he traversed through a rift in time and space to the ancient Planet Vegeta, which was then known as Planet Plant. There, Bardock encountered the ancestors of the Frost Demons. The cosmic pirate chilled and ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan to vanquish him. Thus, a legend regarding the Super Saiyan emerged among both the Saiyans and the Frost Demons. A unique narrative of time travel intrinsic to the original world. Planet Vegeta exists at a fragile nexus of time and space. The catastrophic force of the planet's destruction tore open the gates of time, with the other side of the rift leading to an ancient realm. This is dire indeed. I must not venture into the ancient era. Shaya was filled with profound regret. It was only at this moment that he recalled that scene. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly made his way towards Bardock and Mel's, but the immense gravitational pull of the space suddenly engulfed them. In the serene expanse of the universe, Planet Vegeta appeared as a magnificent firework, finally fading into obscurity after casting its last glow, taking with it the once mighty Saiyan race. This was the shared understanding of most civilizations in the cosmos. How many civilizations rejoiced at the fall of the Saiyans, and how many merely scoffed at the news? Far away in the eastern galaxy, within the Hongshan star system, two vividly colored planets orbited each other. On one slightly smaller azure planet, a vast city capable of housing tens of thousands had been established through the tireless efforts of the Fidaians. The city was divided into 3 orderly zones: training, living, and leisure, effectively catering to the diverse needs of the Saiyans. The initial batch of over 3,000 Saiyans had gradually adapted to life here. As a new morning dawned, sunlight bathed the land. The Saiyans engaged in various exercises as usual, with the training zone becoming their favorite destination, where an array of equipment stimulated their strength enhancement. While the leisure zone remained largely neglected, just as they prepared to embark on another day, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of vibrant colors, akin to rainbows that captivated the Saiyans' attention. Soon after, shadowy figures began to plummet from the sky like raindrops, catching the newly arrived Saiyans off guard with the 12-fold gravity. Hey, those look like Saiyans. Could it be that something has happened to Planet Vegeta? The faces of those nearby turned pale as they rushed towards the site where the figures fell. In a dense forest, over 10,000 Saiyans landed, most severely injured, with only a few hundred able to withstand the crushing 12-fold gravity. Where exactly is this place? Weren't we on Planet Vegeta? How did we suddenly arrive here? The gravity here is overwhelming. This cannot be Planet Vegeta. The leading Saiyans surveyed their surroundings, confirming that they were no longer on Planet Vegeta. But the reason for their sudden arrival remained a mystery. Chapter 85, The Saiyans of Hanshan Star. At this moment, they noticed a large group of figures approaching from the other side of the mountain, clad in pristine, opulent battle suits, exuding vitality. Upon noticing the brown tails behind them, the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta were taken aback. Another group of Saiyans, someone exclaimed, and everyone struggled to rise. Upon realizing that these figures were indeed fellow Saiyans, their hearts eased. Quick, there are many injured here. Let us carry them back for treatment. The newcomers, witnessing the numerous injured on the ground, shouted to their companions. Each Saiyan that arrived on Hanshan Star was a precious resource. They could not afford to lose anyone to injuries. One of the leading Saiyans from Hanshan Star stepped forward and inquired, "Are you all Saiyans from Planet Vegeta? Has Planet Vegeta been destroyed?" Seeing the downcast expressions of the Saiyans, he sighed, "I am Suddy, also from Planet Vegeta, though I was brought here long ago by Lord Shaya. I never imagined that Planet Vegeta would ultimately perish." Lord Shaya? The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta were momentarily stunned. Lord Shaya is our leader here on Hanshan Star. It was under his guidance that we migrated to this world. Suddy spoke with admiration for their new leader, continuing to elaborate enthusiastically. Realizing he had spoken too much, he chuckled sheepishly. "By the way, please immediately destroy all energy detectors. We Saiyans of Hanshan Star do not use such devices, as they contain surveillance equipment that could easily expose our location." Upon hearing this, the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta turned pale and hurriedly crushed their energy detectors. Suddy smiled at everyone, warmly stating, "Since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, from today onwards, you are all Saiyans of Hanshan Star. Allow me to introduce the situation here. Hanshan Star is located in the northwestern part of the Eastern Galaxy, near the center of the Milky Way. Approximately 180,000 miles from the northern galaxy where Planet Vegeta was situated. Therefore, you need not worry about Frieza locating us. Since it is so far away, how did we end up here?" A Saiyan questioned with confusion. "That is undoubtedly the power of Lord Shaya. Let me tell you. Although Lord Shaya is quite young, he possesses tremendous strength." Suddy's eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke of Shaya's abilities. "When we first arrived on Hanshan Star a year ago, Lord Shaya already had a battle power of 120,000. Recently, I heard from Mr. Adel that Lord Shaya has achieved a new breakthrough, and his power has reached 140,000. How much?" The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta could hardly believe their ears and asked for confirmation once again. "Lord Shaya possesses a battle power of 140,000. Suddy beamed with pride at the astonished expressions of the crowd. "Do not doubt it. Look at my own strength. A year ago, my battle power was merely 3,200. And now I have surpassed 4,600. This is all thanks to the excellent training environment provided by Lord Shaya." Suddy, a mid-level warrior in his 20s, had experienced a miraculous transformation, elevating his battle power from just over 3,000 to 4,600 in a year, now comparable to that of a high-level warrior with above-average aptitude. His progress was nothing short of astonishing. Unintentionally, Suddy's words left his audience in awe, igniting a fervent curiosity among the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. Who exactly was this Lord Shaya, and how could he facilitate such rapid breakthroughs for others? Had the influence of bloodline aptitude diminished upon arriving here? They observed that most of those present were low-level warriors, yet their strength surpassed that of typical mid-level warriors. And according to them, they had only been training for a little over a year. Following this, Suddy provided further insights into Hanshan Star. The Saiyans from Planet Vegeta discovered that there were currently only over 3,000 Saiyans on Hanshan Star, most of whom were low-level warriors. However, among such a small number, including Lord Shaya, there were 2 Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100,000, 6 with over 10,000, and among the rest, excluding the underage children, the lowest battle power was over 2,500. What a formidable force this was! To the newly arrived Saiyans, the Saiyans of Ha Shan Star appeared shrouded in mystery, as if the limitations of bloodline no longer mattered in this realm. Of course, bloodline still held significance. It simply had yet to manifest at their current level. The destruction of Planet Vegeta, a rare advanced planet in the northern galaxy, had far-reaching implications. The repercussions of a single incident can indeed create ripples that reach far and wide. 3 days after the destruction of Planet Vegeta, within the opulent palace of King Kurta in the eastern part of the northern galaxy, festivities were in full swing. King Kurta reclined effortlessly upon his throne, propping his chin up as he sipped red wine, exuding an air of leisure. His towering stature, nearly 3 meters tall, imparted an overwhelming presence. At that moment, a blue-skinned, bald alien hurriedly entered the palace and knelt before the king to report, "Your Majesty, we have just received word that Lord Frieza has personally led his subordinates to Planet Vegeta, resulting in the annihilation of all Saiyans." "Ah, Frieza has finally decided to take action," King Kurta mused, turning on his side and placing his wine cup down, his demeanor surprisingly cheerful. These Saiyans were always a looming threat. It is fortunate that Frieza has made up his mind. According to the legends of the Ice Clan, Saiyans are indeed a scourge that ought to be eradicated. However, this also means Frieza will be short one formidable army. By the way, has there been any word from Kvila? King Kurta's tone grew indifferent. Frieza, being his son, was inclined to heed his father's words, a notion that pleased King Kurta. Yet, he harbored a subtle apprehension towards his eldest son, Kvila. Years ago, in a territorial dispute with a remarkably powerful adversary, although he ultimately repelled the foe, King Kurta sustained grave injuries, forcing him to retreat and cede control of his domain to his 2 sons. Now, after years of recovery, while King Kurta had regained his strength, Kvila had emerged more powerful than ever, instilling a sense of unease within his father. "Ah, Kvila has already received the news," came the cautious reply from the blue alien. "As for future actions, there are yet no developments. However, Kvila's troops are frequently mobilizing, seemingly in search of something." At this, King Kurta's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as his purple lips curled into a slight smile, an aura of ancient beastly terror emanating from him, creating a wave of pressure that rippled outward. The atmosphere transformed into a chaotic realm of oppression, causing the entire palace to tremble as if caught in a vortex. After a moment, the tension subsided. King Kurta squinted, lifted his wine cup, and after a few sips, remarked leisurely, "Frieza is likely in need of manpower. I shall dispatch my elite forces to support him. Additionally, keep a close watch on Kvila's movements, and report immediately if there are any developments." "Yes, King Kurta," the alien responded with relief, bowing deeply before retreating from the palace. In the magnificent throne room, King Kurta swirled his wine cup, the crimson liquid dancing within, reflecting his contemplative mood. "Kvila, what exactly are you searching for? I hope you do not attempt any underhanded schemes," he chuckled coldly, downing the remainder of his drink before rising from his throne. In the northern region of the northern galaxy, Kvila stood with arms crossed on a vacuum platform in space, his cold, demonic eyes gazing into the distant cosmos. His form, predominantly purple, was adorned with white, rocky armor across his head, shoulders, and wrists, complemented by a purple tail. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's ultimate form, albeit in inverted colors. "My king, with the Saiyans' demise, Frieza's power is currently diminished. Why not seize this opportunity to expand our territory?" suggested Shaviza, the commander of the mechanized troops, with a hint of amusement. Kvila's voice resonated with a deep tone. "My foolish brother has finally done something right. I cannot bring myself to disturb him at this moment. Furthermore, my father, King Kurta, would disapprove of my expanding influence, lest he grow uneasy." Mentioning King Kurta, Kvila's previously relaxed demeanor grew serious. The only person he found inscrutable in the northern galaxy was his father, the former ruler. King Kurta. Had it not been for a battle with his arch-nemesis, King Davido, centuries ago, where Kurta ultimately forced his rival to retreat at great personal cost, Kvila would not have been in a position of power. Recently, however, King Kurta seemed to harbor intentions of a comeback, a prospect Kvila dreaded. Although he was confident in his superiority over his father, the lingering legacy of King Kurta instilled fear, as even years of inactivity could not diminish the respect he commanded. Let us not concern ourselves with the southern matters for now. Has there been any news regarding the spirit tree's fruit? Kvila inquired earnestly, waving his hand. Shaviza shook his head, responding, We have dispatched numerous troops, thoroughly scouring the northern region, yet we have found no trace of the spirit tree's fruit. Do not rush. Take your time. If it cannot be found in the northern region, we shall search elsewhere. It must be out there. Kvila urged, his voice gravely sincere. He had not enhanced his strength in many years, and as an ambitious ruler, he was far from satisfied with his current power. The fabled spirit tree's fruit might hold the key to his ascension. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Shaviza, remaining in the vacuum of space. His potential was exceptional among the Ice Clan, but his brother Frieza surpassed him. If he did not strive diligently, he risked losing everything, an outcome he could not accept. Amidst the tumultuous chaos of time and space, everything appeared disordered and tumultuous. Saiyan never anticipated that he would plunge into the temporal rift alongside Bardock. Once lost in the fabric of time and space, there is no hope for redemption. Surrounding him was an oppressive crimson hue, with searing energy striking his body, inflicting a torment so profound it felt akin to a living death. This chaotic energy within the rift was far more formidable than the mere spatial fissures Saiyan encountered when activating his extraordinary abilities. He must locate Bardock and Mel's. Gritting his teeth, Saiyan's thoughts flickered as he navigated the tumultuous currents of time and space, though the excruciating pain contorted his visage. Enduring immense agony, Saiyan gradually drifted through the chaotic maelstrom. Within the rift, time and space were in disarray, often shifting from one moment to another, with what was once nearby suddenly appearing in the distance. Here, both time and space were grotesquely distorted. Confronted by the rift, pure energy found itself powerless to resist. Or perhaps due to the disparity of realms, pure energy had lost its efficacy. His slender frame struggled relentlessly within the dark red distorted realm, as though ensnared in a quagmire, with unseen forces tugging at him, rendering each movement excruciatingly laborious. The exertion of manipulating time and space had drained his energy, leaving his muscles aching and his mind increasingly clouded and disoriented. After an indeterminate passage of time, just as Saiyan felt himself on the brink of losing consciousness, a brilliant light suddenly emerged ahead. It was Mel's. A wave of astonishment washed over Shaya as he beheld Mel's, radiating a brilliant luminescence, floating several hundred meters away. The power of the Dragon Balls had been unleashed. Perhaps this was the means to escape the chaotic currents of time and space. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya swiftly propelled himself towards Mel's. However, at that very moment, the energy within him was nearing depletion, and his spatial and temporal abilities began to wane, soon becoming entirely ineffective. Shaya's expression shifted dramatically. Calamity seldom arrives alone. The greatest drawback of manipulating space and time lies in the immense expenditure of energy. Reluctantly, he let out a mighty roar and swung his arm, relying solely on sheer brute force to move. Yet the distance to Melis seemed unchanged. This harsh reality instilled a pang of despair within Shaya. Was he destined to drift eternally in this peculiar realm? As time trickled by, Shaya relinquished his futile struggles and chose instead to remain in this space, eyes closed in contemplation. An instant passed, then a day, perhaps a month. In truth, the concept of time appeared non-existent here, and Shaya could not discern how long he had been ensnared in this place. However, as he lingered within the tumult of space-time, a miracle unfolded. He began to sense a faint, almost elusive feeling reminiscent of his prenatal state, a warmth spreading from his chest throughout his entire being. It was a comforting sensation, akin to returning to the embryonic stage. Enveloped in this soothing warmth, he felt a sense of euphoria, as if he had reverted to the state of a fetus. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had visited this place before. When had he come here? Ah, yes. Before I arrived in the Dragon Ball world, in that confined, dark, mysterious space. The essence of this place bore a striking resemblance to that former realm. As Shaya regained his senses, he realized that the dark red rift in space and time resonated with the essence of the shadowy realm. However, compared to the oppressive and nebulous atmosphere of the mysterious space, this environment was far more bearable. While Shaya hesitated, two beams of light ignited from his chest. The once exhausted temporal and spatial energy surged back to life, continuously drawing power from the rift. In that moment, Shaya felt not the sting of pain or the weight of oppression, but rather an exhilarating sense of liberation, akin to a fish returning to water. Perhaps due to the superior nature of the temporal essence within him, he gradually absorbed the chaotic dark red currents of space-time. The icy blue and deep blue energies began to merge, and after intertwining with the dark red turbulence, Shaya's two extraordinary abilities finally converged. giving rise to an independent source, temporal energy. Chapter 87. The divided world after the fusion of temporal and spatial abilities into a higher form of power. The energy within the rift could no longer harm Shaya. On the contrary, this newfound strength allowed him to navigate the rift with ease. Much like a fish gliding through water, free from the constraints of the turbulence, his body became light and agile. As he gradually acclimated to the new energy, he suddenly accelerated, swiftly arriving beside Melis. He extended his hand and grasped her firmly before continuing the search for Bardock's whereabouts. Yet, in this vast and bizarre expanse, finding a single individual proved exceedingly challenging. After an extensive search, Shaya still could not locate Bardock. Could it be, as in the original tale, that Bardock had traversed back to ancient times? After numerous fruitless attempts, this notion took root in Shaya's mind. Such a possibility was not entirely implausible. Take Melis, for instance. If not for the protective influence of the Dragon Ball's power surrounding her, she might have been lost long ago. However, logically, Bardock should also possess the Dragon Ball's protective energy. Why, then, could he not be found? It seems Bardock is destined to return to the ancient era. Shaya sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. He had hoped to bring Bardock to Red Mountain Star, but it appeared that this was not meant to be. The mysterious rift of space-time was not a place to linger. Although Shaya could now prevent the turbulent energies from harming his body, Melis beside him was not so fortunate. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya resolved to abandon his pursuit of Bardock and instead began to seek a method to escape the temporal rift. The location of Planet Vegeta previously resided in a zone of spatial vulnerability, and to reopen the time portal, it was imperative to identify another point of weakness. However, the whereabouts of this elusive point remained shrouded in ambiguity, rendering the search akin to fishing for a needle in the vast ocean, utterly directionless. After meandering with Meruz for a while, Shaya discerned an alarming condition. Meruz's aura was growing increasingly feeble, while a solution for exiting the temporal rift remained undiscovered. Shaya began to feel troubled by the situation. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a luminous object ahead, standing out in the dim surroundings. Could it be the exit of the rift? Shaya's spirits lifted as he hurried towards it. However, as he approached, he realized that it increasingly resembled a humanoid figure rather than an escape route. Bardock, he was here. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Shaya was taken aback. Bardock was indeed still lingering within the temporal rift. At this moment, Bardock appeared in a more dire state than Melis. Having endured the aftermath of a planetary explosion and subsequently being eroded by the chaos of time, Bardock's body was utterly depleted, his breath faint and fragile. Unfortunately, being trapped within the rift prevented Shaya from opening a dimensional space. Otherwise, he could have utilized the healing beans to restore Bardock's injuries. How could he escape this place? Grasping Bardock tightly, the three of them leaned on one another, swaying in the turbulent currents. The power of the Dragon Balls, which had enveloped Bardock and Melis, was gradually waning. The reason Bardock had not been transported to the ancient era, as depicted in the original story, was precisely due to the restraining influence of the Dragon Balls. Once the power surrounding them completely dissipated, it would be uncertain to which era they might be cast adrift. At this juncture, they could only gamble everything. Gritting his teeth and weighing his options, Shaya resolved to take a desperate chance. He returned to the initial spot where he had discovered Melis and endeavored to harness the newly acquired temporal energy, hoping to artificially create an opening in the fragile fabric of time. As it was his first attempt, anything could happen. Shaya could only rely on instinct to wield this unknown power. A silvery gray energy began to emanate, and Shaya's expression grew solemn as he cautiously directed it. However, the rapid extraction of temporal energy caused his complexion to pale, beads of perspiration beginning to trickle down his forehead. Simultaneously, the silvery gray temporal energy surged forth, enveloping the three of them in a cocoon, as if forming a natural silver chrysalis within the rift. The dark red currents swirled and struck, but upon contact with the silver cocoon, they were suddenly dispersed into nothingness. The three figures, Char, Bardock, and Melis, remained motionless, while the external silver cocoon spun rapidly, distorting the fabric of time and space, creating invisible ripples that resonated outward. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the silver cocoon could no longer withstand the strain and erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of energy in that moment. It was akin to a bomb being dropped upon a tranquil lake, sending towering waves crashing across its surface, causing tumultuous upheaval and temporal disarray. A fissure in time and space tore open amidst the chaos, releasing vast amounts of energy into the void. On a planet in the northern galaxy, the sky was clear and unclouded. It was a serene afternoon, bathed in the bright and cheerful light of early summer. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly became tumultuous, as if something were about to burst forth. In the next instant, before the surrounding clouds could dissipate, a surge of crimson energy cascaded down like thick red ink. This blood-like energy seemed to burst forth from an invisible conduit, streaming down in torrents, splattering onto the ground. Vegetation withered, rocks shattered, and everything transpired in an instant, reminiscent of a witch's potion that corroded all in its wake. The force of time and space was so overwhelming that anything it touched decayed instantaneously. Finally, they had escaped. A voice of astonishment rang out as three shadowy figures emerged from the rift in the sky. Shaya, dragging Bardock and Melis to the ground, gasped for breath and swiftly activated the dimensional space, retrieving three emerald green spirit beings from within. Upon merging them with the power of time and space, it did not hinder the utilization of his spatial and temporal abilities. Rather, it brought about a qualitative transformation in his powers. The precise details of this enhancement would require further in-depth research to fully comprehend. Moreover, the experiences within the rift of time and space bestowed upon Shaya not only a breakthrough in his abilities, but also, after enduring the tumultuous currents of time and space, his physical form became imperceptibly more solidified, exuding an aura of formidable might with every gesture. Shaya roughly estimates that his combat power has now surpassed 150,000, marking an impressive increase of nearly 5,000 from before. Holding three magical beings, he consumes one, and the potent energy within allows him to recover instantaneously. He then administers a beam to both Bardock and Melis, their breathing gradually easing as the wounds ravaged by the chaotic currents of time and space begin to mend. Upon witnessing the situation, Shaya let out a sigh of relief, recalling the earlier perils that still lingered in his mind. Had it not been for the timely reconstitution of his innate powers into temporal energy, he truly doubted his ability to escape the rift in time. Moreover, it was undoubtedly thanks to the enigmatic influence of the Dragon Balls on Bardock and Melis that guided them towards the present reality of Red Mountain Star. Otherwise, they too might have succumbed to the vastness of time. The convergence of these myriad factors ultimately enabled their return to the cosmos. Consequently, Bardock did not venture into the ancient era, raising the question of whether this implies the existence of a world devoid of Bardock and the legendary Super Saiyan myth. Shaya sat cross-legged in contemplation, his mind beginning to churn with thoughts. In the original narrative, due to the perilous nature of time travel, the creation of parallel timelines was strictly prohibited by both divine entities and the laws of the universe. According to the source material, Bardock was meant to traverse to an ancient era at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction, subsequently slaying the ancestral cosmic pirate, Chilled, thus giving rise to the legend of the Super Saiyan. However, with the current turn of events instigated by him, Bardock had not traversed. Thus, a parallel universe devoid of the Super Saiyan legend ought to have emerged. Why am I pondering this? It has nothing to do with me. After some reflection, Shaya shook his head, realizing that he was overthinking. Such matters were seemingly beyond his concern, and the existence of parallel timelines held no significance for him. Unbeknownst to Shaya, 12 years prior, upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, this world had begun to fracture due to his presence. He resembled a virus, suddenly manifesting within this realm. From that moment, the world had already divided into one containing the time traveler Shaya and another devoid of him, resulting in two parallel timelines. The world in which Shaya existed was the one he currently inhabited, while the universe without him mirrored the original Dragon Ball world. There could very well be a Saiyan named Shaya in the original narrative, yet it was likely that this Saiyan would perish in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. His act of saving Bardock merely added another layer to the existing scenario, resulting in yet another parallel universe without the Super Saiyan legend. Time passed, and Bardock along with Melis gradually regained consciousness. After enduring a desperate struggle, the Saiyans' innate trait of surviving near-death experiences unleashed the latent potential within both individuals. Consequently, Bardock's power surged to a staggering combat strength of 30,000, while Melis experienced an increase, reaching a combat strength of 1,600. Where am I? Bardock awoke. His mind still clouded, and soon recalled the events preceding his slumber, his expression shifting drastically. What has become of Planet Vegeta? Planet Vegeta has been annihilated by Frieza. What? Upon hearing this, Bardock's eyes glazed over, immobilized in shock. However, you may rest assured that your wife has been relocated to safety. Really? Bardock, as if grasping at a lifeline, lunged forward to seize Shaya's shoulders. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he clutched his head, staggering in agony as sweat poured down his brow. The curse of Planet Kanasa? Char glanced at Bardock, feeling helpless. The curse could not be lifted by the use of Sinza beans, but only through magic or the aid of Dragon Balls. Chapter 88. A new beginning in the world of Dragon Balls. There exists an array of peculiar abilities, encompassing technology, psychic powers, magic, and secret techniques, each holding significant weight. However, within the overarching narrative dominated by individual martial prowess, these unique skills often find their brilliance overshadowed by intense energy assaults. The curse of the Kanasian people falls under the realm of magic, and having had no prior exposure to such arts, Char felt utterly powerless in the face of Bardock's agony. Fortunately, Bardock's pain was akin to a fierce tempest, swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. Before long, he had returned to a state of normalcy, his breathing growing calm. You must have fallen victim to the curse of the Kanasians, correct? What did you see just now? Char inquired, his brow furrowed as he observed Bardock's recovery. Curiosity piqued. Bardock wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, casting a surprised glance at Char, uncertain of how the other had discerned his plight. However, since Char had mentioned the curse, Bardock felt no need for concealment and shook his head, replying, "Just a jumble of disjointed fragments, pieced together without any understanding of their meaning." "I see." Char nodded in comprehension. He realized that without a clear narrative, the intricate memories brought forth by the curse would indeed be challenging to untangle. "By the way, you mentioned that my wife has been relocated to another place. What exactly transpired?" Bardock, having regained his composure, turned his gaze to Char, inquiring about the fate of Planet Vegeta. For a Saiyan like Bardock, the significance of Planet Vegeta was profound, yet now that it lay in ruins, he refrained from asking how its destruction had come to pass, instead focusing on the well-being of his loved ones, particularly his wife, Jine. "Do not fret." Char smiled, observing the striking resemblance between Bardock and the future son Goku. Making a calming gesture, he began to narrate. "This is a lengthy tale. In fact, long ago, we had already discerned Frieza's ambitions and anticipated that he would never allow the Saiyans, a potential threat, to exist unchallenged. Thus, we proactively scoured the cosmos for a planet suitable for Saiyan habitation and, employing a wondrous force, we relocated a portion of the Saiyan populace to that world. Rest assured, your wife is among those on the relocation list. She should now be residing on the planet Red Mountain, located in the Eastern Galaxy, alongside other Saiyans." Bardock listened intently, and upon learning of his wife's safety, he nodded appreciatively. Understanding that his wife and some of his kin had escaped unscathed was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. Gratitude filled his gaze as he looked at Char, his lips moving silently in thanks. Shaya observed Bardock's expression with keen interest, nodding subtly to himself. His efforts to assist had not been in vain. Bardock, as the first Super Saiyan in the original narrative, could prove to be an invaluable ally if he could be won over or if a cordial relationship could be maintained. "By the way, Bardock, do you know what planet this is?" Shaya inquired, surveying the surroundings. To utilize his extraordinary ability of instant transmission, one must first ascertain the spatial coordinates between two planets to determine their relative positions. Furrowing his brow and glancing around, Bardock realized he seemed to have visited this planet before. The flora here has a needle-like appearance. If I am not mistaken, this should be Planet Dala, located a sector away from Planet Vegeta. After further examining the coordinates with his energy detector, he promptly destroyed the device upon Shaya's subtle cue. "All right, knowing the coordinates suffices. I shall lead everyone away from here and then to Planet Ha-Shan," Shaya remarked with a smile, briefly elucidating the concept of instant transmission. "What an extraordinary ability!" Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. However, considering the existence of the curse upon the Kanasa people, the notion of instant transmission seemed less surprising. With that thought, he nodded and positioned himself next to Shaya. At that moment, the little one, Myers, regained her senses. Upon realizing she was no longer on Planet Vegeta, her curiosity piqued as she glanced around in wonder. "Ah, are we going back? But without a spaceship, how can we leave this place?" Her mind remained clouded, devoid of any recollection of the temporal rift, her last memory lingering on the terrifying scene of Planet Vegeta's destruction, leaving her bewildered as to how she arrived here. "I naturally have a solution," Shaya replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Myers, however, felt a pang of discomfort, sensing her existence was being cruelly overlooked. Although her previous disdain for Shaya had dissipated, replaced by a subtle admiration for his strength, her proud nature made it difficult for her to tolerate being ignored. Thus, she pouted, appearing sulky and rather stiff. Upon witnessing this, Shaya merely smiled at the young child, disregarding him, and glanced at Bardock, signaling him to extend his hand. He then closed his eyes and began to activate his instant transmission. With the enhancement of his temporal powers, his instant transmission had become significantly more formidable. On the desolate planet, the yellow sands danced in the air, and the weather remained perpetually cold. 5 days had elapsed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Yet Shaya had not yet returned, nor had any news reached the front lines. Gradually, concern began to creep into the hearts of the others, though none dared to voice it. Alas, it has been so many days since Shaya left. Why has Teehee returned? In the living room, Alice paced restlessly, her brow furrowed with worry. Rebecca chimed in. Indeed, why is he still absent? By now, Planet Vegeta should have been obliterated. Shieling must be extremely anxious. The two little ones have never been apart for such an extended period. I hope Shaya returns soon, sighed Rebecca. Suddenly, Alice broke into a smile and remarked, honestly, it seems you parents have spent less time caring for Shieling than Shaya has. Look at how attached she is to him. You are inadequate. Haha. We are all family. Shaya's care for her is no different from ours. Does that mean Shieling will no longer recognize us as her parents? Rebecca chuckled lightly, acknowledging that it was natural for their own child to grow closer to Shaya. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from outside. Everyone, come out. Shaya has returned. See. Just as we spoke of him, he back. Alice exclaimed joyfully, her petite figure springing into action as she leaped towards the door. Before long, Edri, Shakta, and others gathered, and soon, 15 figures congregated on the cold, dim hillside. Master Edri. A clear voice rang out, and it was young Melis, who waved her arms excitedly upon seeing Edri. Ah, little Melis is here too. Edri grinned widely, crouching to scrutinize his disciple. Then, he noticed Bardock standing nearby. His expression shifted slightly, and he felt a jolt of astonishment. Bardock's strength surpassed his own. Edri sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Bardock. Having personally participated in the evacuation planning, Edri was well acquainted with Bardock's exploits. He knew Bardock was a Saiyan warrior who had ascended from a lowly fighter through sheer determination. His impressive journey from humble beginnings filled Edri with admiration, yet he had never anticipated that Bardock's power would escalate so rapidly, reaching a level comparable to, or even exceeding, his own. You must be Mr. Bardock. I am Edri, the captain of the Edri squad. Edri regained his composure and greeted him warmly. Bardock was equally astonished upon encountering the Saiyans before him. Except for a few minors, the others possessed immense power, which thrilled him and ignited a sense of fervor within. Hello. The group engaged in a brief exchange, gradually transitioning from strangers to acquaintances. Upon learning of the destruction of Planet Vegeta, a wave of melancholy washed over them all. Particularly poignant was the realization that Bardock had fought valiantly to protect Planet Vegeta until the very last moment. Respect filled the gazes of those around him. Now, this is a true Saiyan warrior. Among them, aside from Shaya and Shieling, Bardock possessed the highest combat prowess. Uncle Edri, since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, there is no longer any purpose in remaining here. We should set out for Planet Red Mountain, Shaya suggested. Indeed, it is time to depart. Edri's expression grew complex as he gazed towards the former location of Planet Vegeta, now barren, save for the remnants of cosmic dust that whispered of the Saiyans' former glory. Correct. There are many matters to attend to on Planet Red Mountain. We should set off promptly, Baruch stated coldly. As the second-in-command to Edri, he oversaw the daily management of the Saiyans, while Edri was responsible for their training. With nearly 10,000 Saiyans migrating to Planet Red Mountain, effective management was crucial to prevent chaos. When the Saiyans of Planet Red Mountain flourish, we shall seek vengeance against Frieza. The group spoke passionately, establishing a shared objective. Following the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the Saiyans residing on Planet Red Mountain would become the sole surviving lineage in the universe. Yet they firmly believed that the Saiyans of Planet Red Mountain would inevitably thrive. Chapter 89. Arrival at Planet Red Mountain. On Planet Red Mountain, the sky was vast and serene. Since the relocation of over 10,000 Saiyans from Planet Vegeta, Suddy and others who had arrived earlier were brimming with enthusiasm, diligently escorting the injured to the infirmary. After 5 days, most Saiyans had emerged from treatment. Basking in the warmth of the rising sun, the healed Saiyans appeared reborn. With the addition of these Saiyans from Planet Vegeta, the population of Planet Red Mountain had significantly increased, establishing the planet as the only Saiyan enclave in the cosmos. The recently arrived Saiyans first experienced an atmosphere filled with potential. They discovered a planet ripe for development, except for the core area, which had begun to take shape. Construction was fervently underway elsewhere, and the emergence of sprawling cities was imminent. In the training area, Suddy guided the newcomers, showcasing the various facilities, a task he had undertaken frequently in recent days. Groups of 30 to 60, he tirelessly introduced his compatriots to the wonders of Planet Red Mountain, including the temporary management system devised by Shaya and Edri to assist their adaptation to the new environment, as well as the advanced training equipment available. This is a primary gravity chamber, with a diameter of 350 meters and a height of 220 meters, capable of adjusting to 20 times standard gravity and accommodating 50 individuals at once for training. In front of a large gravity chamber, the Fidaian Alo explained enthusiastically. Gravity chambers varied in size and function, classified as primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary gravity chamber reached a maximum of 20 times gravity, the most common type. As the majority of Saiyans were still in their nascent stages, such intensity was sufficient for them. Intermediate and advanced gravity chambers were also constructed, designed for higher-level training, with reduced space but capable of achieving 100 and 300 times gravity, respectively. The gravity chamber previously utilized by Shaya, with a maximum of 500 times gravity, was considered the highest tier. The construction of such advanced gravity chambers was complex and energy-intensive, thus not yet suitable for widespread implementation. Can these gravity chambers truly aid us in enhancing our combat power? Some Saiyans, full of curiosity, gazed at the towering, gleaming machine before them, the gravity chamber, eyes sparkling with wonder and anticipation. Surely, you must have noticed an enhancement in your combat prowess since arriving at Red Mountain Star? Before the Fidaian Aro could elaborate, several Saiyans who had just exited the gravity chamber stepped forward. The gravity chamber was capable of altering gravitational intensity, allowing the Saiyans inside to experience several times the gravitational effects of the outside world. Consequently, to counteract this gravitational pull, the bodies of the Saiyans would undergo stress-induced transformations. Thus, with each incremental increase in gravity, their combat strength would correspondingly rise. The same principle applied to the gravity of Red Mountain Star itself, which boasted a gravitational force 12 times greater than that of Vegeta, thereby providing an opportunity for Saiyans to enhance their abilities through prolonged exposure. The questioning Saiyans fell momentarily silent, as their time on Red Mountain Star had been brief, and they perhaps had yet to perceive a significant change. However, they felt reluctant to admit that their fighting power had not increased, resulting in a shared silence. Nonetheless, with first-hand accounts from those who had experienced the chamber, their doubts concerning its efficacy began to dissipate. They could not help but lament the missed opportunity to discover such a remarkable tool for enhancing their abilities sooner. Observing the intrigue in the eyes of the Saiyans, Suddy waved his hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Why not let you experience it for yourselves?" Under Suddy's guidance, the group rushed into the gravity chamber, which was spacious and akin to a gymnasium. After entering, the interior felt remarkably open. "Let us adjust it to 16 times the normal gravity," Suddy declared with a grin. Arrow nodded in agreement and proceeded to the control room of the gravity chamber, setting the parameters to 16 times standard gravity. Soon, the sound of the machine's engines began to hum, but initially, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Just as everyone began to relax, an immense force suddenly enveloped them, as if an invisible button had been pressed. A powerful gravitational pull was suddenly exerted on each individual, making them feel as though countless invisible chains were dragging at every part of their bodies. Every organ, every cell was subjected to extraordinary gravitational effects. The Saiyans within the chamber bent at the waist, exerting tremendous effort to counteract the weight pressing down on them. "How does it feel in the gravity chamber?" "Impressive. I sent it." Suddy's voice was somewhat strained as he spoke. Normally, he trained at a steady 15 times gravity, but this sudden shift to 16 times was pushing his limits. Every body has its threshold for endurance. Even a person capable of lifting 120 pounds cannot lift one additional pound beyond their capacity. Most of the newly arrived Saiyans possessed commendable potential and strength, slightly surpassing Suddy, yet they too struggled to adapt to the abrupt increase in gravity. Beads of sweat glistened on their cheeks as their energy rapidly depleted. After a minute, the gravity was turned off, and they half-crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. "What a remarkable experience! It feels as though I've just undergone a fierce battle." "Training in such an environment will undoubtedly yield significant power boosts," one Saiyan remarked. "Indeed, the gravity on Vegeta is already formidable, which has shaped the Saiyans' robust physiques. With the gravity chamber, we can enhance our strength even more efficiently." Those selected by Shaya and Edri were not only rational thinkers with strong physiques but also seasoned warriors. The Saiyans looked towards the gravity chamber with eyes gleaming like those of a long-lost lover rediscovered. Just then, a message crackled through the communicator. Arrow, having received the news, approached Suddy and the others. Everyone, we have received word that Lord Shaya and Mr. Edry have returned. Please gather immediately at the open square to the west. What? Lord Shaya and Mr. Edry have returned? The expressions of those present varied. Suddy and the others displayed surprise, while the Saiyans from Vegeta exchanged glances, filled with curiosity, excitement, and apprehension at the prospect of meeting such powerful figures. Their emotions were complex. Having once followed the orders of King Vegeta, but now finding themselves under the leadership of Shaya on Red Mountain Star. It was said that their lives had been saved by Shaya, who preserved the Saiyan bloodline, thereby fostering a blend of gratitude and intrigue towards him. As those selected by Shaya, their rationality was more pronounced than that of their fellow Saiyans. This was precisely why Shaya had chosen them. He aimed to reconstruct a Saiyan race characterized by strong morals and formidable combat capabilities, rather than the infamous, fearsome warriors of the cosmos. Lord Shaya has returned. All Saiyans are to report immediately to the open square to the west. The announcement echoed throughout the streets. Whether at home or in training areas, upon hearing the broadcast, all Saiyans ceased their activities and hastened towards the square. One by one, they soared into the air, soon filling the sky with dark silhouettes that vanished swiftly into the distance. The newcomers followed Arrow towards the west. Fortunately, the open square was not far from the city center, and within minutes, the Saiyans descended upon the broad marble-paved area like raindrops. The vast square, measuring hundreds of meters in both length and width, quickly became a throng of bodies, except for those receiving treatment in the infirmary. Nearly all the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star had gathered, whispering among themselves and casting eager glances at the elevated platform in the center. Soon, a whirlwind descended without warning, silencing the crowd as they collectively held their breath in anticipation, knowing that their leader, Lord Shaya, would soon arrive. Sure enough, moments later, a group of figures descended from above, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that swept through the assembly like a tidal wave, a formidable presence spreading in all directions. Atop the platform stood a young Saiyan clad in pristine white battle gear. Though youthful, he radiated an aura of authority. Shaya stood alongside Saiyan, with Edry, Barak, and Bardak standing resolutely beside them, followed by younger Saiyans such as Myers and Shakta. Observing this scene, the gathered Saiyans fell silent. Their wealth of combat experience rendered momentarily subdued by the powerful energy exuded by the figures above. With a clear gaze, Shaya looked down and beheld a throng of heads moving restlessly below, a surge of accomplishment rising within him. Should these Saiyans develop commendably, they could evolve into a formidable force. Chapter 90. The Leader. In the vast cosmos, while power may not be an absolute necessity for the strong, it undoubtedly serves as a potent enhancement. The distinction between possessing influence and lacking it does not lie in the amount of support one's subordinates can provide during combat. In a world such as Dragon Ball, where formidable strength prevails, the powerful typically possess the capability to single-handedly subdue thousands. Thus, when facing weaker adversaries, what need is there for assistance? Conversely, when confronted with equally matched foes, where can one swiftly find allies of comparable strength? The true essence of power manifests in the control of resources and the ability to summon assistance at will for menial tasks. A strong individual, after all, cannot be expected to handle every dirty job personally. Take the infamous Frieza, for instance. With a mere gesture, he can obliterate a planet. However, when it comes to tracking down a particular individual or gathering specific intelligence, he cannot undertake such tasks himself, highlighting the importance of his subordinates. As Shaya surveyed the entire Dragon Ball realm, he recognized that possessing a formidable and well-structured faction allowed those in power to achieve results with remarkable efficiency. He raised his hand, pressing it downward, and an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly descended from above, weighing heavily on the chest of all present. Esteemed kin who have journeyed from afar. His resonant voice echoed through the open square, even without the aid of amplification devices. His words resonated clearly in the ears of the assembly. This remarkable ability to control sound captivated the attention of all the Saiyans in attendance. They lifted their heads in unison, their gazes fixed upon the youthful leader on the platform, radiating vigor and charisma as they listened intently. Shaya nodded in satisfaction, and then, with a serious expression, spoke. Under the leadership of King Vegeta, the Saiyans fought valiantly against Frieza, but what did we ultimately gain? Infamy and the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. This is a profound insult to the dignity of the Saiyan race. Did Frieza believe that by exterminating all Saiyans, he could secure his dominion? He is gravely mistaken. The dignity of the Saiyans is not to be trampled upon. We are all survivors from Planet Vegeta, and we shall remember this hatred. As he surveyed the faces around him, Shaya articulated the sentiments of the vast majority of Saiyans, igniting their emotions, their eyes ablaze with fervent anger. Once he sensed that their spirits were sufficiently stirred, Shaya proceeded to soothe them. Although our numbers are few, each of you is an elite warrior. I trust you have all witnessed the training environment of Red Mountain Star. I need you to dedicate yourselves to your training, for we shall make the name of the Saiyans resonate throughout the universe, even surpassing the pinnacle of strength. As he spoke, Shaya unleashed the full extent of his aura. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon them. The winds howled, the heavens shifted, and the powerful energy attracted charged ions from the air. Manifesting various phenomena, the Saiyans below felt an overwhelming force descending upon them, rendering even breathing a formidable challenge, their expressions filled with astonishment. Though they had anticipated Shaya's formidable strength, experiencing it firsthand was a revelation of its terrifying magnitude. Their gazes toward Shaya transformed into those of reverence and admiration. The pressure of a combat power of 150,000 is not something an ordinary individual could withstand. A common person might even be rendered unconscious if they were to stand too close. In the face of Shaya's astonishing energy, all Saiyans felt insignificantly small. And at that moment, an infinite confidence surged within their hearts. Saiyans have an innate reverence for the strong, a mark imprinted in their very blood. Only a powerful warrior can command their obedience, and it was precisely the strength that Shaya exhibited that compelled their loyalty. Under the leadership of such a formidable warrior, how could the Saiyans not grow in power? All Saiyans found within themselves a pillar of unwavering belief. Pleased with the reaction of the Saiyans below, Shaya smiled faintly, knowing that his objective had been accomplished. In the realm of governance, a ruler must balance both grace and authority. Besides offering kindness, Shaya further demonstrated through action that he is the rightful ruler of Red Mountain Star. He then turned his gaze toward Shilling and Edri, signaling that it was time to escalate the fervor of the atmosphere. It was time for them to make their entrance. Shilling and the others understood and nodded in agreement. They stepped forward, each unleashing their own formidable power, summoning another 8 waves of overwhelming energy. Shilling, Bardock, Edri, Rebecca, Baruch, Paladi, Alice, and Lisa radiated a dark golden light, appearing almost divine. Each of them possessed energy exceeding 10,000, with Shilling standing out at 120,000, followed by Bardock with over 30,000, and then Edri, Rebecca, and the others. With Shaya's earth-shattering power combined, 9 surges of energy were simultaneously unleashed, causing the very ground of Red Mountain Star to tremble. The terrifying aura suffocating all present. Heavens, this is the power of Lord Shaya. It turns out that we Saiyans can also become this formidable. In comparison to Lord Shaya, King Vegeta paled significantly. How I wish to possess such strength. The girl standing beside Lord Shaya must be Lady Shilling. She is incredibly powerful as well. The Saiyans below murmured among themselves, unable to suppress their fervent gazes toward the high platform where Shaya and Shilling stood side by side, their pristine battle attire enhancing their sacred and imposing presence. Long live Lord Shaya. Long live Lady Shilling. It is unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the air was filled with a chorus of voices expressing their admiration for Shaya and Shilling, as well as their respect for Bardock, Edri, and the others. Gazing at the valiant figures of Shaya and his companions, Meyer's eyes suddenly sparkled with awe, leaving a profound impact on his young heart. In the afternoon, several hours after the gathering in the square, all Saiyans had returned to their homes. However, the impact Shaya had on them was profound, especially for those who had recently arrived from Planet Vegeta, who were still in shock, deeply immersed in the profound pressure exerted by Shaya. That day, the training area was suddenly overwhelmed with participants. Regardless of age, nearly all Saiyans flocked to the training zone without a moment's hesitation, igniting a fervor for training across Red Mountain Star. In a small conference room, Shaya, Edri, and the others convened to discuss the future of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. After taking stock, it was revealed that there were currently 14,622 Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, with 10,284 being adults and 4,338 minors, maintaining a balanced gender ratio. A female Saiyan named Shaylin, one of the earliest arrivals, was tasked by Shaya to document the circumstances of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. After listening, Edri nodded and remarked, "This number is already substantial. However, over 3,000 Saiyans perished during the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Originally, according to the Dragon's transfer, there should have been 15,000 individuals, and combined with the early arrivals of over 3,000, the total should have been 18,000. Unfortunately, over 3,000 did not survive. Nevertheless, having more than 10,000 is sufficient to form a nation. Shaya contemplated briefly and felt quite satisfied. In the vast cosmos, aside from those asexual reproductive races, the perpetuation of a lineage is profoundly dependent on population. With over 10,000 individuals, one could barely sustain the bloodline of a race. Among these Saiyans, there were 212 elite warriors, 240 intermediate warriors, while the remainder were primarily low-level fighters. Shaylin continued her report. At this moment, Adri waved his hand and chuckled, expressing that it was unnecessary to dwell on the issue of aptitude. After all, with the advanced training methods provided by Shaya, the disparities in innate abilities would not pose a problem for the time being. If the cultivation of energy were to be disseminated among all Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, the Saiyan race would undoubtedly enter a phase of comprehensive development. At that juncture, all Saiyans would stand on equal footing, with minimal differences between low-level and elite warriors, primarily in the speed of their comprehension of energy. It is foreseeable that for an extended period, aptitude would no longer be the primary obstacle hindering the progress of the Saiyans. Only upon surpassing a certain threshold and ascending to a higher level would the issue of aptitude resurface. However, by then, low-level warriors may not necessarily be inferior to their elite counterparts. Chapter 91. Bardock's plans. Next, there remained the matter of Red Mountain Star's defense. To ensure the safety of Red Mountain Star, it is imperative to establish a specialized combat unit dedicated to its protection. Additionally, the training of the young Saiyans must be expedited. One does not truly comprehend the value of essential resources until in charge. Shaya realized that once he assumed the role of leader, the myriad responsibilities he had to consider were overwhelming. While he could not personally attend to every matter, during this foundational phase, many issues required his direct oversight, and certain responsibilities were his to bear, not to be carelessly dismissed. At this point, Shaya found himself curious about how the former King Vegeta navigated such challenges. Indeed, any ruler aspiring for lasting peace and prosperity in their domain cannot rely solely on military might. At the very least, a modicum of governing wisdom and a capable management team are essential. While Shaya possesses formidable military strength, the management team pales in comparison to that of King Vegeta. The available talents are limited to individuals like Edri and Barak, making their entrepreneurial endeavors fraught with challenges. At times, Shaya mused whether the emergence of a significant number of intellectuals among the Saiyans would alleviate these difficulties. However, this thought quickly dissipated as he redirected his focus towards the Fidaians. Perhaps a harmonious amalgamation of the Fidaians' intellect and the Saiyans' martial prowess could yield the most perfect power structure, one reliant on mutual support. Shaya considered the prospect of selecting the strongest individuals from the current Saiyan populace to establish the Red Mountain Guard, initially envisioning a force of around 1,000 members. The size of this guard would naturally reflect the limited number of Saiyans, making immediate expansion impractical. Shaya further articulated, "The crux lies in the cultivation of those young Saiyans. I intend to select a group from among them, dividing them into several teams for training, with the ultimate goal of establishing special operations units akin to the Ginyu Force. If we impart the methods for cultivating Ki to these Saiyans, I believe we can swiftly enhance their combat prowess." Edri quickly grasped Shaya's intentions, his eyes brightening at the prospect while recalling the formidable reputation of the Ginyu Force. He nodded earnestly, affirming, "Shaya is indeed correct. The Saiyans of Planet Red must inevitably step beyond their confines. Therefore, the timely development of these special operations units is paramount. Additionally, we must establish a conventional force to protect Planet Red. For now, let us commence by selecting the strongest among the Saiyans." "Very well, Shaylin. Please compile a list of the most formidable Saiyans." Shaya turned to the female Saiyan and said, "Yes." Shaylin responded confidently, her graceful figure on full display. "As for the personnel of the Special Operations Team, I will personally select them alongside Shieling. They will serve as the backbone of Red Mountain Star." With a subtle smile, Shaya spoke again. "All right, let it be so." In the following days, Shaya and Adri became engrossed in personnel matters. Adri's task was relatively straightforward. After receiving the list of Saiyan warriors from Shaylin, the strength of the Red Mountain Star's guard quickly took shape. It is worth noting that Saiyans are inherently qualified warriors, eliminating the need for conscription. On the contrary, when Shaya and the other leaders announced the formation of the Red Mountain Star-S Guard, Saiyans eagerly signed up, with several competitions erupting over the coveted spots. As the final roster was unveiled, those Saiyans who were not selected returned home with expressions of regret, immediately commencing rigorous training. as if not being chosen for the guard was a matter of great disgrace. This left several bystanding Fidaians utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the Saiyans' mindset. The Red Mountain Guard is primarily tasked with safeguarding the planet's security. However, given that the nearby planets pose no significant threat to Red Mountain Star's armed forces, the members of the Guard, like other Saiyans, seize the opportunity to engage in various forms of training. Meanwhile, Shaya's responsibilities were considerably more intricate. As members of the Special Operations Team were to undergo energy cultivation first, necessitating a careful selection process. It took a full 2 weeks to establish the foundational framework of personnel. Shaya meticulously selected a total of 85 underage Saiyans, the majority of whom were quite young. The younger they were, the less likely they were to be influenced by conventional ideas, making them more malleable. However, Saiyans are known for their precociousness. These children were already aware of the challenges they would face and were filled with excitement from the moment they were chosen. Among them, Shaya's team included Shakta, Atasia, Jelen, Rida, and Balit, who, despite being slightly older, had already grasped some concepts of energy and were thus included as well, embarking on more detailed energy training thereafter. Leading the group, however, was the little rascal, Melis. Having narrowly escaped from a time-space rift, Melis had fortuitously boosted her battle power to an impressive 1600. Further enhancing her already exceptional abilities, solidifying her position in the Special Forces team. Yet, perhaps due to an innate rivalry, the relationship between Shieling and Melis was far from amicable. When the two were together, they exchanged fierce glares, neither willing to yield. Shieling had always disdained Melis for her constant attachment to Shaya, while Melis, with her proud demeanor, incited Shieling's ire. Ironically, Adri treated Melis with great affection, even adopting her as a goddaughter. Melis had lost her parents, who perished alongside Planet Vegeta during the rebellion, and, left alone, she was taken in by Adri's family under Rebecca's arrangement. This only fueled Shieling's frustration, as she often glared at Shaya with her starry eyes. Shaya felt utterly wronged, insisting that this was not his doing. It was perplexing why Melis's attitude toward him underwent a complete transformation after he rescued her from Planet Vegeta. She shifted from disdain to eager inquiries, making it impossible for him to shake her off. Perhaps the loss of her parents had instilled in her a desperate desire to become stronger. Ultimately, the framework of the Special Forces team was established, with the 85 young Saiyans divided into 12 groups of 6 or 7, commencing their training. In a luxurious villa near the city center, Bardock had found a new home. A rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, where Jine, clad in an apron, busily prepared meals, her petite figure moving gracefully as she hummed a tune, skillfully plating the food. After arriving on Red Mountain Star, Bardock quickly located his wife and, through Adri's arrangements, secured a place to live. Overjoyed by his wife's safety, they settled together in the opulent villa. As they sat down to enjoy the steaming dishes, Jine removed her apron and they began to eat. Truth be told, this period on Red Mountain Star felt like Jine's most blissful days. Bardock, when shall we go to Earth to bring Kakarot back? Jine inquired softly. Bardock set down his utensils, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. I did not intend to bring Kakarot back. Why not? Kakarot is our child, Jine exclaimed, her expression turning to one of shock and agitation. I can glimpse fragments of the future, although they are disjointed images. I know Kakarot will embark on a new life on Earth, which will greatly benefit his growth. But he is still my child. Bardock smiled gently. Kakarot will become the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Jine paused, recalling the ancient legend. But Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. How could he possibly become a legendary Super Saiyan? She queried quietly. I was skeptical as well, but the destruction of Planet Vegeta confirmed what I had seen. The curse of Kanasha truly allows me to glimpse the future. Bardock raised his gaze, speaking earnestly to Jine. Frieza will fall at Kakarot's hands, defeated by a Super Saiyan. Thus, I cannot interfere with Kakarot's development. However, if you wish to see him, we can observe his growth from afar. Jine finally understood, nodding thoughtfully, displaying her wisdom regarding their son's upbringing. By the way, Bardock, is your head still hurting? Ah, intermittently. When it flares up, it feels unbearable. What should we do? Perhaps we could ask Lord Shaya for help. He might have a solution. Jine's eyes sparkled with hope. It's not that simple, Bardock replied, furrowing his brow slightly. Lord Shaya is aware of my condition. A curse is not easily lifted, so I do not hold high hopes. I wonder how Raditz is faring. Life with Prince Vegeta cannot be easy, Jine remarked thoughtfully. Due to the constant surveillance from Frieza, Bardock had no opportunity to bring Raditz over, leaving him and Jine to live together, despite having 2 sons. Well, Jine, Do not be so melancholic. Perhaps we should consider having another child, Bardock suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jine's delicate face flushed slightly as she playfully scowled at him. What a time to be thinking of that. Isn't this the perfect time? Red Mountain Star is in need of more inhabitants. Shouldn't we make an effort? Just eat your meal, Jine retorted, grabbing a piece of meat from her plate and shoving it into Bardock's mouth before dashing out. Bardock chewed on the meat, a warm smile gracing his face. Chapter 92. Training of the Special Forces team. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, following the initial selection and grouping. The training of the Special Forces members officially commenced. Thanks to the meticulous efforts in personnel selection, many complications were avoided in the subsequent training. The carefully chosen children exhibited exceptional aptitude, akin to smooth, white paper, upon which Shaya could freely express his creativity. Training quickly fell into a productive rhythm. On the training grounds, the youthful children sweated profusely, diligently repeating fundamental movements, kicking, punching, descending, and cushioning. To grow stronger, mastering the basics was essential. Though these seemingly tedious and even torturous exercises were challenging, they also served to temper the children's character, allowing for the identification of those with unwavering dedication, who could then receive focused training. Shaya noticed that these children exhibited remarkable self-discipline, strictly adhering to his training regimen without a hint of laziness, rendering the notion of selective favoritism obsolete. From the children's perspective, this was entirely understandable. They recognized how rare the opportunity to join the Special Forces was, as countless others yearned to enter. Having secured this chance, they were determined to train diligently, not wanting to waste Shaya's nurturing efforts. They strived to internalize every action, making it instinctual rather than merely mechanical. In the heat of battle, there is little time for contemplation. Even the slightest flaw may spell the difference between life and death. Reflect deeply on this. The more you sweat now, the less you shall bleed in the future. Shaya wielded his teaching baton as he patrolled the training grounds, gradually instilling the principles he had acquired from Earth into the minds of these Saiyans, for such knowledge formed the foundation prior to cultivating their energy. Naturally, Shaya did not merely replicate these teachings. He adapted them, taking into account the Saiyans' physique and combat habits, making significant improvements in many crucial aspects. His demeanor towards these Saiyans was exceptionally stringent, as they were destined to become the backbone of Red Mountain Star, and thus, their training could not allow for any leniency. Whenever he observed an inadequate movement, his unyielding baton would strike without hesitation. Crack! The baton landed on a Saiyan whose technique was flawed. When delivering a punch, do not exert your full strength. Maintain a balance, applying 7 parts force and reserving 3, allowing for maneuverability. And your attacks are burdened with excessive movements, which diminish your striking power and provide your opponent with opportunities to exploit weaknesses. Here, these are all vulnerabilities that can easily be seized by your adversary. Shaya meticulously pointed out their shortcomings, and the Saiyans listened intently, their teeth clenched in concentration. Naturally precocious, these children understood the immense fortune of receiving guidance from Lord Shaya, and they approached their training with exceptional seriousness, fearful of being surpassed by their peers due to any lapse in diligence. Once the Special Forces training was on track, Shaya, aside from occasionally offering his insights, devoted the remainder of his time to his own cultivation. Cultivation demanded unwavering perseverance. Shaya could not afford to squander his formidable power on trivial matters, as Gohan did, ultimately wasting his vast potential. Of course, each individual has their own aspirations, and it would be unfair to deem Gohan's pursuit of literature misguided. It was simply a case of divergent paths leading to squandered talent, a lamentable waste indeed. In a central location stood a grand villa, Shaya's new residence. After becoming the leader of Red Mountain Star, he could no longer reside in the Edry household, as it was essential to uphold the hierarchy of status. Even if Shaya himself was indifferent, he could not ignore the murmurs of the Saiyan populace. Thus a new villa was meticulously arranged. Once the villa was completed, with Edry's tacit approval, Shilling joyfully moved in with Shaya under the pretext of honing her skills, while Myers, having lost his parents in the battle on Vegeta Star, took up residence with Edry. At noon, after a vigorous session of training, Shaya wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped into the bathroom, relishing a refreshing cold shower before heading to the dining hall for a meal. In the kitchen, Shilling was in a flurry, clumsily managing the food. The cacophony of sizzling and popping noises emanating from within made Shaya raise an eyebrow, bracing his forehead as he envisioned the impending culinary disaster. Soon after, Shilling emerged with a dish of ominously charred food. "Shilling, is this what you prepared?" Shaya inquired, inspecting the unrecognizable, carbonized mass on his plate. his expression one of exasperation. Yes, indeed. Can you tell me what you made? She beamed. Barbecue. Shilling replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You dare call this barbecue? Shaya exclaimed in frustration, tapping the blackened solid with his chopsticks, producing a resounding clink. Does barbecue emit such a crisp sound? One might mistakenly believe you crafted charcoal. He lamented. How on earth did you produce this kind of barbecue? I have no idea. It just turned out this way as I was cooking, Shilling replied with an innocent expression. Never mind. I suppose we should head to Uncle Edry's for a meal instead. Shilling, you truly ought to learn some culinary skills. I remember when I made barbecue for you as a child, it certainly wasn't like this. With an apologetic smile. Shilling twiddled her fingers. Well, in the future, perhaps Shaya can take over the cooking. Shaya gazed at her in astonishment, chuckling as he playfully ruffled her hair. You wish. Come, let us head to Uncle Edry's for dinner. With that, Shaya took the lead and stepped outside. The villas were closely situated, and Edry's residence was merely a few dozen meters away. Before long, Shaya arrived at Edry's villa, entering without knocking. Shaya, you've arrived. Dinner is ready, come and eat. Rebecca beamed at him. Mel's was sprawled over the dining table, hands clutching food, mouth full as he exclaimed, I told you they would come for dinner. How could that guy possibly cook well? Who says I can't cook? A disgruntled voice retorted as Shilling stormed over, clearly irate. Heh, if you could cook, would you still need to come here for dinner? This is my home. It is only natural to eat here. Shilling plopped down at the table, glaring at the little rascal before her, infuriated that Mel's was living in her house. Ha ha ha, let us not bicker as soon as you meet. Mel's is now my goddaughter. You two are like sisters, so don't act like sworn enemies. Edry's hearty laughter resonated as he looked at the two children. Sisters? I have no such sister. Shilling and Mel's exchanged fierce glares, neither willing to back down. Aunt Rebecca, I think you should take some time to teach Shilling how to cook. Shaya said earnestly as he settled at the table, preparing his utensils. Rebecca considered this and nodded in agreement. Yes, I've neglected this in the past. From now on, Shilling will learn to cook with me. She turned her gaze toward Shilling. Moreover, there are other household chores for the time being. You should refrain from training and learn these tasks instead. What? Shilling exclaimed, astonished as though she had received dreadful news. However, upon meeting Rebecca's stern gaze, she wilted and sank down, causing Mel's to giggle uncontrollably. 2 months later, Shakta, Mel's, and the other members of the Special Operations team finally completed their basic training, and they were now ready to commence their cultivation of chi. Due to the need to shift some of their conventional mindsets, Shaya dedicated considerable effort to the foundational aspects. And after several months, the results began to manifest. Yet, when they truly encountered the theory of chi, these Saiyans were utterly bewildered. It was entirely different from what their parents had taught them. However, Shaya's authority ultimately eclipsed that of their parents, compelling them to diligently follow his guidance in their training. The younger Saiyans exhibited far greater adaptability than the adults, gradually beginning to grasp the concepts. 3 months later, the Saiyans finally acquired the ability to perceive their opponents using chi. Shaya realized that his objective had been achieved and could now allow them to pursue their training independently. P.S. The manuscript of this book is currently in progress. Additionally, I would like to recommend 2 of my friends' works. Both fanfictions based on One Piece, The Strongest Mutant of Pirates. A tale of a mutant who can harness all powers in the world and leaves his mark in the One Piece universe, and the great literary master of One Piece, where the protagonist arrives in the One Piece world and becomes a figure of great influence. Chapter 93, Departure to Yadarat Star on this beautiful day. The weather was splendid and the sun shone brightly. On Red Mountain Star, the climate was perpetually spring-like, and the air was infused with a delightful fragrance. In the training square of the Special Operations Team, over 80 Saiyan children concluded a day of training, standing in 12 orderly rows, eagerly awaiting their address. In recent days, Shaya had adopted a military approach to instructing these students, yielding remarkably effective results. After months of training, they had essentially mastered the application of chi, and it was now time to utilize the gravity chamber for further cultivation, though they were reminded that haste makes waste. Upon hearing that they had completed the initial mastery of chi and could now use the gravity chamber to assist their training, the young Saiyans became restless, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Shaya, when can we form teams for missions? If I don't fight soon, my limbs will rust. As Shaya walked, he heard a shout from a distance, and soon a burly young man approached. What is this, Balit? Can't contain yourself after such a short time? Shaya smiled, recognizing the young man as Balit, a member of his former team. 15-year-old Balit, robust and muscular, was already showcasing considerable strength, likely to follow in Nappa's footsteps as a formidable figure. In contrast to Shaya's lean and handsome physique, he was headed in a completely different direction. Not that I can't contain myself, just feeling a bit antsy. Balit scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. Shaya chuckled softly, casting a commanding glance at Balit. If you wish to undertake a mission, first enhance your strength. Your lives are exceedingly precious at this moment. Look at the other Saiyans. Have they ventured beyond Red Mountain Star? To step outside, you must elevate your combat power. This is an unyielding decree. With only over 14,000 Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, each life is invaluable. Currently, the Red Mountain Star Guard is still expanding its external reach. And until the required strength is attained, no Saiyan is permitted to embark on missions. But my combat power is already 4,200. Ordinary elite warriors possess only this level of strength. Balit lamented, feeling the weight of pressure as his face fell, emitting a groan. In the past, a combat power exceeding 4,000 could be flaunted for quite some time. In the original tale, the Saiyan Nappa, who invaded Earth, was at this level. Previously, there was no distinction between lower and higher class warriors on Red Mountain Star. Everyone started from the same line. If one does not wish to lag behind, they must seize the time to train. Shaya smiled gently and patted Balit's shoulder. All right, this fellow was the underachiever in Shaya's squad and now in the Special Forces. He must strive diligently lest he be surpassed by others. How was it? Did Shaya give you a lesson? Rita smirked, having awaited Balit's return to the team. What did you say? Balit glared at him. At that moment, a graceful girl with flowing hair, sensing the dispute between the two, frowned slightly and said, You two should calm down. If you don't seize this excellent opportunity in the Special Forces, what future do you envision? Atasia is right. You both need to take this seriously, Jelen added. Balit, Rita, upon your return, continue your training and refrain from wasting time on trivial matters. Shakta's authoritative voice echoed. We were among the first to follow Shaya, and if we are surpassed by others, how will you bear the shame? I certainly cannot. With a cold snort, Shakta turned and departed. Atasia shook her head and, as she turned, her beautiful gaze lingered on them. Balit, reflect carefully upon this, or I shall train you rigorously. A chill ran down Balit's spine, and he nodded repeatedly, his spirits dampened. Since arriving at Red Mountain Star, Shaya's team had become virtually defunct, now reformed under Shakta's leadership. As he walked along the smooth path, Shaya couldn't help but shake his head. Balit has become somewhat complacent after achieving a modicum of success. I truly wonder what his future holds. However, he felt reassured that Shakta and Atasia would impart a solid lesson to him. With these thoughts, Shaya strolled joyfully toward home. Yet, the notion of leaving Red Mountain Star indeed required contemplation. Saiyans could not remain on Red Mountain Star indefinitely. This thought caused a slight headache. Upon returning home, he found no sign of Sailing and surmised she might have gone with Aunt Rebecca to learn culinary skills. After resting briefly, he stepped outside again, only to encounter Bardock and his wife approaching. Lord Shaya, Bardock called out with vigor. Lord Shaya, we were just looking for you. Kind greeted warmly. What is the matter? Shaya paused, smiling in response. Kind, Goku's mother, was a petite female Saiyan, akin to Alice, who previously handled meat processing logistics on Vegeta Star and continued her work upon arriving at Red Mountain Star. Bardock's headaches have been worsening. Is there any way to lift the curse of the Kanasharians? Kind's expression turned somber as she spoke. With a slight smile, Shaya turned his gaze to Bardock and pondered. As far as I know, there are several methods to lift the Kanasharian curse. However, your ability to foresee the future is akin to precognition. It is exceedingly useful, and it would be best to retain it if possible. Bardock nodded in agreement. By the way, in a few days, I will be traveling to Yardrat Star. You should accompany me. We may find a remedy. In truth, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and utilizing Shinran's power could also resolve Bardock's affliction. But since Shaya was already planning to visit Yardrat Star, he decided to explore options there first. Speaking of Dragon Balls, Shaya recalled that he still possessed 4 Dragon Balls in his dimensional space, which had now regained their original appearance. It seemed a trip to Earth was necessary to return the 4 Dragon Balls to their rightful owner. That will require your assistance, Lord Shaya, Kind exclaimed, her gloom lifting upon hearing there was a potential cure for her husband's ailment, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Not at all. It is but a trivial matter. Shaya waved his hand with a smile. At that moment, Kind's abdomen had begun to show a slight bulge, indicating she had been pregnant for some time. Shaya chuckled. Congratulations. It seems we Saiyans are about to welcome another new life. Oh my. kind beamed with joy, though a hint of shyness crept in as she nestled closer to Bardock. Shaya had not anticipated that the series of events he inadvertently set in motion would result in Sun Wukong gaining a brother or sister. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. After bidding farewell to Bardock and his wife, Shaya strolled forward and arrived at the doorstep of Adley's home. Upon entering, he indeed found Shieling diligently wielding kitchen utensils, meticulously receiving instruction from Rebecca. However, judging by her demeanor, she still had a considerable journey ahead before mastering the craft. At the dining table, Shaya broached the subject of his impending journey to the planet Yatarat. Shieling was the first to express her desire to accompany him. Having long coveted the ability of instantaneous movement, she was determined to acquire this skill at all costs. Following suit, Mel's also declared his intention to join the expedition. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya nodded in agreement. The following dawn, after entrusting the affairs of the Red Mountain Star to Adeli, he set off with Xiling, Mel's, and Bardock, embarking on an instantaneous journey away from the Red Mountain Star. As for the location of the Adrat Star, it had long been marked on the galactic map of the Fidaia people. Chapter 94, Mecha Troops from the Galactic Map of the Fidaia. Shaya learned that the Adrat Star was situated in the northeastern region of the Northern Galaxy, while the Red Mountain Star resided in the Eastern Galaxy. Traveling from the Red Mountain Star to the Adrat Star would require considerable time. However, this posed no challenge for Shaya. After the fusion of the powers of time and space into the force of space-time, he discovered that his command over spatial manipulation had become remarkably fluid. Thus, accompanied by Xiling, Mel's, and Bardock, he swiftly traversed the expanse between planets, soon arriving at a verdant, medium-sized planet in the eastern part of the Northern Galaxy. In the distance, wisps of smoke curled upwards, and scattered villages dotted the landscape. This was a green-hued planet displaying the early signs of civilization. Shaya and his companions chose not to disturb the indigenous inhabitants, but rather paused upon a mountain to rest and address their hunger. The long-distance journey had taken a significant toll on Shaya's stamina, necessitating a brief respite. Taking in the picturesque surroundings, he assigned tasks to his companions, Bardock and Mel's. Go and procure some game. I shall scout the area for any peculiar circumstances. What about me? Shall I prepare the meal? Xiling eagerly proposed, eager to showcase the culinary skills she had acquired. With a disdainful glance, Shaya remarked, "You might as well keep cool over there, with your culinary skills. I fear entrusting food to you will leave us without a meal. Am I really that bad?" Shieling retorted, pouting in displeasure. Mel's emitted a series of giggles but quickly stifled them when she caught sight of Shieling's menacing glare, darting over to Bardock, seeking refuge in his imposing presence. "Let us proceed, everyone." Shaya chuckled at the scene, noting Mel's audacity, yet recognizing that when Shieling's ire was roused, she would unhesitatingly cling to Bardock's sturdy leg. Devoid of any scruples, a few fleeting phantoms of movement passed by as Shaya, Bardock, Mel's, and the others vanished from sight. Shieling muttered to herself, despondently squatting on a bare rock ledge, her lips moving in quiet murmurs. The vibrant green planet boasted a flourishing ecological environment, teeming with various wildlife in its forests. After meandering through the woods for a short while, Shaya had gathered some game to enhance the flavor of their food, small creatures reminiscent of rabbits, albeit with a pronounced gamey aroma. These will suffice, he thought, surveying his bounty with satisfaction. With a smile, he retraced his steps back. At that moment, Shieling sat idly atop a protruding rock, her small hands resting on the surface, her legs swinging leisurely in the air. Upon spotting Shaya's return, she promptly leaped down from her perch. "What is that? It smells peculiar," she inquired, wrinkling her nose at the scent of the game. "These are wild delicacies." "You'll soon find out," Shaya replied with a grin. He then found a relatively flat patch of ground, striking his palm to the side, sending a massive boulder soaring into the air. As he extended his fingers, he deftly maneuvered them, slicing through the air. Crack! Brilliant lights flashed as the boulder was effortlessly cleaved into uniformly sized cubes, with the minute fragments reduced to dust, dissipating into the ether. With a resounding thud, the neatly cut stones landed on the ground, forming a compact hearth. Shaya discreetly nodded at his masterpiece, then ventured into the woods to procure several logs as thick as his arms, arranging them into a framework. At that moment, Bardock and Mellis returned, dragging behind them several low growling beasts. With a sparkle in her eyes, Shieling dashed forward, circling around a towering creature reminiscent of a wild boar. In her eyes, it represented a sumptuous feast, albeit merely a source of ingredients at that moment. The ensuing culinary process was orchestrated by Shaya, with Bardock serving as his assistant. They skillfully eviscerated the beasts, mounted them for roasting, and sprinkled them with the natural spices they carried. Before long, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their appetites. The Saiyans licked their lips, unable to resist the surge of hunger. When Saiyans indulge in food, it is a sight to behold, in no time. The beasts had vanished down their throats. Delicious, delicious. Shieling exclaimed in sheer satisfaction as she savored her meal. After gnawing on a leg, she ungracefully extended her tongue to lick her greasy lips. Upon witnessing this, Shaya jested, "When you are able to create such culinary delights, I shall finally be at ease." Mellish chuckled. "I fear she shall never master it." "Humph, it seems you are merely seeking trouble," he retorted. Under ordinary circumstances, Shilling would have undoubtedly been incensed by such remarks. However, having recently satiated her hunger, she chose to disregard Melis's words, merely casting him a sidelong glance before losing interest in further contention. Bardak sat quietly nearby, consuming his meal and shaking his head lightly in disapproval. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of crackling noises echoed through the sky, resembling the sound of something slicing through the air at great velocity. "What on earth is happening?" Bardak inquired, setting down his food and furrowing his brow in concern. Shaya shrugged, poised to take flight for a better observation, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, accompanied by a subtle tremor that rippled through the ground, growing closer by the moment. Shaya sensed several formidable presences. The palpable energy that permeated the air caused Shiling's expression to shift to one of gravity. Clutching a roasted animal limb, she moved cautiously towards Shaya. Shaya nodded gravely. Just moments ago, he sensed the sudden emergence of 3 extraordinarily powerful auras on this planet, seemingly having arrived from outer space. Judging solely by their energy signatures, each of these 3 entities exuded power exceeding 100,000, and their auras were steeped in darkness. Be cautious, extraterrestrial beings have descended upon this planet, and their combat prowess is exceedingly high. Upon hearing this, Bardak shuddered slightly. For Shaya to deem their strength as exceptionally high, they must be at least comparable to him. It is worth noting that Shaya currently possesses a combat power of 150,000, and the 3 newly arrived beings are on par with him. This implies that 5 formidable warriors, each boasting combat power beyond 100,000, have gathered on this nameless planet. Meanwhile, within a forest that had been reduced to scorched earth, flames raged fiercely, and thick black smoke, laden with a pungent odor, billowed into the air. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the smoke. "Heh, Captain, this is yet another planet remarkably suitable for sustaining life. Conquering it could fetch a handsome price." One of the 3, a red-skinned extraterrestrial, chuckled, eager to revert to old habits. "Inez, the mission assigned by King Vegeta is paramount. This insignificant planet can be entrusted to others. If we can locate the spirit tree's fruit, its value to King Vegeta surpasses that of selling 1,000 planets." The leader, a golden-haired extraterrestrial named Frieza, stepped onto a rock and grinned malevolently. Inez chuckled in realization, thinking that the captain's considerations were astute. Their primary objective was to find the spirit tree's fruit. Everything else was secondary. What a pity, though. The inhabitants of this planet seem to lack the advanced technology of the previous one. Even now, they remain oblivious to our presence, thus depriving us of the thrill of battle. Inez lamented, licking his lips in disappointment. At this juncture, the most robust among them, a hulking extraterrestrial named Dre, jested, "Then you should pray for us to swiftly complete the king's task, so you can seek out a planet worth conquering." "Ha, indeed." Inez laughed heartily. Had Shaya encountered them at that moment, he would have been astonished to discover that these 3 extraterrestrials were elite members of Vegeta's mech unit. They were on a mission to locate the spirit tree's fruit, dispatched by Vegeta, who sought to elevate his power. This mech unit was composed of the most formidable warriors collected from the northern galaxy, and each of the 3 members possessed terrifying strength. Even the weakest among them surpassed the leader of the Jinyu force by a significant margin. Few could rival their might in the northern galaxy. In his quest for the spirit tree's fruit, Vegeta had deployed nearly all his elite subordinates, with the mech unit dispatched to this remote eastern region. Chapter 95. Swift as the wind, however, would such a planet truly harbor the spirit tree's fruit? It is said that the spirit tree drains the life energy of entire planets, yet the surroundings here appeared vibrant and flourishing. Inez surveyed the area with curiosity and questioned. "It seems unlikely." Frieza shook his head, replying, "Legends should not be taken at face value. Perhaps the rumors are erroneous." "Inez, Dre, we must first subjugate the natives and have them assist us in our search. Otherwise, it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack." As the captain of the mech unit, Frieza may not possess the highest combat power, but his intellect was unparalleled. You're right. Let me assess the strength of the natives on this planet, Dre replied with a hint of amusement, activating his energy detector. The electronic beeping resonated in his ears, and a series of data appeared on the screen, mostly indicating power levels below 1,000. Dre scoffed disdainfully, ha. There are hardly any individuals with combat power exceeding 1,000. What a pathetic planet. However, just as he spoke, several anomalous readings suddenly appeared on the detector, causing Dre to gasp in surprise. He prepared to lock onto these readings for closer examination when one energy source's data surged dramatically, with a resounding bang. The detector could not withstand the overload and exploded. Oh, it exploded. It seems our opponents possess considerable strength. This could be interesting, Inez remarked, surprised yet exhilarated. Though the detector was outdated, it had a maximum threshold of several tens of thousands. The explosion indicated that at least one being on this planet surpassed the detector's limits. Whether they could rival the mech unit was not a concern for them. After all, the mech unit was the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Northern Galaxy. They believed that aside from King Vegeta himself, and Lord Frieza, they had no rivals. Even the formidable Ginyu Force, known for their strength, paled in comparison. Dre, unfazed by Inez's excitement, smiled faintly and approached his companion, saying, Inez, leave that individual to me. TSK, with combat power in the tens of thousands. It will be a fine opportunity to stretch my legs. Fine, Inez conceded reluctantly, though it was a rare chance for action if Dre wished to engage. He would defer to him, sighing with a hint of regret. Dre laughed heartily and stood in place, waiting. Yet after some time had passed, the anticipated adversaries did not approach. Perhaps they lack energy detectors and remain unaware of our presence. What a backward planet, Dre pondered, frowning slightly. Just then, a calm voice suddenly emanated from a short distance away. Who goes there? Frieza and his companions furrowed their brows and looked up to see a man and woman. Adorned in luxurious attire, floating in midair, their piercing, icy gazes fixed upon them. To know our name, and yet dare to confront us. How bold. Frieza mused. Sitting on a rock with his knees drawn up, his handsome features contorted into a cruel smile. Though unfamiliar with the man and woman hovering above, their knowledge of the mech unit's name implied they possessed some significance. As they slowly descended, Shaya and Shieling stood facing the mech unit, a gentle breeze swirling around them, stirring leaves and debris with a soft rustle. Since fate has brought us together, the Vegeta mech unit shall meet its end here today. His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Huh? Frieza's words elicited perplexed glances among the mech unit members, who soon erupted into derisive laughter. Inez, using the detector, probed their opponent's power and discovered it to be below 8,000. Aha! A combat power of less than 10,000 dares to declare our destruction? How amusing. Does he not realize the terror of our mech unit? Inez scoffed, laughing maniacally. Frieza shook his head in amusement, exuding an aura of darkness. How could such a primitive civilization comprehend the might of the mech unit? They are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Inez, Dre, be sure to entertain them. Naturally. I can hardly wait. Inez and Dre rubbed their fists together, eager for the confrontation. With a raised brow, Shaya's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. It seemed these three individuals had completely underestimated him. He chuckled softly to himself, contemplating how he would soon make them regret their presence here. Shieling, I entrust you with that yellow-haired, blue-skinned Frieza. His combat power reaches 140,000. Just hold him off, Shaya whispered. At that moment, the combat power of the three members of the mech squad had not yet peaked. Even the strongest among them, Dre, had only just achieved a combat power of 150,000. For Shieling, whose strength barely exceeded 120,000, defeating Frieza was beyond her capabilities. However, she could certainly delay him for a while. All Shaya needed was for Shieling to hold off Frieza for a moment, allowing him the opportunity to deal with the other two individuals, while also testing the full extent of his temporal and spatial powers to see if he could eliminate a formidable opponent in an instant. Leave him to me, he declared confidently. Shieling responded eagerly, taking a vigilant stance in front of Frieza. Blood surged through her veins, quickening with anticipation as she regarded Frieza, her expression frosty, her latent energy beginning to seep out. In an instant, the temperature of the air seemed to plummet by several degrees, the atmosphere thickening with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, an involuntary shiver running down his spine. He had underestimated her. This woman was anything but ordinary, her strength comparable to his own. With a serious tone, Frieza called out, Nez, Dre, be cautious. Their power exceeds at least 100,000. What? Nez and Dre gasped in astonishment. It was too late to realize the gravity of the situation. The battle game was about to commence. With a smile gracing his lips, Shaya swiftly closed the distance to Dre, catching him off guard as he seized the fabric of his battle suit. In an instant, two spheres of energy erupted between his hands. The proximity and the suddenness of the attack left Dre in disarray. His earlier composure vanished, replaced by a frantic expression. He attempted to evade, but Shaya's grip held him fast, akin to being ensnared by two colossal pincers, rendering any escape futile. He could only brace himself to endure the impending assault. A brilliant radiance emanated from the energy waves, accompanied by searing heat and a terrifying force that erupted, shattering the defenses of the battle suit in an instant. A piercing scream echoed as the suit tore apart, and Dre's face twisted into a grimace of rage. Despite his frantic shouts to muster his defenses, the damage was already done. With a lethal strike, Shaya retreated to a safe distance. Observing Dre, whose fury was akin to that of an enraged rhinoceros, Shaya, undeterred, advanced once more, fearlessly engaging Dre in a fierce clash. Renowned for his physical prowess, Dre possessed a bloodthirsty nature, a veritable warrior in every sense. Yet, due to his previous carelessness, he had relinquished the initiative at the onset of battle. Now, bearing wounds that significantly hampered his advantages, he found himself outmatched against Shaya, whose combat power exceeded 150,000, a slight yet crucial edge. Golden energy wave, Dre shouted, launching a massive wave of energy towards Shaya. But it was too late. With a cold smirk, Shaya declared that having already engaged, he would not allow his opponent to unleash their ultimate technique. He regarded the expenditure of such feeble energy with utter disdain. It was a complete and exhilarating domination. Observing the frantic and desperate struggles of Dre, Shaya felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dre's expression darkened, increasingly engulfed by a sense of frustration and helplessness, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. As the moment approached to conclude this skirmish, and with Nez poised to join the fray, Shaya readied himself to bring an end to the battle. Time stood still. Suddenly, a chilling azure realm enveloped the entire planet. With a tranquil gaze, Shaya observed the fusion of his extraordinary abilities. Realizing that the power of time and space allowed him to simultaneously employ time suspension and spatial confinement, albeit at a significantly increased energy cost. This technique offered a nearly insurmountable advantage against equally matched adversaries. Even when facing opponents with superior strength, it could serve as a crucial trump card in dire moments. Though its effectiveness remained uncertain, time was of the essence for Shaya. Thus, he suddenly amplified the energy of his ki blast severfold, its brilliance intensifying as the searing, dense energy targeted Dre's abdomen. In the next instant, time stood still. Dre felt an unbearable heat and excruciating pain radiating from his midsection, his eyes wide with incredulity. How had his opponent appeared beside him so swiftly? A mix of confusion overwhelmed him, prompting an involuntary roar. The ki blast penetrated through Dre's body, soaring skyward and resulting in a violent explosion. The ground trembled with a resounding boom as the intense heat radiated outward, creating a powerful shockwave. Moments later, the shockwave struck the earth, swirling up dust, uprooting trees, and producing a cacophony of deafening noise. As the brightness and smoke dissipated, Shaya's figure gradually became visible beside the motionless form of Dre, who lay helplessly on the ground. His torso was completely pierced, smoke wafting from his body, and copious amount of green blood gushed forth. "I, Dre, from the formidable mech battalion, cannot accept this," he groaned, his consciousness fading as he succumbed to death. Nez, who was preparing to assist, stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 96, Annihilation. Had Dre truly perished? To be precise, he had fallen within mere moments of the confrontation. Nez watched in shock as Dre breathed his last, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Dre was a powerhouse with a combat strength of 150,000. How could he lose so easily? This sight was beyond Nez's comprehension, his expression morphing into one of horror. If Dre had been defeated, how could he hope to prevail? Casting a fearful glance at Shaya, Nez realized that the ability to effortlessly slay Dre indicated Shaya's strength far surpassed his own, sending a chill coursing through him. Instinctively, he shifted from offense to defense, retreating hastily towards Frieza. This cannot be happening. Dre has actually been killed. On the other side, Frieza, engaged in combat with Shieling, still had the presence of mind to observe his surroundings. Upon noticing Dre's demise at Shaya's hands, his expression darkened. marking the first time since the establishment of the mech battalion that a member had been slain before his very eyes. "Stop looking around. Your opponent is right here," Shieling interjected, her dissatisfaction evident as her flowing black hair danced like smoke, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Shaya's swift actions had even eluded her keen perception. "Captain." Nez glanced anxiously at Saviza, now genuinely concerned for the safety of himself and his comrades. The fate that befell Dre could very well repeat itself. Saviza snorted coldly, his expression grim as he glared ahead. Words stuck in Nez's throat, unable to escape as he cautiously inched closer to Saviza, regaining his composure. Saviza reassured himself that their opponent was not insurmountable. United, they were not invincible. Although he spoke these words, Saviza could not afford to underestimate the situation. From Shaya's earlier display, he recognized that he was far from a match. Among the mech battalion, Saviza's strength was merely average. His appointment as captain stemmed from his astute intellect and the favor of King Vegeta. For the sake of safety, Saviza quietly prepared for battle, determined to give his all. "Nez, unleash your full strength. The mightiest team under King Vegeta shall not be easily vanquished." Dark energy radiated from Saviza as he assumed a resolute stance. Following suit, Nez understood that they had reached a critical juncture, one that would determine life or death. With a thunderous roar, both Saviza and Nez surged forth, their combined aura erupting with formidable intensity, silver-white energy swirling around them. The earth trembled beneath their feet, sinking half a meter under the force of their power, while rocks shattered under the immense pressure, creating deep fissures. The sky darkened ominously, and the atmospheric pressure surged sharply. Shieling, momentarily stunned, took a moment to gather herself before unleashing her full fighting spirit. With a resounding cry, she released her 120,000 combat strength. A light golden flame enveloping her youthful form, shimmering with a radiant glow. Char's lips curled into a subtle smile as he silently observed the blue-skinned, blonde-haired Saviza and the red-skinned Nez. Have they truly exerted their full strength? With battle powers of 140,000 and 130,000, Saviza holds a slight advantage, quite impressive indeed. In the vast cosmos, such power is a rarity, but alas, today they have encountered me. Shaya fully unleashed his power, his aura suddenly surging to an astonishing 150,000. Instantly, a wave of energy erupted that rivaled even that of Saviza and Nez, perhaps even surpassing it, shaking the very planet to its core. On the opposite side of the planet, Bardock and Mears were both aghast, feeling the tremors of battle from the other side. The might of Lord Shaya had reached such formidable heights, and even more astonishing was the realization that several other energies were equally formidable. Bardock trembled, the Saiyan blood within him thrumming with excitement, yearning to join the fray. Yet reason held Bardock back. He understood that with his combat power barely reaching 40,000, his participation would only serve to be a burden. In terms of sheer terror, the powers displayed by both Saviza and Shaya paled in comparison to the devastation unleashed by Frieza during the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, a time when Bardock had been oblivious to the concept of sensing energy, and thus had not grasped the full extent of Frieza's horror. Shaya was indeed impressive. But how could Shieling also be so formidable? Mears crossed his arms, biting his thumb, pacing in disbelief. When had such powerful beings emerged in this universe? It appeared I am no match for them. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shaya, Saviza found himself in a predicament, contemplating his next move. He shouted and charged toward Shieling. In an instant, the air was filled with flying dust and debris as punches exchanged in a flurry of destructive force. Shieling's pupils constricted sharply. Recognizing that Saviza had abandoned his assault on Shaya to target her, she understood the principle of picking the softest fruit to squeeze. It was infuriating. Shieling's heart screamed in protest, yet she maintained her composure, deftly dodging Saviza's relentless attacks. Although Saviza's strikes were fierce, they failed to inflict significant damage upon her. With bated breath, Saviza concentrated, heightening his power to its utmost, his speed accelerating dramatically. With his cunning agility, the two figures intertwined in an explosive display of combat. Meanwhile, what was Nez doing? He was being pressured by Shaya's piercing gaze. Any slight movement on his part would provoke an unrelenting assault from Shaya. Thus, despite the fierce clash between Shieling and Saviza, both Shaya and Nez remained eerily still. Given Shieling's strength, facing Saviza was proving to be a daunting task. Shaya's gaze remained calm, his sharp eyes discerning that Shieling was beginning to falter. Sure enough, before long, Shieling's movements became erratic, the rhythm of the battle slipping into Saviza's control, revealing vulnerabilities. A prime opportunity. Shaviza's eyes gleamed as he seized upon Shiling's weakness, unleashing a torrent of attacks that forced her into retreat. With a powerful strike aimed at Shiling, she summoned her strength to the limit, throwing a punch in defense. But Shaviza suddenly altered his trajectory, the force of his counterattack striking only at her illusory afterimage. A sense of dread washed over Shiling as she realized Shaviza's figure had appeared beside her. Thud! A vast surge of energy slammed into her, sending her slender body hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. With a thunderous crash, Shiling spat blood, collapsing into the circular impact crater, debris and dust engulfing her half-buried form. Die! Shaviza dove swiftly, seizing the moment, unwilling to grant her the chance to turn the tide. He conjured a razor-thin blade of energy, aiming it at Shiling's head. Crack! The world fell into silence once more. An icy blue realm descending as all were momentarily frozen in time. Sizzle! As time resumed, Shaviza stared blankly ahead. For him, time had never truly stopped. Confusion flickered in his eyes. His energy blade had struck, yet Shiling seemed unscathed. Glancing down, he was horrified to discover that the lower half of his arm had vanished, blood gushing from the wound. Ah! Shaviza cried out in agony, his desperate wail echoing through the air. Upon closer inspection, he saw that a young man held his severed arm in one hand and Nez's head in the other. How could this be? When had he killed Nez? His pupils constricted in terror as he sensed the impending approach of death, the enemy's assault looming before him even before it had commenced. Heh, you have gravely injured Shiling. While I intended for her to experience the thrill of life and death, I cannot suppress my fury. The mech army shall be annihilated today. A cold, merciless voice pierced Shaviza's ears, an overwhelming aura of despair washing over him. As Shaya aimed at the beleaguered Shaviza, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The wave surged forth like a great dragon, exuding an aura of terror that was utterly unstoppable. Shaviza's pupils narrowed into sharp points, realizing the grim reality. No. How could the mech troops possibly face total annihilation? King Vegeta would not allow this to happen. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a thunderous explosion echoed. With a sense of regret and unwillingness, Shaviza was struck by the overwhelming wave of energy, which bore no semblance of compassion. Confronted with an absolute force capable of obliteration, Shaviza was mercilessly reduced to mere cosmic dust. Having vanquished Shaviza, Shaya let out a faint sigh and casually tossed Nez's severed head into the air, where it was obliterated by a ki wave. Today, the Vegeta mech troops faced complete destruction. Chapter 97, Planet Vegeta. Upon confirming that all members of the mech troops had perished, Shaya leaped to Shiling's side and retrieved a magical beam from the dimensional space to feed her. Almost instantaneously, her injuries began to mend. With a burst of energy, Shiling emerged from the impact crater, her lovely visage momentarily taut, before releasing a fierce surge that shattered the dust clinging to her. As she reveled in the torrent of power coursing through her, Shiling squinted her eyes in delight and exclaimed, Shaya, my combat power has surged tremendously. It seems to have reached 140,000. Zaya nodded calmly and remarked, this is quite normal. It is your first encounter with a life and death battle, which has led to such a remarkable improvement. Such rapid advancements will not occur again in the future. Previously, her extensive protection had deprived Shiling of the trials associated with life and death confrontations. Although she had been enhancing her combat abilities through various means, none could compare to the immediacy and efficacy of actual combat. It was the battle with Shaviza that awakened the Saiyan bloodline within her, igniting her latent potential and causing her combat power to surge to an astonishing 140,000. Casting his gaze upon the scorched and blackened earth, a testament to nature's toll in nurturing a high-level warrior, Zaya shook his head and said, let us go. With that, he and Shiling soared into the sky, heading towards Bardock's location. After engaging in a skirmish with the mech battalion, Zaya gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Without resorting to his extraordinary abilities, he found himself evenly matched with the mech forces, perhaps slightly more dominant, yet securing an effortless victory was far from guaranteed. However, once he unleashed his special powers, adversaries of the mech battalion's caliber became trivial. Slaying them was easier than dispatching a mere chicken, and he could even achieve a swift one-strike defeat. Nevertheless, Zaya maintained a cautious attitude towards the use of his extraordinary abilities. The energy expended during their activation raised concerns about potential dependency, which might diminish his sensitivity to ki over time. This contemplation furrowed his brow as he hesitated about excessive reliance on his powers. While such abilities were indeed excellent for enhancing combat capabilities, the Dragon Ball universe fundamentally relied on raw strength. In the original narrative, very few individuals attained mastery solely through superpowers. For instance, Guldo from the Ginyu Force, despite his mastery of time manipulation, possessed little combat prowess and ultimately lost his head to Vegeta's swift maneuver when he ceased his abilities. Moreover, Zaya's time-space powers were highly energy-consuming, especially when confronting formidable foes, where the energy expenditure was particularly severe. Without sufficient foundational strength, he risked following in Guldo's unfortunate footsteps. Extraordinary abilities and magic, while somewhat flamboyant, were best utilized as support rather than being the primary skills in battle Zaya used. Fortunately, he recognized the potential hazards of becoming overly reliant on the convenience of his powers. He resolved to treat his extraordinary abilities as a trump card, best reserved for critical moments. Though he had effortlessly vanquished the mech battalion, achieving overwhelming dominance, he also lamented the lost opportunity for a gratifying duel against an equally matched opponent. The increase in his combat prowess was not markedly significant, leaving him to ponder whether he had truly benefited or suffered a loss. He felt as though, in pursuit of the outcome, he had forfeited the exhilarating journey. And from a more distant perspective, the ultimate result might not be the most favorable. Meanwhile, as the presence of the mech battalion faded from the planet, Bardock's taut nerves began to relax. Upon witnessing the safe return of Zaya and Shieling, a smile finally broke through Bardock's previously rigid expression. It was then that he noticed a dramatic shift in Shieling's aura, eliciting a tinge of envy, before he regained his composure and inquired, "Zaya, who were our adversaries that necessitated your full might?" Given the earlier battle's intensity, even from afar, the residual impact had been nearly unbearable for Bardock, leaving him baffled about who in the universe could compel Zaya to exert such effort. Surely, even the Ginyu Force under Frieza could not warrant such a response. Indeed, when you were engaged in battle, the entire planet seemed to tremble, almost as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Mars raised an eyebrow, equally intrigued by the situation. Char laughed softly and said, "The opponent is the Mecha Army of the Northern Galaxy." "The Mecha Army? I have never heard of it." Mel shook her head, as the concept of a Mecha Army was foreign to her young mind. However, upon hearing that the opponent was indeed a Mecha Army, Bardock's expression grew peculiar, and he exclaimed, "Lord Shaya, are you referring to the Mecha Army under Kfira?" "Indeed, it is Kfira's Mecha Army," Shaya confirmed with a nod after glancing at Bardock. "Goodness. The Kfira Mecha Army was actually defeated by Lord Shaya." Bardock gasped in disbelief upon receiving Shaya's affirmation. Mills might not have understood the significance of the Mecha Army, but Bardock, who had long been on the battlefield, possessed extensive knowledge about Kfira's mecha forces. That army was renowned as one of the mightiest in the Northern Galaxy. It was rumored that each member of the Mecha Army possessed combat capabilities far surpassing even that of Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. Recalling the fierce battles they had previously endured, Bardock found the claim to be credible. However, he quickly reminded himself that despite their strength, the formidable Kfira Mecha Army had already been vanquished by their superior. Suppressing his astonishment, Bardock endeavored to steady his emotions, though the excitement in his eyes piqued Mel's curiosity. "Hey, is the Kfira Mecha Army truly that formidable? How does it compare to Frieza's Legion?" Bardock chuckled at her inquiry. To Mel's, the Frieza force that had once pursued her with threats and violence seemed formidable indeed. Experience undoubtedly shapes one's perspective. Considering Mel's exceptional talent, he patiently explained. "The Kfira Mecha Army is Kfira's most elite force, ruling over the northern region of the Northern Galaxy. It is said that each member possesses combat prowess exceeding 100,000, making them a truly fearsome group. Not only is Frieza's Legion inferior, but even Frieza's elite Ginyu Force stands no chance against any member of the Mecha Army." "Impressive." Mel's gasped in awe, but her expression quickly shifted to one of disdain. Yet, despite that, they were still annihilated by Shaya. She turned to Shieling and remarked, "I didn't realize you were quite formidable as well, considering you are only a few years older than me." "Of course." Shieling replied with a proud puff of her chest, delighting in the attention. "Calling you fat certainly got you huffing." Shaya teased, playfully tapping both of their heads. He then led them onwards, as they had only traversed half the distance to Planet Adrat. Hours later, in the star system where Planet Adrat resided, a kaleidoscope of colors briefly shimmered as four figures suddenly appeared on the planet's surface. After acclimating to the gravity of Planet Adrat and inhaling its fresh air, Shaya turned to the group and said, Let us first seek out the strong among the Odrat people and learn their arcane techniques. The others, following Shaya's lead, nodded in agreement. They then soared into the sky, heading towards the most powerful presence they could sense. Planet Odrat, located in the eastern region of the northern galaxy, was an exceptionally enigmatic world, teeming with countless coveted mystical arts. The inhabitants of Planet Odrat were a peace-loving people, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict. Yet they had developed a myriad of extraordinary techniques. Despite their individual combat prowess being remarkably high, they never initiated invasions, and their contributions played a significant role in maintaining the relative peace of the eastern sector of the northern galaxy. The moist air greeted them, bringing a refreshing chill against their faces. Flying at great speed, they swiftly vanished beyond the horizon. The dwellings of the Odrat people were constructed atop towering stone pillars, with spherical structures built atop these impressive columns, resembling gigantic lollipops from a distance. The strongest aura on Planet Odrat emanated from below. Gazing down at the simple yet elegant architecture, Shaya smiled, sensing that the combat strength of the Odrat inhabitants below was likely around 70,000. Let us descend and take a closer look, he declared, and the four of them lowered their altitude, landing atop a pillar several dozen meters high. Not far away, a hemispherical building lay before them. Welcome, dear friends from afar, please enter. A deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed from within the building, sounding both ancient and profound, as if it had been anticipating their arrival. Shaya and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the various mystical arts possessed by the inhabitants of Adaltrat, making it unsurprising that they could foresee their arrival. Let us proceed. Shaya grinned broadly and, with a carefree smile, led the way towards the hemispherical structure. Chapter 98. The Mystical Arts Within the Stone Chamber. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Adaltrat people sat against a stone chair, his deep and luminous eyes glimmering with a cerulean hue, while two strands of white hair cascaded down to his shoulders. Upon noticing Shaya and his companions, he spoke in a long, melodious tone. I never expected to witness the presence of Saiyans after the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Rumors had indeed claimed that the Adaltrat people possessed extraordinary mystical abilities, and it seemed they were not unfounded. Since you are aware of our identities, you must also understand the purpose of our visit. Shaya's calm voice resonated, while neither Shieling nor Bardock uttered a word. The Adaltrat man observed Shaya intently before shaking his head. The temperament of the Saiyans remains as volatile as ever, that you are much improved compared to King Vegeta. You have met King Vegeta? Shaya inquired, astonished. Indeed, it was many years ago when King Vegeta visited Adaltrat, seeking our counsel to predict the future for the Saiyans. How unfortunate that many calamities could have been averted had your obstinate king heeded our advice. Ultimately, he perished alongside Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing the Adaltrat man's words, Shaya felt a surge of astonishment. King Vegeta had indeed visited Adaltrat, implying he was aware of the Saiyans' fate. Yet, why did he choose to act recklessly? Dismissing the thought, he recognized that King Vegeta was now a relic of the past. He was the leader of the Saiyans now. Shaya's gaze towards the Adaltrat man grew more contemplative. Evidently, King Vegeta was no match for the Adaltrat people. Otherwise, fueled by his knowledge of the Saiyans' grim future, he would not have allowed them to remain unscathed. The outcome was starkly evident. Adaltrat endured while Planet Vegeta lay in ruins. It was clear that King Vegeta could not contend with the Adaltrat people. Shaya comprehended this with clarity. However, he pondered why the envisioned future had altered so drastically. According to the prophecy, the Saiyans should have perished alongside Planet Vegeta. Yet, a significant number had survived. It was perplexing. The Adaltrat man sighed repeatedly, confounded by the unforeseen deviations in the prophecy. Observing the Adaltrat man's lamentation stirred something within Shaya's heart. Indeed, the Adaltrat people were shrouded in mystery. Perhaps Son Goku's ability to learn instant transmission upon arriving at Adaltrat, yet being unable to impart it to others, was intrinsically linked to their direct teachings. Shaya speculated inwardly. Since you can foresee future events, might you assist us in achieving our objectives? Shaya inquired. Whether it is feasible or not, the answer lies not with me, but with you. With us? Indeed. Raising his head, the Adaltrat man's deep, emerald eyes shimmered with a faint crimson light. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. King Vegeta pales in comparison. Come, follow me. With that, he stood and led the way outside, prompting Shaya and his companions to exchange glances before following suit. Though the Adaltrat man spoke cryptically, he undeniably possessed considerable prowess. after leaping from a towering stone pillar. The adulterate man guided them for about 10 minutes until they halted before a granite door at the base of a cliff. This grand door, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and width, bore a surface intricately marked by time's passage. Shaya paused to admire the sight. The immense door was embedded within the cliffside, flanked by towering rock formations adorned with lifelike totemic carvings. This stone door exuded an aura of antiquity, which was Shaya's immediate impression. "Enter," the adulterate man instructed. "The stone walls within are inscribed with numerous mystical arts of our people. You may select up to 2 techniques to learn. Exceeding this limit could overwhelm your minds and lead to collapse." Nodding with curiosity, Shaya was about to step inside when the adulterate man continued. "The Saiyan beside you is likely afflicted by the curse of the Kanasha people. You may choose True Spirit technique to enhance your precognitive abilities." "Thank you." Bardock's lips moved in excitement. He was less concerned with the enhancement of precognitive abilities than with lifting the curse placed upon him by the Kanasha. The adulterate man nodded. "Alas, the sins carried by you Saiyans are profoundly grave. Besides that young girl, your hands are stained with the blood of countless lives. If no change is made, you shall surely descend into the abyss after death. Just like King Vegeta, calamity will inevitably follow." At these words, Shaya paused and turned, his gaze resolute. "The adulterate people are indeed a remarkable race. You seem unafraid of the Saiyans. I wonder what grants you such confidence. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your warning. Saiyans are a warrior race, yet not a barbaric one. Many aspects can be altered. Let us hope so." The adulterate man smiled serenely, yet shook his head, turning away as if unconcerned by the matter. The adulterate people were truly peculiar, despite their immense power and countless mystical arts. They remained content to dwell within the confines of their modest planet, never showcasing their might to the outside world. This national character starkly contrasted with that of the Saiyans, leading Shaya to acknowledge that indeed, there existed a principled race within the cosmos. Yet, another possibility lingered. They might possess the foresight to understand that this was their optimal path for survival. Of course, this could be a misjudgment on Shaya's part. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the immense stone door, pushing it open to step inside. Before him lay a long, winding staircase descending into the depths. As he traversed the corridor for another 3 or 4 minutes, the space suddenly opened up, revealing a magnificent underground palace adorned with exquisite carvings. It was a sight of grandeur, breathtaking in its beauty, as chunks of bluish-white stone interwove with intricate patterns, blending simplicity with elegance. The surrounding walls were embellished with abstract, ethereal reliefs, conjuring in Shaya's mind an enigmatic glimpse of the ancient splendor of adulterate. Mental shock. Suddenly, Char realized his surroundings and turned his gaze back to the stone wall adorned with variously shaped bas-reliefs, each emanating a glimmering green light. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Upon closer inspection, these bas-reliefs appeared to be mere ordinary carvings, yet they subtly hinted at an enigmatic profundity. Chapter 99. The Texture of the Bas-reliefs. The secret technique of the Yadrat star was astonishingly concealed within the textures of these stone carvings. Shaya was taken aback, for it was no wonder that in the original work, only Sun Wukong had mastered the art of instantaneous movement. It was not that he was unwilling to teach, rather. This skill was one that could only be grasped through personal experience and could not be conveyed through words. Sun Wukong was at a loss as to where to begin. As for why Cell and Majin Buu were able to learn it, Shaya had his own speculations, attributing their success to exceptional insight and fortuitous circumstances. Cell, having narrowly escaped death during his self-destruction, glimpsed the essence of instantaneous movement while on the brink of demise, thus mastering it when he became Lightning Cell. As for Majin Buu, he was, indeed, a paradox of great wisdom masked by apparent folly. His understanding was remarkable, though Shaya could not confidently assert the extent of his intellect. What a beautiful relief sculpture! Is it here that I can learn the art of instantaneous movement? Shaya's eyes sparkled with wonder as he curiously scanned his surroundings. In the vast, open space of the underground palace, a towering, resplendent green statue lay in serene slumber beneath the earth. Shaya nodded and remarked, "Pay attention to the textured symbols on these stone walls. The esoteric arts of the Yadrat star are concealed within them. If you concentrate on the reliefs, the names of the secret techniques will manifest in your mind." Recalling the prior warnings from the Yadrat inhabitants, Shaya felt it necessary to reiterate a caution to everyone. The esoteric arts of the Yadrat star can exert a profound impact on one's psyche. Each individual should select a singular technique to cultivate, exercising moderation, and only after mastering it should they consider whether they can endure a second. He was not particularly concerned about Bardock. With his mature intellect and extensive experience, he was clearly capable of discerning priorities. Shaya's primary worry lay with Saiyan and Mel's, who might not grasp the gravity of the situation, potentially inflicting irreparable harm. Understood. Saiyan immediately recognized that the caution was directed at them, replied nonchalantly, and quietly slipped away. I shall also choose. I desire a technique that is more practical. Mel's echoed her agreement and cheerfully began to circle the walls of the subterranean palace. Observing their fervent enthusiasm, Shaya smiled helplessly, then nodded at Bardock and commenced his own search along the murals. Bardock had a clear objective, the true spirit technique previously mentioned by the Yadralat people. It was said that this technique could not only dispel the curse of the Kanasha but also enhance his precognitive abilities, making it a remarkably advantageous art. In Bardock's mind, alleviating the side effects of the curse was paramount. Naturally, retaining his prophetic capacity to benefit the Saiyan race would be an even greater boon. After traversing the subterranean palace, Shaya absorbed the various mental impacts from the myriad esoteric arts, seeking the location of the instant transmission technique. The techniques inscribed by the Yadralat were astonishingly diverse, ranging from simple spells suitable for daily life to potent arts designed for combat. Upon meticulous counting, there were over 300, though most were auxiliary in nature. Shaya's quest for instantaneous teleportation also fell within the realm of assistance. As he scanned the intricate bar-leaf patterns, he marveled at the wisdom of the ancestors of the Adrat people. Soon, he reunited with Shilling and her companions, who were likewise in pursuit of the secret art of teleportation. Shaya, come quickly. I have discovered the means of teleportation. A voice filled with excitement echoed in the air as Shaya noticed Shilling enthusiastically pointing at the complex designs etched into the stone wall. Have you found it? He inquired. Indeed, but the patterns for teleportation are exceedingly intricate. After a brief glance, I felt quite dizzy, Shilling replied, her brow furrowing slightly, displaying a look of concern. Shaya smiled softly, lifting his gaze to observe the patterns on the wall. In a moment of reverie, he felt as though countless eerie ripples were undulating across his retina. Upon closer inspection, a powerful shockwave surged forth. A sharp pain impacted his nerves, leaving his brain suddenly fatigued as if it were deprived of sustenance. Indeed, such strength. Shaya silently marveled, comparing this mental assault from the teleportation technique to other mystical arts, discovering that the former's psychological impact far surpassed the fatigue of the body. It was a powerful mental jolt. Closing his eyes, he stood in quiet contemplation for a moment before reopening them. Shaya pondered, this is undoubtedly the teleportation technique. Yet it significantly diverges from the spatial abilities of instant movement. If the spatial abilities teleportation forcibly opens a spatial tunnel using one's own energy, then the teleportation of Adralat Star ingeniously employs the wondrous resonance between gases, twisting space to achieve instantaneous relocation. This echoed the descriptions of faster-than-light travel he had encountered in science fiction novels from his previous life. Using a high-thrust engine for acceleration demands limitless energy, whereas employing curvature travel substantially reduces the energy required. At that point, the driving force propelling the vessel is no longer the engine's energy, but rather the entire fabric of space itself, moving autonomously rather than the ship. This concept of leveraging external forces seems applicable to teleportation as well. However, since the Adralat Star's teleportation technique distorts space through gas, it is naturally susceptible to interference from external energies. In high-intensity battles, where energy surges are rampant, the likelihood of successful execution diminishes significantly. This flaw is unavoidable, whether in psychic abilities or mystical arts. Shaya had previously experienced a similar stagnation of energy within himself when confronting the god of destruction, Beerus, rendering him unable to activate his abilities for escape. No wonder the Adralat Star natives advise the selection of only one technique. The mental strain during the practice of such arts is indeed formidable. Shaya felt a twinge of surprise. The principles of Adralat Star's teleportation starkly contrast with psychic abilities. The former twists space using gas as a propellant, while the latter forcibly opens spatial wormholes to traverse star realms. By harnessing the strengths of both, he could potentially refine his own teleportation, perhaps even placing it on par with Jebit's instant movement. This was precisely what Shaya sought. From the moment he sensed the mental assault of this teleportation technique, he understood its arduous nature. Should he pursue mastery, it would likely demand considerable time and effort. Shilling, are you truly determined to learn teleportation? Shaya gently inquired. seeking to confirm once more as he regarded the girl before him. The requirements for mastering the mystical arts of Adralat Star are exceedingly high. An ordinary person might only learn one throughout their lifetime, and the risk of choosing unwisely without achieving mastery would be a grave misstep. Of course. Shieling replied resolutely without turning her head, her tone unwavering. Her bright, star-like eyes remained fixed on the wall as she settled down, immersing herself in a state of study. Shaya chuckled softly, shaking his head, then turned his gaze towards Melis. He observed the little one, who appeared indecisive, torn between the desire to learn and the inability to commit. With a gentle smile, Shaya chose to disregard her hesitation and settled down on the ground to begin his study of the elusive technique of instantaneous movement. As he delved into his studies, he truly comprehended the reason behind the year it took Sun Wukong in the original tale to master this skill. The intricacies involved were manifold and exceedingly complex. Even untangling the various threads of knowledge proved to be a formidable task. Yet, this only added to the allure of the challenge. The more intricate the endeavor, the greater its inherent worth. As Shaya calmed himself, he meticulously began to analyze the similarities and differences in his spatial abilities, seeking to learn from each and corroborate their findings, thus gradually making progress. Meanwhile, upon noticing that both Shaya and Shieling had commenced their studies, Myers wore a troubled expression and resumed his search through the underground palace. After a thorough exploration, he ultimately failed to unearth any suitable secret techniques. A sudden thought struck him, prompting him to abandon his search and instead remain by Shaya's side, learning the art of instantaneous movement. Days passed, and the group immersed themselves in their studies of the secret techniques, consuming a divine bean whenever hunger struck, allowing them to sustain themselves for 10 days without food. However, this was not the extent of the divine bean's utility. Had others known of Shaya's extravagant usage, they would undoubtedly have gritted their teeth in disapproval. Chapter 100. The reaction of the Frost clan while Shaya and his companions practiced their secret arts in the northern part of the northern galaxy. On a planet technologically modified, lay the headquarters of Quila. At this moment, a strategist-like extraterrestrial stood before Quila, his face etched with hesitation as he spoke. Great King Quila. Since Lord Frieza and his team ventured into the eastern region, we have lost all contact. Despite my attempts to reach them via communicator, there has been no response. Consequently, I dispatched individuals to the last known location of Lord Frieza, only to discover. At this point, the extraterrestrial hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Quila's expression, his voice trembling as he dared not continue. What transpired? Speak plainly. A cold, unfeeling voice resonated, emanating from Quila, who sat upon a grand metallic throne, his gaze piercing into the extraterrestrial. The extraterrestrial's heart sank, and he reported without embellishment. Signs on the planet indicate that a fierce battle once raged there. In the heart of the battlefield lie several indistinct corpses, which may belong to Lord Frieza and his team. As he spoke, he swallowed nervously, astonished by his own words. Are you suggesting that Frieza and his team perished there? A flicker of surprise crossed Quila's eyes, which soon darkened, his tail crashing against the ground with a thunderous rhythm, shattering the hard rock beneath. Why, yes. The extraterrestrial stammered, his scalp prickling with dread. Humph. With a disdainful snort, a beam of intense laser struck forth, leaving no time for reaction as it pierced through the extraterrestrial's head, splattering red and white liquid across the ground, his eyes still reflecting disbelief. Useless. My mechanized forces fell in such a place. Frieza, you have truly disappointed me. Quila's visage was shrouded in darkness, his blood-red pupils glinting with a cold light as he addressed the other attendants with a fierce demeanor. Do you think it possible that my father's forces were involved? The other extraterrestrials immediately prostrated themselves, trembling as they replied, Great King, we have maintained peaceful relations with the Eastern forces for many years, and besides, King Cooled is your father. I believe it is improbable that he would take action. Oh, that is difficult to ascertain, Quila mused, his gaze still sharp with intensity. Frieza and his team were tasked with locating the fruit of the spirit tree, a treasure capable of enhancing one's power. For such a prize, King Cooled might indeed turn against me. However, Quila also believed that King Cooled was not behind the assault. Few in the northern galaxy could rival his mechanized forces, and Cooled's strongest team had shown no signs of activity recently. As for Frieza's Jinyu force, Quila did not underestimate them. Even a surprise attack from the Jinyu force would not inflict harm upon Frieza. Who could be responsible for this? Does the northern galaxy conceal other formidable beings? Quila's heart raced with unease. He felt no sorrow for Frieza's demise, as they were merely pawns in his game. As a powerful individual, Quila held little regard for the lives of such insignificant beings. merely lamenting the loss of a few capable subordinates and feeling a sting to his pride. What truly troubled Quila was the potential leak of information regarding the spirit tree's fruit, which could draw the attention of King Cooled and Frieza, an outcome he wished to avoid. Casting a cold gaze toward the prostrate extraterrestrials, Quila commanded, "Prepare the ship. I shall personally visit the site of Shaviza's defeat." With a wave of his hand, he added, "Also, arrange for the Quila Legion to undergo selection. I intend to reassemble an elite strike force." "Yes, my king." The extraterrestrials, as if granted a reprieve, rose and hastily exited the grand hall, drenched in perspiration. On the colossal throne, Quila curled his purple lips into a sinister smile, a glimmer of malevolence crossing his features. In the eastern region, upon learning through his informants of the complete annihilation of Quila's mechanized forces, King Cooled experienced a moment of surprise, followed by a pleased sip of his red wine. He held little regard for the small mechanized unit but found joy in the thought of diminishing Quila's strength. Meanwhile, in the southern headquarters of Frieza, the news had also reached his ears. The diminutive figure of the Frost clan stood before a viewport, surveying the cold, monotonous expanse outside, his laughter echoing softly. "Mr. Dodoria, this is splendid news. Quila's strongest unit has been utterly decimated. This is a significant embarrassment for him." Frieza's diabolical voice soon transformed, his smile fading. "But this northern galaxy is truly a den of hidden talents. When did it conceal so many powerful beings? Lord Frieza, is this mechanized unit truly formidable?" Dodoria queried, somewhat perplexed. Having followed Frieza into the southern region of the northern galaxy, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the cosmic power dynamics. His knowledge paled in comparison to Bardock's. He was merely a frog in a well, largely unaware of the greater universe. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, his tail striking the ground. "The mechanized forces are my brother Quila's strongest team, with each member significantly surpassing Captain Ginyu in strength." "Surpassing Captain Ginyu? Then their battle power must exceed 100,000. Dodoria gasped, astonished. "Superb warriors with battle powers beyond 100,000? Such beings are beyond the imagination of one whose power barely reaches 20,000. Suddenly, Dodoria felt a profound awe for the vastness of the cosmos. "So, Frieza's brother commands such powerful subordinates? Impressive or not, they have still been wiped out." A sudden thought crossed Dodoria's mind, causing his pink skin to tremble. "My lord, who do you think could be responsible? Could it be the same individual who eliminated Mr. Shambo? Perhaps an ancient warrior of the Fidaia?" Dodoria's words sparked a realization in Frieza, his pupils narrowing as a cruel smile crept across his face. "That possibility is indeed worth considering. It seems we must keep a watchful eye on this matter. What could Quila's mechanized forces be seeking in the eastern region? It appears I should inform my father." Frieza murmured softly, maintaining a close connection with his father, King Cooled, despite being relatively young within the Frost clan. At this moment, one must consider establishing communication with the Kurdish king. By the way, what is the current status of Vegeta? Has he become aware of the truth regarding the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Frieza, shifting the topic, inquired about Vegeta's situation. Dodoria chuckled and replied, "How could that brat possibly know the truth? He is still obediently following your orders alongside those two Saiyans." "Well, that is reassuring." After annihilating Planet Vegeta, Frieza had deliberately spared the most talented Vegeta, seemingly with the intent of observing the nature of the Saiyans. However, so far, Vegeta had not demonstrated any remarkable potential that could capture Frieza's interest, leading to a gradual fading of his attention towards him. Chapter 101: The Secret Technique of the Spiritual Eye in the Underground Palace of Planet Obliterate. Shaya and his companions continued their studies of the arcane arts. Thanks to his ability to utilize spatial powers for comparisons, Shaya made remarkable progress in mastering the art of teleportation, achieving complete command over it within just 4 months. The next phase involved synthesizing this newfound skill with his innate teleportation abilities, thereby creating an entirely novel form of teleportation. This intricate and nuanced process consumed an additional 2 months of his time. Half a year after arriving on a Daltrat star, Shaya flawlessly integrated both capabilities. The resultant teleportation was not only easier to employ, but also significantly more effective than its predecessors, nearly rivaling the teleportation of Jebet. Upon completing this integration, Shaya experienced a profound intuition. It seemed as if, at his mere will, he could traverse the cosmos with a single step, unencumbered by any limitations. From this moment forth, the dimensions of space appeared to him as a malleable sheet of white paper, ready to be bent at his discretion. As long as he possessed the coordinates of his intended destination, be it a location or the distance from his current position. He could effortlessly arrive there in the blink of an eye. This process did not require the exhaustive energy consumption typical of spatial abilities, nor did it necessitate the atmospheric perception of the teleportation arts, which relied on presetting a terminus akin to his signal buoy. Instead, he achieved a complete freedom of movement across the fabric of space. With a swift motion of his body, Shaya transformed into a wisp of radiant light and reappeared on the opposite side of a Daltrat star, where a magnificent expanse of ocean lay before him. Ha ha ha, it truly does not consume any energy. His hearty laughter resonated in the air. Beholding the breathtaking vista where the sea met the sky, Shaya beamed with delight. His new teleportation method had seamlessly combined the advantages of his powers and the arcane arts, rendering it both convenient and practical. With a mere thought, Shaya vanished from the surface of the ocean, returning to the subterranean palace of secrets. Upon standing, he noticed that his companions, Shieling, Bardock, and others, were still immersed in their training. Curiosity piqued, he began to wander around the palace, admiring the intricate reliefs that adorned its walls. These motifs were complex and abstract, chronicling not only the myriad arcane arts devised by the inhabitants of a Daltrat star, but also the evolution of their civilization from primitive beginnings to its current strength. The imagery depicted scenes of slash-and-burn agriculture and hunting, illustrating how the Daltrat people gradually emerged from their primitive state. Suddenly, Shaya paused before a grand relief. Captivated by its depiction, this scene appeared to represent the moment the Daltrat people transcended their ignorant era. Yet, something about the imagery struck him as oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a sinuous, golden dragon soaring aloft, the artwork vividly alive with flames dancing upon its surface, exuding an air of majesty, antiquity, and gravitas. Clearly, the development of the Daltrat people was undoubtedly intertwined with this golden dragon. Shaya pondered in silence, suddenly recalling the enigmatic races within the Dragon Ball universe. The Namekians, capable of creating Dragon Balls, the Yardrats, endowed with extraordinary techniques, and the Metamorans, masters of mystical martial arts. The original work depicted numerous wondrous races. Yet this was merely a fraction within a small galaxy. How many galaxies exist within the vast cosmos, brimming with places awaiting his exploration? Naturally, Shaya could not impose the notions of his previous existence regarding the universe, yet he was well aware of its boundless expanse. With a gentle smile, he continued to observe, meticulously examining all the carvings and mystical techniques. However, he felt a tinge of regret for not discovering any methods to enhance the Saiyan physiology. The vacuum of space posed a significant constraint on the survival of Saiyans. After all, they were fundamentally human, distinct from the uniquely formed cosmic beings. Though he could not find a technique that would allow Saiyans to thrive in a vacuum, Shaya sighed and set aside his disappointment. The transformation of one's physiology is a far more demanding aspiration than merely extending life or achieving immortality. Even with the wish-granting power of the Dragon Balls, whether from Earth or Namek, such a feat would remain unattainable. This endeavor would contravene the fundamental laws of the universe, akin to an ordinary individual wishing for the strength or constitution of Majin Buu. Such abilities transcend the capabilities of the dragon. Shaya vividly recalls a passage from the original work that describes the Earth Dragon's miraculous powers. However, its strength cannot surpass the limits set by the celestial deities. When confronted with the arrival of Vegeta on Earth, it proved inadequate. In contrast, the Namekian dragon, Porunga, possesses far greater abilities. Yet even he requires the consent of the Super Saiyan Goku to summon him from another planet. Thus, Shaya concludes that while the dragon's powers may appear extraordinary and nearly omnipotent in certain respects, they become powerless when it comes to matters of strength. To fundamentally alter one's physique or attain formidable power, neither the Earth Dragon nor Porunga can suffice. Perhaps only a more powerful dragon would be capable of such feats. Returning to the matter at hand, having arrived on the planet Adrat, Shaya would not let this opportunity slip by. The Adratian who accompanied them had mentioned that no more than 2 secret techniques could be acquired. Shaya believed that with his mental fortitude, he could endure one more. However, for safety's sake, he opted against a combat-type technique and instead selected a minor one from the auxiliary category, a technique known as the Spirit Eye. This technique possesses no combat capabilities and has minimal requirements for use, allowing Shaya to master it within just a few days. Upon activation, the Spirit Eye envelopes his gaze with a soft, ethereal glow. Shaya employed this technique on the nearby Shieling and Mirsi, and a refreshing sensation surged within him as their ages and capabilities materialized in his mind. Shieling, 13 years old, combat power 144, 000. Mercy, 6 years old. Combat Power 3, 100. This newfound ability proved advantageous, rendering anyone unable to hide. A smile graced Shaya's lips as he recalled the time he and Shieling had once entered the room of spirit and time. She should have aged a year. However, the data displayed for Shieling did not reflect this increment, indicating that it was calculated according to cosmic time. At that moment, Shaya noticed the red aura above Shieling's head, indicating a sin level of 15 for 100. Shaya inhaled deeply, gazing at the crimson orb before him, his pupils constricting suddenly. Could this red manifestation be the standard by which the King of Hell judges souls? Recalling the earlier words of the Yardrat people regarding damnation, Shaya's countenance turned grave. It seemed imperative for him to take this matter seriously. In the realm of Dragon Ball, death does not signify an end. One must continue to exist in the afterlife for a time. Casting another glance at Melis, Shaya exhaled in relief. This little fellow had scarcely ventured beyond Planet Vegeta. And the red orb above his head was faint and minuscule, nearly imperceptible, with only 300 points of sin. Approaching Bardock, Shaya employed his spiritual sight to assess Bardock's condition. Upon viewing the data, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Bardock, 32 years old, combat power 39, 200. Yet, the measure of his sins reached a staggering 676,000. What magnitude of destruction must one unleash to attain such a number? Surely, there are many Saiyans like Bardock on planet Red Mountain. In that moment, Shaya resolved firmly. Upon his return, he would rigorously reform the Saiyan race, for otherwise, they would all surely descend into hell after death. It was said that the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe were employed by forces of justice, liberating countless planets from dire straits. Undoubtedly, they ascended to paradise after their demise. Among Saiyans, the disparity was indeed vast. Shaya softly murmured to himself, realizing that it was imperative to take some measures. Aren't Saiyans a warrior race? Shouldn't they revel in the thrill of battle? Then let us seek out some tasks for them. Shaya felt the weight of his leadership, burdened by the need to consider their fates even after death. Was there a more capable leader than he? Chapter 102, The Power of Quira having solidified his thoughts. Shaya felt a sense of relief, surmising that Shieling and the others would continue their training for a while longer. Thus, he contemplated his next move and utilized instant teleportation to depart from the planet Yadarat. At the very moment Shaya left, the inhabitants of Yadarat, perched upon towering stone columns, opened their eyes, calmly observing the direction in which he had vanished. Soon, their eyelids drooped again, as if entering a deep meditative state, and the surroundings fell into silence once more. The tranquil and profound universe stretched infinitely, with twinkling stars resembling scattered gems adorning the seemingly serene expanse of space. In the northern region of the galactic north, rows of pristine, orderly disc-shaped spacecraft sped through the cosmos. This locale was the Green Wave Star Domain, situated at the intersection of the northern and eastern sections of the galactic north under the dominion of Quira, and not far from the Emerald Planet that had witnessed the annihilation of the mech forces. At this time, within the luxurious and spacious spacecraft positioned at the center of the fleet, Quira, with an icy countenance, occupied the main seat in the control room. Below him, a dozen extraterrestrial beings of various forms sat rigidly, attentively monitoring the displays as they executed the tasks assigned by their sovereign. Olos, have you not yet identified the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of Frieza and the others? A voice, cold and chilling, resonated, causing the temperature in the control room to plummet. Olos, seemingly unfazed by the frigid atmosphere, maintained a composed smile and elegantly inclined his body towards Quira, responding, Your Majesty Quira, I have deployed personnel for an investigation, but we have yet to identify any suspects. Olos appeared courteous, resembling a gentleman, yet he was, in truth, a remorseless fiend, affiliated with Quira's special forces. Previously, he had vied with Frieza for the position of captain of the mech forces. With Frieza's demise, Olos naturally ascended to the role of the new captain. The new mech forces remained a trio, as Quira adhered to an elite system, selecting only the finest warriors. He held disdain for teams that relied on sheer numbers to achieve victory. Quira mused, nodding at Olos's words. Since that mysterious individual was able to defeat Frieza and his crew, their strength must be considerable. However, for Frieza to be unable to send even a message, this formidable opponent may require my personal intervention. Licking his purple lips, Quira's mouth curled into a cold smirk, his blood-red pupils gazing into the distance as he declared icily, I care not who they are. Those who offend Quira shall not live to tell the tale. That individual has practically courted death. Yet such powerful beings are scarce in the galactic north. With a contemplative expression, Olos remarked, "Indeed. Perhaps they possess some extraordinary ability that allowed them to evade our extensive surveillance." "Perhaps," Quira replied nonchalantly, though his mind wandered to the matter of the spirit tree's fruit. The death of Frieza and the others did not sadden him. Rather, he worried whether news of the spirit tree's fruit had leaked. If so, Frieza's demise would be of little consequence. At that moment, an extraterrestrial rushed into the chamber, trembling as he approached the center and prostrated himself. "Your Majesty, Quira. The 3rd Brigade has encountered a formidable enemy on the planet Vegeta and is on the verge of annihilation." The 3rd Brigade, a prized force under my command, did not anticipate facing such a strong adversary. Quira's voice remained calm, yet those familiar with his temperament knew that he was seething with rage. Therefore, the others fell silent, refraining from drawing attention to themselves. Quira's tranquility only heightened the tension, akin to the calm before a tempest. Olos smirked slightly and stepped forward, stating, "My king, the combat strength of several captains in the 3rd Brigade exceeds 10,000. The fact they are nearly destroyed indicates that the enemy is exceptionally strong, possibly linked to Frieza's demise." Quira laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed. Dispatch orders immediately. We shall head to the planet Vegeta. I intend to eradicate those pests completely." On Vegeta, Shaya maintained a serene expression as he regarded the numerous long-haired extraterrestrials before him. After teleporting from Yadarat, Shaya had freely traversed the cosmos, refining his teleportation abilities. Previously, his power required him to ascertain the coordinates between 2 planets and expended vast amounts of energy. Teleportation from Yadarat necessitated focusing on the aura of a target. Now, with the 2 methods intertwined, Shaya felt as though he could soar freely through the skies and plunge into the oceans without restraint. After navigating several planets, Shaya found himself within the sphere of influence of Vegeta. Upon entering, he discovered that the planet was indeed under Quira's rule, with the so-called 3rd Brigade stationed there. Reflecting on the dark sins that plagued him, Shaya deemed it necessary to cleanse himself and accrue some merit, targeting the 3rd Brigade as a means to do so. Remarkably, after dispatching several members of the 3rd Brigade, Shaya noticed a slight reduction in his sins. Although merit and sin could not be equated, performing good deeds brought a refreshing sense of satisfaction. As if stumbling upon a treasure, Shaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. The living, breathing extraterrestrials before him transformed into mobile treasure-hunting machines. "You bear heavy sins. Let your demise contribute something worthwhile." With swift precision, Shaya commenced his assault, the weight of his transgressions visibly diminishing as he dispatched several beings that appeared to be their leaders. Soon, his burdens had lightened considerably. Only a handful of you remain. Why not come forth and meet your end willingly?" he stated coldly, surveying the grotesque aliens before him. The aliens retreated a few steps, their bravado faltering as they shouted, "Who are you?" "We are the Legion under King Quira. He will not let you escape unpunished for this." Upon hearing Quira's name, Shaya paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. Despite the formidable combat prowess of these aliens, all exceeding 10,000, they were reduced to invoking Quira's name for courage. What a tragic sight. Chapter 103. The arrival of Quira. Do you truly believe that invoking Quira's name can intimidate me? What a delusion. The anticipated scenario that the aliens had envisioned did not materialize. As they heard Shaya's words, realization dawned upon them. Even the name of King Quira failed to instill fear in him. A sudden chill of inexplicable terror gripped their hearts. Shaya advanced with measured steps, only to vanish without a trace, leaving the extraterrestrials on high alert, their nerves taut as they huddled together, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing and forged from energy, materialized above them, tracing a brilliant arc as it descended. With a thunderous crash, the colossal blade cleaved through the ground, leaving behind a gaping chasm. Those fortunate enough to have narrowly escaped the onslaught broke into a cold sweat, silently thanking their quick reflexes. "Do you think you can escape?" The chilling voice, reminiscent of death itself, echoed, and in an instant, Shaya's form flickered, unleashing a barrage of attacks from all directions. The sound of fists meeting flesh resounded like a tempest, infusing the earth with a savage force that shook mountains and sent them tumbling. The extraterrestrials struck by Shaya's blows had no time to react. Their bodies were shattered by the overwhelming energy, viscous fluid splattering across the ground. In the blink of an eye, only 4 or 5 of them remained. At this juncture, Shaya cast aside his customary energy and supernatural assaults, opting instead for the primal force of his physical prowess. The exhilarating sensation of swinging his fists ignited a fervor within him, awakening the fierce spirit of the Saiyans. Impressive. The remnants of his adversaries fled in disarray, swiftly distancing themselves. The surviving extraterrestrials, elite members of the 3rd Squadron, were undeniably the strongest among their ranks, yet faced with the brutal scene unfolding before them, their hearts quaked with fear. Despite their previous arrogance and disdain for the weak, the ferocity of Shaya's attacks began to erode their once unyielding resolve. Do not despair. King Vegeta is en route. Let us hold our ground a little longer. One of the leaders urged the others. Yet, the overwhelming strength of their foe left them feeling utterly helpless. This wretched creature, where did he emerge from? He rivals even Lord Frieza. Another extraterrestrial stammered, his composure shattered. Their faces paled, panic evident in their eyes as they exchanged glances. Damn it, whether we live or die, we shall fight back. A previously silent extraterrestrial bellowed in fury. However, no sooner had he spoken than a pair of cold, dark eyes materialized before them. Shaya extended his fingers, drawing an arbitrary line through the air. In an instant, there was no time for reaction as a head soared into the air, the expression of shock and disbelief still lingering in its eyes before consciousness faded into oblivion. This is bad. Everyone flee. The unexpected turn of events shattered the remaining extraterrestrials' courage, and they scattered in panic. None of you shall escape alive today. Shaya gazed calmly at the extraterrestrials attempting to flee, then accelerated once more, his form transforming into a fleeting streak of light as he pursued them. At Shaya's current level, eliminating a few beings with combat power of merely 10 to 20,000 was as effortless as plucking a flower from the ground. In mere moments, several bodies abruptly halted in midair, then plummeted to the earth, devoid of any signs of life upon impact. The 3rd fleet of Vegeta was thus erased from the cosmos. A chilling voice echoed through the air, stirring a tempest of emotions within Shaya. Once upon a time, he had relied on luck and fortuitous circumstances even in battles against Shampa. Yet now, dispatching extraterrestrials of equal caliber required but a mere thought. He no longer needed to exert himself fully. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown significantly stronger. However, this power was still insufficient. Shaya was acutely aware that, although formidable against ordinary extraterrestrials, he remained far from truly powerful. Beings like Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu possessed the capacity to cause cataclysmic upheaval with a mere stomp. In comparison, he was still leagues away from their prowess. They loomed like towering mountains along his path of growth, grand, majestic, and imposing, visible from afar, yet untouchable. The phrase "high mountains stand tall, the path of virtue is arduous" resonated within him. Though he could not yet reach them, his heart yearned for their heights. One day, he vowed, he too would ascend to their level, perhaps even surpassing them in a fleeting moment, leaving them far behind. Just then, an overwhelming energy surged from the distant reaches of outer space, leaving him breathless. Shaya was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze towards the heavens, where a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The overwhelming sense of pressure was palpable. Could it be that Vegeta had personally arrived? He murmured softly to himself, his entire being involuntarily trembling. The aura of Vegeta enveloped him with an inescapable weight, causing his blood to race through his veins. Confronting Vegeta with his current strength would be sheer folly. Shaya was acutely aware that he lacked the power to contend with Vegeta, and even his survival was uncertain. Thus, he resolved to utilize instantaneous movement to escape before Vegeta's arrival. However, just as he prepared to depart, an intense pressure suddenly enveloped him, akin to plunging into an unfathomable icy abyss. It felt as if he had been detected by an unseen presence. Shaya froze momentarily, only to realize that the immense pressure had caused a disturbance in the very fabric of space, disrupting his ability to teleport. This was dire. His escape was being impeded at such a crucial moment. In the vibrating air, he caught sight of a shadowy figure that abruptly pierced through the cloud cover and began its descent. It was a colossal spacecraft, imbued with the unmistakable essence of the Frost Clan. The ship descended upon the rugged terrain, its robust metallic tendrils penetrating the earth as though it were but soft tofu. The disc-shaped vessel stabilizing swiftly. Moments later, the hatch of the ship opened slowly, and a cadre of extraterrestrials clad in uniform battle attire emerged, initially clearing the area of any obstacles. From their midst, a violet figure descended with deliberate grace, a smirk gracing his lips, his crimson pupils radiating a chilling brilliance reminiscent of a blood pool from the depths of hell. That figure was none other than Vegeta. No one could impersonate Vegeta. The moment Shaya laid eyes on the imposing presence, he recognized him instantly. With obsidian eyes firmly locked onto his target, Shaya watched from a distance, his body trembling involuntarily. He noted that Kvila, too, regarded him with a focused gaze, albeit one steeped in disdain and arrogance. Kvila's form was predominantly violet, adorned with white, sand-like armor covering his head, shoulders, and limbs, while a purple tail trailed behind him. His overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's ultimate form. Yet Kvila exuded a more masculine aura. Maintaining the guise of Frieza's ultimate transformation, Kvila's power surpassed that of Frieza by a considerable margin. The rumors of a fourth transformation, one that even Frieza had never attained, might indeed hold truth. Kvila's eyes were profound and terrifying, the blood-red orbs resembling a demon emerging from the abyss. The overwhelming energy radiating from him surged relentlessly, assaulting Shaya's nerves, as a cacophony of voices urged him to flee echoed within his mind. Shaya's expression was stern, and his pitch-black eyes gradually illuminated with a kaleidoscope of colors as his keen gaze silently targeted Kvila. Kvila, 724 years old, battle power 150 million. The astonishing figure surfaced, prompting Shaya to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Truly deserving of the title of the most outstanding genius of the Frozen clan, his strength was unfathomable. The mere display of his battle power reached an alarming 150 million, surpassing even Frieza's ultimate form in terror. This staggering prowess was indeed shocking. And this was merely Kvila's normal state. If the rumors of his fourth transformation hold any truth, then Kvila is nothing short of terrifying. A chill gripped Shaya's heart as he instinctively yearned to flee the scene. However, he found himself ensnared by Kvila's piercing gaze, rendering him immobile. Chapter 104. The disparity is too great. Regaining his composure, Shaya reminded himself that recklessness was absolutely out of the question at this moment. Frieza typically maintained a battle power of 530,000 due to his inability to properly control the energy within him, whereas Kvila perpetually embodied a form akin to Frieza's ultimate state, indicating that Kvila's strength far surpassed that of Frieza, at least for now. Frieza was in no position to compare himself to his elder brother, Kvila. This disparity was partly attributable to Kvila's age, which bestowed upon him a maturity evident even in his ultimate form. Frieza, in contrast, could only be regarded as a youth among the Frost Demon race. Consequently, Shaya felt an increased trepidation towards Kvila. Fully aware of the chasm that lay between their powers, he suspected that even if he unleashed his full abilities, it would not last long. Intriguing. Observing the figure standing not far away, Kvila's eyes flickered with surprise. A cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Horus and instructed, "Assess that little one's battle power." Horus complied, signaling to his subordinate to employ a large-scale detector, as the ordinary framed energy detectors had become ineffective. After a series of beeping sounds, the results quickly materialized. Horus gazed at the data, his light golden eyes narrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible. This fellow's battle power is an astonishing 161,000. It was no wonder Horus was so taken aback. Shaya's battle power was truly staggering, surpassing even that of himself and the former members of the mech squad. Oh, does this mean that Shaviza and the others were indeed slain by him? Kvila mused quietly, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with intensity, concealing the thoughts swirling within his mind. Suddenly, Kvila's smile broadened, his purple tail rhythmically striking the ground as a chilling aura surged towards Shaya's position. Heh, your strength is quite remarkable. I wonder if my mech squad met their demise at your hands? Kvila inquired leisurely, his eyes narrowed. Indeed. It was I who dispatched the mech squad, Shaya admitted candidly, his alertness at its peak. With a resounding thud, Kvila's tail struck the ground, shattering the hard rock beneath. Horus observed with a cold sneer, contemplating how incensed Kvila must be. This reckless human had audaciously provoked the mighty Kvila, seemingly unaware of the peril he faced. To be honest, I can hardly resist the urge to recruit you. How about it? As recompense for the destruction of my mech squad, align yourself with me as my subordinate. A chilling and profound voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. At the vortex's center, Shaya furrowed his brow, staggering slightly as the ground beneath him trembled uncontrollably. His heart raced with astonishment, gaining a clearer understanding of Kvila's formidable power. Kvila felt a hint of surprise that Shaya could withstand his oppressive aura, but the nearby extraterrestrials suffered greatly, though only caught in the residual impact of Kvila's presence. They felt as though they had been struck squarely in the chest, immediately struggling to breathe as their minds clouded. Coercing others into servitude is hardly a noble tactic, Shaya stated firmly, shaking his head to express his resolute refusal. Moments later, Kvila licked his lips, sighing dramatically with a look of regret. Very well, you have angered me. No matter how powerful you are, I have resolved to eradicate you. The sanguinary intent was palpable, instilling fear. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. With a quiet sigh, Shaya realized that further words would be futile. He steeled himself, remaining vigilant against the incomprehensible might of Quila, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. His spatial abilities were primed, ready to exploit any fleeting opportunity for escape, while his temporal powers surged, poised to assist in the endeavor. With a sudden flash of divine radiance, brilliance emerged amidst the silence. Shaya's emotions surged as he initiated the assault, his figure vanishing like a wraith. He summoned all his strength, foregoing any unnecessary concealment, and launched a direct attack on Quila. Quila clicked his tongue, his eyes swiveling slightly as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Capturing Shaya's form with unwavering focus, every blade of grass and tree stood vivid in his perception. Boom! In a moment of temporal manipulation, Shaya darted toward Quila, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his chest. Yet, at the very instant of impact, a formidable claw seized his wrist with an iron grip. Such swiftness! Shaya's heart raced, his initial strike thwarted. He swiftly sought to harness his power to escape. However, it was too late. Quila let out a cold snort, and an immense force erupted from his claw, violently flinging Shaya away. In an instant, he shot forth like a cannonball, quickly becoming a mere speck against the vast sky. Halt! In a moment of sheer terror, Shaya attempted to halt his advance, but the formidable strength of Quila rendered him unable to stop. In desperation, Shaya abruptly unleashed his extraordinary abilities, causing the surrounding space to solidify, as if a vast net had swiftly spread to support his body, thereby slowing his rapid momentum. With a swish, Shaya managed to steady himself and began to cautiously survey his surroundings, his senses heightened, with his eyes darting in every direction. Suddenly, a ghastly scent of blood began to encroach upon him. Warily turning around, he discovered that Quila had mysteriously appeared behind him. Oh, young one, your skills are quite impressive. You have piqued this king's interest. I shall extend to you another opportunity. Will you join my ranks and serve under my command? Quila once again proffered an olive branch. Shaya's response was a gaze imbued with tranquility. After a moment of silence, Quila felt his pride wounded, his expression darkened, and the crimson hue of his eyes grew even more sinister, his cold and brutal aura intensifying. Very well. A person with such spirit as yourself is not to my liking. It is best you be eliminated swiftly. As his words fell, a biting wind swept through, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The sky abruptly darkened, the clouds dissipating entirely, creating an oppressive atmosphere thick with foreboding. Below, the extraterrestrial followers of Quila trembled in fear, while Horus tilted his head upwards, a trace of cold amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. This foolish young man had finally provoked the wrath of King Quila, yet this was for the best, as he had no desire for another follower to emerge at Quila's side, especially one who appeared so remarkably youthful. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting dust and debris, the withered branches and fallen leaves swirling in the wind. Suddenly, the gentle breeze transformed into a tempest. The once quiet battlefield now shrouded in a chilling dread reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Shaya and Quila acted in unison. With the enhancement of temporal abilities, Shaya's body surged forward with frenzied speed. Although he was vastly inferior to Quila in strength, and even lacked the ability to match Quila's rhythm, it is often said that the essence of martial arts lies not in brute force but in swiftness. Speed is the prerequisite for combat. In every brief encounter, Shaya employed a modicum of temporal prowess, yet the immense disparity remained insurmountable. He found himself at an absolute disadvantage while Quila maintained an air of nonchalance, his breathing unchanged. Observing from a distance, Horus had become utterly numb, or rather, he had been in a state of shock since the onset of the battle. Quila's might was anticipated, but he was astonished by the emergence of this unknown adversary, who exhibited such remarkable speed and managed to engage Quila in several exchanges. This left him both awed and fearful, though he took solace in Quila's superior prowess. The gap was simply too vast. With a bitter taste in his throat and the loss of strength, Shaya realized that Quila was merely toying with him, not taking the battle seriously. While he himself had exerted his utmost effort, a sense of despair crept in. Were all strong beings this arrogant? Shangbo was the same, and so was Quila. Unbeknownst to him, the strongest myth of Dragon Ball had already amassed 250,000 words and reached the stage of publication. For every book yearning for success, this is an inevitable journey. Here, I extend my gratitude to the readers for their unwavering support and to the editor, Green Bean, and editor, Young Leaf, for their trust. Publication signifies a transition to paid content, which may not be welcome news for some readers, but I ask for understanding of the author's needs, as it is challenging to sustain a livelihood through free works. After diligent labor, one naturally seeks reward. The previous Dragon Ball fanfiction, The Legend of Ling Yi, faced challenges in securing a contract, thus it was penned with pure passion for Dragon Ball. Concluding at 970,000 words, it now seems like a fleeting moment. Imbued with a touch of purity over profit, the strongest myth of Dragon Ball is now contractually secured, benefiting from the platform's recommendations. Yet how many genuine readers will pay for this work remains uncertain. Perhaps it will soar to great heights, or perhaps it will falter. I also wish to thank all those who have cast votes and offered rewards along the way, whether from Chidian, Chuangshi, QQ Book City, or other platforms. Your support is greatly appreciated. I hope to see you all again in the legitimate realm. Please also set up automatic subscriptions. This book will officially launch on January 13th, 2017, at noon, with a planned update schedule of 4 chapters released initially, followed by 4 more around 6 or 7 o'clock. And then several chapters and phases throughout the evening. A total of over 10 chapters. The arrogance of the strong was incomprehensible to Shaya. In his view, regardless of how insignificant an opponent might seem, one should always engage with full force. For one might encounter a seemingly meek adversary who could turn the tide unexpectedly. Perhaps it was due to their past invincibility that powerful beings like Frieza and Quila approached battle with a demeanor of playful disdain. With a grave expression, he gazed at Quila, who hovered in the air, silently chewing down the senzu bean he had stored in his mouth. Clenching his teeth, Shaya suddenly erupted into wild laughter. And a new wave of combat commenced. Boom, boom. The air was thick with a sour scent, and the thin gas clouds divided the cerulean sky into 2 magnificent halves, reminiscent of a dream. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted from Shaya, who shot through the air like a cannonball, creating a cacophony of sound as he violently collided with the surrounding atmosphere. The shockwave obliterated forests and rivers in its path, uprooting countless trees and vegetation, sending them spiraling into the air. Once again, Shaya spread his arms, pausing mid-air, his aura considerably weakened compared to before. He gasped for breath, fatigue evident in his features. In stark contrast to Quila, who appeared effortlessly relaxed, showing no signs of exhaustion. Quila wore a sly smile as he floated over, hands clasped behind his back, positioning himself merely a few meters from Shaya, observing him with keen interest. As a naturally powerful member of the Frost Demon race, Quila had never experienced life-threatening peril, and thus relished watching others struggle for survival, a source of delight for him. In a flash, Quila vanished again, reappearing before Shaya, delivering a powerful kick towards his chest. Shaya instinctively crossed his arms to block the strike, yet the force behind it was not easily dissipated, causing his expression to transform dramatically. Shaya was forcefully propelled away. And had it not been for the tempering of his body through the powers of time and space, that kick would have shattered his hands. Such formidable strength. His hands still tingled, and as he grimaced, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, ultimately leading him to a wry smile. Countering force with force was futile. He must seek alternative methods. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a layer of silvery gray light enveloped his eyes. Shaya realized he was no match for Quila, and he hastily unleashed his ultimate technique, time stasis. Suddenly, a crystalline Saiyan world engulfed the entire planet. This technique was exponentially more potent than the previous time-stopping ability he had employed on several occasions. In that instant, the dimensions of Bichio Star were simultaneously frozen in time and space. Within the icy blue realm, the extraterrestrials, including Horus, gazed upward with serene expressions, unaware that time had been solidified around them. Not far away, Quila remained suspended in midair, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. However, once Quila was ensnared in this temporal stasis, Shaya felt the rapid depletion of energy. He needed a swift resolution. The energy was being consumed at an alarming rate, leaving Shaya no time for contemplation, for Quila's energy was overwhelmingly high, akin to the sun's gravitational pull on Earth. The prospect of reversing this dynamic, of the sun orbiting the Earth, was nearly impossible. Instinctively, Shaya concluded that the time stasis might not even last a second. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Quila's eyes, previously frozen in time, suddenly moved, and an overwhelming force surged outward in all directions. The crystalline, icy blue world shattered like a smooth mirror. Panic gripped Shaya as he realized that Quila had broken free from the constraints of time. Against an opponent whose power eclipsed his by nearly 1,000-fold, Shaya's abilities ultimately fell short, lacking just that little bit of strength. Minute fissures appeared at the center and rapidly extended outward, transforming the icy blue world into glimmering shards, vibrant fragments drifting away like petals in the wind. With a violent backlash, Shaya felt the world spin around him, as though his veins were bursting. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he found himself momentarily weakened. Quila was so powerful that even the powers of time and space could not restrain her. A fleeting look of horror crossed his face, wiping the blood from his lips. He realized this sensation of his temporal abilities fracturing was far more painful than when Shampa had once breached his spatial powers. Shaya's complexion turned pale, and he could only offer a bitter smile. This was his ultimate technique, the very reason he dared to confront Quila despite their vast disparity in strength. Now that even his time abilities were rendered ineffective, it was futile to remain. He must seek an escape route. Oh, what an extraordinary skill. You just employed some peculiar technique, didn't you? Fascinating. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued, Quila remarked with a chilling smile, her body transforming into a streak of light. Swiftly reappearing beside Shaya, panic surged within him as countless thoughts raced through his mind. However, he found himself utterly powerless against Quila's overwhelming dominance. A steel-like grip seized his arm, while her other hand coiled into a fist, unleashing a chaotic torrent of energy. Just as the light dimmed, countless sharp blades mercilessly lunged toward Shaya. Boom! Before he could react, a brutal force pierced through Shaya's abdomen. A powerful punch sent him crashing from the sky, creating a massive impact crater several meters in diameter. Debris and dust erupted into the air, while unseen shockwaves bent trees, some of the sturdier ones snapping in half. The figure of Shaya has completely vanished into the depths of the earth. Quila calmly stared at the impact crater for a prolonged moment without any reaction. Eventually, he scoffed slightly, until Horus stepped forward and remarked, "Great King Quila, the energy response has ceased. That boy should be dead." Indeed. Quila's indifferent voice resonated as his purple tail struck the ground, and he turned to proclaim, "Let us depart from this planet." Yes. Horus inclined his body respectfully, then directed his subordinate aliens to manage the scene. Soon, the disc-shaped spacecraft descended, leaving the atmosphere and retreating to a considerable distance from the planet, where it came to a halt. Subsequently, Quila floated out of the spaceship, his face twisted in a grimace as he gazed at the solitary, rotating giant planet of Vegeta. Extending a finger, sparks flickered at his fingertip, and suddenly a colossal fireball, several hundred meters in diameter, materialized. Death Sphere. With a cruel smile, he pointed, and the immense fireball leapt forth, surging toward Vegeta. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Upon impact, Vegeta would surely be reduced to cosmic dust. As the enormous fireball approached the planet inch by inch, Quila erupted into laughter, with Horus and the others aboard the spacecraft displaying expressions of exhilaration. Eradicate all traces. Sever the roots. This was the customary practice of the Ice Clan, not to mention that they had already confirmed the opponent's demise with energy detectors. Even if he were somehow alive, he could not escape the lethal blow of the Death Sphere. With the descent of the Death Sphere, Vegeta was utterly obliterated in a magnificent explosion, transforming into mere cosmic powder. Only then did Quila retract his smile with satisfaction and lead his subordinates back to headquarters. Chapter 106, Cultivation and Reflection in a Vast Stellar System Within the Cosmos. After a fleeting flash of light, Shaya's figure materialized on one of the planets. Upon landing, the immense gravitational force bound his body, causing him to gasp for breath. This planet possessed a gravitational pull at least 100 times that of Earth. Recalling the perilous moment he had just endured, beads of sweat formed on Shaya's brow. During the rupture of space-time, he had borne the brunt of Quila's ferocious strike, resulting in shattered internal organs and excruciating pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Shaya managed to retrieve a senzu bean and consume it, healing all his injuries. However, by that time, Shaya was already buried deep underground. Realizing the vast disparity between himself and Quila, he felt disheartened and decisively concealed his energy, utilizing instant transmission to flee from Vegeta. Quila possessed a combat power of 150 million in his normal state, and it was rumored that he could undergo a fourth transformation. Perhaps only by becoming a Super Saiyan could Shaya hope to contend with him. Shaya was acutely aware that he lacked the power to resist, and thus the tumult of his indignation began to subside. Although he had not gained any advantage in his battle against Quila, it had proven to be a valuable experience for him. Indeed, he had acted rather impulsively this time. Reflecting on his rash behavior, Shaya acknowledged that had Quila not approached the encounter with a playful demeanor and refrained from unleashing his full strength, escape would have been uncertain. Engaging in a direct confrontation when there is such a disparity in power is akin to playing with fire. It also highlighted the limitations of his extraordinary abilities, delivering a wake-up call to Shaya, who had overly relied on his time and space powers. Clearly, such abilities should serve as an aid in combat. Rather than being the cornerstone of his strategy, to treat them as a gamble is precarious. He had come perilously close to a complete loss this time. The recollection of the previous dangers made Shaya break out in a cold sweat. Nevertheless, the Ice Clan was indeed formidable. Fortunately, their numbers were few. Otherwise, even vast territories would not suffice to accommodate them. It seems there exists a principle of balance in the depths of the universe, where the mightiest of races are often the rarest in number. In the original narrative, aside from the god of destruction, no naturally occurring entities were stronger than the Ice Clan. The androids, Mage and Bu, and Hildegarn all bore traces of artificial creation. It is no wonder that the Ice Clan has long proclaimed itself the strongest race in the universe, a claim that holds some truth. Having consumed a Sinza bean earlier, Shaya felt the warm energy coursing through his body, instantly restoring his strength. However, while the bean healed his physical wounds, the aftermath of his shattered abilities would not mend so easily. It could take several months to truly heal the psychological scars. It was time to calm himself and reflect deeply. With a furrowed brow, Shaya pondered that it was about time to summarize the lessons learned over the past decade, to carve out his own path as a formidable warrior. Crackling sounds echoed as Shaya stretched his body, his bones creaking like popping beans, and, upon channeling his energy, he was astonished to discover that the energy within him surged forth like an unending river. The surge in power was beyond measure. As he briefly examined himself with his spiritual sight, the data revealed was exhilarating. Shaya, at the tender age of 13, possesses a formidable battle power of 240,000. This astonishing surge of 80,000 in his abilities left him somewhat incredulous. It was revealed that after years of diligent cultivation, the battle against Quila had unlocked a portion of his latent potential. While this transformation paled in comparison to Goku's extraordinary leap from 90,000 to 3 million battle power after sustaining injuries on Namek, Shaya found himself thoroughly content with his progress. Goku's meteoric rise seemed almost otherworldly, imbued with an air of unnaturalness. Perhaps Goku had simply harbored an immense reservoir of potential that had remained dormant for far too long, now erupting forth. Shaya understood the necessity of familiarizing himself with this newfound power while simultaneously addressing the psychological wounds he had endured. He meticulously calculated that a solid foundation was of utmost importance. He aimed to harness every ounce of energy within him, transforming it into the cornerstone of his future ascension. Thus, in the days that followed, Shaya devoted himself to rigorous training on this modest planet. 19,998, 19,999, 20,000. Every day, Shaya diligently engaged in his routine exercises. After performing 20,000 jumps on this planet with immense gravity, he paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination before resuming his run. Shaya continued to run, burdened by an immense weight, until his steps became unsteady, and a sharp ache surged through his thighs, fatigue relentlessly overwhelming him. With a sudden thud, his body collapsed to the ground, succumbing to exhaustion. After a span of several hours, Shaya awoke and resumed a moderately intense training regimen, a cycle that repeated itself as he gradually honed the energy within him. 5 months later, amidst a vast expanse of jagged rocks, the searing sun blazed down from the sky, inflicting a stinging pain. Nearby the expansive stone forest, several energy waves erupted, radiating a brilliant azure glow. After unleashing the energy waves, Shaya instantly executed a teleportation, his form abruptly appearing before the waves, adopting a defensive stance. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave collided with him, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Shaya stood unscathed, brushing off the debris from the blast. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he summoned his energy. Suddenly, the expansive earth beneath him rippled like waves, the hardened ground cracking with dark fissures. Once more, Shaya exerted his strength, an overwhelming surge of energy pouring forth from within, his palms pressed against his chest. Fingers splayed to form a colossal energy sphere that emanated a dazzling white heat. In that moment, Shaya transformed into a resplendent star, fragments of Earth slowly defying gravity. Floating around him, his aura radiated outward, coalescing into what appeared to be wrathful dragons that mercilessly consumed everything around, the high-purity energy generating intense heat, melting the surface rocks. Powerful shockwaves traversed the uneven terrain, producing a hissing, piercing sound. With a resounding boom, a massive mushroom cloud erupted skyward, soaring thousands of meters into the air. The surrounding air trembling violently. As the ferocious energy gradually subsided, a colossal crater, measuring 1,000 meters on each side and over 50 meters deep, emerged beside Shaya. Filled with molten rock, wisps of pale blue smoke wafting above. Surrounding the crater, a devastated zone extended for several dozen kilometers, forming concentric circles of destruction. Observing the ravaged land wrought by his energy, a smile crept across Shaya's face. He had finally mastered the energy within him. Should he unleash his full power, he could effortlessly obliterate this enormous planet. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya was acutely aware of his strength. Over these 5 months, he had not only solidified his foundational power, but also achieved a degree of mental fortitude. The injuries caused by his previous abilities had healed. Furthermore, he sensed a newfound breakthrough in his temporal powers regarding teleportation, which had become more instinctive, seemingly approaching the teleportation prowess of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 107. The Mysterious Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai holds a paramount position among the deities, possessing the ability to traverse any realm within his jurisdiction at will. Only the god of destruction stands as his equal in the universe, yet it is rather unfortunate that the Supreme Kai's status does not equate to corresponding power. This disparity renders him incapable of effectively governing the universe under his watch, often necessitating the cultivation of formidable warriors or relying on the authority of the god of destruction. However, the temperament of Beerus, the god of destruction, is akin to that of a deity, a challenge even for the Supreme Kai to endure. Returning to the matter at hand, following his confrontation with Kfera, Shaya became acutely aware of the significance of teleportation. It was a vital skill for survival in critical moments. Thus, after achieving a breakthrough in his mental state, he diligently practiced and experimented with teleportation. Through repeated trials, Shaya made an astonishing discovery. The cosmos was not as simplistic as he had once imagined. Behind the smoothness and localized distortions, there seemed to exist layers of membranes, appearing both present and absent. These membranes were thin yet unbreakable, numerous yet distinct, and as he followed their intricate pathways, they formed an immense web binding the entire universe together. What could this mean? A network of cosmic space? With a sense of curiosity, Shaya extended his consciousness and powers along these pathways. To his astonishment, he realized that the universe was indeed permeated with these membranes, traversing countless star systems and dimensions. Ultimately, he discovered that these web-like membranes converged at an exquisite point in a high realm of space. All spaces extended from this singular point. Could it be the very origin of the universe? After observing for a while, Shaya extended his palm towards that minuscule point and instinctively grasped at the void, activating his teleportation. Shaya's form gradually vanished from sight. In an extraordinarily elevated dimension, countless stars revolved in a rhythmic dance around a central divine star. On an expansive, verdant plain, the azure sky reflected circular patterns of stars, a sacred realm untouched by human feet since ancient times. On a gently sloping green hillside, Shaya appeared without warning. What manner of place is this? As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a vast expanse of lush grass, interspersed with a few small hills and ancient trees laden with foliage. Breathing in the fragrant air, he was enveloped by a profound sense of tranquility, marked by a distant elegance. Upon shifting slightly, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He then swung his fists a few times, only to find that each punch was met with an overwhelming force that restrained his movements. What is this? Why is the spatial constraint so formidable? In an effort to confirm his suspicions, he summoned a ki blast in the palm of his hand and struck the ground with fervor. A subtle tremor resonated as the grass was indented by a pit no deeper than half a meter, its power significantly diminished. Strange indeed. This place seems imbued with a remarkable restraint. Had that strike been delivered elsewhere, it could have leveled a mountain, yet here it merely created a small dent. Feeling perplexed, Shaya noted the absence of any other beings. Although the scenery bore some resemblance to Namek, he was certain this was not the planet he knew. A gentle breeze caressed him, prompting Shaya to ascend into the air, quickly acclimating to the flight conditions of this realm before accelerating forward. With a whoosh, a brilliant beam of light darted past like a fleeting shadow, leaving behind a faint trace in the air that vanished into the horizon. As he soared faster, the gentle breeze transformed into a fierce gale. Shaya flew for an extended period, yet the scenery remained unchanged. Aside from the endless plains, there were scarce sights. with the occasional lake a rare occurrence. What is that? A glimmering object ahead piqued Shaya's curiosity. With anticipation, he propelled himself forward at full speed. Yet, upon nearing the source of the light, he was astonished to discover it was a small hill, with the luminous object being the hilt of a sword embedded in the ground. The Kaishin sword! The exclamation slipped from his lips as he beheld the hilt. Countless images flashed through his mind. Was it not the Kaishin sword mentioned in the original tale? It held the seal of the old Kaishin from 15 generations past. So this is the Kaishin realm. It all makes sense now. No wonder the spatial forces here are so robust. All doubts dissolved. The strength of the Kaishin realm could withstand battles of Majin Buu's caliber, thus his own power was severely suppressed. His gaze shifted to the divine sword upon the hillside. With great enthusiasm, he attempted to draw the Kaishin's sword from the earth, but it remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Shaking his head with a sigh, Shaya chuckled to himself. How far he was from being able to wield the Kaishin sword. The Kaishin realm forbids mortals from entering. It would be wise for me to depart. Shaya mused. Recognizing that while East Kaishin was relatively amenable, Jebit was less tolerant of mortals trespassing upon sacred ground, fearing the sanctity of the realm would be tainted. Despite dismissing Jebit, who played a minor role in the latter part of the original tale, Shaya understood he was not yet a match for him. His gaze lingered on the Kaishin sword for a considerable time, his emotions swirling before he utilized instant transmission to leave the Kaishin realm. Not long after Shaya's departure, Jebit, clad in a black Kaishin robe, suddenly appeared near the divine sword, scanning the vicinity with a puzzled expression. Strange, I distinctly sensed a mortal presence, yet it has vanished. Jebit, you must have misperceived. This is the Kaishin realm. How could a mortal be here? The figure of East Kaishin materialized behind Jebit. Turning to face East Kaishin, Jebit respectfully bowed. My Lord Kaishin, what brings you here? Ah, Jebit, no need for such formalities. East Kaishin, with silver hair, smiled as he gazed at the desolate Kaishin star, suddenly sighing. Recently, Babidi has begun to stir once more. I wonder what schemes he is concocting this time. It seems even the demon realm is involved. We must remain vigilant. We cannot allow Babidi's machinations to succeed. Understood, my Lord Kaishin. Jebit replied respectfully. East Kaishin's expression turned grave as he cast his gaze toward the lower realms. If Babidi were to unleash Majin Buu, the universe would be doomed. The mere thought of Majin Buu's brutal visage sent a shiver down his spine. Once, the Kaishin realm was home to 5 Kaishins. Now he stood alone, haunted by the specter of Majin Buu, a nightmare that lingered in his thoughts. East Kaishin was undeniably terrified of Majin Buu. It must be said that East Kaishin was still quite young, his age barely qualifying as adulthood among the Kaishins. He remained ignorant of many cosmic secrets, including the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus. Otherwise, he might have had fewer worries. At the Saiyan stronghold, Red Mountain Star, a year had passed since Shaya and his companions departed for Yardrat. Recently, the main fleet of the Fidaian race had finally arrived at the Red Mountain Star system after a lengthy journey of over 2 years. Under the coordination of Fidaian Alo, Dakla led the fleet to land on the nearby Mezen Star. Upon their arrival, the massive spaceship, equipped with numerous artillery, instilled panic among the indigenous humans of Mezen Star. The level of civilization on Mezen Star was comparable to that of Earth in Shaya's past life, though with a smaller population, rendering it a relatively weak civilization. Upon witnessing the Fidaian ships descend, they feared an invasion from extraterrestrial forces. In an instant, the entire planet plunged into extreme fear. Apocalyptic rumors spread like wildfire. And the United Kingdom of Mezen Star erupted into chaos over the alien presence. Meanwhile, as they quarreled, the Fidaian had already located an uninhabited primitive continent on the ocean to establish their residence. Gradually, the human populace began to regain their composure. Ultimately, through contact with the Fidaian, the Mezen humans learned that the newcomers did not come to invade or colonize. Thus, the two races embarked on tentative exchanges. And as they discovered the Fidaian were not malevolent, their interactions grew increasingly frequent. Chapter 108. Impetuous. When Shaya returned to Red Mountain Star, he did so without alerting anyone. Given his current prowess, if he wished to conceal his presence, there was no one on the entire planet who could detect him. Previously, he had visited Yardrat Star and observed that Shieling and Bardak were still engrossed in their studies of the secret arts. Consequently, he refrained from disturbing them and chose to return to Red Mountain Star on his own. With the ability of instantaneous movement, the vast distances of the universe posed no challenge for Shaya. It was merely a matter of thought. instead of seeking out Adri and the others. He proceeded directly to the training area, which was abuzz with activity. The Saiyans were engaged in various forms of exercise, and compared to a year prior, the overall strength of the Saiyan populace had significantly increased. As Shaya traversed the bustling surroundings, his spirits soared high. Soon, he arrived at the training grounds of the Special Forces, where dozens of young Saiyans were engaged in spirited practice, exchanging moves with one another. Upon noticing Shaya's presence, these youthful warriors promptly halted their activities, standing in perfect formation to greet him. Shaya, with a warm smile, nodded in acknowledgement and continued to assess their training progress. In the center of the previously flat and expansive training field, 3 or 4 towering structures, each exceeding 100 meters in height, had emerged. These were gravity training chambers, specially prepared by Shaya for the Special Forces members. Uncommon in their design, these intermediate gravity rooms could generate a gravity level of up to 100 times that of Earth. At that moment, several members of the Special Forces were engaged in their training within, and upon entering to take a glance, Shaya noted that the gravity was set at a mere 15 times. With a slight nod, he turned and departed. Shaya's greatest concern was that these young Saiyans recklessly expanded the gravity room, exceeding their physical limits. Fortunately, these children adhered to his instructions and did not engage in blind training. Unbeknownst to Shaya, his standing among the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star was far more authoritative than that of the former leader, King Vegeta, especially in the hearts of these elite warriors. Where Shaya was regarded with a reverence akin to that of a deity, exuding power and majesty. As he ventured over to Shakta's location, he noted that both Shakta and Atasia were steadily enhancing their combat prowess before swiftly departing. Strolling along the elegant yet bustling cobblestone path, he observed several female Saiyans engaged in food procurement. The food supply on Red Mountain Star was facilitated by machinery crafted by the Fidaians, yet within the residential area, trade transactions still prevailed. At that moment, a figure ahead caught Shaya's attention, prompting him to smile and approach. "Lord Shaya, you have returned. How's Bardak?" Kind inquired. Looking at Shaya with surprise, Shaya smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, Bardock has already discovered a method to treat the after-effects of the curse on planet Odrat. However, it will take some time for him to return." At that moment, he noticed that Kine was cradling a child in her arms. Approaching her playfully, he inquired, "What is the name of this child?" "This is my and Bardock's daughter, named Elshi," Kine replied with delight. "Elshi," Shaya murmured softly. Gazing in astonishment at the child in Kine's embrace for an extended period, he marveled at the wonders of the world. Bardock had not returned to the ancient times. Yet Sun Wukong had unexpectedly gained a sister. "Oh, by the way, it has been quite a while since Lord Shaya returned. You may not be aware that Aunt Rebecca is also pregnant," Kine added, noting the close relationship between their families. As both Bardock and Edri were the pinnacle warriors of Red Mountain Star. "Aunt Rebecca is expecting?" Shaya was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Edri and Aunt Rebecca were relatively young, and having another child would be quite natural. However, he couldn't help but wonder what expression Shilling would wear upon receiving this news. Shaya pondered while stroking his chin. "Haha, there are still too few Saiyans on Hongshan Star. The more children, the better," Shaya remarked with a smile, before inquiring about the recent circumstances on Hongshan Star from Jine. After a moment of contemplation, Jine replied, "Overall, Hongshan Star is faring well, but many Saiyans are unable to resist the urge to venture out and engage in battle. After all, Hongshan Star serves as our stronghold, and those Saiyans find it difficult to unleash their full potential during combat. Nevertheless, even so, numerous continents have suffered destruction." As Shaya listened, his brow furrowed in concern. The Saiyans were an inherently warlike race. Their existence seemed devoid of joy without conflict. On planet Hongshan, these Saiyans had been remarkably restrained, yet when engaged in battle, they inevitably caused widespread destruction. With only one planet Hongshan at their disposal, Shaya intended to manage it over the long term. If the continental environment were to suffer damage, it could take centuries to recover. Such circumstances would not only leave the Saiyans dissatisfied, but would also complicate Shaya's governance. It appeared necessary to find some engaging tasks for these Saiyans. Contemplating this, Shaya resolved to discuss it with Adili upon his return. After bidding farewell to Jine, Shaya returned home, rested briefly, and then headed directly to Adili's residence. The door was answered by Rebecca, her prominent belly indicating that the child would soon arrive. "Aunt Rebecca, it seems Shilling will soon have a brother or sister," Shaya jested with a smile. Rebecca laughed. "Why are you the only one back?" What about Shieling and the others? The secret techniques of Planet Yadalat are challenging to learn. Shieling and the others will be there for quite some time, Shaya replied with a grin. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had taken a year to master instantaneous movement, likely with assistance from the Yadalat people. Shaya surmised that Shieling would require a significant amount of time to achieve the same. What about Uncle Adeli? Shaya inquired. He is still training in the gravity chamber. I'll go fetch him, Rebecca said, ushering Shaya inside while she went to call Adeli. Feeling at home, Shaya chose a sofa to sit on and helped himself to some fruit. Before long, Adeli approached with a damp towel, an expression of joy illuminating his dark features. Shaya noted with surprise that Adeli's combat power had soared to 62,000 in the past year, a remarkable feat among Saiyans, as few had surpassed the 50,000 mark. Clearly, once the gate had opened, the Saiyans' peak abilities were steadily increasing. However, Shaya was acutely aware that such ascension would eventually reach a ceiling, and further advancement would become exceedingly arduous. How was your experience on Planet Yadalat? Adeli inquired eagerly. Quite good, with significant gains, Shaya replied with a smile, succinctly recounting the highlights of his time since departing Planet Hongshan. Upon hearing of Shaya's effortless defeat of a mechanized army and that his daughter Shieling had achieved a combat power of 140,000, Adeli and his wife could not help but feel a swell of pride. Yet, when Shaya mentioned his encounter with Kawira, Adeli could not suppress a gasp of concern. Shaya, what were you thinking challenging Kawira so soon? Thank goodness nothing dire occurred. Kawira was a fearsome member of the Frost Demon race, even more terrifying than Frieza. When they learned that Kawira's combat power was a staggering 150 million, both Adeli and his wife were left speechless, their faces reflecting utter shock. In truth, I too wished to flee, but hesitated just a moment, and Kawira was upon me, Shaya lamented. However, Kawira is truly formidable. My time-space abilities were utterly ineffective against him. It appears that the Saiyans have a long and arduous journey ahead if they seek vengeance. Adeli sighed deeply, filled with trepidation. The looming threats of Frieza, Kawira, and the enigmatic King Cold, with unknown combat power, constituted formidable obstacles for the Saiyans. Until these threats were eradicated, the Saiyans could never truly rise. As Shaya continued to share his visions seen through the spirit eye, Adeli's brow knitted in deep contemplation. If what you say is true, it seems that nearly all Saiyans carry heavy sins. After death, would they face judgment in the afterlife? Though Adeli found it hard to believe, he trusted Shaya's words, leaving him profoundly shaken. Thus, it would be prudent for us to swiftly eradicate the sins of the Saiyans and amend their ill reputation throughout the cosmos. What specific plans do we have for this endeavor? Shaya smiled and remarked, isn't it true that the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star have become somewhat restless due to their lack of combat? Let us approach this from that angle. Adrit looked on with curiosity, observing that Shaya was increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader. As the chief of the Saiyans, one must possess a certain authoritative demeanor. This is not a pejorative, for the Saiyans are a warrior race, and their leaders must indeed be commanding and assertive. Chapter 109. Galactic Patrol within the Galaxy. There exists an organization known as the Galactic Patrol, which maintains a semblance of order and balance. Although this Galactic Patrol cannot rival the Frozen Clan, it undeniably plays a role in stabilizing certain star regions. At this juncture, Shaya beamed with a radiant smile and continued. Is it not the case that some Saiyans feel lost due to the absence of battle? Why not undertake missions from the Galactic Patrol headquarters and allow our warriors to execute them? This would not only satisfy the Saiyans' combative inclinations but also alleviate the burdens of their past sins. This bears resemblance to the missions once performed under Frieza's command, differing only in that one involved the destruction of planets while the other involves their protection. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the death of mortals does not signify an absolute end. They must still face judgment in the underworld, where the King of Hell assesses their lives, permitting the virtuous to ascend to paradise and condemning the malevolent to perdition. Except for a few who have achieved great deeds in life and are granted corporeal forms after death, others, even those as formidable as Frieza or Cell, cannot evade the King's judgment. Perhaps only those who attain a divine status can transcend the rules of the underworld. Nevertheless, Shaya understood that for the foreseeable future, he would have to abide by these regulations, compelling him to contemplate the position of the Saiyans. Shaya aspires to cultivate the Saiyans of planet Red Mountain into a revered race akin to their counterparts in the Sixth Universe. Suddenly, Edri's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at this commendable notion, yet he soon furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Galactic Patrol would consent to allow the Saiyans to undertake missions. Given the strained relations between them, how can we know without giving it a try? Shaya replied with a cheerful smile. Confident that with such formidable Saiyan warriors safeguarding the universe's tranquility, the Galactic Patrol would not decline their assistance. Well, it seems Shaya. You shall have to make a trip to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Edri remarked. Among them, only Shaya possessed the ability to teleport, making him the sole candidate for this endeavor. Moreover, as the leader of the Saiyan people, he alone could represent their entire race. No worries, Shaya assured. Oh, we've been so engrossed in conversation that I've grown a bit hungry. By the way, who will prepare our lunch? Rebecca rose to glance at the time, realizing that they had been chatting for several hours. Given her pregnancy, she could no longer cook for herself, prompting Shaya and Edri to exchange glances and walk merrily into the kitchen. The following day, the sky was shrouded in a soft haze, with a hint of dawn just peeking over the mountaintops, and a delicate mist lingered in the air. Once Shaya had made all the necessary preparations, he sought the location of the Galactic Police headquarters and, with a sudden burst of energy, transported himself there in an instant. The Galactic Police headquarters is situated at the very heart of the galaxy, under the direct jurisdiction of the Grand King, a place where most factions dare not encroach. Given the elusive nature of the headquarters, Shaya could only ascertain its general vicinity. In a swift motion, he appeared in the surrounding expanse of space. In the instant he materialized, the vacuum of the environment exerted a tremendous force upon his body. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, enveloping him. However, being a Saiyan, he could not endure the vacuum for long, as this state could only sustain him for a few minutes. Raising his gaze and surveying the surroundings, he beheld countless stars twinkling with brilliant luminosity against the dark canvas of the night, their radiance dazzling. There it was. Shaya's eyes, dark as night, suddenly sparkled with intensity as he spotted a colossal structure ahead. With a swift motion, a streak of light traversed the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Galactic Police headquarters. Before him stood a massive spherical edifice, encircled by a ring of spatial corridors, connected by 4 thick conduits, each 100 meters in diameter. The spherical core hung slightly, resembling a gigantic top poised against the starry sky. Who goes there? A group of uniquely featured extraterrestrial beings, having noticed Shaya's sudden appearance at the headquarters, raised their energy cannons, aiming their barrels at him. These were the soldiers guarding the galactic headquarters, and the crimson tubes of their weapons began to glow ominously. Upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, one alien clad in a police uniform expressed his bewilderment. A human? Isn't that a species from a remote planet? What brings them to the Galactic Police headquarters? Be cautious. The sensors just detected an energy level of 12,000 emanating from this individual. A companion whispered in warning. The true energy within Shaya reaches an astonishing 240,000. Given his current mastery over Ki, even with utmost control, a substantial amount of energy still escapes his grasp. Only by comprehending a higher realm can he achieve a more refined command. As for why he chose to reveal a battle power of 12,000, it was to enhance his bargaining position. After all, he had come for negotiations, and strength serves as a formidable foundation for dialogue. Impossible. Is your detector malfunctioning? How could a human possess such formidable battle power? Could he not be human? A member of the Galactic Patrol, taken aback, retorted with disbelief. Individuals like them, mere ordinary members, only boasted a little over 1,000 energy points. How could a diminutive human surpass them? Casting a glance at the Galactic Patrol members, Shaya realized they perceived him as human. After all, Saiyans bore a striking resemblance to humans. Truth be told, Saiyans could arguably be classified within the human species, apart from the distinguishing feature of their tails. Saiyans and humans were virtually indistinguishable. Even Vegeta failed to recognize the Saiyans from the 6th universe upon first sight. Indeed, I'm not human. I am a Saiyan. A Saiyan. At the sound of his proclamation, the Galactic Patrol members immediately heightened their alertness. The reputation of Saiyans across the galaxy was notoriously grim. Sirens blared as a multitude of personnel surged forth from the headquarters, all aiming their energy cannons at Shaya. The Galactic Patrol Organization upheld peace throughout the galaxy. Supported by the Grand Kai and countless hired strongmen, the headquarters lacked significant defensive capabilities, which rendered them exceedingly wary of the Saiyan before them, who could launch an attack at any moment. Relax, there's no need for such tension. I have no time to waste. I am heading straight to find the Galactic King. Shaya chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Then, before their astonished eyes, he transformed into a mere illusion and vanished, leaving the Galactic Patrol members in utter shock. Immediately, a piercing alarm reverberated, sending the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters into chaos. Quickly, notify the Galactic King. A Saiyan has attacked the patrol headquarters. Wait, isn't that Saiyan already extinct? A patrol member questioned, bewildered. Surely, he is a survivor. These wicked Saiyans could not possibly have been eradicated so easily, the lead patrol officer replied, his expression fraught with urgency. According to the readings from their detector, the Saiyans' battle power was at least over 10,000, and there were no experts within the headquarters capable of confronting him. Quickly, issue a mission to summon nearby strongmen for assistance. We must hope they arrive in time. If the Galactic Patrol headquarters falls, it would be a tremendous disgrace for the entire organization. In the center of the gyroscope-shaped building, within a hexagonal room resembling a beehive, the Galactic King, adorned with a crown atop his massive head and sporting multiple tentacle-like appendages akin to a jellyfish, was lecturing a young patrol member. Gak, you were entrusted with such an important task and have failed to accomplish it. How do you plan to account for this? Gak, with his purple skin and golden eyes, replied, Galactic King, I searched extensively on Earth but found no trace of the Saiyan child you mentioned. I believe he poses no threat to Earth. Otherwise, I would have discovered him long ago. He continued to voice his grievances. Moreover, the ship you provided was subpar. Had it not been for the assistance of friends on Earth, I would not have made it back. The Galactic King cleared his throat, ahem. Since you did not locate the Saiyan, let it be. However, did you not claim before your journey that Earth's inhabitants were of poor character and that they should all be exterminated? What has prompted this change of heart? Indeed, after my observations, I have concluded that Earth possesses value worth protecting. Thus, I propose that we include Earth within the Galactic Patrol's protective jurisdiction, Gak suggested, recalling the friends he had made on Earth. This proposal represented a complete turnaround from their original intentions. Chapter 110, Collaboration. I seem to have overheard something significant. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the hall, and a figure emerged from the bright, spacious chamber. Who are you to intrude upon the Galactic Patrol's headquarters? The patrolling officers assigned to guard the area, startled by the unexpected presence, shouted as they rushed to shield the Galactic King. Human, Gak exclaimed upon recognizing the intruder's appearance, only to shake his head in disbelief. Impossible. Humans cannot possess such formidable battle power. Gak's keen eyes rarely missed any detail. Yet he felt no indication of how this person had appeared before him. No, he is not human. If I am not mistaken, he must be a Saiyan. The Galactic King, wide-eyed, observed the figure, his tentacles quivering in the air. He is indeed a Saiyan, and he resembles humans remarkably. Galactic King. Did not Saiyans typically possess tails? Gak pondered aloud, suddenly enlightened, and lightly slapped his palm. So this is what Saiyans look like. But I sense no malevolent aura from him. Unknown, replied the Galactic King. You speak of the Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. I am the leader of the Saiyans from Planet Hanshan in the Eastern Galaxy. Today, I have come to propose a deal with you, Shaya stated calmly, devoid of the arrogant demeanor often associated with Saiyans. Furrowing his brow, the Galactic King waved away the nearby guards. What is it you wish to discuss? Shaya approached casually and seated himself upon Gak's small spacecraft, stating, we Saiyans revel in the thrill of battle, rather than mere destruction. Thus, I believe there exists much for us to discuss, such as the defense of planets, the preservation of peace, and the eradication of cosmic pirates. How can I place my trust in you? There is no need for your belief, he replied. The might of the Galactic Patrol Organization is utterly ineffectual against